There are some harmful substances in the atmosphere. The atmosphere of the bar was dark and dangerous. Physics is a very complex subject. This technology have been used for many years in the Unix environment. She is efficient but sometimes too cold. Check all that apply. You should apply for this job. A $900 handling charge is applied to all foreign orders. Apply each morning and night. He tried to apply an octopus hold but he can't. She claimed that the president had lied to her. The floods had claimed 115 lives. Your answer is correct. You have not finished translating it yet, correct? When my wife tried to prevent me from doing my duty, I corrected her. It proves difficult. His expectations proved right. Most cars use gasoline for fuel. A wildland fire fueled by heavy winds burned at least 100 acres. Good watch prevents misfortune. I'd prefer not to answer that. The magazine is said to be published every Tuesday. I can't afford to buy a new car. I can't afford to buy a private jet. I can't afford an extra hour for driving to work. This event will afford an opportunity to all participants to network and share ideas with one another. The main feature of the Mona Lisa is her smile. I couldn't feature my father crying like that. The union rejected the company's counteroffer. He was rejected from the pilot's training course because of his bad eyes. She did a beautiful job of rejecting him. No car is available at the moment. Certain products may not be available in your country. Hello, let me speak to Mr. Yamada, please. I'm sorry, he's not available today. I received the results of my physical. To get into the army you need to pass a physical examination. The physical findings are contradictory. The prisoner's cell was small and dirty. The movie deserves better than it got at the box office. A forced kindness deserves nothing. Police work quickly to identify the body. It has not been possible to confirm which theory is correct. It was the biggest opportunity of my life. All other colors can be supplied by the end of October. The X-Street is free of vehicle today. This business has its rewards. Influence is more important than ability. I hope you will regard this as evidence of my esteem. The state has to be more important than any single individual. He has maintained his good looks even though he's over 50. Anyone can become a victim. All our products are fully guaranteed. Work expands so as to fill the time available. The scientists tell us the universe is still expanding. Flexible location of the compressor greatly expands the possibility of our design. Frank did not have the potential to succeed, so we fired him. I got my annual checkup last week. Eventually he will graduate and move back home. This is a hormone that hasn't had adequate study done on it. The fastest approach to that city is by highway number 1. Our wedding day is approaching. The noise gets louder as you approach the factory. He approached his daily work with enthusiasm. English is the common language of the world. 25 votes in favor versus 14 against. I didn't vote for her. The parliament voted a new law that guaranteed religious freedom. He voted Hawaii the most popular destination for tourists in the world. I voted that music can make some people smarter and others dumber. If you have any questions, raise your hand. I was raised on the Beetle. Even if no violation of the law is involved, his arrest raises troubling questions on human rights. 2 raised to the 10th power is 1024. 2 raised to the power 10 is 1024. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude. I'll accept your kind offer. Do you accept traveler's check? That's the point I can't accept. I wasn't expecting that much. Don't expect a cent of money from me. We're expecting a child. This book is worth a lot of money. Providing is preventing. We provide parts to more than 50 companies. A balloon will burst if you put too much air in it. His color improved. I want to improve my English. The job offer still stands. We can offer you several ways. The market changes the demand of what is needed. My job demands more than I can give. Nothing may be contained in this letter. How can I describe it? 100,000 yen profit. A wise person profits by his mistakes. Praise makes good men better and bad men worse. The company announced new rules for its workers. This might read, I can't stand the way you treat me. Can I treat you to dinner tonight? Did you have it treated? The next issue will be out in December. The Canyon had only one issue. The Weather Service issued a flood warning. You will regret it one day. Please refer to the back of the book for more information. My ex-boss referred me to the new office. All communications with or inquiries from the press should be referred to the President Director. It's not my concern. Thank you for your concern. Those matters don't concern me. There should be good crops this year because of the good weather. The surface of the lake was so calm it looked like a mirror. He encouraged his daughter to move up. We encourage you to accept our proposal. It's people like you who encourage selfish people like Yoko. This painting represents the horror of war. Although his domestic life was peaceful, he was having trouble at work. consumption is being reduced by 65%. The Japanese government has maintained the principles of never possessing nuclear weapons. Avoid touching these areas. I'm surviving somehow. Grandmother survived her husband by 5 years. Nothing see, nothing find. The police searched for the missing boy. Search me. She's changed so much that at first I didn't recognize her. I fully recognize that you personally have made the ABC company what it is today. VHS-type cassettes are required. The company unveiled the launch of a multi-channel satellite TV package in the UK. We are going to launch the new project next week. The company is planning to launch a new product next month. The administration announced it would lift the ban on letting in foreigners with aid. China banned the display of photographs of the Dalai Lama. You are banned. One aspect of my job that I don't like is the lack of space in my office. She preserved the flowers by pressing them between pages of a book. It's better to start slow and let your body adjust. Billy adjusted his chair to his height. Keep the conversation clear and appropriate. Todd needs to overcome a fear of speaking in public. The artificial grass in her garden needs no care, but it looks cheap. We don't know when natural disasters happen. What a disaster. Conflict and intrigue plagued the nation. My schedule conflicts with hers and so we can never meet. There were several factors that lost us the game. My wife couldn't adapt to the new neighborhood so we moved away. A conference on children's rights began last week. The doctor emphasized the importance of health. Oil is a natural resource that can't last forever. His enormous appetite caused him to gain 50 pounds. He greatly contributed to the advancement of science. They got a divorce. She divorced him. It's vital that we take action immediately. It is sometimes hard to understand someone else's perspective about a problem. What ingredients did you use in this delicious pie? The scientific or the one gene that could help fight the disease? Practice makes perfect. To be good at speaking English you have to practice. We practice tennis 3 times a week. Cryonic suspension has been practiced since the late 60s. He had been brought up on the charge of murder which later was revealed to be untrue. These batteries charge to 80% capacity. How much do they charge for this product? The teacher has been charged with battering a student. A is shown in fig E. I could see the figure of a man in the window. She has a good figure. The number has 8 figures. I tell you what I can't figure. Catch your bear before you sell it in. It was more than I could bear. After we ate dinner we asked for the bill. He is supporting a bill to end baseball's antitrust exemption. One reason for the spread of the disease is the sex industry in the country. Use of the internet has spread quickly. You don't know when and how information is spread on the internet. I had to remove the paint from the wall. He was removed as the result of a primary investigation by the government. We have not yet received a positive response. Are you positive? There are almost no positive moments in this movie. An employer may not allow female workers to work between the hours of 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. She suffers from headaches. Why do women have to suffer so much? The server suffered shark bite. I'd like to reserve a table for 2 at 6 o'clock. The professor discovered the cause of the disease. The cause of those who are building democracy on every continent is also America's cause. Smoking causes lung cancer. Light gains make a heavy purse. I don't think we can gain much money from the business. The main business of our company is foreign trade. Trade is the mother of money. Will you trade? See, I bought material to make a summer dress with. I'd like to introduce someone. There is a move to introduce the system. No other details were given. New study details effects of near-death experiences. The factory produces 11,000 TV sets a day. The content of the speech was difficult to understand. Content is happiness. No man is content with his lot. Postage is included in the prices. The results are there for all to see. After the vote were counted, the result was announced. It's not safe to eat raw meat. His hands are raw from the cold. I'd suggest taking the bus instead of the train. What are you suggesting? Don't mention it. She didn't mention seeing you. He is regarded as the most successful scientist in the country. Tomorrow's high will be 25 degrees. He is the most awful person that I have ever met in my life. All was well until he realized that the school developed a new method of teaching English. There's a method to his net. She earns 950 yen an hour at her job. You've earned it. Paying taxes is everyone's duty. At this moment it doesn't seem likely, but you should never say it never. How much discount do you propose? The automobile industry is not doing well. Parents sometimes need to punish their children. I saw tiny insects on the flowers. He is elected in an upset. Don't be so upset. He has an upset stomach and can't eat it. That'll upset my plan. I hope he didn't upset you. My stomach is easily upset. Prevention is better than cure. Can I be cured? Rub salt all over to cure the fish. Mr. Smith has been transferred to a new position outside of the advertising department. Could you transfer me to Bob Jane? We are planning to establish a new company. The government established a new national holiday. Safety in children has not been established. It took me some time to establish what the matter was. Our company occupies the 5th floor and up in this building. He was told that the rooms are all occupied. I occupy a position of leadership in the class. The soil here is not good for growing anything. A black mark on a white garment in this book symbolizes a soil of sin. It is a foolish bird that soils its own net. The company's reputation was soiled by a candle. Competition has not affected the quality. His words affected me deeply. Observe all warnings and cautions stated or implied in the procedures. Please observe safety precautions fully. What holidays are observed? Her boss observed that she made a lot of personal phone calls at work. The class is dismissed. You should dismiss such ideas from consideration. Her statement was dismissed by Britain's Defense Secretary as emotional nonsense. Unsecured debt is dismissed in a bankruptcy. The prisoner was released from jail after 3 years. The white paper released Thursday said the dumping will continue. When are you being released? Any day is lucky on which the thing occurs to one. A good idea just occurred to me. You'll have to retire someday too. This light indicates when the ink cartridge must be replaced. Keyboard is replacing the pen as a basic tool of communication. We will learn the structure and function of the skeletal and muscular system. Please do not park at the school as they have a function that evening. My brain doesn't function very well. My grandmother was my only relative. The washing machine is a device that saves people a lot of time and effort. The device is connected to the CPU. You should really benefit from this training course. Come straight to the point and give me just the essential. A necktie for a man in my line of work is absolutely essential. She went to court as a witness to the car accident. The year 2000 witnessed a rapid growth in China's foreign trade. Her job was to translate letters from English to Japanese. I translated her payment as consent. He is determined to do a good job. The police still haven't determined the cause of the accident. Great responsibilities attached to parents. The power switch is attached to the side panel. How much rent do you pay for your apartment? Only quotations reaching us by this coming Friday will be considered. He owns a lot of property in Hokkaido, and orphans have property similar to drugs such as heroin or morphine. He loves to argue. A guitar is one of the most popular musical instruments. Some chemicals are very dangerous. After losing my family, I finally realized how great an ordinary happiness is. Do not attempt. Crime doesn't pay. You have to improve your attitude if you want to do well at all. The document was nearly perfect. The roof of the silver car reflected the sunlight. My ideal man is tall, dark, and handsome. If you insist, I insist that you stay for dinner because restaurants are so expensive. Because his secretary was away, he got another person to work as his temporary assistant. They explored the valley but could find no survivor. Our research showed that people drink more red wine than white wine. The accident happened during the experiment. The Russian Revolution occurred in 1917. You'll have to learn some office skills like typing and answering the phone. Because his income is high, his taxes were high too. He became a member of the committee. The soldiers captured the lion and took it to the zoo. But I think many of them were captured by the drama. But there is something intangible the lens could not capture. The villagers offered a human sacrifice to their god. She symbolized a career woman sacrificing herself for confinement within the home. There's been decline in the youth labor force at about 2.5 million people. Revenues have declined amid the prolonged recession. I'm sorry to say that I am obliged to decline. I hope you'll understand why I must decline your kind invitation this time. Introduce a friend or associate to us and you are both eligible for special gift. Mike is a friend and associate of mine for 5 years now. Our animal vets are associated with shots and medicines. A good alternative to a vacation is a good night of sleep. We have no other alternative. Could you give me an alternative date? I assume you've come to borrow money. We assume no responsibility whatsoever for any damages resulting from the use of the site. I assumed my thinking position. He assumed a newly created position as the company's chief operating officer. Please don't touch any of the exhibits. See Exhibit A. They will exhibit their latest photograph. There isn't any trace on the suspect yet. The police traced a telephone call to the criminal's house. Brad encountered his former wife by chance. All deposits will be protected. Please deposit your valuables with the front desk. The hotel is not responsible for any valuables unless deposited. I will rework the estimate. I estimate that it will take 3 days to do this work. The emergency aid package to Moscow is estimated to total $30 billion. There is no money in the budget to pay for a new employee. I really have to budget now. The software program quits. I'll quit drinking. Josie quit the company after 37 years of service. I want to do a survey of the history of this conflict. In an early survey, most people said they did not believe John Doe would win the election. Preventing drug abuse is important to decreasing ADSs. He demonstrated his judo skill in weekly exhibitions. Mathematically demonstrate the probability of getting the number 1 on the CAS die. At the same time, please indicate whether you desire air or sea shipment. I appreciate your beautiful letter. This coupon is valid on one purchase only. He is going to purchase a new computer for our office. He revealed his real self in the magazine interview. He focused his attention on the target. Don't hesitate to ask any questions. Ensure that the disk is not exposed to dust, dirt, fingerprints, etc. A panel of the equipment is broken and the mechanism is exposed. My ancestors come from Poland. He is in debt up to his ears. The origins of many English words can be traced to Latin. At the Olympics, participation is more significant than winning. The police said he murdered his girlfriend, but he says he's innocent. My company manufactures cameras. I do not have the luxury of sleeping 8 hours a day. When all obey you children. During the war it was hard to obtain food. That ancient statue is worth $1 million. The reputation of the company has been completely destroyed by the scandal. He spent a decade working on that book. His fame has changed our relationship. It's crucial that I find out if I'm pregnant today. Tonight is crucial. There is no substitute for hard work. He will interpret your statement into Japanese. His facial expression is difficult to interpret. Don't disturb yourself. Please don't disturb me while I am sleeping. He is the leading candidate for mayor. A new cancer treatment facility is being built behind the hospital. Who can predict what's going to happen? His morning routine was to shower, shave and then have breakfast. I prefer contemporary furniture to antique. I prefer an urban lifestyle to a rural one. Campaign has generated a whopping $20,000. An antibody is generated to attack the antigen. Tariffs will be cut by 30% from September 1st and totally eliminated after 7 years. The study of science fascinates many people. All mammals are warm-blooded. She ran to embrace her best friend. The president embraced a visiting state guest. In his message to the world, he announced that he would be embracing a new world order. What a matter. For us it is a matter of life and death. Quality matters more than quantity. Does it matter? You seem bored. I was told not to do anything by a certain someone. Are you certain? Bob has a strong interest in music. We reserve the right to add interest for late payment. The university has 7 departments. The airplane crashed into a hill near the airport. My computer crashed when I tried to use this new piece of software. Can I crash at yours tonight? The door is made of solid wood. I walked for a solid hour. What is the value of B? What's the value of this land? He is not very attractive, but he should be valued for his honesty. If you value this girl's life, lower your gun. Being fit can help you live longer. That's the shoe that fits me. The key doesn't fit the lock. The company is in a terrible state. It's like the state bird of Alaska. The landing was a little rough. Give me a rough idea. An old boat was floating on the lake. Most news broadcasts are at 6 and 11 o'clock. They broadcast the evening news in English on Mondays. The class was divided into 2 groups. United we stand, divided we fall. 30 divided by 5 is 6. A bad workman complains of his tools. It would be such an honor if you would attend. You have to attend the class every week. The medicine had no effect on me. The effect of too much reading is tired eyes. The reaction affected white color. The TV program will continue next week. The valve continues closed. The number of victims continues at steady rise. Her teenage years were a difficult period in her life. 1/7 has a 6-digit period. Everyone has different standards. The artist drew pictures to express his idea. The new school term starts in April. Write your opinion of the subject in 200 words. The head office was subjected to an on-the-spot investigation. A sculpture was created for the lobby of the building. The bed was too firm for me. Prices are firm. There was a lot of traffic this morning. The highest branch is not the safest truest. The Tokyo branch will be closed this month. Our seats were in the front row. He had a lot of respect for his father. All particulars of designs, colors and sizes are given in the enclosed order form. She showed particular interest in the watches. She is recovering from her cold. Water is recovered from exhaust gas coming out from the turbine. The fare is $10 each way. One cannot farewell, but one must cry out roast meat. A general meeting will be held next month. I like plain yogurt. Why don't you share my umbrella? For some children in Japan, the struggle to pass entrance examinations begins in preschool. I like languages, but I really struggle with science. Any loss of or damage to company's equipment should be reported immediately to General Affairs Manager. It took a week to prepare for the business trip. I've prepared the minutes of what we have discussed so far. I'm not familiar with this word. Custom is a second nature. There are glass objects in the case. Some analysts seem to feel that progress is too slow. My recovery is progressing nicely. That's what I noticed. Very little rain falls in the desert. Red desert is sinking ship. Let's take the policy. I admire your courage to tell him the truth. A slow growth economy makes workers anxious. I'm very much anxious to see you sometime next week. That depends. It depends. You shouldn't depend on other people. There were over 3,000 people in the audience. Your product will satisfy the audience. Her house was destroyed in the flood. Can't you drink what I poured for you? A lack of money was their biggest problem. Alex B. The horse eats nearly 2 kilograms of carrots a day. You can't smoke in public building. A directory of the proposed name already exists. She prayed for her father. Pray take my bed and I'll lie down before the fire. Knowledge is power. Don't tell me I didn't warn you. They weren't able to solve the puzzle. Courage is very important and like a muscle it is strengthened by use. I would like to add one more thing. Please be aware that one of the official languages of Singapore is English. She played the lead role in the play. I'm working on a book project with another writer. Traffic in this area is projected to be heavy in the near future. In a calm sea every man is a pilot. Why are you so calm? I'll connect you to Mr. Taylor. To connect data A to data B is necessary for management of master data. They made an appeal for money to help poor people. Her smile is only a small part of her appeal. This idea doesn't appeal to me very much. The baseball player signed a 2-year contract. Heated metal contracts as it cools down. The soldiers advance 10 miles a day. Am I a suspect? You shouldn't suspect him without full evidence. I suspect his motives, but I suspect his methods even more. I suspect that he is a criminal. Am I interrupting? May I interrupt you to ask a question? I've achieved 2 of my goals: getting good job and making good friends. The play has achieved great success. The quality of the product is as important as its price. Quality fish is usually cleaned and frozen within hours of the catch. The student was punished for his bad conduct on the school bus. That company can do business in 25 countries. I'd be delighted to accompany you. Accompanying this document is our bill amounting to $120. Unlike charges attract, gravity attracts the body. He was attracted to his new beautiful classmate. The company is running short of funds. I'm short on funds. If you have enough money to fund a IRA, you should do so. The screen displays the heat distribution of a human body. Here's a specific example. The company adopted a new age plan. The electric charge of electrons is negative. You should change your negative attitude toward life. A bad wife ruins a house. Incumbents have an advantage over challengers at election time. It's to your advantage to pay fewer taxes. Japan's trade with China has increased. We have increased our staff from 20 to 114,514 people. I admit that's a fact. Japan imports oil and other raw material. Crick and Watson discovered the structure of DNA. Rotating tape in disk drives is not recommended. I suppose it's convenient to meet at the station. When's most convenient for you? Let's have a party to celebrate your promotion. I only responded to his letter yesterday. The student protested against the war. It's very odd that we've had so little snow this year. He was arrested on a pair of felony theft and embezzlement counts. A word is sufficient to the wise. He has the authority to decide if you go to jail or not. I can't pretend anymore. The little boy liked to pretend he was a cowboy. The border between Canada and the US is very long. He is the author of more than 20 books. Did you leave this door open? Didn't I lock the door? Jesus, Mark, we've been robbed. The company doesn't possess the patent necessary to produce the product. What possessed you to do that? The reason that some paintings are so expensive is that they are unique. Theory and practice are 2 different things. His sales plan wasn't approved at the meeting. I think today's literature is boring. Supply literature or catalogs if you have them available. Make no delay in doing what is good. The bus was delayed due to a traffic jam. Luckily he had insurance when his house burned down. I don't have any religious faith. Golf is a very mental sport. How can I satisfy you? Don't remind me. I refuse to listen to such useless gossip. The instructions on how to turn it on are in the manual. He managed to read the entire book in one day. The movie crew moved their equipment onto a truck. The sum of 3 plus 3 is 6. The previous owners of this house moved to England. The lawyer's fee was $100 an hour. It's not his nature to ignore people in trouble. You better pack warm clothes because the temperature there is below 0. The huge building was destroyed by the earthquake. Communism's collapse has called forth old animosities and new dangers. The country was on the verge of economic collapse. Her house collapsed due to the earthquake. A bridge collapsed in Alabama, killing 47 people. I'll get her to make you breakfast right away. I'm going to collapse from hunger soon. This car's seating capacity is 6 people. Backup of the heart takes longer as you increase capacity. She has a good command of the English language. The captain commanded his men to start shooting. I think it is too early to conclude. Police have now concluded the death was a suicide. He concluded his talk with a proverb. This concludes the teachers' meeting. He concluded 5 insurance contracts today. Water was absorbed in the sponge. I easily get absorbed in what I am interested in. Circumstances may justify a lie. She's trying to persuade me to help her on Sunday. He is a man who can be persuaded by money. My relatives are a burden sometime, but there's nothing I can do. A unique sound emerges. A difficult problem emerged at the meeting. A perception gap has emerged between the two countries. What the hell's that remark supposed to mean? After the movie was over, I remarked to a friend how impressed I was. I remarked the difference between the color of my skin and theirs at the age of 7. Shut the stable door after the horse is stolen. He entered the Takasago stable in 1990. It declared itself a nuclear power. Our group promotes good health care. Ekibono is promoted to Grand Champion. I'd like to acquire a big piece of land. He has acquired a good knowledge of English. Pass me the remote. Explorers often travel to remote corners of the earth. His remote mood made her wonder if something was bothering him. Circumstances alter cases. The territory was being invaded by the enemy. The consequence of this argument is that we are no longer friends. The species of butterfly no longer exists. How harsh the world is. Death and tax are inevitable. Judy won an award for her outstanding novel. Any award given shall be final and binding upon both parties. Whenever I see the ocean, the sailor in me starts to stir. Stir that drink before serving it. The band consisted of 5 people. That TV show is all about current news. Russia has very severe winters. Biologists are very interested in primitive life forms. After the accident, he could not distinguish between his wife and mother. They will distribute the blankets to homeless people. She whispered something to him and he started laughing. They ordered a large quantity of spare parts for the machine. In what context? Try to concentrate on your work and not walk around. He was tired of doing manual work and wanted an office job. Nuclear weapons are the worst thing man has ever invented. That region is much warmer than here. A good appetite is a good sauce. He is curious about his daughter's activities. The pollution in the air is making me sick. He is very capable as a statesman. A compromise over the license agreement was struck between A and B. Someone compromised my credit card numbers and pins. The floor is made of concrete. Could you please explain the reasons in more concrete terms? He won't be able to sustain that pace for much longer. I want to withdraw from the group. He withdrew /100,000 from the bank. The drug should be withdrawn. Never imply anything of which you're not really sure. The government abandoned planned tax cut. I don't have a clue as to how that guy's going to turn out. This is a genuine first edition book from the 17th century. Tom is a very genuine person. The strategy he devised for winning the game was outstanding. I'm a little confused about something and I think you can help me out here. The fireman reacted quickly to the alarm. Her new clothes completely transformed her appearance. If an error has been detected, the error indicator will be on. Smoking is strictly prohibited in all public areas. The laboratory specialized in researching plastic. His opponent in the game is not well known. He illustrated his report to the audience. His English is superior to his French. I'd like you to meet one of my colleagues. He was arrested for exploiting his relationship with the governor. How long does it take for symptoms to appear? I couldn't notice the subtle difference between the two products. The girl caught a virus and had to rest for several days. The old cathedral was part of our cultural heritage. The gorgeous dress enhanced her beauty. Didn't you notice the fragile sticker? A fragile pact of peace was negotiated. She looks fragile. It's not a request, it's an order. Thank you. Your order has been received. You should soon be receiving an email confirmation of your order. My favorite foods are A, B, and C in that order. Get your affairs in order. I would like to order as follows. Let's order one more slice of pizza. They ordered stricter weapons searches. Hands reached out from all sides to pat my back. Pragmatists' influence reached as far as Asia. My father always encouraged me to reach for my goals. The letter reached him in a day. I can be reached at 114-5140. He was charged with 2 counts each of murder and assault. This little girl can count to 10. Every minute count. Don't count your chicken. Ted cut the apple into quarters. He gave Japan a 2-1 lead with his header in the 29th minute. All roads lead to Rome. I'll lead you for a while. You can lead a horse to water but you cannot make him drink. It is difficult to lead people. My leg you like lead. Be sure to write the address clearly. Address not found. Are you going to address the Windows market in Japan? Junko, I don't want you to address me like that. I was addressed by a stranger on the street. It's my fault. My fault. A fault confessed is half regret. Every man has his fault. They were faulted for failing to accept responsibility. Get a good night's rest. Swans rest elegantly on the water. I'll leave the rest to your imagination. It's a deal. You have to deal with all kinds of people in this job. I sat on a deal chair, feed a cold and starve of fever. Do you have some small change? I have to feed the parking meter. The dog was carrying a large stick in its mouth. Last year I lived all the way out in Imamaki. Whoa, that's really out in the stick. I feel really stuck. I couldn't care. That's the weight. Love is wasted on the young. Quick, waste him. Cable is not well developed in Japan. We developed a new plan to sell the product. Photos are developed in 30 minutes at the shop. He is a leader that can deliver. Mail is delivered every day except Sunday. The train was so crowded I could hardly breathe. Wear shoes made of materials that breathe. I realize I am asking a big favor, but would you? Will you favor me with your company? Dogs tend to limp or favor one leg over the other. It's no wonder. Excuse me, but I can't help wondering who are you and where are you from? I wonder if he will really come. The cost in human life was enormous. New computers cost less and less every year. If you are not careful when climbing high mountains, it may cost you your life. He tried to repair the hole in the roof. Man is the measure of all things. My old coat might just do as a temporary measure. I measured the cupboard before I bought it. We are surrounded by nature. One's nature cannot be helped. One cannot help one's nature. Nature calls. Nature is calling me. He's not a pretty sight. He lost his sight when he was young. There is no escape. Surrender now. This is necessary to prevent the escape of gas. He tried to escape from prison. His name escapes me at the moment. He didn't agree with his parents. Two watches agree. Birds in their little nest agree. I feel a load off my mind. Please use to cover a large load. A row address buffer loads and stores address signal. The room has a good view of the sunset. I have a different view of the problem. Please do not view this as a rejection. They use force to open the door. He lost his job on the force. One of the thieves informed against the others. It seems she hasn't been informed about what's happened. His poems are informed with sincerity. How much do I owe you? Everything I am today I owe to mother. The edge of the paper is torn. A tear rolled down the girl's cheek. I was staring. They arranged the chairs in a circle. ABC Corporation will arrange all shipment gate insurance bills of lading etc. That's not the proper place to put your things. Many Japanese young people cannot speak proper Japanese. Time is proper to each observer. This may be only proper. It'll be tight but I can probably manage. I managed to buy exactly what my wife wants. I also managed to get a cop. A bad workman always blames his tools. The speeding driver was blamed for the accident. They weren't willing to spend any more money. Do not spur a willing horse. Tokyo is the capital of Japan. The laborer is worthy of his hire. The company hired 3 new people. It was my pleasure on occasions to meet and talk with her. It was the best occasion to tell her the new brave men lived before Agamemnon. The ice cream melted quickly in the heat. She remained in her room and finished her homework. All the details on these matters remain to be discussed and settled. Habit is second nature. The student is very active. A dialogue box is active. No women are allowed to perform in kabuki. The dancers performed until midnight. The judge decided she did it. I meant no harm. There's no harm in trying again. It could harm rather than help us. What's the purpose of your visit here? There's a 10% tax when you buy something. Try not to use the same word twice in a sentence. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison for terrorist activity. Her aim is to become a doctor. As African government aims to alter law on interracial marriages. I hardly ever get back a reply. I said good morning Mr. Smith but he didn't reply. Document is protected. That path over there leads to the lake. The school doctor examined the cut on my foot. You have the right to examine the witnesses called by the state. I compared the signatures and they matched perfectly. The newspaper says interest rates are going to go down. A good wife and health is a man's best wealth. There's a wealth of information on the internet. I think that gentleman is very noble. To understand all is to forgive all. No joke intended. Her clothes were beautiful but not practical. The business district is empty at night. Increasing your vocabulary is important. Those 2 girls are wearing similar dresses. I'm sorry but that item is out of stock. If you keep a stock of these foods in your home you can make good meals each day. I proposed emergency measures for the recovery of the stock of cod in the Japan Sea. I bought 5 stocks of Sayers Roebuck in 2019. His selfish deeds lowered his stock dramatically. Uto-Aztecan was one of the major language stocks of Native Americans. We cannot produce new varieties by grafting because both stock and sign keep their own characteristic. The seed can be used as stock for making dye. Could we have a quick review of your progress so far? I would very much like to meet with you to review our plans. He reviewed all his notes the night before the big test. Our products are sold in a wide range of prices. The studies ranged over many subjects. I stocked up well with food for the hurricane. I made sure that displays were always clean and stocked with the latest merchandise. I built a new barn and stocked it with 700 cows. We stocked the riverwood out. Stocked the refrigerator with low-fat milk and vegetables instead of soft drinks or snacks that are high in fat. That would be swell. His leg began to swell as soon as it was broken. Dull thunderstorms swell streams into flash floods. The dog chased the ball thrown by the boy. When the guns started firing, the soldiers knew it was a trap. Trap the cytokine molecule between the two anti-cytokine molecular antibodies. He bred his champion dogs to make extra money. Looks breed love. Let matters settle where they will. I'd like to settle the bill for our meal, please. Any trouble should be settled directly between the buyer and the seller concerned. Don't spoil your meal by eating something now. He was pretty spoiled when he was growing up. The machine can operate at the maximum temperature of 2 degrees Celsius. He knows how to operate all the machines in the factory. I don't need all the stress. Don't stress over what you can't change. Joints are repeatedly stressed and overused. The frame of the house is built with Canadian 2x4s. The stage is framed by 4 pillars and is open on 3 sides. Man is not made for defeat. Our team was defeated 28-14. You look defeated. What's your minor? It is only a very minor matter. You have a keen insight on world situations. I'm not very keen on Sato. She leaned out of the window to get a better view. This highway gives you good access to Tokyo. This page has been accessed 5,000 times since July 1, 2019. The northern districts must all be buried under deep snow. Japan exports a variety of manufactured products. Water consists of 2 different elements. There was an interesting article in the paper this morning. Article 21 of the Constitution. The criminal was put on a trial. You're being very rude. The owner of the hotel appointed him manager. The population of the world is growing every year. I don't need sympathy. Please accept my sympathies on the death of your mother. His desire for more money made him unhappy. He caught so much because he is a heavy smoker. The designer created a Persian surround for the new restaurant. My house is surrounded by trees. Asia is the home of a variety of races, each having different traditions and histories. It isn't unusual for mothers-in-law to be cruel to their daughters-in-law. How much do funerals cost in Japan? That's your funeral. Here is the situation. Once she has a boyfriend, she never even glances at another man. Seniors over 65 get a 10% discount on all health products. Let's not be too sensitive. A good tongue is a good weapon. That family has been living in the same house for 4 generations. We need a permanent solution to this problem. He hoped the government would decrease taxes. I have a lot of confidence in my new boss. Don't disappoint me. I oppose the plan because I'm sure it won't work. What religion are you? In that country, both men and women have to do military service. My financial situation is much better since I got a pay increase. They decided not to print the book for legal reasons. Russia is a vast country. There are various ways to say that. I strained myself to finish this work on time. Do not use paper with wrinkles or fold. This couch folds into a bed. He is apparently folding. She folded the paper and handed it to him. My head's a mess. In a statement, they expressed their resolve to pursue effective international action to eliminate the abuse of drugs. He resolved on going back. He resolved to go to America to study. My eyes get itchy whenever cats are around. Okay, then you should try this. This should resolve allergy problem. It's too much of a bother. Why should I bother doing that? Bob, why are you looking so down? You can't let one mistake bother you forever. Can I bother you for a second? I am an abstract researcher, not an applied scientist. This is an abstract problem that needs lots of study. I have never been impressed by abstract paintings. I abstracted $10 from your purse. A concept is abstracted from experiences as sensory patterns. The factory is licensed to abstract water from the river. I don't want to recall anything anymore. The company recalled 20,000 pounds of ground beef which was contaminated with the deadly bacteria. I'm sorry to impose on you. As sales tax is imposed on the total retail value, people should not impose religious teaching. They were so poor they wouldn't waste even a single grain of rice. He committed a crime when he was in high school. Jane has committed the whole weekend to studying. His family involuntarily committed him to the psychiatric hospital. Our meeting was brief but we covered a lot. Give me a brief outline. Teachers urged the students to report strange behavior among their classmates. The more capable one is, the more modest one tends to be. A great man is modest. Don't be so modest. They live in a modest house. The army teaches discipline. Every time the teacher tries to discipline the students, they just ignore him. Grasp not at the shadow and lose the substance. The substance is far more essential than the form. Billy was taking a substance abuse class at the hospital. Could you define these words concisely? It is clearly defined. Be just before you are generous. His writing inspired all of us to aim for higher goals. Change should be inspired, not inflicted. The reverse was true. The reverse side of that coin has a picture of an eagle. His house is visible from the office. Results are visible in 2 weeks. She was the most visible personality at that contest. He is such a bright child that I consider it a privilege to have a part in his development. Let's combine our money and see how much we have. We tried to calculate the amount of time the job would take. A crisis has been temporarily avoided. We met a challenge and we endured. A child's death must be the hardest thing in the world to endure. Deep rivers move in silence, shallow brooks are noisy. Tom's smile quickly vanished. Virtue is its own reward. World military spending reached almost $1 trillion despite the poverty of the people. The instinct to survive was strong among the prisoners. He has an instinct for tennis. Major incidents get solved as easily as they happen. She makes me nervous because she's always staring at me. It's staring you in the face. I'd like just a small portion of cake. Thank you. The army rescued many people. So did you say this car never had any problem in the past? That's right, sir. I assure you. We discovered a mutual interest in pottery. The police are still investigating the murder. Temperatures vary from day to day. The writer's happy personality contrasts with her dark work. I have to complete this task before I go to lunch. A main characteristic of that animal is its white feet. He tried to restore that painting to its original condition. The two countries signed a treaty to exchange technology. Let your conscience be your guide. I have trouble pronouncing the word. Many Indian tribes were wiped out by the white man. She is in Florida now, but her final destination is NY. I am so tired, nevertheless I must finish this work. The emergency room was filled with sick and injured people. Do you always have to imitate your older brother? The ruler ignored the welfare of the people. The patient needs oxygen to help him breathe. Every day I read in the latter part of the train, the US won't convert to the metric system. How are Celsius temperatures converted into Fahrenheit? He converted $200 into yen. A number of chances were created but were not converted. Please sign here to register for the class. Will you please get this letter registered? She grabbed the child's hand and pulled him toward her. Let's grab a bear. How does that grab you? It's like grabbing a thief first and looking for rope second. This material is strong yet flexible. He has a flexible mind. She is flexible tomorrow. Anybody who would like to participate can participate. I would like to participate in your happiness at being safe from the accident. How are you coping? All motion of atoms and molecules ceases at absolute zero. The lawyer recommended the company to cease production of the defect. Do you know of a good remedy for being sleepy at work? His aggressiveness is not unpleasant. Please ensure that this package arrives on time. This strange phenomenon attracted the national attention. She advertised her new hats in the magazine. You shouldn't believe him because he always exaggerates. Famine, pestilence and war are the destruction of a people. Canada is home to many different ethnic groups. The conservation group was trying to save the forest. Everyone acknowledges that. It was very decent of you to give him your congratulations. Are you decent? He transmitted messages to Mongolia by radio. Don't get too close or too hostile to government official. Children should be fostered in a good domestic environment. The requested attribute was not found. People attributed his mistakes to his character. Let's revise what is wrong about this program. He revised the budget because he thought it was too high. The movie had a profound meaning. We want only relevant information, not useless information. A molecule of water has 2 atoms of hydrogen and 1 of oxygen. Developing insight is a way to develop wisdom. A fossil was found just under the city street. It was difficult for him to get rid of the bias against short people. The present curriculum is biased toward grammar and the memorization of words. Her incentive is huge. She didn't believe the professor's hypothesis. A civil war arose between the 2 religious groups. The drought in Mexico killed many cows and farm animals. He saved my life. I saved the homework for weekends. This piggy bank contains $15 I saved from my allowance. A stitch in time saved 9. Thank you, saved me a lot of trouble. Save it, old pal. What's that sound? That sounds alright to me. A sound mind in a sound body. My right eye hurts. Nothing hurts like the truth. It can't hurt to give her a call and find out whether she's home. Cigarettes hurt babies. The company is being hurt by the worsening economy. A square has 4 sides. Are we square? Are we even? The area of a circle is pi times radius squared. He hit her square in the face. The race has started. He joined the race for the 4th Congressional District on Friday. I'll race you. Here's a present for you. No light is present. We hope you will be present on this occasion. No time like the present. Students were presented with a few topics and they could choose one to write an essay on. How's the taste? Oh, delicious. He has had no taste of poverty. I like your taste. It doesn't taste the way it did before. If you've never tasted it, how can you be sure you won't like it? The ice was thick. His brogue was so thick that I couldn't understand him most of the time. The shape of that room is very strange. You can buy books at that store. At the moment my hotel reservation is not fit. A dentist is a person who fixes your teeth when they hurt you. How do you propose to fix this problem? I wanted to fix beef and potatoes and eat it together. The player was charged with fixing the game. A panel discussion will follow with Dr. Wilson as moderator. Inquiries and orders follow the advertisement. She thought someone was following her. Follow the path of least resistance. I had very little choice but to follow my superior's instructions to conceal the losses. I'm afraid I don't follow sports much. Are you following me? Freeze or I'll shoot. My mother froze some meat for next week's party. Preparations are complete for departure. I was a complete jerk. The British want complete renunciation of violence by the IRA. Already a lot has been completed but much still needs to be done. Before you see the doctor you have to complete a few forms. I hope this will complete things. Never drive a car without a spare tire. No effort should be spared. Can you spare a few minutes? Spare her feeling. Can you spare some change? I stretched out on the bed and went to sleep. You'll stretch my sweater. There's no trust, no faith, no honesty in men. Trust that I'm going to take care of everything. Don't trust strangers. The court will decide the matter. The ball is in your court. A wise man never courts danger. The wise man does not court danger. He served as president for 4 years. The greater serves for the lesser. Cocktails will be served at 7 p.m. and dinner at 8 p.m. Always pleased to serve you and your customers. I have a pain in the region of my stomach. Oh, has been a real pain lately. What a pain. Reporters gathered around a movie star. Gather roses while you may. The coach gather his players around him for a final word. My salary was paid into my bank account. Short accounts make long friends. I have nothing more to add to my account at this time. There is no accounting for taste. I'm going shopping. I have to get some stuff. I have a lot of stuff in my apartment. Now's the time to show your stuff. My nose is all stuffed. The matter is pressing. She pressed the button for the floor. The children were all in the 2nd grade. Cardamom is grated by hand. Empty vessels make the most noise. She often shows empty smiles. These poles support the roof. These paintings are in excellent condition. If conditions permitted we would like to pay later. The conditions for the medicine is used covers the whole range of the human condition. It's dangerous to walk on the railroad track. The hunter tracked the lion to its lair. I haven't been getting much exercise recently. Ellie is the main character in the story. He is a character. The local people never eat fish from the river. She is a serious student. Are you serious? I'm my own man. I'm going my way. I just owned you. You will be able to speak like a native soon. English is his native language. He was charged with 2nd-degree murder. He murdered his wife. Better bend than break. Do not bend or fold. We're sleeping in separate rooms now. Fields are separated by a comma. I was surprised by the rapid change of his opinion. Recovering from an illness is a long process. Every man is his worst enemy. Japan and the United States were enemies during World War II. One man's meat is another man's poison. Many people lost their homes in the flood. The baseball player hired an agent. It took all my strength to lift the buck. A woman's strength is in her tongue. There is no treasure more precious than a child. Several formers attended the lecture. A former French president visited Japan last week. Let's discuss this like adults. If you want to succeed you have to work hard. Don't succeed at night. I was surprised by the amount of money he spent on his hobby. Manners maketh man. There was a long pause in the conversation. I belong to the tennis club. You don't belong in the classroom. You have to make an effort to learn a foreign language. I polish my shoes once a week. The doctor gave her some medicine for her cold. There are as many opinions as there are people. AIDS is a disease that kills many people. The male singer has a deep voice. The new sofa is very comfortable. They bought some new furniture for the house. It is my great honor to be here with you. The honor shown to military officers is meant to offer respect to the rank, not the person serving it. Caesar risked his honor and his life to cross the river. The 21-gun salute is the highest honor given to any foreign dignitary. Do you doubt my honor towards you? A samurai seeks to gain honor by serving a feudal warlord. Desperate to preserve her honor, she jumped off the cliff, and a certified letter to his honor the mayor for each hot issue to be addressed quickly. Being graduated with honors such as magna cum laude or summa cum laude is based on your overall GPA. Mr. Yamada's promissory note wasn't honored. $1 exchanged for $4 yesterday. I exchanged some money at the airport. I exchanged some emails with him yesterday morning. I exchanged security for risk and freedom. This knife is too dull to cut anything. Business is dull. Good medicine tastes bitter. Good medicine is bitter in the mouth. They had a bitter fight and she ran away in tears. He's barely conscious. I was conscious of him at the meeting. I believe that there is no conscious discrimination. She used the scissors to cut off a thread on his shirt. The plane is due in an hour. My report is due next week. I'm just giving credit where credit is due. In autumn, children like to jump into piles of leaves. Much of the credit goes to him. My credit at the bank is very good because I pay my bills on time. What's your major? Have you had any major operation? There will be sleeping enough in the grave. What are the principal products of Florida? She is a graduate of X University. The Chinese economy doubled in size in a decade of reform. He reformed himself. Her parents are so strict that she has to be home by 5 o'clock. He made his fortune in the clothing business. Fortune comes in at the merry gate. Fortune comes in by a merry gate. Fortune favors the brave. His company employs 10 people in the office and 20 in the factory. We can highly recommend that you employ ABC Limited. It's a difficult state of affairs. The spy affair brought down the government. She went steady with him for 1 year. If necessary, steady the paddle with your other hand. The average woman's shoe size in America is 9. Currently balances average in moderate proportions. I live in a very safe community. It's gradually getting warmer. Language and culture are closely related. She related the man's name and address to the cops. The knife wound was really bad. Gunmen killed 3 and wounded 3 more. I hope the economy gets better soon. The new novel by Sidney Sheldon is about 500 pages long. It's already difficult to think of novel website names. You don't need to be an expert. They neglected their children's education. The exception proves the rule. There are 5 continents in the world. The climate in Tokyo is hot in the summer and cold in the winter. All expenses will be paid by Mr. Woods this time. The children screamed in delight when Santa Claus walked in. His fever went up to 39 degrees and his mother began to worry. When she saw her son after 15 years, she was filled with emotion. The information on which we can rely is very limited. They're so alike it's obvious they're sisters. Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone. Computer technology has dramatically changed the world. We tend to take our holidays in July. Men seldom live to be 70. Politicians like to give vague statements to protect their positions. The city built a statue of the mayor. The stem of this plant is about 2 centimeters around. You're overlooking something. You shouldn't overlook a chance. Are you just going to overlook it? Don't overlook Sandy since she is the real power in this office. I got up before dawn, sat on the hill overlooking the village. The younger man yielded to his colleague's superior knowledge and experience. This bank account yields high interest. I can't yield an inch. That company is engaged in business all over the world. I couldn't accomplish all the goals I set for last year. The hill was so steep that they had to use their hands to climb it. No price is too steep. Many high-tech companies have located here to take advantage of the facilities at the university. Every ship on the battlefield is located with colored pins on the map. I am trying to locate my lost uncle. This machine's main power is located on the rear of the unit. Fireworks exploded in the night sky. I feel like my heart's going to explode. Exploded after its earnings report. She liked to paint landscapes of mountains and valleys. The paper can be placed in either landscape or portrait orientation. Hong Kong was a British colony. He scratched his face on the edge of the desk. The police pursued him for 10 years and finally arrested him. Tell me what the job involves. Are you involved with anyone? Is he investing in something? Don't invest more in the stock market than you can afford to lose. Do they stand to inherit? I inherit whatever there is to inherit. Admitting to one wrong brings on another. Did you submit your ideas to the boss yet? He was unable to submit. The much smaller man. A good wife is a household treasure. We should have a good harvest this year because of the excellent weather. It is good to have a shelter against every storm. My primary concern about school is that my kids have good teachers. In fact, it's just the contrary. Contrary to what he said, this book is wonderful. Every day I squeeze 2 oranges for fresh juice. Those are for infants aged 6 months to 1 year. Never ask pardon before you are accused. He still retains an ardent passion for learning. Grasp all, lose all. I'm having trouble grasping the main point you want to convey. There are some fundamental differences between my 2 brothers, adding insult to injury. Don't insult me. The students debated for hours about politics. When I scrub the floor clean, all my cares fade. There was a peculiar smell. My grandmother is a resident of that senior citizens apartment building. This is my initial attempt at flying around the world. Michael is a very delicate person. Tamil rebels fought for an autonomous state and government. Our daughter and son rebel against everything we tell them. The site for next year's general meeting is a hotel Vancouver. Laurel's philosophy of life is to enjoy it as much as possible. The worker was injured in a fall from a ladder. The civil rights movement was very active in the 60s. People aren't as civil as they used to be. A layer of onion skin fell into the sauce. I'm going to try to convince him that it's best to surrender. Don't interfere without my permission. They were accurate in saying that it would rain at noon. Our corporation is just beginning to make a profit. My parents went on a wonderful voyage to the Caribbean. She died of lung cancer after smoking for 30 years. She lives in a rural area 20 miles outside of town. His doctor told him that his internal organs were in poor condition. His status dropped after he was transferred to the sales office. Barbie loves to compete against her big sisters. 1989 was the end of the Showa era. Agriculture is key to their economy. Mr. Myers wants a prompt response to the invitation. The neo-Nazis' xenophobic slogans prompted the riot. If your web browser prompts you for what to do with the file, like save it to disk. I got quotes from several auto insurance companies. The politician complained that he was quoted out of context. Could you quote us anything a little cheaper? He believes he has a mission to fulfill. It would be pretty sad to go through life having a secret dream and never fulfilling it. I think it's the only way you're gonna feel completely fulfilled. I have one son anticipated to attend college. Economic uncertainty prevails. The president faced much resistance from the board to his plans to slash workforce, but he prevailed. Our objective is to win the game. Don't try to conceal anything. Confess. We could see the teacher's distress when we didn't study. I was socially awkward as a child but managed to outgrow it when I graduated college. The atmosphere in class was a little awkward. You must avoid traveling with bulky and awkward baggage. The child was going through a difficult phase. He wasn't fazed by it at all. The signal goes up to a satellite and then is received by the cable company. Modern civilization consumes huge amount of energy every second. Those large developments are consuming open lines very quickly. Many English words are derived from Latin. Charles Darwin established the evolution theory. My father embarrasses me when I introduce him to my friends. I'm annoyed by the sounds of the piano next door. I am under no illusion that humans are essentially peaceful. This type of art flourished in 10th century. Martin Luther King Jr. devoted his life to fighting prejudice. The legend of the deserted house was believed by everyone. Don't be ridiculous. He was not good at explaining his concept clearly. Everyone should have respect for human dignity. I plan to devote summer vacation to my study. He has a fierce temper when he gets mad. I'm reluctant to try and pick the winner. The politician's speeches are always obscure. She prefers obscure writers to famous ones because she's a translator. Thinning out that tree will allow more sunlight to penetrate. The spilled water penetrated through her skirt. Economic activities now penetrate the border between Hong Kong and China. You look very sophisticated. There is no English equivalent for this Japanese. Their contributions are equivalent. 9% of the votes cast in the election were valid. His faculty for math led him to a career in accounting. As she got older, she started losing her mental faculty. Lay this transparent sheet on the ground. Cholesterol, calcium and other substances accumulate on the walls of arteries. Statistics are useful tools for analyzing social trends. The statistics for the past 6 months show that 43% of her sales are in tobacco. Even though he said he was excited, he appeared indifferent. Africa is a continent with a great diversity of cultures. In religion, anything can be the subject of worship. The prices of commodities that are in demand always go up. The cook was also an expert in nutrition. It's very humid today, isn't it? What is the reason we don't integrate with other ethnic groups? Handicapped children were integrated into normal classes. Grazing, cultivation and water use are accelerating the desertification of this land. Much of the bear's habitat has been destroyed. Fate meant for this to happen. I know how much this day means to Judy. I didn't mean to hurt you. Marry me. Do you mean it? It's no mean job. You're so mean to me. Let's run from here to the park. I gotta run. I've got to run. She's run for office 4 times but only won once. Buses will run every 10 minutes. The tab is running. The streets run like the grid of a go board. Estimates of the total cost run well over $10. Nylon stockings often run. When I use cheap ink cartridge it always runs. The first blow is half the battle. A straw shows which way the wind blows. Easterly winds blow the warm surface layers of the ocean. I blew my audition for the movie. It's your turn. The car turned right at the corner. The leaves will turn red in a few weeks. I'm going to turn 30 soon. The hot weather turns mild. You have the prettiest face I've ever seen. Oh, I bet you say that to all the girls. Face is an important issue in Japan. Please face this direction. Management will face the union at the negotiating table. Let's face it, the country is facing severe food shortages. A promise is a promise. It is one thing to promise and another to perform. I promise it'll never happen again. Tuesday promises to be a fine sunny day with patchy clouds. My father gave me free run of his library. My business was hit hard by run of poor snow season. This is far superior to the usual run of horror movies. Don't walk on thin ice. I have a thin purse today. The air is thin in the mountains. Both their stories were pretty thin. Thin ceilings when they are about 2 centimeters tall to 10 centimeters apart. That's the trouble. I hope it's not too much trouble. Sorry for the trouble. I am sorry to trouble you. There are a lot of signs on the street. What's your sign? Bob signs fluently. How do you sign hello in JSL? Peter breaks all the rules at school. Who holds the purse rules the house. I can think of no better excuse for a farewell party. This is only a poor excuse for a personal page. I must ask you to excuse me. He wore a white suit and a red shirt to the school dance. A man was awarded $1 million in a sexual harassment suit against a female boss. It suits popular taste. This fight was like a scene from the movies. Put your clothes in the suitcase. Cast not the first stone. Cast not a cloud till midday out. The building cast a long shadow in the late afternoon. He who has a mind to beat his dog will easily find a stick. I can beat him any time. What a rush. I'm sorry but I have to rush off. Orders are rushing in and our stock has been nearly exhausted. Don't rush me. Security was extremely tight. Her clothes got tighter and tighter. I collected my belongings and began to walk out of the room. I collected stamps when I was a child. I will arrange for you to be collected at the airport. He collected his Nobel Prize in Oslo in 2019. I managed to collect my tumultuous thoughts and stared back at her. Even the best man meets his match. Eric is no match for Mark in academic performance. To match the strength of our main competitors we need a stronger product line. Carry it by the handle. How do I handle this? There's no reason to hide it. It was so long ago. Everyone is likely to risk his own hide to save his kid. How do you spell your name? Can you sit a spell with me? She was having a bad spell. The boat sank in the storm. My earth sank when I faced piles of both. A small leak will sink a great ship. A crowd of reporters was outside the building. Many people crowded around the bargain counter. Quit crowding me. Don't crowd me. He will be crowding the CEO before the year is over. I have to be direct with you. The boy directed me to the station. You have to dig a deep hole to plant the tree. Dig it? Do you dig it? The bottom comes out of the box. I put the test results on the notice board. Where will we be boarding? No special reason. If you can change your lifestyle for a reason it isn't difficult. Come let us reason together. Dogs have a good sense of smell. Sense comes with age. The leader expressed the sense of the house on formal occasions. There are wheels within wheels. This city has broad streets. A neat house has an uninteresting person in it. I baked simple pound cake and sprinkled a little bit of brandy on top. That's neat. How bad was the damage? What's the damage? Be aware that dust and dirt may damage the ink system. How much do you weigh? We have to weigh the consequences of eating red meat. It causes a variety of heart problems. There's almost no doubt that. I don't doubt it. Your attention please. She screamed when the monster appeared on the screen. Ambulance sirens scream. The movie was brilliant. Those types of shoes are in fashion now. Macintosh uses a PowerPC processor and an operating system fashioned by Apple Computer. The right hand is controlled by the left side of the brain. I haven't got as much brains as you. He explained to the children the spirit of the Bible. An advertisement appearing in the X-Journal intrigued me. You should behave more seriously. Why don't you behave? You can know a man by the companions he keeps. The prices at that store are very reasonable. It was no comfort that other people lost money too. Comforted and relaxed, the baby fell right asleep. I can hardly see it. Have a pleasant Christmas holidays. I said something silly and everyone laughed. I really only have one request. Your participation is requested. May God defend me from my friends. I can defend myself from my enemies. The customer is always right. Experience must be bought. I gave her a gift on her birthday. She looks young but actually she is over 50. I am deeply grateful. Who was responsible for the accident? There's a female pitcher on the baseball team. There were 40 passengers on the bus. The height of the table is 90 centimeters. They are citizens of Italy. The Earth is the third planet from the Sun. Helen is polite and friendly to everyone. We should try to save electricity. He does excellent work. I'll probably go out for dinner this evening. She has the ability to do that job. She spent 10 years in prison. He has collected insects for 20 years. The policeman mounted his horse and went into the park. For maximum safety, mount tree and water holding stand. The anti-government guerrilla forces mounted a massive terrorist attack against their enemies. The new toothbrush was too stiff. I feel stiff in my shoulders. $5,000 an hour is pretty stiff. The competition is stiff. Its board has approved a 2-for-1 split on its common stock. My head split. Let's split the bill. Almost $1 million I suppose. Suppose for instance there is. The picture shows the child's fancy. Fancy meeting you here. Fancy running into you. Would you fancy a cup of tea after dinner? I lost a bet 9 years ago. He liked to bet on horse races. I bet the economy gets better this year. A great book is a great evil. Hitler was a very evil man. That's a wrap. Please wrap those sandwiches up in plastic. He was sorting through this valuable porcelain on a research grant. The king granted him his wish. Granted, he is slovenly in his thinking, but this time he seemed to be serious. My mother is preparing a special diet for the baby. That minister always votes to increase taxes. He had a long career in the computer industry. Cut the temper. That exam was so tough that half the people failed it. The man begged for money from neighbors. I beg you to join us. It may sound like I am boasting, but he boasted that he was the best tennis player at the club. I communicate with my mother by letter once a month. A hallway communicates with the cathedral. The moral of the story is that dishonesty does not pay. It's sometimes difficult to make a moral decision. The lawyer asked his client to tell him the truth. I showed you an ugly side of me. I was alarmed at the sound coming from the car. The president came up with a bold plan. For the most part she was extremely composed. Will you please select your choice of payment? Cats are much more independent than dogs. Unused treasure is a waste of treasure. How can you think of her future if you can't even treasure her right now? They hope to gain a consensus to strengthen United Nations institutions to protect human rights. The institution of marriage differs from country to country. That company transports office furniture. We find the defendant guilty. A guilty conscience needs no accuser. There will be a slight delay of 5 minutes before we can leave. She greeted her guests at the door and took their coats. The bomb has been greeted by angry questions. Never make threats you cannot carry out. You offended me. Although he's not that handsome, he has a wonderful personality. He has a collection of her books. I read an interesting item in the newspaper this morning. You have to go, otherwise my father will get angry. The doctor came to his aid. It is a pity that she should have to put up with such brutalizing conditions. I hurt one of my leg muscles playing basketball. The police asked him to make a statement about what happened. When asked about her profession, she said she was a doctor. I joined an organization that tries to help poor people. We are planning to introduce this product to the global market. I have 2 sisters besides her. I hate swimming and besides it's too cold. She was so unhappy that she gave a big sigh. His daily wage is 9,000 yen. Have you seen any good movies lately? The whole area is threatened by the storm. I'd like to go into the commercial sector instead of government. All he could see was her naked arms sticking out of the sheet. The heart is one of the most important organ in the human body. Blue jeans are not suitable for a formal party. The musician needed to improve his technique. The wedding ceremony took place in a big church. The announcer gave an analysis of the situation. I'm very eager to meet your friends. Wheat is used to make bread and other foods. A humble leader will attract allies. Be it ever so humble, there's no place like home. The Middle East peace talks have been extended by we. May I extend my condolence on the recent death of your father. Any assistance and cooperation you may kindly extend to Brett will be appreciated. Don't be such a drag. Quit dragging your mother with you to all the parties. You are not mature enough to have a relationship with him. Plants mature fast in the tropic. This was his forecast of a year ago. Weather changes, forecasts change. Who are you forecasting as the winner? It's kind of a parallel. Kept the foot parallel to the floor. The lives of the Baker twins parallel each other. I love this road which runs parallel to the sea. Some people criticize his new love romance book. He didn't confess his crime even after he was found guilty. I confess that I love him. He hastily seized the phone. The police seized a group of thieves. We are afraid that as the brain may fall, the pilot solved the critical problem of where to land. It was not possible to make a reactor go critical. My mind wandered. Hans wandered the countryside in search of his wife. Solid liquids and gases are the three forms of matter. He had no prospects of getting any money. They will descend into hell after they die. You should assert yourself by sticking up for yourself. The Diet has been pressing the Premier to assert Japan's rights to the 4 islands. I didn't think I'd have this kind of outcome. Honesty is quite alien to his nature. The alien movies are very popular this summer season. His next venture will be to start a car dealership. Never venture all in one bottom. My boyfriend betrayed me and abandoned to the party instead. Not every simple problem has a simple solution. We have to find a solution to this problem. My wound did not heal, so I visited the hospital again. Don't be so discouraged. I highly discourage you against quitting your job. It's illegal to drink and drive. She gained 20 kilograms and had to alter her dress. I see the logic in all that. The gang of boys scattered when they saw a policeman coming. They began a new enterprise after they were fired from their jobs. The lawsuit proceeds. I resemble my husband in that I am short. Our scheme to get rich quickly failed when the police found out. I don't know the source of your information, but it's wrong. I envy you. He can perceive my true feeling. In one instance he laughs and then in the next he cries. The protesters resisted the police and were put in jail. The woman begged the soldiers to have mercy on her husband. We were not enthusiastic about the new governor and his policies. The president was giving a speech. Meanwhile, his wife was visiting a school. The council voted to pass the bill. My division is international commerce. These are beef cattle. The wildlife in this state is protected by many laws. Make sure a photo is attached to your resume. Let's take a break now and resume in 15 minutes. We will resume the conference at 11 o'clock after a 15-minute break. They resumed their relationship after 10 years separation. His opinion is moderate but his boss's is extreme. When the installs are done, restart your computer. It won't install on Windows 10. The new equipment was installed in our factory. The communications software can be installed without modem. She teased her younger brother all the time. You had better consult with him because he's an expert on that subject. A separate pamphlet about this product has been prepared. For more details please consult it. If you wish good advice, consult an old man. To qualify you must meet the following criteria. What qualifies you to say so? Qualify your prospect. I shall never resign. Okay, I resign. He resigned himself to his fate. The union and management negotiated for 7 hours straight. A man driving a small-size passenger car failed to negotiate a right-hand turn. The U.S. team dominated. He dominated the chess match right from the beginning. Hurricanes dominated the news this week. Her beauty is eternal, her husband said. Jerry assembled a good crew to do that important job. Z and Y shall assign by name their respective contact persons for this development project. Silence means consent. Father consented to our marriage. He that stumbles twice over one stone deserves to break his shin. I stumbled across a long-lost cousin. He undertook a job which was not suitable for him. They need to undertake original research. Seller shall undertake to repair or replace the products immediately. Mother is stern while father is very kind. The theme of the drama was too depressing for us. The federal government announced a new welfare plan. Let's go to that grocery store because they have the freshest food. I buy most of my groceries at a nearby supermarket. Evaluate yourself by your own standards. The Japanese economy underwent a big change. His messages were conveyed by email to all employees. I've received your card conveying season's greetings. They cultivated the wildland and planted many vegetables. His area of knowledge is confined to 18th century French poetry. During World War II, Switzerland remained neutral. The labor dispute dragged on for months. Most immigrants strive to succeed in their new country. It is ill striving against the stream. Who are you going to elude from the invitation list? Knowledge of the recent renovation of the shop is widespread. Sean disguised himself by wearing glasses. Many lives were lost in the tragedy of the fire. Slavery was abolished in the U.S. in the 19th century. How much approximately did you receive? The top executives of that company were fired after the scandal. We returned the sofa because it had a defect. Garbage has to be thrown into the can. Some believe that human civilization started in the Middle East. She exceeded her best time by more than 5 seconds. Pick a random number. My brother majored in psychology at college. The Supreme Court has the final decision. Nations need abundant natural resources, and I think those flows are diminishing now. Congratulate him for me. The boat developed a leak just offshore. A nameplate is a part of the sumo ritual. The Buddhist sect is notorious for its complicated ritual procedures. Successful people are not defeated by small obstacle. They succeeded in putting a satellite into orbit around the Earth. The vacant lot was soon filled with garbage. The books here are classified by author and category. The manuscript was ready for the editor. When they start loosening up on enforcing the law, more people start speeding. It is impossible to enforce every rule in society. Poor communication precedes marital trouble. She had a legitimate right to the money. Pachinko is a kind of vertical pinball. There are both verbal and non-verbal forms of communication. The store put their surplus goods on sale. She spoke a rare dialect of Hebrew. She had linguistic ability. The story setting is ambiguous. Japan and Australia are in opposite hemispheres. She is manipulated like marionette. He was lucky to be immune to the horrible disease. The extinction of wildlife continues more rapidly each year. I gave him a shake to make him stand upright. I feel a shake in my steering wheel at about 60 miles per hour. It was while I was on the trip that the big shake occurred. Can you see a small shake between the annual ring? His use of shake vibrato and tremolos reminds me Elvis Presley. I quickly tried to shake and decoll. A wet shake roof is likely to be very slippery. Sometimes stress causes the shakes. I am afraid I won't get a fair shake at the negotiation table. My house shook badly during the earthquake. I can't shake the bad feeling. I was just leaving. Mr. Wallace leaves the office at 5 o'clock every day. He left the job. I'll leave you here. There are only 2 days left in this year. Leave me alone. His wife left him. I'll leave it to your imagination. You must not fire at anyone without leave to do so. I asked my boss to give me leave to attend the funeral. Fine feathers don't always make fine words. I'm fine if you feel that is fair. It's fine today. The line between genius and madness is very fine. Fines are $5 per day per item up to $13 per fine. How would you like to pay? Honesty does not pay. There'll be hell to pay. We have to pay $5,000 or we can't go in. A minute's success pays the failure of years. The sun rises to its highest point in the sky at noon. Mount Fuji rising above the clouds. The flat would let easily. Let me see that. I've let my flat to a young couple. Let x equals 5, y equals 7. This is the last time I will ever do that. Last come last served. No one's luck lasts forever. An ink cartridge lasts about 20 printing hours. Case closed. The case will definitely be dropped. That's always the case with her. Her pencil case was in her desk. I will draw a picture of my baby brother. The strong wind blew away the doghouse. Don't put your tongue out. These shoes with the padded tongue are comfortable. That's for us to decide. I decided that it'll be fun to take Japanese. Please decide which one you want. I haven't received any letters from him since last year. Did you receive my email? How often do you get this chance? I have a good chance to pass the examination. Contestants must be at least 60 to enter. Please enter the room. Enter the host name or TCP/IP address of the host. Anybody can make a mistake. I'm a regular at the restaurant. I was a regular customer of the restaurant. He has white regular teeth. Marriage licenses must be handwritten on regular paper. Cleanliness, exercise and regular habit are the best promoters of good health. Please visit this page at regular intervals as we are always posting the latest news. The woman bled outside of the regular menstruations. I was looking for a regular job in the newspaper every day. A regular musician spends a lot of money on his or her hi-fi speakers. I started my movie career performing as a regular villain. He is a regular guy who likes people whether they are prominent or paupers. A regular flower is radially symmetric. No regular army uses suicide bombers. I would be more than happy to be of service to you. Which branch of the service was your father in? His final score was amazing. You know the score. Anybody's guess is nobody's guess. You could guess as well as I could. I would never have guessed that. That isn't something I would have ever guessed. I guess I can do that. With low water I can see the lay of the bottom. Make 2 turns against the lay of the rope. All pullets coming into lay will start by laying ball egg. She laid her head on my shoulder. We have water pipe laid on. Jack walked along the edge of a cliff. There is still an edge to the air. The new technology gave the camera manufacturer a significant edge over its rival. The US dollar edge is higher. Few figures are as hated as Bob. I hate coming to you with news like that. People often bow when they meet each other. You have to fill out this form. Form a line here. It takes all sorts to make a world. The old comedian's humor never failed. My eyesight has been failing recently. Tom failed his math test. X is under Y's control. It's impossible to control everything in life. He controls her completely. When I entered the room I felt cold sweat on my back. Don't sweat it. I whirled the sky. What is our position on the map? I think Dad might rather you be with us. I would rather have a dog than a cat. I'd rather not say. Can you, Elaine? Could you explain that again? His grandparents live on the opposite side of the street. I have the opposite problem. Manual labor was common in the early part of the 20th century. I think I'm in labor. The carpenter used several electric tools. Which direction is the wind blowing from? There are 4 parts to this section with special directions for each part. It's exciting to travel to distant places. Don't be so distant. The threat of earthquake in northern Italy seemed distant. All people are equal. I educated my own self. The test was more difficult than I'd imagined. I can hardly imagine. Did I imagine it? I felt like someone was in my room. They sat in the shade of the tree. There's a strain behind her house. The new secretary can type 80 words a minute. He had a private room in the hospital. Believe it or not, I'm very private. She nodded to me from across the room. Homer sometimes nods. He's a very interesting fellow. That's a thought. Give it some thought and then decide. This shirt is made of pure cotton. We had terrible weather during our trip. Can I borrow your pen? He studied in England during his youth. TV and popular music are part of our culture. I can't remember his name at the moment. Accidents do happen. Accidents will happen. Her husband is a very gentle person. Her gentle voice soothed the nervous animal. One of my favorite things to do is solving puzzle. The police caught the car thief. I spent a lazy day in the park. He is deaf in one ear. She walked into the crowd and disappeared. Modern houses have good designs but aren't built very well. Once a priest, always a priest. I heard a rumor that our class will have a newcomer. I was surprised by how intelligent the boy is. The professor is attending a meeting. He's a very smart student. Does the smart? Those who play at bowls must look for rubs. Do not rub your eyes. My teeth chattered as I rubbed my hands near the fire. The biggest challenge we face is fundraising. Please challenge anything in my research paper. 2 armed groups of people have been challenged at Dulles International Airport. There is a staff of 20 working in this department. Don't be shy. Go talk to her. A bomb went off in a crowded part of Belfast. That movie was a bomb. My first try bomb, but things are better now. Just twist the top of the bag and put it back in the refrigerator. The doctor pays attention not to cut several nerves. Of all the nerve, it's a relief that it's all over. He was such a good runner that he finished the 10,000-meter race with ease. You should have eased the zip. I am sorry for your loss. I swear that I'm telling the truth. Are there any other comment? Security is the greatest enemy. Security is poor in that area. I was very impressed by your piano playing. He is very good at entertaining people at a party. Please do not worry. I didn't come here to be entertained. I would like to know what options are available to me. I rarely dream. Some say that humans have souls but animals don't. There isn't a soul in sight. Don't yell anymore because they're too far away to hear you. Men are all alike. All great minds think alike. Ellie was elected class president. He likes variety in his food so he eats out almost every night. I don't think there was any justice in the trial case. The country is facing a political crisis. That did frighten me. Somehow I sensed you might say that. I must find a way to lose weight somehow. She has a real talent for writing. I don't think his plan has any merit at all. Descartes said I think therefore I am. I decided to study geography at university. There's bad weather throughout the whole country. She bought a fur coat but now she never wears it. She's so selfish that she never shares anything. The recent trend of violence in schools is a serious matter. Moreover, these things will help you, not just me. She was indeed as beautiful as everyone said she was. I take the train as a means of transportation. The parental bond cannot be broken even if one tries. My word is my bond. He was released from the police on a $5 bond. Mind if I have a bite? Can I have a bite? Sure, help yourself. A barking dog seldom bites. My neighbor's dog barks a lot and may bite me someday. His radical ideas got him into much trouble. Jill spilled her red wine on the hostess's white carpet. I took a sheet of paper and formed it into a spell. Finish complicated task first. At your place I feel as comfortable and secure as if I were back in my hometown. Please secure me a room at the Hotel New Otani. Make sure that the substrate has been correctly secured to the drum. Delims Nasdaq Leaps. After 50 years my memories of my former students are faint. The new sales campaign begins next week. The real campaign has always been the race between A and B. The stone wall decayed quickly and had to be replaced. Sugar decays your teeth. The Trump administration is very different from ex-President Obama. The college administration refused to let the students have the party. The difference in the rates amazed us. It amazed even me. He will definitely enter college this year after a 2-year delay. Nancy was in a rage after someone damaged her car. He occasionally goes on trips. Cheats never prosper. I cheated my friend out of his money. This section describes the procedures for installing of the equipment. I organize my books when I'm down. Poverty dealt the wit. Many people starve because the road was blocked by the rock. Air is the medium through which sound is carried. Boil it at medium heat. Prosperity may ends. Adversity tries them. Some countries still monitor their citizens. Dwayne's overall rating for his job performance was average. I like music in every category. For the holidays they are going to Alberta province in Canada. That is outside my province. She resorts to threats when she wants something. The country's constitution needs to be changed. All my family unite with me in sending you 1,000 good wishes. Airplanes have united the world. My son lacks ambition and just plays computer games all day. Nature is the best physician. Legislation against smoking is increasing in many states. He tends to buy on impulse, so he has a lot of unnecessary things. They went to a tropical island for their vacation. The dog has an extraordinary sense of smell. Please repeat your conclusion one more time. His money enabled him to travel as much as he wanted. I have an urgent message to the president. His intense stare scared the gulls away. Space is the new frontier for the human race. His main mode of transportation was his feet. Andrea was the editor of her high school paper. We always decorate a tree at Christmas. The fate of that ship was in the hands of the captain. Molly's enthusiasm for baseball led her to form a team. There was an explosion in the school lab last week. I enclosed some photos with this letter. The people built a monument for the great leader. His estate extended from one end of town to the other. The mayor was elected 3 times in a row. Our prime goal is to open up the foreign sales channel. Polls are frequently used by modern politicians. The Labour Party polled 55.0% of the vote. I have never polled a vote since I was 30. I polled the neighbors and found that no one had any objection. The president suspended the company's flag from the ceiling. Darkness suspended the match. A vivid light suddenly came shining from the mouth of the tunnel. You don't need to go to Hawaii to get this vivid shirt. She has won many readers with her vivid imagination. If the dog hadn't alerted my wife, I might have died just lying there. Shrinks have no sense of humor. Don't wash it in hot water or it'll shrink. Condemn the offender but pity the offender. The exercise stimulates one's muscle. These discussions have stimulated some planning exercises. You must confront your problems or you will never be happy. The investigator confronted the defendant with the evidence. The soldiers ordered the young man to halt. At the meeting the government agreed to halt preparatory work on the 2 runways. We could not drain the water in the bathtub and it flooded. The objective of the mission is to capture the enemy headquarters. The land was fertile long ago but now it is a desert. The earth is round but it's not a perfect sphere. Matter is composed of atoms and simpler elements. To punish him his mother deprived him of candy. Plants deprived of sun and water will die. All of Asia is currently in an economic recession. He published numerous novels. Northern countries have a high rate of suicide. Please pass me the box of tissues. That stubborn old man would never listen to his younger higher-up. Desperate disease must have desperate remedies. The war sent the refugees hurrying across the border. We startled the judges by how well we sang. She always frowns at the office. She sued the doctor for incorrect treatment. The couple in love gazed into each other's eyes. She was a prominent person in town until she robbed the bank. This magnificent scene is one of many from the Grand Canyon. George secretly despises his boss. We need a consensus to approve this project. Biology is a required course in the science department. Greek myths are important in understanding English literature. Nothing is sacred in this country anymore. This car that can accommodate 8 people is made in Japan. We can accommodate each other's differences. That supplier will always accommodate you in a pinch. Be careful not to behave in a way that will provoke antipathy from others. Give yourself an hour to cool off before responding to someone who has provoked you. Provoking the robbers will put the lives of the hostages in danger. Her mother skillfully extracted the splinter from her finger. We extract juice from oranges every morning. He and his cohort executed their long-planned attack. Agreement executed between X and Y on this day. The murderer was executed at exactly 12 noon. The government tried to suppress the journalist's reporting. He couldn't suppress the scandal. I suppressed my curiosity. His theory is elaborate and difficult to understand. Would you elaborate it a little more, please? I'm 6 months pregnant. The lawyers showed the sequence of events leading up the accident. She suffered from fatigue most of the time. Her problem was trivial compared to the company's bankruptcy. The potential impact of this deal on the computing industry is tremendous. Mother Teresa dedicated her life to helping the poor. You should drink plenty of fluids when you have a cold. Our domestic market conditions are now too fluid to foresee the future direction of our economy. This fragment of dish is over 500 years old. Cubism stresses abstract structure by fragmenting the form of those objects to be depicted. The company's revenue increased by 20% last year. If symptoms persist for more than 7 days of use of this product, the figure in line 3 corresponds with the other data. Nerves correspond precisely to every muscle and organ in our body. The law states discrimination because of race or religion is illegal. It is difficult for a company to enjoy a monopoly for a long time. My grandfather receives a pension from his company and the government. He had 4 offspring, 2 girls and 2 boys. The new law was very controversial. She received a certificate of completion when she finished the course. Through hardship to the stars, the government's deficit was well above that of the other countries. The new plastics are strong and rigid. Gravity acts on all things on this earth. Technological innovation has drastically changed our way of life. The 2 brothers were reconciled after 1,000 years of feuding. The 2 companies decided to reconcile their differences. Eating undercooked meat can be a hazard to one's health. Discard things you don't need. Market statistics reinforce these opinions. You're contradicting yourself. Why do you always contradict what I say? If you want to succeed, you have to exert yourself at work. Prior to being a lawyer, John was a school teacher. There was spontaneous laughter when the clown fell down. He made a crude comment that others did not like. Money will not compensate for all the time he lost. She was more interested in prestige than substance. On subsequent evaluation, the plan was rejected. Hydrogen is a naturally occurring element. A bully is always a coward. 20% of the junior high school children said they have bullied. A gangster bullied the old man. He pulled the trigger and the gun went off. Small event can trigger big explosion. The children's rights advocate says the labor pact will not stop illegal child labor. The civil rights leader advocated that the prisoner be released. The most vulnerable people in this sluggish economy are low-income single mothers. We must prevent a flu epidemic this year. Dinosaurs became extinct due to a meteor impact. She transplanted the shrub from one pot to another. Every year Canadian geese migrate south. Gender should not be an issue when hiring new employees. Due to toxic waste from the factory, everyone got ill. The farmer planted trees to protect his land from erosion. She was wearing a long dress. This handcuff has a 80 centimeters long chain. I had a really long fly ball to the outfield. Such games will take long time to finish. I will stay long on coal as new coal power plants are being proposed here. The odds on me winning the race are pretty long. I want that long wallet, not the square one. What a long list of wishes you have. Take a long look at yourself and ask yourself what you should do. Have you lived here long? Almost 6 years. Don't be long. I see missionaries carry on their activities freely here. Actually, freedom of religion is one of our basic rights. He held the pen in his right hand. We will see who is right in a month. It's his fault, it's his fault, it's all his fault. Right, Meg? I'll be right back. I'll be back soon. What's your stand? Stand up, please. The tower stands 100 meters high. The order still stands. I can't stand formalities. I stood him a coffee. We usually build a house on flat land. Her voice was unusually flat. A miss is as good as a mile. I know I'll miss him forever. The bullet just missed my head. Don't miss this bargain. I haven't missed a class this year. Take your pick. We picked flowers in the field for our mother. Toyota picks Kentucky a site for plant in US. Digging begins with 8s and picks. I don't believe we've met before. I was happy I met you. Meg, meet Bob. Hi Bob. Hi. Can you manage to meet the deadline? Don't pay any mind to that. I don't mind. Do you mind my asking the reason for that? Mind your language. Cover your head or you will get all wet. The insurance covers everything. I've been covering stories as a writer for 10 years. The survey covered students from the 4th grade up. Can you give me 5 minutes? Wait a minute while I put on my clothes. The minute I left home, the phone rang. A minute amount of radioactive substance escaped the building. Indicate the reason for your return. Many happy returns of the day. Returns are not acted. I want to return this book. Don't act so hastily. She acts as lawyer. Can you give me change for $1? You haven't changed. We had gym today, so I started to change. He changes his shirt every day. Don't change horses in midstream. The road was too narrow for a car to go down. The range of questions on this test is narrow. It had a narrow end. The current account deficit is narrowing rapidly. Japan narrowed the tax rate gap to its current 3-to-1 ratio from 5-to-1. He wrote a note to me. Note that this is not concurrent licensing. Worry is often the cause of illness. Don't worry about small things. I worried something might have happened to you. Honest men marry soon, wise men not at all. How can you even think of divorcing him after you lied so you could marry him? Can anyone give me an invite? I'd like to invite you to dinner. We invite you to take advantage of ABC service. There are many plants in our garden. Be sure to write a letter to your parents. This word consists of 5 letters. I lettered in basketball in 2004. The title is lettered in gold on the spine. A man is known by the company he keeps. Tom works at a big company. It might take a while. The work must be done while the door of the clean room is opened. Good fences make good neighbors. My nearest neighbors are cows. I don't have any memory of it. My father's memory seems fine. This is mine, not my sister's. You've been discovered? Wow. I wish I discovered swimming when I was younger. Fact is stranger than fiction. I want you to be more on it. Miss Myers is my teacher in school. The party guests arrived at 7 o'clock. Check here to receive a copy of our catalog. Have a doctor check your breasts once a year. Fair later, occasionally cloudy. All's fair in love and war. Fair without all's within. Fair words and fine manners go not with virtue. Free ball no strikes. A natural disaster strikes when people lose their memory of the previous one. He was striking the car with a baseball bat. Wood burns easily. My skin burns easily. The toast burned. My face burned with shame. Burn not your house to fight the mouse away. He burned his hand when he was cooking. Users can burn music onto a CD or disc. By pressing the print button, an image will be printed. That company needs to improve its image. I've built up some images of the scenes of my future life. In the corner stands an image of St. Peter. She is an image of her late mother. The actress is an image of an innocent white American. The beautiful images of their poems soothe me much. God created man in his own image. That's quite right. I can't quite agree with it. It's quite cold this morning, isn't it? Every herring should hang by its own head. Bob hangs with Laura all the time. The window is hung with lace curtains. Name not a rope in his house that hanged himself. Repeat after me. History repeats itself. Would you repeat what you said? Don't repeat what I told you. Show me the proof. The police have proof that he did it. A lie may sometimes be excused. A traveler may lie with authority. A cat jumped into the chair and lay motionless for 10 minutes. He often came to this spot. I'll be wearing a red coat so you can spot me. There was a tip that the suspect would show up at the hotel. She broke the tip of her pencil. Everything has its limit. Pencil size is limited by system configurations. I lost my balance and fell off the bicycle. Don't you balance? I do, but it can't be helped. Everything is possible. How was your flight? I saw a flight of geese. His office is 1 flight up. After a storm a calm. It stormed yesterday. What do you mean storming in here? The moon is about 1-81st the mass of the earth. A massive bird of the park. This makes me so nervous. Don't be so nervous. I have lost weight. Today I feel like I had a weight lifted off my chest. The patient requires immediate treatment. Could I ask you to lend me some money? The policeman assisted the old man. This world is but a place of passage. Advise none to marry or go to war. Please be advised that the telecon has been moved to 8:30 instead of 8 a.m. Exact fare. Please have exact fare. The final decision is Bob's. The bright lights surprised us. Where can I get some information about museum? Don't forget to put a stamp on the envelope. Bob knows exactly what he is doing. Nobody can do this job except you. Dinner was great except for the dessert. They walked a distance of 15 kilometers. Don't distance yourself. They live in one of the nicest areas of the city. What is the area of the triangle in the above? I got this leather coat on sale. Many parents spend a lot of money on their children's educations. Changing places was quite an education for me. I want to see her and cheer her up. The clerk asked me to wait a moment. He clerked during the days and studied at night. The customs officer opened my luggage and looked inside. She gave birth to a beautiful baby girl. Unhuman. Love is one of many human feelings. I had plenty to eat. That movie is too violent for me. Freedom of speech is a basic right. Go somewhere with a friend if you feel lonely. All Japanese houses have wooden ceiling. His salary was raised last year. The Navy has ships to protect the country. This is a little sudden. I like to pay in cash. The conversation between the two actors was very realistic. We use the color red as a symbol for danger. He lived apart from his wife for several years. The lawyer advised me on the matter. The scale is so large as not to be seen even in other parts of Japan. She stepped onto the scale so the doctor could weigh her. He is the biggest bore I've ever met. Don't bore people with your problem. The EU could tap the candidate countries that would be invited to join the EU. Tapping the mass consumer market is necessary to be competitive. She was tapped to work until midnight. In union there is strength. Some say that marriage should be the union of two souls. Fewer and fewer people are joining a union. The people were crushed in the subway at rush hour. God is the absolute being. His new job demands absolute commitment. That company suck. Don't try to teach your grandmother how to suck egg. Let's go get some rain. The darkest hour is always just before the dawn. The world is at the dawn of a new golden age of. I thought about it last night and it dawned on me. She looked pale after her stay in the hospital. It is a pale yellow solution. Her beauty pales compared to yours. At some unforgettable meal the food pales compared with the drama. Store is no sore. My muscles are sore. By age 85 the risk of developing Alzheimer's disease is nearly 50%. Other risks of the operation include infection, bleeding and adverse reactions to the anesthesia. No shame to it. It's a shame that you had to cancel your trip because of your illness. The universe is so big that we can never hope to understand it completely. A universe of possibilities is opening up for me. The rich businessman founded a hospital for sick children, made wanted good salary and found the deepest impact is expected to be in the construction, manufacturing and retail. It takes two to make a quarrel. My brother and sister are always quarreling over which TV show to watch. A bad workman quarrels with his tools. There's been growing personal contacts between Taiwan and China. You can contact me at this number. His academic career was brilliant. It's more than just a trend. Narrow ties are the latest fashion trend for men. Prices in the market are trending south. All that was left of the building after the fire was its foundation. 1 year's seed made 7 years weed. Some say the media is to blame for all the school violence. I feel ashamed. I'm ashamed to show my face to him. Please wear casual clothes to the party. The cost of this item is $12.95 per unit. I'm sorry I have another appointment. That lecture was so boring I almost fell asleep. She starts lecturing me as soon as she sees me. He came somewhat late. The movie director wanted the mountains in the background. You are the leader and you must make the decision. The government wants to increase taxes. Carbon is one of the fundamental elements of the world. The Tale of Genji is one of Japan's most famous books. My favorite leisure activity is playing golf. The majority of the members decided to elect him chairman. You can find many little creatures in the forest. The magazine ran a series of articles about big cities. The ambulance rushed through the streets to the accident site. I mostly travel business class except on short flight. Please put the boxes back up on that shelf. Her face is deceiving. He deceived her into thinking he was rich. His draft is very impressive and can be sold at a high price. He was ejected from the committee drafting the meeting's final document. There's been a big shift away from breastfeeding. The city perished when the river's course shifted, cutting off the water supply. Her work output decreased as the day went on. All flights are postponed indefinitely. How frequently does the bus run? The buses leave at 15-minute interval. Extremes beget extremes. She had an expression of extreme disbelief. Risks are a constant. A constant guest is never welcome. My son is no genius but he got into Harvard. His painting is outstanding among other classmates' paintings. A woman is a weaker vessel. How many people can the passenger vessel accommodate? The flowers usually start to bloom in late March. When I was a child I was passive. That's quite apparent, isn't it? He frequently expressed his awe to the power and apparent happiness of his king. The boundary of his land was marked by a fence. Olympic athletes define the boundaries of human physical ability. In what proportion shall I mix them? The construction of the new hall was stopped after the president died. Charity covers a multitude of sin. The Congress for Atomic Scientists was held in our country. Harry always flees when the tax collector visits. The girl fled the man who had tried to kidnap her. He has a large circle of acquaintances. The rear of the bus is emptier. Congratulations on the 100th anniversary of XYZ Company. Apparently this is not the case. After the long revolution the country became a republic. Everyone has his own burden of sorrow. Give me a precise answer so I will know exactly what you mean. Some elderly people also want to wear fashionable clothes. There was a lot of tension between Betsy and her husband. He wove a basket out of pieces of bamboo. The computer virus invaded computer systems as an electronic letter. The English Parliament buildings are right beside the Thames River. Unfortunately the position you applied for has already been filled. The account of his death differed dramatically. Her health has priority. Language is really an important component of culture. Her occupation does not allow her much time for leisure. I don't mean it as a criticism. The balance leaves a shortage of $1 billion. Triumphing battle was not always a happy occasion. He went to the war not hoping for glory but just hoping to stay alive. The scholar may be better than the master. I'm not amused by his old jokes. The departure time of that flight is 9:30 a.m. India was once part of the British Empire. She sewed a new button onto his shirt. Nancy confessed her sins to the priest. Her latest work is remarkable and will win her an award. The advertisement in the paper was for a big sale next month. The Louvre in Paris is full of splendid paintings. She has a distinct style which is why she's our favorite singer. Look up a word in the dictionary and find its definition. Wisdom is knowledge plus experience. I have a notion that the boss is stealing money. This machinery can fill 1,000 cans an hour. He has relatively little experience in this type of work. Much blood was shed for the revolution. Some Daewoo aimed to help the users shed pounds of weight overnight. How did you get that bump on your head? His car bumped into the wall. A taxicab bumped Bob's bicycle and sent him tumbling onto the pavement. He failed to obtain enough votes to force out the conservatives in parliament. People get more conservative when they get older. Very conservative estimates are 3 million. That's what we call a tactical retreat. The troops started to retreat from the enemy country. Go fetch me my newspaper over. You won't find his peer. I often go to the restaurant with my company pairs. Connection reset by peer. The memory for storing this data has been exhausted. I am exhausted from cooking and cleaning all day. Wolves have an acute sense of smell. I felt acute pain in my stomach. My knee surgery is scheduled for next week. We are in need of big efforts to implement this agreement. It is incredible that my daughter should want to be a doctor. He plunged into the pool with his clothes on. The US dollar plunged against the yen. She's an utter stranger to me. Never utter those words again. I'm not a rational person but more intuitive. Stand erect or else the general will get angry. Even if you plead for your life the queen will not listen. He pleaded not guilty. I have no ulterior motive. Steer the car out of this parking space for me. She was very earnest about her work. I was disgusted by that violent movie. The dollar is probably the strongest currency in the world. The quality of his present work is inferior to his previous work. A barrier was built to keep out protesters. Good books are scarce these days. She is the young woman who tempted him. New York's architecture is one of its greatest attractions. The transition from communist society to capitalism is not easy. Dinosaurs were the largest land creatures ever to live on Earth. My ultimate goal is to retire by the age of 45. Jack and Jill carved their names in the tree. Particles of dirt got in my eyes and made them red. Let's inspect the machine before another experiment. The volcano in the center of the island is now a ski resort. The inhabitants of that island never come to the city. His destiny was to lead his country into battle. I'm optimistic about my future plans. The medieval era was one of war and disease. He hit the target precisely in the center. I just want to soak in an hot bath. The cab driver soaked me $50 for the ride. The day before the test was torture. Don't torture yourself. Military service used to be voluntary. Mathematics is not just a memorization of formulas. The natural and non-greasy formula of this lotion absorb quickly. We used to be very intimate. The premise for the accusation was unbelievable. Nothing can compel me to do such a thing. Moderate exercise will help your blood circulation. He decided to tackle the problem immediately. The minister is trying to make contact with his counterpart in the other country. She is giving the public a glimpse of the royal family's newest member. Don't irritate me. He is a man who shows lots of individual initiative. The new ride at Disneyland overwhelmed the visitors. Please insert $1.50. You can talk for 3 minutes. Turkey is a key U.S. ally. I can't believe that you would ally yourself with someone like him. The dimensions of the house were well planned. The book was a study supplement for the university course. The strong prey upon the weak. It will take some time to assess the total scale of the damage. You will be assessed an annual fee of $30. She trembled with fear when she heard the door open. He resented the fact that she got more money than he did. The telephone is a reliable means of communication. I'm uneasy about giving a speech in front of all those people. Because he was angry, he deliberately tripped his opponent. After the accident he underwent therapy to walk again. When the typhoon hit the town, it was a natural catastrophe. Little problems to other people can be a catastrophe to me. The decision to betray his wife leads to the catastrophe at the end of the drama. They delivered the timber to the factory on time. He paid a toll to use the highway. He's still clinging to her memory. Sometimes people stick to a fixed idea and cling to it. Do you take Joseph to be your husband, to love and cherish him, to respect and honor him? A car accidentally hit a pedestrian walking across the street. She had to contend with her next opponent. The pharmaceutical industry contends that lowering prices would impede research and development. Some foreigners are clumsy with chopsticks. The letters are distorted. In court the lawyer distorted the truth. Cleaning is never a chore for her. This system has the ability to accomplish virtually any task. The full moon coincided with the first day of the month. Interaction is important between groups of people. A flashlight is indispensable for walking through a forest at night. The wolves learn to thrive in their new environment. It is inherent that princes and princesses like expensive hobbies. What is the criterion for deciding who to hire? The university opened a new ecology department. Emission of poisonous gas caused the people to flee. The strike disrupted the city's economy. Telephone service was disrupted for hours. Radiation can be detected with a Geiger counter. His best trait is a sense of humor. The questionnaire consisted of 30 questions. Tim was notorious for taking his clothes off at parties. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. They worked hard until midnight. Where do you work? Does this work for you? They worked the slaves to death. Garlic works wonders. Their closing song worked the crowd into a frenzy. You could work them around to giving up the plan. The promise still held. Can you hold the line? He held a knife to my throat. Didn't you get a little excited when he held you? The US application will be held to be abandoned. I can't hold it much longer. This bottle hold 1 liter water. The coast is clear. The water in the river is clear and cold. Is that clear? The green is clear. My best chance of clearing myself is to bring in the murderers. The fiscal 2020 state budget cleared the lower house. He cleared $100 million. Everybody stand clear. How many points did you get? I can't see the point of what you say. That's the point. You're pretty close. It's going to be close. This school will close at the end of this year. Close that door after you leave. Please don't stand so close. My jacket has worn thin at the elbow. She wears a very beautiful dress. These days more and more young people wear their hair short. Constant dripping wears away the stone. I found a beautiful stone on the ground. For the next 2 weekends you are grounded. All flights were grounded because of the storm. Our family will move to Florida next year. The laboratory was moved from Osaka to Kyushu. I was moved. I moved that the meeting be adjourned. With her help I can't lose. A tale never loses in the telling. Can you lose them? We lost the game. Our lives were lost. There's no time to lose. I pulled the door open. He pulled his hamstring recently in training. I learned how to pull the bears. It is possible to make reproductions with an impressive 3D feeling abounding with realistic touches. Do not touch that machine. Even though many of my friends told me I should try marijuana, I never touched the stuff. A still tongue makes a wise head. Are you still there? This knife is very sharp. You're sharp at detecting those things. What time is it now? 9 sharp. The shop is at the far end of this market. How far is it from here to Tokyo? Estimates of flight demand were far too optimistic. She made strawberry jam. The zipper jammed. Are you sure? That's part of the reason why I don't like it. A fool and his money are soon parted. A fool and his money will soon be parted. It's your age. You're aging yourself. Would you like a surprise? Yes, those always surprise me. It's 6:05. You can join us if you want. Thank you. I'd be glad to. Let's join forces on this project. This meat has a lot of fat in it. I don't want to get fat. I don't want to look like a pig. She likes him though he isn't nice to her. Nice day. Yes, bit cold though. Thank you very much for always thinking of us. Though I'm afraid that the kids bother you too often. It is not easy for me to wake up early in the morning. I'm sorry. Did I wake you? Gina is the chief of our department. The coffee smells good. Make yourself necessary to somebody. Art is long. Life is short. He is wise for his age. Don't spend it all in one place. His new book is on sale now. The shop is having a sale on suits. It seems like only yesterday you were born. None of the money is left. He is very clever. You should eat 3 meals a day. The candy factory was popular with the children. The ball rolled down the hill. The aircraft rolled sharply to the left. This motion was difficult to control. Let's roll for it. The tears rolled from her eyes. No cross, no crown. He is a person who resembles a cross between John Wayne and Cary Grant. Cross the street and turn left. The new boss is not someone to cross. Cross the box below. Haruiatake was created by crossing some varieties of wheat. I have to pack my suitcase this evening. More than 100 reporters packed a conference room. He took my dare to jump from the tree. Dare you tell a pack of lies? I dare say, she replied. Dare I say you're so cute today, my dear. I wouldn't dare to clean it. I hurt my back when I was lifting a heavy box. Need a lift somewhere. A watched pot never boils. It boils down to the. I rushed into the kitchen and shut off the pot that had boiled dry. She boiled me some eggs. She boiled some eggs for me. What really boils me the most is her attitude. Care follows wealth. Nancy took care of her sister during her illness. I didn't know you cared. I don't care if he betrayed me. I don't care what happens to me. The dog's tail was white. This stage was his life. The farm workers staged a march on the Capitol. A single house was on the hill. I'm sorry I was so forward. Please forward my bill to my new address. I'm looking forward to seeing you. He is a perfect man. It's not perfected yet. I wish I were handsome. I wish you both every happiness. I'm sorry but I can't give you personal information. Aren't you getting personal? Use your imagination when you write stories. I guess it was just my imagination. The bank is beyond the post office. This is beyond pathetic. Why this is beyond me. What's your impression of Tokyo? She's really mad at me. It's mad hot outside. By tonight everything should be back to normal. He raised his hand to stop his while. The river flows south to the ocean. Fear of death is worse than death itself. Nothing in life is to be feared. I don't like the design. A product designed for the Japanese market will be introduced next week. Some swallows were flying in the park. Messages may be of any length. He tried to draw a curve free and there's a lot of dust behind the TV. The company president had a private plane. They didn't tell their teacher the truth. Appearance is often as important as substance. You cannot get blood out of a stone. Blood is thicker than water. The company's computer system is down now. I felt a sharp pain in my stomach. Her picture won a prize. Most of the coal mines in Japan are closed. I don't go to parties unless I'm invited. I awoke when the telephone rang. She asked me to give her some advice. Wipe your hands on the towel. The road along the coast is beautiful. Our company is always trying to develop new products. There's a shark in the road ahead. His Japanese has a Nagoya accent. His father was a soldier. My boss was in a bad mood today. The rice cake was stuck in my throat. I noticed an interesting pattern in his writings. We pattern ourselves after our parents. Anyway, I will try. Safety lies in the middle course. He worked for the good of society. I bought my ticket at a travel agency. Have you read any interesting books recently? 100 passengers and crew. They were still asleep when I called. The average depth of the lake is 8 meters. Everything in Japan is expensive. You need a lot of energy to swim 1,500 meters. This book deals with a hot topic in our society. What happens twice will happen 3 times. I will go to foreign countries 3 times next year. It's expensive to send a package abroad. He had a medical examination yesterday. He likes ice cream, especially chocolate. The owner of the house didn't want to sell it. There are many nations in the world. She spent 4 years in the army. He was a company commander in the suite through the area surrounding Almozot. I asked for a bug sweep of my apartment. I motioned with a long sweep of my hand for her to enter. I enjoyed a long sweep of sand with a great view of the sunset. With a sweep of the animator's brush, children are sent into a world they have never seen. The camp was located on a sweep of the meandering river. If each would sweep before the door, we should have a clean city. A new broom sweeping. Beautiful mountains sweep down to the sea. Would you sweep the floor for me? This knot is too loose. The monkeys are loose. The girls posed in very scant attire. He managed to get into the party by posing as a newspaper reporter. Shortages of vaccines for kids are posing health risks. Failure is the condiment that gives success its flavor. Thank you for coming to our interview today. He interviewed well but still didn't get the job. You can look at daily performance of each of your investment accounts on our website. For the performance of this agreement, buyers shall place orders in accordance with this agreement. The band's performance last night was the best I've ever heard. Most of their staff work for them on a voluntary basis. There is no basis for believing that it's true. Production is done in our factory in Nagano. This is a big production, isn't it? I enjoy watching horror movies. I read lots of horror stories about people working for that company getting fired for making trivial mistakes. The new plant is not in operation yet. That company's operations have been steadily profitable. I ended in my application for the training course. A wife is not the slave of her husband. Could you turn down the volume of the radio? The new computer network allowed everyone in the office to use email. Drink or extra. Please take an extra cookie with you. You look extra beautiful tonight. The writer gave a very funny description of his life at college. The Statue of Liberty is a symbol of liberty and freedom. The atom is one of the smallest things in the world. You haven't changed an atom. It's about time they should wake up to this reality. There were only 4 apples left altogether. That flock of geese is flying south for the winter. She knit a sweater for me for my birthday. Regulations are there to be changed. Although he was searching for gold, he found a lot of other minerals too. I heard a nice tune on the radio but I can't remember its name. What was your childhood like? The president announced a new economic plan to help poor people. She was so religious that she went to church every day. This useless car keeps breaking down. I can give you a good explanation about why I was late. If you have some flour, let's bake some bread. I have a strong belief that he will save the world. The merchant ordered product directly from the factory. All the folks in the town were very kind. I'm very sorry and I take full responsibility for the problem. I'm slightly worried because he was supposed to phone 20 minutes ago. Let's leave whenever you're ready. One of my employees has been with the company for 35 years. I have to ask my mom's permission to go to the dance on Saturday. The Kobe earthquake was one of the worst in Japan's history. She's my relation through marriage. Physics made the bombing of Hiroshima possible. I absolutely agree with you. He refused. Absolutely. I do all the cooking and cleaning and he does absolutely nothing to help. Every time as it said, he was bleeding from a cut that he got while shaving. The ink bled on the paper. The country's gross national product doubled this year. It's so gross I don't even want to write about it here. Just thinking about it makes me puke. He's our representative so you should talk to him instead. Could you please give me a strip of bacon? The threads on this screw are stripped. Even at 90 years old she has much charm. Don't scare me like that. Soon ripe, soon rotten. The plot of the story is too complicated to understand. I have a lot of anxiety about my job situation. Water is a compound substance. One needs a thorough understanding of the problem before solving it. I'm a very thorough person. His method of work is conventional but the results are unique. The company will publish the English version of this book. My version is different. Cakes are one of my little vices. The cherry blossoms are so pretty this time of year. Don't you think she has blossomed recently? The army broke the secret code of the enemy. The patient coded at 10 a.m. They reached the summit of the mountain after 2 weeks of climbing. Despair turns cowards courageous. I barely finished the test but John said it was easy. We will never surrender to the enemy. There was a 10-minute interval between the first and the second movie. She analyzed the data. The pilot asked everyone to fasten their seatbelt. Fred had no sensation in it after the operation. The men will construct a bridge across that river. The next session of this Congress will take place next June. Coals are glowing in the stove. He's a nasty man so it's not surprising he hates children and animals. He does the minimum of work each day and leaves early. She was miserable after he left her. She was scolded for talking on the phone for 2 hours. The canals of Venice are popular with tourists. The extent of damage caused by the typhoon was great. My parents were peasants in the old country. His only achievement in life was winning the hot dog eating contest. They couldn't move the immense rock. Tony was confident that he'd win the tennis match. My dream is to be a famous athlete and enter the Olympics. The fiction section at the bookstore is always crowded. He lives in the suburbs and takes a train to work every day. Cigarettes are harmful to your health. The license will terminate automatically and immediately if you violate any term of this agreement. Oh, give your daddy a hug. The boat hugged the coastline. He conceived of the plan while he was shaving. They were unable to revive the drowned man. Revive your spirit. I can't tell you how relieved I am. This tea relieves diarrhea. I'm forbidden to drink alcohol. English is the dominant language on the net. We are in a depression and cannot find jobs. Joe attained the rank of black belt in judo. The eagle soared high in the sky. College costs are soaring. She is fluent in 8 languages besides English. I want to get to the core of the problem. Please dispose of this food by putting it in a plastic bag. We have substantial experience in this area. The fireman put on his breathing apparatus because of the smoke. His rude manners are consistent with his bad attitude. Can you tolerate a newcomer? America is a nation built by immigrants. Can I get the recipe? An architect must combine artistic and mathematical skills. Lines are roaring from the cage. Why don't you come over for coffee and a chat? Speaking in public is literally torture for me. Picasso's sculptures are considered to be as good as his paintings. Teenagers tend to leave their rooms in total chaos. The expedition to the North Pole was for scientific purposes. He is a lawyer who specializes in corporate law. The doctor used new medicine to prevent the infection from spreading. The consumers accused the company of producing unsafe cars. After he won, he claimed that it was all thanks to his mother. Since I lost weight, I have a new outlook on life. The researcher discovered a new organism. The Lakeside Hotel is a famous haunt for bass fishers. She haunted the clubs her favorite musicians visited. I am haunted by memories of my car accident. The childhood trauma of being physically abused by the parents continue to haunt her today. He thrust the money into her hands and then walked away. It causes a nuisance to the neighbors. After bumping his head, he felt dizzy. A plague on it. I'm sure this has probably been asked before, but the question has plagued me for years. They are 50% off retail. The retail price of the food was expensive. Our big campaign could not boost sales. The scope of the problem may never fully be known. Drug traffickers make transactions through the investment company to launder money. Banks do thousands of transactions every day. The professor cited the information in a seminar. The plan to make money was sheer nonsense. Humans are from the same family as apes. Compromises must be made in an endeavor like that. I'll endeavor to give customers the best service possible. The personnel department is on the 3rd floor. He's been in the States for years, so he should be competent in English. In Melville's Moby Dick, the whale is a metaphor for modern life, I think. The unauthorized biography about the actor was full of errors and mistakes. The company has a compulsory safety course for its employees. The play was not very good. Furthermore, the actors were not well prepared. The ratio of height, width and breadth had been set by the architect. He will incorporate his ideas into this new plan. The doctor prescribed a new medicine for the sick person. Can you clarify that a bit? The pain in his arm lingered for weeks and we, qualified candidates, received comprehensive training. The car's tires didn't have any friction and couldn't go forward. That museum has some fine specimens of impressionist art. The doctors gave the woman a drug to induce labor. The light illuminated the hallway. He brought the trash to the disposal area. A notable feature of that turtle is the red mark on its tail. The dress was made out of several fabric. An Arctic breeze made the weather cool. She compiled the information in a database. For a research paper you must compile a lot of information. One or more errors occurred while compiling code changes. Babe Ruth compiled 714 home runs, 2213 RBIs and a .342 average over his career. They made a breakthrough after negotiating all night. His breakthrough came in the Corky TV series. His songs are full of illicit lyric. I was assaulted by a gang of youths. The best player was designated captain of the team. You will have a bad back if you continue to have bad posture. I want to stay mobile, so I don't want to pack too much. That superficial analysis is worthless. The king rules in an arbitrary manner. Everyone respects him for his integrity. Would you like to stroll in the park with me? Proteins are fundamental to all living things. Part-timers are at the bottom of the corporate hierarchy. Mr. Hunt taught his dog to retrieve dead ducks from the lake. She tried to undermine his experiment by changing the data. His goal was to become affluent and live in a big house. A chronic sore throat forced her to stop taking singing lessons. Theo is skeptical about promises made by prime ministers. This course is graded pass or fail. It will require 2 passes to duplicate the disk. Thank that I'll take a pass on your offer. A pass is not allowed under any circumstances in this game. We had 3 hits and 2 passes in the 7th inning. The poison had passed into his system. 1 year has passed. It's been 10 years since my husband passed. I'm sure he'll pass. We all passed the test. Would you pass me the salt? Break is over. Eggs break easily. His voice broke when he was 75. Be careful not to break that glass. And her return flight. What date was that? Have you set the date? How did the date go last night? I think he's with a date. This magazine is rather dated. Aha. Well, lots of women want to date me. The dress was too short for her. Our history in this field is short. I'll keep this short since I know you are busy. The way she was short with her husband and children was totally unbelievable. I'm short by $1. Con is short for confident. 5 of these teacups make a set. Everything is set. I set the dishes on the table. 97 spaceflight candidates at Texas trips. That's the end of the news for this evening. The end justifies the means. She wants to be recommended for the sales end. His piano repertoire is based on the classical end. All's well that ends well. The road ends here. I believe this finally ends the matter. This should end the matter. I'll call her and tell her the truth. That will be John, I guess. Many types of hummus will float on water. You will do it yourself. She will sit up late reading. My car will hold 5 people. The will is as good as the deed. I had to will my fingers to open. She will come back soon. I pounded on the door. I saw my mother pounding across the room toward me. My heart pounded hard and fast. A sudden blizzard pounded the mountain. Now we're even. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. I haven't even thought about it. I don't even know what you are talking about. I was upset, even angry. This is our baby's name. It has a nice ring to it. Let the phone rings 3 times before you answer it. My ears are ringing. The party's over. There will be 8 in my party. Nell didn't want to be a party to an auto theft. What's the number and the party's name? Invite lots of friends and we'll all party. Breakfast is ready. I am always ready to help you. His business is doing well. The latest tax hike hit all businesses much harder than it did big companies. That's your business, not mine. They didn't have the power to do the work. The United States is the power. Calculate 5 to the 7th power. Calculate the 7th power of 5. This green light turns on to indicate the computer is powered. The die is cast. The town is dying. I almost died laughing. Do you remember anything else? I was just remembering what Bob said. Remember me to him. Death comes to us all. Want is the mother of industry. I've been wanting these. I want to travel through space. Please do not write in this space. May I come inside? I put all my money in the bank. Can you keep a secret? That yard is full of flowers. I believe in you. Believe me, I'll be a new man. I don't believe we've met. Some wild animals are dangerous. Attack is the best defense. Now it's our turn to attack. If they do, they could attack us from the rear. This table was a real find. I can't find the keys to my house. Have fun and take care. School is more fun since we got a new teacher. Every man has his pride. We would like to travel this summer. The car stopped in the middle of the road. She is studying in her room. Be careful of what you say. His clothes look cheap but they aren't. Don't be so cheap. He is a real friend. Tell me that again real slow. Once a week he plays baseball with his friends. She was very proud of her husband and his job. Don't be too proud to admit you don't know. If you have trouble, call the police. He lives on the other side of town. It is a good lesson for me. Several men, several minds. He's a junior member of Congress. Perhaps there's something to that. A little learning is a dangerous thing. Her words often have a double meaning. He doubled to deep left. It doubles the processing speed. Garcia pinched it for Tom and doubled Mike to third before Dominic doubled both runners home. He made a fine diving catch and doubled the runner off the bag. I traversed the Indian Ocean and doubled the Cape of Good Hope and returned home last year. None so blind as those who won't see. You blind idiot, can't you see she doesn't love you? I was so blind last night. I was blinded in one eye in an accident. The great amounts of money blinded him. He was blind drunk last night. Who left these marks on the floor? The excess mark all known locations of landmine. Mark my words. The referee mark where the scrum will take place. He has a high rank in the army. Don't rank on me. Brush your teeth after every meal. You can take your choice. Children have no choice over the family into which they are born. We have a large choice of good computer games. Fortunately we have still another choice. The two criminals were shooting at each other. I have something to tell you. Okay, shoot. I had some business cards printed last week. Please print all information. The furthest way about is the nearest way. Further investigation into details is required. I can't walk any further. I do not want to take this any further. Let's play a trick on her. That's the trick to making good chocolate. I always get a copy of that magazine. Do you copy? It doesn't make much difference whether it is A or B. Many teenagers don't realize the danger of taking drug. That's a drug. The weather will be better next week. The plates were made in England. It's a pleasure to meet you. My mother bought some needle. Do you like Bob? He really needles me. Wait until the signal turns green. The last month's accident signaled that Tommy was no longer young and alert enough to drive a car. It's time for action. Where's the action around here? The car crashed into a light pole. This key does not fit into the lock. The door of the room locks automatically. I've locked the car door with the key inside. He gives less homework than the other teachers. The less men think, the more they talk. This is just an aside. I took him aside and told him the news. He who hunts two hares leaves one and loses the other. If you were hunting for a good hotel in Kyoto, I have a recommendation for you. We went on a tour of Australia. Buffalo Bill's Wild West show toured the world in the late 19th century. I couldn't eat the whole steak. I couldn't take a bath for a whole week. Our boss has a mild character. He is the favorite of many to win the gold medal. Let me take you to my favorite theater. The bedrooms are all upstairs. Did you think I had nothing upstairs? I started to take some basic computer classes. Our office is closed on national holidays. They ate their dinner with plastic knives and forks. All the windows are a uniform size. She went to a formal dinner party. Don't be so formal with me. Eating is against the law. I wish there were something I could do to be helpful to you in some way. The entrance of the store is over there. When I die I want to go to heaven. Heavens, one of the biggest typhoons is coming. There are 40 pupils in each class. Our country has many social problems. What's the quickest route to your house? Everything feels more alive in the ring. Unfortunately, the conference will be held by invitation only. There is no royal road to knowledge. I'm quite a stranger here myself. He likes listening to loud rock music. Would you speak a little louder? Nothing is more valuable than time. There are club activities every day at our school. I bought a dozen eggs at the supermarket. He hit his thumb with a hammer. The car is old, however it still runs well. What's the meaning of this word? I understood the main points in his explanation. Climbing mountains is an adventure. The party is an important event for them. We went to the temple and prayed. How about going to the movies instead? The cost of international phone calls is going down. It seems that there are many difficulties. He ran a successful business for many years. Let me know whether you will be in Seattle during that week. I finally got your information. All illness comes from the mind. Most trains in Japan are electric. There were many scientific instruments in the room. Mecca is a holy city for Islamic people. The president's policy was generally accepted. A river runs through the valley. Clean the mud off your shoes before you enter the house. I tied up the gift using some old string. He broke the door with one stroke of the hammer. We should see the stroke disease as an emergency situation. Apply the toner with gentle stroke. He got his driver's license when he was only 16 years old. Anonymity on the internet has become a license to lie. Bad rumors tend to spread rapidly. Even a worm will turn. The scientist discovered a link between two kinds of cells. Please fill in the blanks on this form. You look so blank but you're paying attention. When I turned 40 my vision got bad and I started to need glasses. Our president is a person of vision and strong will. He has an original style of writing. I need to take a pill for my headache. The country had economic growth of 72% last year. The finance department made all payments at the end of the month. We can finance 100% of your home's value. As a response she nodded her head to mean yes. The union will give management a response by tomorrow. The presence of the priest helped them during the difficult time. Your presence will be our cherished gift and we respectfully request no other. The child fell through the gap between the platform and the train. An index is usually at the end of a book. Publications are indexed by title. Calcium is necessary for the development of strong bones. The planning department was in charge of the development of new products. Beneath A and to the right of B is C. That old expression isn't used in modern English. His expression is serious. We walked on the beach in our bare feet. This room looked bare. New Lord, new laws. A big truck delivered the goods to the store. A change to the development program shall only be made by agreement and in writing. The agreement was signed yesterday. Today I will give you an introduction of this entire course. The bullet hit him in the chest and killed him. Criminals in the state go to either of two prison. Although he was a businessman his real passion was music. What's your favorite brand of soft drink? He was a professor of politics. Fortunately no one was hurt. Japanese businessmen are very loyal to their companies. Billy gets motion sickness in the car so he has to sit near the window. Communication was changed forever by the telephone. I'm fairly tired after that long walk. He has a considerable amount of money in the bank. I'll never forget you wherever you are. He has to finish writing the essay by Friday. The medicine was very effective. They could see the ship on the horizon. Many big towers have an observation deck so you can see the city. Victory has 100 fathers but defeat is an orphan. What could I possibly do to persuade him? She was not merely beautiful but talented. Recently we are hearing more and more about violence against women. Americans think that democracy is the best political system. Most people don't believe anything politicians say. The kingdom of King Arthur was called Camelot. I was impressed by his intelligence. The smoker died of lung cancer. Let's see if we can find that data on the computer. She's a sincere person whom you can really trust. Why don't you keep your luggage in your car? We had horrible weather on our camping trip. This carpet costs $10 per square foot. The mayor won the election easily. That gives me the creeps. What a creep. When the wolf comes in at the door, Lev creeps out of the window. This meat is so tender that it's really easy to cut. The princess was captured in the cave. One of the advantages of storing and aging wine in a cave is the constant cool temperature. Roads are mysteriously caving in one right after another. The last thing you need is to cave. Catch my drift? Many of us drift through life without a purpose. Rain collected on the trail by the dump truck. White trails of smoke floated from the chimneys of the house. There were many politicians who did nothing for the country and only left long trails of broken promises. She looked into the flames in the fireplace. He played the heroine's flame on that TV show. Please don't flame me if you disagree with it. The tiger was tame but we were still careful. The Beatles had one smash after another. He smashed his laptop. The young cell quickly multiplied. The mice multiplied. Multiplying the area by the height gives a volume. The subject is so universal. Joy and sadness are universal human emotions. I have the say right here. When I think about it my head aches. Here's a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. His gift from New York is a subway token. There is very little breeze. That's a breeze. The country is governed by the ruling classes. The Latin preposition de governs the ablative and hence de facto. A mistake isn't necessarily a bad thing. You can learn from it. If you borrow money you necessarily will pay it back. This dictionary is one of the world's most famous reference books. We are permitted to mention the X-Bank Tokyo office as a reference. Do you have frequent meetings? Chemistry is my least favorite subject at high school. If there weren't any personal chemistry between us I wouldn't be sitting here right now. Everybody hates him because he isn't cheerful, tidy or hardworking. Although they had an upright piano she really wanted a grand piano. Never too late to mend. He mended his torn pants himself. He's financially conservative but politically liberal. He was the only one with liberal views in the entire cabinet. "Restrain that dog or else I'll call the police." He couldn't restrain himself from crying during said movies. "I'll be with you shortly." The scent of her perfume made us sick. My younger son is a coward and is afraid to talk to people. The party had a Latin flavor in terms of food and decor. I worked as a volunteer at a daycare center during the summer vacation. His teacher told him he had to change his behavior in class. Boys at our school were a minority at 43%. Nancy's an intellectual beauty. The Coast Guard sent out a weather warning to all small craft in the area. The maximum speed for the street is 30 miles an hour. A convention for comic book collectors will be held this summer. Yawning is catching. The total population of the world is over 6 billion. They are pioneers in the rock music business and still rocking. All the efforts we made were in vain. Electronic mail is usually called email. Grief shows in her face. Don't you have any feelings of humanity? Without a scholarship she couldn't go to college. We received permission from the imperial court to attack the city. He returned to his homeland via Hawaii. The judge imposed a heavy penalty on him. Her popularity on TV dropped after she began dating a star. Kelly went to the food exhibition to get free sample. The Nazis' hatred of the Jews led to 6 million deaths. As soon as he wakes up he automatically picks up a cigarette. I traveled the globe but could not find happiness. Sugar quickly dissolves in water. We need a bigger margin at the bottom of the page. The governing party beat the opposition in the latest election by a wide margin. The lights in the room were so dim I couldn't recognize my friend. My mother increased my daily allowance by 5 yen. This damned weather is bad for the vegetable. He gave an oral report to the governor. They will constitute substantial portion of all entry-level workers. Wall Street is a competitive jungle. She is so competitive that she practices every morning for 3 hours. Our prices and terms also are competitive. Selection is extensive. Our troops drove the enemy into the sea. Some farmers grow only organic vegetable. His excessive criticism of everything made him unpopular. Japan's economic prospects may be grim. My mother taught me arithmetic even before I entered school. She dropped off her children at the nursery before going to work. The critic wrote that the play was boring and a waste of time. Z shall not be entitled to further or other compensation from Y. If you don't practice more, your younger brother will overtake you. Regardless of the danger, he goes everywhere. We cannot guarantee the punctual flight in heavy weather. His ambition was to become ambassador to the United Kingdom. He broke the rules and we will deal with him accordingly. The rest is omitted. The headlines in the paper were about the war. What a nightmare. A book of proverbs is useful when making speeches. The surgeon saved his life with the emergency operation. His house was a refuge for wild animal. They built a greenhouse to grow orchids. She's unlike anyone I've ever met before. The massive mountain is located near our village. His shouting astonished everyone at the meeting. His music is a mixture of hip-hop and Latin sound. Spectators at the arena began throwing flowers at the singer. The deadline for the essay is next Tuesday. She does exercises on horizontal bars. They brought the old chair to the dump. I was comforting the woman who dumped me. He molded the clay to make a beautiful sculpture. She was wearing an extremely tight dress which was molded to her body. The famous painting turned out to be a fake. Utility is the most important feature of a kitchen. The utility company executive made a great effort to attract major league teams to the city. Divine service is held daily in this church. Students learn to do fractions in secret math class. The glass shattered when it hit the floor. My dreams were completely shattered. Deliberate in counsel, prompt in action. She made a deliberate mistake to get a lower mark. The secretary's skills on the telephone were an asset to the firm. She tried to frustrate her new boyfriend by being late. The jury is still out. Please try and isolate the most important factor in the problem. All of his descendants live in other countries. He is the leading figure in the realm of modern poetry. The world is round and there is night and day. It will be all the same 100 years hence. The inventor applied for a patent for his invention. He's very vigorous for a man of 80. Animals evolved from simpler forms of life. He tried to reassure her after she lost her confidence. 10 years is ample. It's hard to understand the concept of infinite space. There is enough research into the benefits of solar power. She had diverse skills. There are many kinds of bacteria in the air that can cause illness. His love for astronomy can be traced back to his childhood habit of counting stars. I work in the factory whereas she works in the office. She expressed her gratitude with a thank you note. The young soldier's courage during the first battle was manifest. A new problem manifested itself when the president quit. Riots in Jakarta on May 12 left about 1,200 people dead. She was put in intensive care after the car accident. An aircraft intruded into Japanese airspace. The eggs hatched after 88 days. My master's thesis was 450 pages long and took a year to write. He consoled her when she was sad. That area is under the domain of that emperor. Agriculture was in my particular domain. His poor usage of English was a result of his not studying it. The airplane reached its maximum flying altitude. The man put his bag in the freight car. Mysteries always arouse my curiosity. He wanted to donate half his salary to the sick children. The prisoner hired an attorney to defend him. He reckoned it would cost a lot of money to repair the old roof. The church has a strict doctrine on sex before marriage. She was oppressed by her father, so she ran away from home. Paul tried not to indulge in his bad habits at his girlfriend's house. The humidity does not surpass 60%. The diameter of the circle was 10 centimeters. The diagnosis of her health was not good. The lawyer gave an eloquent speech to the court. The density of oil is less than that of water. Let's ask the psychic how compatible you are. He bought a personal computer compatible with Apple model. There are no other kids planning on enrolling after next year. Please enroll me as a member of ABC Club. I refuse to even speculate about the outcome of the trial. It is speculated that Tom is John's most likely successor. What is the length of segment AD? The three stems depict a star, an angel, and a candy cane. The juvenile's name was not released. A galaxy of Hollywood stars assembled for the Academy Award. It's a good analogy. I would now like to announce the recipient of the award. He has an innate wisdom that can't be taught. The literacy rate in the United States is lower than it should be. He solved the integral puzzle in just a short time. The UN lifted economic sanctions against Iran. Fiscal conditions have deteriorated in recent years. The characters in that book are all stereotypes with little depth. Typewriters are rapidly becoming obsolete. The lines on Mars were said to be irrigation ditches dug by Martians. Vance asked his parents to pay his university tuition. Kapustin's music is a synthesis of jazz and classical. Keep within the line. It's not a very good line. Please stand in line. There's a mistake in the 7th line from the top. Do you know Meg's line? Swimming is my line. What line of business are you in? We made for the river. He sometimes makes like a lion and roars. We must make ready for a long cold winter. A good beginning makes a good ending. 5 and 3 makes 8. Don't make me do that. A just war is better than an unjust peace. I just ate lunch. That's just what I was going to say. I only just managed to catch the last bus home. Just what is it? It's just a cat. Just do it. I didn't mean it. It just happened. I just don't seem to hit it off with him. What kind of look is that? Look alive. It makes you look younger. I looked him in the eye. Hey, look what you did to my car here. I looked my annoyance at him. What's the catch? Here's the catch. Catch as catch can. My dog can catch a ball. Hi, I'm glad I caught you today. Did you catch what she said? Although we cannot see air, it is all around us. He's on his back, feet in the air. Can't you just smell the excitement in the air? The show airs Mondays at 6:30 p.m. Your voice carries well. Call me as soon as you land and don't let any strangers carry your bag. He who carries nothing loses nothing. The supermarket carries a great variety of food. The first violin carries a melody. The best don't have to carry the rest. Have I hit anything you like yet? Robert hit the ball hard. Summer hits peak heat. Our students' level of English is very high. How does this look? Well, it isn't quite level. Can you lift the lead up a little? Same charges were leveled against them. The clock is 5 minutes fat. He ran as fast as he could. Gasoline prices tend to rise fast when supplies are restricted because demand is inelastic. Say when you need to walk. I'm not saying that. A report says that. Say you were Prime Minister, what would you do? $10 says he has never been to Japan. Say what happened to your boyfriend? I'm against smoking. He's always been against me. The cards were stacked against us. The white sail stands out against the dark sea. My team was up against that team yesterday. There are enemies behind every hill. There is a bit of a story behind that. I'm behind you all the way. I'm so behind. You're so behind. I'm 3 months behind in my rent. A place for everything and everything in its place. It should be the place of human beings too. If the box is placed in the correct position, press the enter key. There was another voice, one I knew but couldn't immediately play. The labor union is backing a plan to subsidize more employees in financial need. When will he be back? Draw a straight line on a piece of paper. First let's get the definitions straight. Come straight home. Rain fell for 3 days straight. They've been having an affair for months straight. Can you show me how to do it? A straw will show which way the wind blows. I'll show you to your room. If you get to like the job here, you'll lose your drive to return to the city. I don't know what you are driving at. My father doesn't drive a car. Ambition drove him to murder. This plan drives the changes that are needed. Life begins at 40. Man's life is like a candle in the wind. My work is my life. Keep a thing 7 years and you will find a use for it. She always uses the pen Tom gave her. He used me as an alibi. I could use the lessons. Japanese shares have been advancing quite rapidly after post-bubble low in April. He speaks in a very low voice. This is the lowest I can go. He's lower than an animal. They live in the country. Live and learn. He might not live another week. There was a big fuss about who should sit in the front row. Here the object is haunted. The food in that shop is always fresh. That guy is too fresh. We went to the gas station before we began our trip. If the lid is open, CO2 easily gases off. He was gassing about his private life in the interview. He gassed the people in the north. It's a free country. Are you free this evening? Wash your hands before eating. He's done a good job. Let's give him a hand. Can you hand me? Children are playing in an open field. Do not throw pearls to swine. I had the microwave, toaster and heater all on at the same time and I threw the breaker. Books and friends should be few but good. I know you better. We do not know him well. There was a fire in the school library. A neuron fires. The sun is shining. It's too late for regret. I'll be home late. That kid is the youngest person in the family. How many Japanese words do you know? If you need to see those files, just say the word thank you. Please tell us about your dream. If you love him, just tell him. He is a safe driver. Get home safe. What happened last night during the baseball game? My dream is to master English. We sat on the grass. He gave me a blue tie. Great oaks from little acorns grow. Fruit have been growing. The longest way about is the nearest way. That's the way life goes. Stand in the middle of the circle. Circle the item listed below that you are returning. I'm afraid of dog. I'm afraid I must be going now. I'm afraid so. He teaches history. Cool. I'm history. The patient has a long history of heartburn. The wait was worth it. I am waiting for my sister to come. He who would climb the ladder must begin at the bottom. Give me another. You should put in another $2.50. I enjoy my job very much. That's not my job. It's a job. Where's my seat? Be seated. Hurry up or you'll be late for school. Finally, we are alone. Do not walk alone at night. That's all I've got to say. All my friends live in this city. It wasn't all bad. Please come now. This job is too simple for Beth. What's the story? Our office is in a 5-story building. His daughter is pretty. Here's a pretty business. George guided us around the city. Forget what a man says to you when he is angry. My mother baked some cookies for our party. These bricks were baked in kilns and not dried in the sun. There's no hurry. Hurry up and finish your homework. The war doesn't let you know what's coming tomorrow. Children cannot choose their parents. He stood on his toes to get a book from the shelf. When one door shuts, another opens. Shut your eyes for a few minutes. Walk toward the station and you will see the shop. We saw that film 5 times already. I'm going to have my usual. He had his usual lunch at the same restaurant. Can somebody help me? Linda fell down and hurt her knee. Jane is studying at the college right now. My apartment is near the station. His goal in life was to be rich. He is able to speak Chinese. Our house stands beside the church. The museum is closed on Mondays. Money is the root of all evil. He is putting blocks one on top of the other. What's blocking traffic ahead? Catch not at the shadow and lose the substance. Someone's shadowing us. Ships enter and leave the bay all day long. A stag at bay is a dangerous foe. The base of the table is made of wood. Our host poured us a drink. The temperature swings wildly from hot to cold. He was swinging his golf club. I have a lot to do this weekend. She slept a lot last night. The rock seems very smooth. I hope things go smoother between us. Smooth words make smooth ways. When the play was over, everyone walked toward the exit. Exit and lose any changes. My parents taught me not to steal. He that will steal an egg will steal an ox. The guard asked me where I was going. He attacked me when my guard was down. Guard your personal information. The car began to slide gently downward. I won't let an insult like that slide. Land prices continue to slide. A package for you arrived this afternoon. DNA is packaged within chromosomes. Don't give up yet. I'll do it yet. I have yet more to learn. She is old yet young and beautiful at the same time. I hugged her, wished her luck and left. It was his luck that he died this way. My wife changed my life. I do believe she is my luck. I lucked into a class with a superb young teacher. Every couple is not a pair. His grandfather was a leader of the peace movement. 2020 model of a car. Your support of these new safety procedures will enable us to model to students the value of safety. Long absent, soon forgotten. He is absent today. The tail is absent in this type of dog. A and B are two completely different conditions. The first breath is the beginning of death. Every bird likes its own nest the best. It's your shout mate. When he's angry he shouts. A drowning man will clutch at a straw. The best swimmer sometimes gets drowned. The harbor is full of all boats for today's event. I cannot help but harbor such doubts. I think we've met somewhere before. Our boat moved away from the shore. I played golf with my boss last weekend. There was a hole in the tube of the tire. There is a commercial on the tube. The battle is not always to the strong. I beg your pardon? Pardon all but thyself. The engineer designed a new car. He was trying to engineer the murder behind our back. They want to take the anger of being picked on out on the ball. Her brother is a professional basketball player. Our divorce became final just recently. The sun is central in the solar system. There are different prices for adults and children. My cousin lives in India. Pride goes before destruction. Pride will have a fall. I dislike him. You get a 10% discount if you buy 5 or more. This is the least we can do for you. What is the least expensive item among these? Our ship sails for Africa next week. Neither this sweater nor that shirt look good on me. He could be your twin. She has a twin brother. The dog was nowhere to be found. Japan has many daily newspapers. The car has a steel body. The plan turned out to be a success. The danger past and God forgotten. Drink something if you're thirsty. She kissed me on the cheek. He had the cheek to propose to me. The baseball hit him in the chest. I have a terrible headache. Everyone understood the importance of the meeting. He dropped out of university. My new car has a big engine. The war hero received a medal. A century is 100 years long. In summer we swim in the ocean. We read a lot of poems when we were in college. 8 o'clock central. Goose feathers are called down and keep you very warm. He is not of that feather. There was a big crack on the road after the earthquake. By the tone of her voice he knew she was not well. The priest blessed the people with a wave of his hand. Bless me, I'm blessed. Every lover sees 1,000 graces in the beloved object. The two lines cross each other at right angle. We had a bad connection during our long-distance call. We took a connection instead of a direct flight. Be more sensible. He that is not sensible of his loss has lost nothing. We had to cancel our trip because of the accident. Could you explain it a little more simply? That is simply not true. Will you put your signature here? Please hand me that section of the newspaper. Overnight preparation won't help us for tomorrow's test. My cat has been missing for 4 weeks. I hope you think this makes a nice addition to your collection. He built an addition onto his house. I think we have made some good additions. The director is now making an adventure movie. The bank approved his application for a housing loan. Can you loan me the book? I can't remember the English phrase for Wasaru. Don't miss the target. We are in competition in areas where we were never in competition. They were losing sales to the competition. Even the patience of a saint has limit. Do you have any suggestion? After marriage a woman forgets her parents. Tokyo is a combination of both the old and the new. This textbook has a lot of charts and graphs. Can I have a receipt please? The label says that this medicine shouldn't be taken by children. Our new season's jacket are more attractive than last year's. Is my thinking unusual? Her only reaction to the bad news was to shake her head over and over. The reaction turned white. He used the inner room with no windows as a study. The moment the proposal was out of my mouth I was sorry. Be sure and come to the party so that I can thank you properly. The two brothers were rivals in sports and all. My ankle was hurt in the football game. I cannot really skate but I can ankle around the ring. The customer made a complaint about the slow service. We couldn't see anything because of the thick fog. He was sent to jail for 6 years for the murder. My new boss has firm technical knowledge about computers. According to the guide, this is the best restaurant around here. Although he's only 13, he knows how to drive. The prisoners were closely guarded by the police. I got this injury in a basketball game. The dramatic ending to the play surprised everyone. I forgot to put the meat in the refrigerator so it went bad. I'm glad I finally got rid of that cold. Industrial workers are usually members of a union. He had a good sense of rhythm so he bought a set of drums. He had to carry a lot of logs to heat his cabin in the winter. They are logging for firewood and building material. My car logged more than 50 miles before the odometer broke. The ship logged 20 knots upwind. I logged for 100 years of military service. Heavy rain slowed traffic to a crawl. I could have crawled under the rug. This makes my skin crawl. Idle folk have the least leisure. There is no garden without weeds. He did an outline of the picture before filling in the details. I've just outlined my views here. What association does this music have for you? The chairman of the association asked the members for money. Deed, not words. The deed was done. Patients receive good treatment in this hospital. It won't prove fatal. Boy, be ambitious. The company instituted its own welfare system. Go ask for information at the reception desk. The political division in the country was the cause of many problems. Ellie's entry number for the beauty contest was 17. She sounded tense on the phone though something's going on. I read a partial draft of his speech yesterday. Misery loves company. What is bred in the bone will not go out of the flesh. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Tom weighs mere 50 kilograms. She's apt to be late because she always does things slowly. We all fell asleep during the amateur talent show. There was no external damage to the building after the fire. The Kobe earthquake caused widespread destruction. There are still many problems remaining, so I would like to ask for everyone's cooperation. I'm afraid I have to disagree. There's scarcely a man but experiences some frustrations in his life. She has more affection for her dog than for her husband. He is at a great disadvantage because he has no money. The emphasis of this course is on learning many words. His house is in the city but there is a big park nearby. We don't know if there is life in outer space. This historical building is visited by many tourists each year. July 4th is the date when Americans celebrate their independence from England. Living without food or shelter is hardly even an existence. It is difficult to tell what nationality that man is. She became increasingly annoyed with her son's laziness. My son attends agricultural school and helps to raise pigs. Logical thinking is not always correct. In spring he always puts the cows in the north meadow. The new recruits were trained for 2 weeks. The company is recruiting for a new project. The USSR recruited women for World War II. Frank Bender recruited the army for the Bay of Pigs invasion. Retiring the veterans, I recruited the army with younger soldiers. The company recruited the workers with the highest education level. The health of the body is recruited by the sleep of the body. It's gloomy in here. Cloudy days make me feel gloomy. Prospects are extremely gloomy. Most journalists long for an exciting overseas assignment. A merger or other acquisition by a third party will be treated as an assignment. They broke up because her boyfriend wouldn't make a commitment. She had a lump in her breast, so she went to the doctor's office. The book portrayed him as an evil person. He portrayed George Washington in the play. Why did you summon me here? There is no apparent desperation in the country or talk of social disorder. The disorder on his desk was so bad that his boss got angry. We always make a big feast on my mother's birthday. War is dead's feet. The dense fog made it impossible for them to see even 2 meters ahead. Since she's 10, she won't know if you don't tell her. Can you oblige with an answer? We were obliged to move out. He has been the sole ruler of his country since 1950. He was a man of deep religious conviction and faith. He was the monarch of his country for 39 years. The child is seemingly healthy but the doctor is still concerned. Guns are regulated in Japan. The school furnished the classroom with desks and chairs. The test was easy because it was the multiple choice kind. That plant is designed to refine oil. That company opened 20 new outlets last year. Please feel free to inquire. My preference is for blue curtains, not red ones. Please erase the blackboard so I can put up the assignment. Equality between men and women has improved but is not yet perfect. I always like to sit next to the aisle. He is esteemed for his good nature. There are still some communist countries in the world. The unemployment rate is at an all-time low. Too much drinking damages the liver. In Hollywood, any publicity is good publicity. The moisture in the air was good for the plant. That city has many racial groups living in it. Complex images render slowly. The drug rendered him unconscious. Please render a compassionate sentence. Different browsers render HTML differently. Tom was bold enough to defy his boss's order and cancelled an important business trip. It defies description. Thank you for your compliment. Wish you the compliments of the season. Kindly accept them with our compliments. I was trying to compliment you. The queue for the concert ticket was 2 blocks long. My son is so naughty and difficult to deal with. After the debate, the judges gave a summary of the points made. His reign as king lasted 25 years. In Great Britain the Queen reigns but doesn't govern. I don't think women should be permitted to have an abortion. The restaurant was open for only 6 months before going bankrupt. The cost of healthcare threatens to bankrupt enterprises. The Mars probe discovered many new things about the planet. To equip yourself for winter camping you should buy the best equipment. He became an orphan when his parents died in a plane crash. The news of the candidate's defeat will depress many people. He studied genetic engineering. The child infected everyone in his class with the flu. There was a lot of speculation about the new boss. The mathematical science of geometry was developed in Greece. Crime is a dreadful social problem. Cooperate with the inevitable. It's hard to comprehend living as a homeless person. The lawyer represented the workers in the collective agreement talk. The paradox of that theory can be proved correct. During the argument her face was a mask of scorn. In fact, a coyote is really a timid animal. Some politicians have a very conservative ideology. They asked us to make a donation to help the poor. There are countless stars in the universe, but are static compared to TV. Dry air produce static electricity in the house. The student did not conform to the rules. Her political views don't conform with those of the rest of her family. If you conform, you risk losing your individuality. Agenda is as follows. When the facts don't fit the policy, they charge people with having a political agenda. She is contemplating a job switch. Helen, I wouldn't contemplate life without you. It was as if he were contemplating something. He conceded little. He conceded the race after it was clear he couldn't win. He conceded she was a better tennis player. He was liable for the car accident. Those loved by many are liable to untimely death. He was asked to dictate the instructions to everyone. The letter was marked confidential before it was sent. The apples started to rot after they fell to the ground. I felt a lot of apprehension before the exam. There are no clues as to the apprehension of the suspect. Weeds in their vegetable grew. An ingenious water supply system transformed a little town into a great city. It was the new employee who thought up the ingenious new idea. The singer was found to be a fraud. It was impossible to divert his attention from his work. The car was destroyed in a collision on the highway. She tried to distract him from noticing the woman in the room. The doctor asked the sick patient to refrain from smoking. The house came equipped with many kitchen appliances. We will embark on a new mission to Mars. The city lamented when the mayor died. The boss was not only mean and cruel, but he was also arrogant. The government's expenditures for the year were announced. Every family has a skeleton in the cupboard. Are there any landmarks? The city's decision to let foreign residents vote in local elections was called a landmark by the citizens group. My driver's license expires next year. Many people fail to understand the implications of the Japanese word. What are the implications? The land became barren after the soil was contaminated. He was expelled from school for smoking. Some white students have been expelled from colleges because of their racially insensitive remarks. A week intervenes between my birthday and Christmas. He's trying to merge with me. I can't discern the difference between good and fine wine. What a coincidence. To many visitors, Bali has a very exotic atmosphere. The velocity of the missile reached more than 1,000 miles per hour. The man left the city with an incredible legacy when he died. His absence was very conspicuous. A sculptor may see different figures implicit in a block of stone. Eating candy caused an eruption of spots on Ben's face. The soldier scanned the horizon with his field glasses. Many people died because the blood supply was contaminated. The terrorists released the hostages. The drug addict injected heroin into his vein. Though he was 25 years old, he acted like an adolescent. The solemn ceremony was in memory of the fallen soldiers. The ozone layer protects us against harmful ultraviolet rays. This school has been interacting well with several other schools. My intuition tells me that I'll die before I get old. Cars pollute the air. How can you be so naive? Miki thinks MT Fuji will erupt in another 20 years. His comments degraded the movie and angered the director. If Jane does not curb her appetite, she will get fat. There was a flaw in Donna's new shirt, so she returned it. The selection process was flawed. Lana's blouse is made of synthetic fabric which never needs ironing. A glass of pure alcohol can evaporate within hours. She inferred from his kindness that he liked her. The use of pesticide is common to kill ants and mice. The cold virus goes through mutation every year. We need a doctor to diagnose his injury. The problem required high-level cognitive thinking skills. The students were divided into homogeneous groups. The universe must be homogeneous and isotropic. Anyway, if she does turn up, be sure to call me. Do as you would be done by. Do as you like. Do what feels right. Anything will do. It doesn't do to reply haughtily. She has been doing well after that. What are you doing? That does it. Who is doing Hamlet? He does Brad Pitt very well. They think they can do Kyoto in a day. I was doing 580 when they arrested me. My grades dropped, and last night my blood pressure dropped a little bit. I could drop through the floor. He came here to drop to his knees and beg for his job. He dropped a big book on his foot and yelled. Lizards drop their tails when threatened by a predator. May I drop you somewhere? I heard Ted drop you like a hot cake. Drop me a note. Let's drop that. She dropped her demands. I can't stand the feel of Syl. I don't feel very well. I don't feel like eating out today. I began to feel like a housewife. I feel as if my head were splitting. She felt strongly about the matter. I felt for her hand and held it tight. I really feel for Mary. Do you feel anything for her? Feel this paper, it's very rough. We feel that we have largely succeeded in these aims. He felt the loss of his family very strongly. I felt someone touch my arm. He's acting my call. Would you try the room again, please? Should we have Chinese food or Italian food? It's your call. I'm calling for Mr. Turner. Don't call it. We'll call you. What do you call it? I don't call Japanese a hard language. Give me an out. I was out all day. Jogging is out and walking is in. If you have an infection, swimming is out. This beach is accessible only when the tide is out. Let me out here, driver. He's a little off. The milk's a bit off. I must be off now. Leaves fall off the trees in autumn. I'll be off. I've got today and tomorrow off. The clock is 31 minutes off. I just got here. It started to get colder. How did you get it? Do you get it? Don't get anybody out. There he is. Get him. That's what gets me. When the cat's away, the mice will play. This file doesn't play. We were playing music from this book. I played the 9 and took the trick. The sun is up. Are you up yet? It's all up with him. What's up with you? The modem must be up to send an email. I'm upping the file to your FTP now. Go up one more floor and you'll find his office. I keep remembering that terrible night. Store it in the refrigerator and it will keep for a week. Everyone keep your guard up. If he keeps it inside himself, he'll reload. To get it out of his system is important. I don't want to keep you. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. My stomach is killing me. Oh, I kill me. I'm just killing time. The Republicans are trying to kill the bill. Thank you for your time. Other times, other manners. Could you tell me the time? It's very good for the first time. 2 times 6 equals 12. There is a time and a place for everything. 2 heads are better than 1. Heads or tails? This is just FYI about the direction we'll be heading in. This is the hardest thing I've ever done. You're such a hard worker. I have no hard proof of any of this. His face was hard. Hard words break no bones. He is a hard man to talk to. He hit me hard. I think you made some great buys. I will buy some new jeans this week. I'll buy you a coffee. I don't buy it. That should buy us a few minutes. I have posted the article on my webpage. I post my orange orchards during hunting season. He took a post in the new company. You didn't know that she was in the hospital? No, I sure didn't. Please keep me posted, okay? The dead cannot speak in their own defense. Dead men tell no lies. Jack is dead serious about buying a castle in a rural region of France. I'm dead against higher taxes. You look kinda down. The elevator is going down. My father and mother are kind to everyone. There are teachers and teachers. The Dodgers are 21-20 in road games in 2001. You can tell me and I'll help you out. Come and see me. I thought this would be simple. No smoke without fire. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Have you recently given up smoking or something? You're very edgy. How do you know? Don't I know it? In fall leaves turn red and yellow. How did you hurt yourself? I fell off my bicycle. Defending champ fall. Shares had fallen more than % since to less than $1 compared with a 52-week high of $1. I think you've had enough to drink. A word to the wise is enough. That's enough. A man away from home need feel no shame. He lives a 3-hour bullet train ride away. Christmas is still 4 weeks away. I'm 6 feet nothing. It was nothing. It's nothing. Nothing ever goes the way one wants it to. We have many good friends. I have 2 dogs. Do you have time to talk? Can you have them done by tomorrow morning? I have never had better Chinese food. Thanks for having me. Let's stop here for today. The printing job can be stopped by pressing the button. What stopping you? I'd say so. I have so few days off. I want to go to this restaurant, not that one. So it's my birthday. I decide where to go. I'm so glad you came. I can so do that. 3/4 IOE and BE. Of course I can do that. My eyes were bigger than my stomach. Tyson Eyes California for fight license. I push the switch to turn on the TV. That's a switch. I have to switch it to the phone on my desk. The boy was standing on the street corner. Fate was not in my corner. The police cornered the thief in an alley. Asked no questions and be told no lies. Do you need a ride? One misfortune rides upon another's back. We ride our bikes to work. Many drops make a flood. I swear I didn't drink not even a drop. His skin is very dark. Don't ask about things you'll never understand. Ask and you shall receive. Do not ask him such a question. I'd like to ask you to do something for me. Can I ask your advice about something? The leaves turned red earlier than usual this year. The oaks came into leaf. More than 2 million tons of tobacco leaf are exported each year worldwide. I picked up the book, leafed through it and read a few pages. He was at the top of his high school class. Environmental problems top the list of our world's most pressing issues today. There is a big hole in the wall. Your theory has a hole in it. Do you have any plans this evening? I have no plans to go. Nothing goes as planned anyway. Do you think I planned this? The clouds are above the mountain. The amount was over $100. Dying is as natural as living. It wasn't natural for me. I'm not natural with kids. Don't give me that. We drove through the mountains hill on our way home. Through the server the operator can start and stop print jobs. Let me through. Anything special you want? My left arm is longer than my right arm. If you try you can do it. Try to be nice to your friends. He was tried and found guilty. She was ill but she went to school. An ill life makes an ill end. Ill got ill spent. The train only stops here once a day. Train hard, flight easy. Staff members are very friendly and well trained. He kept the binoculars trained on that sexy girl. After rain comes fair weather. I think it may rain tomorrow. I want a piece of that cake. It's a wonderful piece and a wonderful performance. The waves were so high that we couldn't swim. I have never seen my husband look away. The company spokesman said the talks are progressing. He doesn't talk much in class. Results are what talk in our business. East or west, home is best. This town is home to Sony's factories. My father came home late. Could you tell me why you want to sell this car? I'm not much of a reader. I don't have much time. Think before you act. I never would have thought that. I think I told you that before. Almost in. I almost died. Mrs. Smith's science class is very interesting. He graduated from Boston University class of 2000. Easy come easy go. Those who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. I'll have a small glass. Pressure builds on the brain. They will build their new house on that land. He has strong shoulders. I shouldered my way through the crowded marketplace. Milk is rich in calcium. He is a very rich person. The paint on that park bench is still wet. His office is on the top floor of that building. We had a real laugh. He laughs best who laughs last. He who laughs last laughs longest. In my hour of need I found a true friend. Do I really need to do this? Different countries have different foods. I like this TV program the most. It was a most beautiful day. What kind of food do you want to eat? It's too kind of you. You are too kind. Tom joined the fight to save his brother. You can't fight City Hall. I walked across the street. The undersea cable is less than an inch across. His lips were blue from the cold. We wanted some fruit. That machine was used for an experiment. He is a very nice person. They removed earrings and bangles from their persons. Japan is an island nation. When did you change the oil in the car? The river is very wide. Speak only when spoken to. That's about the size of it. A cold shower will wake you up quickly. April showers bring forth May flowers. How could I forget? I forgot my new teacher's name. You can't see the forest for the trees. Mill's here. Here's the mill. The mill has arrived. The mill is here. No one knows his own future. You cannot have it both ways. I was very healthy then. Either Mo or Larry will help you. My position in the company is below hers. To each his own. Each one of the students has a dictionary. May I use your phone? Will you phone late night? I want a large room. A bird is on the roof. All things are difficult before they are easy. I wish you joy. God give you joy. The noise was from the TV. The swan has a long neck. Let me see something else. 20% of the children here don't like dog. We had a meeting at a restaurant near the office. We went to the airport to watch the plane. The car suddenly stopped. He doesn't remember when since he switched the team back in 2020. Give up. You can't win. Patience wins out in the end. I hope we can win the game. I won 10 million yen in a public lottery. We win some. We lose some. I thought he was the one who could do the impossible. Experts say that's almost impossible. Bob is impossible to work with. He slipped on the ice and broke his leg. I'm a bit tired. Like most countries it has interesting bits and scary bits. That's a shock. Show me the picture and shock me. The heat is too high. They went to bed early as their first heat was the following day. The heat is on him. This train was driven by steam. My course is clear. The ship sailed off course. Who can rival your beauty? Beauties die young. Every nation has its own flag. Resend as the system flagged that this mail was undelivered. U.S. interest seems to have flagged. His report was very helpful. Please report to the principal's office. I reported to the head office. Whether or not UFOs are real is still a mystery. There are bushes near the front door. Jane found a perfect made-in Bob. This heavy box is made of iron. Hotels change the shades every day. Tonight's TV programs are listed in the newspaper. The total number of students is 342. Spots on opposite sides of the dice must total 7. I knocked on the door but no one answered. Don't knock it. I moved to one of the upper floors. The cup is within arm's reach. He still exists within me. I really like that style of suit. This style is the man. He likes to style himself a poet rather than a guy without a job. Health is above wealth. Can you repair the flat tire by yourself? I can walk but tire easily. The long journey has tired me. Congratulations on the arrival of your daughter. The arrival time was 1 hour later than we thought. I have a jar full of 1 yen coins. Herbert Spencer coined the phrase survival of the fittest. Silence is gold, eloquence is silver. Warm and cool weather come in cycle. That package weighs a ton. He performed badly on his English exam. I want it pretty badly. Calories aren't your problem. The first chapter of the book is hard to follow. I don't remember the title of the book. I want to stay here forever. This guy goes on forever. We moved to the country for a life of peace. We rode a bus from the suburbs to downtown. Life would be boring if you were not around anymore. Tom Brown is the manager of the store. He walks up the stairs to the floor. I took a picture in front of Buckingham Palace. We climbed to the peak of the mountain. She was highly educated. We waited for them in the hall. They made a journey to India. This needs some discussion. There's a possibility I will be late. I was fortunate to find this job. She hurt her elbow when she played tennis. The actual price was more than 10,000 yen. I was unable to fix the problem. I studied mathematics in college. Mankind has made many mistakes throughout history. We went directly to the principal's office. Get a map at the tourist information office. They are rich enough to have servants. Robert Frost is a famous American poet who likes mosquitoes. My nephew wants to become a lawyer. Give me a quick flash. As soon as a printing job is started from the server, the green light will start to flash. The lightning suddenly flashed. My 20 years of life flashed by. Why was the driver flashing his lights at us? They flashed the news back to Tokyo. Mary flashed a shy smile at Tom. He flashed a bat. They used a pump to get the water out of the basement. Blood is pumped to all parts of the body by the heart. I pumped him for all he knew about her. As soon as he turned his back, my mother palmed me $10. He palmed the ball like it was an apple. Palm trees always make me think of warm sunny holidays. Please put this document in the green file. He filed a lawsuit charging the tech guardians with violating his constitutional right. He picked up a white shell off the beach and gave it to her. When the shell explodes, it showers out fragments. He lowered his boat onto the lake. Please change the channel because I don't like this TV show. The city channel development around 3 small urban areas. Do whatever it takes. Whatever were you thinking? The woman had long limbs and a graceful carriage. Their seats were in the front part of the railway carriage. I need some new batteries for my radio. It's time to hit the slopes. The milk turned sour after a few days. The professors are examining the composition of that substance. Phone me the instant you get home. It is the unexpected that always happens. That is rather unexpected. I'll check my schedule and then tell you what time is best. A conference has been scheduled for Monday next week. The effects of that drug are still unknown. The guys talked about sports while the women talked about clothes. Better children wait than old men. The headlines: what financial woe. He became governor of the state after being mayor of its largest city. Necessity is the mother of invention. The lightning flashed and made the night sky suddenly bright. I saw lightning strike. Bind the packages together. The fight scene in the movie excited me. Modern elevators all have automatic doors. Breathing is usually automatic. I was totally at a loss when I heard the news. He is cute, isn't he? Oh, totally. He was sold a simple tune as he did the dishes. The Ministry of Education presented a new guideline on social education. The helpless child was trapped inside an old well. There was a mark on his wrist where his watch had been. She swept the floor and put the dirt into a bag. That's not my intention at all. Park Avenue is New York's most famous shopping street. All possible avenues must be ignored before we engage in any conflict with them. Keep a lid on it. Disney is probably the world's biggest entertainment company. Is there a hospital in this neighborhood? My neighborhood has a large number of Brazilian immigrants. The father's absence made the family worry. The lion is often called the king of beef. Her goal in life was to marry a wealthy man. I'm equally happy eating Chinese food or Japanese food tonight. That could only happen in the countryside. The people were hoping for fair democratic elections. She is a creative person who paints, sings, dances and writes. The selection of that movie as Best Picture surprised everyone. This envelope won't seal because the glue has dried out. I'm particularly interested in the history of the Tokugawa period. The science world was shocked by the scientist's new discovery. A triangle has 3 sides. The girls sang together in perfect harmony. He checked in his baggage at the airport. He joined the army because he felt a deep loyalty to his country. They decided to have a traditional wedding. The meeting is informal so you don't have to wear a tie. The population of this area is largely Italian. People in Quebec mainly speak French. The audience clapped their hands when the group came on stage. The judge clapped him in jail. Your children were skipping in the street. I'll skip this week. Because of the slow season, there was a reduction in airline ticket prices. There was a lot of opposition to the new sale. The waning phase of the moon starts at the opposition point. Carefully read the following terms and conditions before opening the sealed media package. His faithful dog never left his side. The blade of his sword was very sharp. Delivery is included in the price. Chewing well helps people to digest well. We reached an accord with the enemy. Their coach made them stay late and practice. The dog is chewing a bone. He drove with caution because it was a rainy day. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff is cautioning against cutting and running in Somalia. He cautioned me not to enter this room. The spotter's what was strong enough to hold the bird. Do you think I am dumb? I was dumb with fear. I always read the sports column of the newspaper first. A wicked book is the wickeder because it cannot be pinned. The party thought that a stable society needs a single-party cabinet. I've been in a panic since the criminal escaped from the nearby prison. Kate is lively and cheerful. The exterior of the house is made of wood panel. The panel will talk and answer questions pertaining to life as a teenager. Education is a good investment although expensive. Haste is weight. Laughter escaped my mouth. Ralph did not receive the promotion so he attacked his boss. Attached is a comparison of freight rates. The lobby of my hotel was filled with guests from many countries. I can remember the first verse of that poem but not the second. Let's be realistic. There was a mechanical problem with the computer. Marking the boat to locate a lost sword. Spray water on the leaves of the plant. You must fulfill all the requirements to get a passport. Her good upbringing is evident in her every movement. Please instruct us on how to use this computer. Can you tell the difference between county and state? There is no satisfaction in poorly done work. She was obviously angry at him when she hit him. That's most impressive indeed. Her plane departs in half an hour. Nowadays my father isn't as strict as he used to be. I will go to Great Barrier Reef to see marine creatures. We wandered the wilderness in search of food. In autumn the scenery there is beautiful because of the changing leaves. We found a king's tomb in the forest. An investigation has begun into the cause of the train crash. Frankly, I liked your old haircut better than the new one. You must follow the rules strictly or else you will be punished. His remark along the meeting. She visits this bar regularly and stays very long. The evening edition of the newspaper will stop on April 1st. He spent his whole weekend doing laundry. We will trim the Christmas tree on the 10th. What will it be today? How would you like your hair done today? Just a trim please. The submarine lost trim and began sinking. I just asked him to trim it a little. The president announced a tax package designed to trim the annual U.S. budget deficit. I called the hospital and they told me she was being discharged today. My bicycle has 21 gears. It's not my nature to flatter people. This photo flatters her. A giant dragon suddenly appeared. Its dark bulk looming ominously over us. The bulk of her sales come during the Christmas season. Despite his bulk, he thrust the sword with stunning speed. She always gives swift replies even to difficult questions. Are your ears pierced? The cold wind pierced me to the bone. A herd of wolves was moving toward the river. Chickens are herded to go to the butcher's. I wish you wouldn't make silly assumptions. The thief snatched Sandra's wallet from her handbag. The doctor gave me a prescription for my illness. Space is a giant vacuum. Don't go too much on the offensive. I'm afraid your dirty joke at the party was very offensive. Elementary, my dear Watson. He murmured that he loved her but she didn't hear him. The sweat stained my shirt. You're a fantastic person. I want to renew this book. Their presentation of the new plan was not well received. Jerry's contempt for Tom began with an argument over a girl. Last week she dyed her hair green but today it's red. He had suspicions that his wife had a lover. There are restrictions on visitors to this area. I fired him instantly. The boy's father gave him a brutal beating. Please accept this gift on behalf of our whole family. Recycle these used bottles and you'll save money. The report on the recent biological study was astonishing. Companies like this prosper in bad economic times. We put many ornaments on the Christmas tree. There was a suspicious man hanging around the bank. He prefers slender women although his girlfriend is fat. Witches were once burned in the town of Salem. We have offices worldwide. Initially we will expand into Europe and then North America. That character is one of her imaginary creations. He ate some bad food and consequently got sick. When the bird flew into the church there was much confusion. The thermometer says the temperature is 40 degrees. From my viewpoint this is a simple problem. The diligent teacher went to school 7 days a week. I typically read during my lunch hour. Her pots were made of relay. That's the way the ball bounces. The sender can use the valid address of a domain the mail is bouncing through. The students gave a pledge to their group. We pledged to compete openly and fairly. He gave me a cue to start speaking. Courtesy costs nothing. Any courtesies and assistance you would kindly extend to him would be most appreciated. With a blast of jet engines, the airliner took off. He suddenly started playing the piano, then blasted Horowitz's piece. The teenager mocked the teacher behind his back. She mocked her frustration and stress. People can be savage when they are put under extreme stress. The lifespan of this insect is only about a week. I would like to make a proposition concerning our two companies. With Paul and Andy is a different proposition altogether. Since they became members of an elusive group, they began to lose friends. The yen soared despite repeated intervention by the Central Bank of Japan. The intervention by the other children stopped the teasing of weak children. The preliminary study indicates the idea is a good one. The culinary works were the creations of the chefs who passed the tournament's preliminary round. You must sow before you can reap. The farmers reap the field in fall. Without a warrant you cannot arrest him. My mother always encouraged me to speak clearly and not to mutter. He accidentally cut his hand slicing onions. Don't inflict your unwanted opinions on other people. The first thing to do is an assessment. The animals stood in a cluster for warm. Most immigrants clustered in cities. The dialogue in the film was very realistic. The movie's narrative was silly but the acting was good. I put all of my winter clothes into storage. Her luck was so bad that she felt somebody had put a curse on her. That mathematical equation is long and difficult. It was so cold I couldn't stop shivering. Her old boyfriend inevitably caused her husband some worry. The Mona Lisa is perhaps the most famous masterpiece ever painted. A button and B button flashed simultaneously for some time. The constant rain made him feel restless. Reckless driving causes many fatal accidents. The rules specify that you must file an application. Ultimately everything that has a beginning has an end. Trivial misunderstandings might lead to the outbreak of war. The curriculum stressed math and science. She was the first woman to become a senator in Congress. Mr. Cooper, one presume? I presume that Tom was an Irish from his accent. The plan to build the new store was doomed from the beginning. The doctor gave the patient a dose of medicine. The boss's predecessor was a good man. It was the subjective opinion of the teacher to give me a D. The painting was bought by an anonymous buyer. The revolution brought down the old communist regime. Conversion of inches to centimeters is not so difficult. Desires are nourished by delays. The injection caused the little boy to cry. The council published a report calling for the injection of more flexibility into education. A plant will wither and die without water. The game was stopped because of rain, much to my dismay. When water boils it produces steam or water vapor. It's impossible to invent a perpetual motion machine. Many companies have a regular intake of new graduates every year. The government set a very high tariff on imported rice. Much of our considerable experience and expertise is in your particular line of business. There were several displaced persons in the customs office. The cowboy had to spur his horse to make it move fast. He made many concessions to her. The market is weary. There are no two persons with identical faces. He drove slowly to lessen the stress on the engine. The problem required a drastic solution. A census of Canada is taken every 10 years. Many nations have suffered from the tyranny of a selfish leader. The mortality rate in some African countries is very high. The company specialized in producing textiles for clothing. Water is comprised of oxygen and hydrogen. Our compartment has a sink and toilet. Antarctic winds blow up the coast of Chile. The baseball team had a decisive victory in the tournament. The roof could withstand any form of moisture. Many superstitions still exist concerning snakes. It takes thousands of years to form a glacier. Quito, Ecuador is a city that is right on the equator. She was an eminent doctor in the city. I commute to work by train. His death sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. Harold's help was integral to the project S. The cattle were slaughtered. As number 123 is a duplication of number 122, please disregard number 123 and pay only number 122. The donors pumped billions of dollars into Indonesia. Some blood donors feel weak after giving blood. Don't be so extravagant with your money. His coherent description clarified the situation. The condition is nurtured less by A than by B. Cooking is facilitated by well-designed kitchen. He is endowed with tremendous natural talent. He endowed to make the artwork available to the public. The sun constantly emits light and heat into space. My mother owns some authentic Wedgwood china. Her decorating aesthetic favors earthen colors. His beautiful house satisfies his aesthetic sensitivities. One of the colonel's subordinates gave the order to fire. The state promoted immigration to increase the population. Observing the Mormon creed, he spent 2 years as a missionary. They created an ecological reserve in the old fort. He endangers his health by drinking excessively. I accidentally deleted the contents of the file. The nurse showed great compassion for her dying patient. The immigrants tried to assimilate themselves in the new land. I need to verify your statement before I believe you. At least you can verify he was at the hotel. Smells and fragrances often evoke old memories. To evoke sympathy, Glenn acted like he was in pain. The intellectuals engaged in sophisticated discourse. Parents are prone to worry about their children. After 3 boyfriends left her, Janice was cynical about love. Move rather than ponder. Stan stopped a moment to ponder the purpose of life. Billy was a parasite, unemployed and living off his parents. They successfully removed a tumor from his brain. The stock market reached an unprecedented high level. AIDS stands for Acquired Immune Deficiency Syndrome. Heredity is an important factor in child development. Radioactive waste turns places into danger zones. Carol lagged behind the other hikers. Think on lagging again. He did not know how to articulate his thoughts clearly. Bureaucrats often have lots of power even though they are not elected official. The population of ungulates is high enough to meet the needs of predators. Her story seemed plausible. The disease was treated with a powerful antibiotic. Her limited study of primates only concerned mountain gorillas. There's someone at the door. I must go to the bank and get some money this afternoon. Will you show me the book you've just finished reading? The sun is going down. This is a place to come. But what if the unexpected happens? The panda is a shy creature. She is learning to play guitar. These things happened in the early 2000s. An apple hit me on the head. These vegetables are sold by the kilo. My dad went under the surgeon's knife. The Duke of Westminster was reported to be the richest man in England. Otto the Great was crowned Roman Emperor in 962 by Pope John XII. I don't have the time to talk to you now. I turned on the light and tossed my bag on the bed. I told the man behind me to get out of the light to see it clearly. Can I have a light, please? It's still so light out. Sometimes the print is so light you can barely see it. This laptop is so light and small that I carry it with me wherever I go. Many hands make light work. I have to go to work on Sunday this week. That's what kept us both going. How did it go? These documents go in this cabinet and those files go in that shelf. My memory is going. I can't go steal other people's work. A cat goes meow meow. Anti-establishment digs are out. Patriotic giggles are in. He is the richest man in the world. I was born in 2012. The gift was wrapped in red paper. Any idea who the woman in the red hat is? If you want to ask me something, you ask me in English. We are all in it together. I don't want to put you in danger like this. Is she in today? She will be in tomorrow. There are things people can do and things they can't. Can the rumor be true? He can't have done it by himself. Mom, can I make a phone call? Can you wash the dishes? You can do it tomorrow, May. You can spare another few minutes. Please, can the crap about how you risked your life in the war. My take on this is that any leeway should be minimal. I passed the exam on the second take. It is better to give than to take. Where are you taking me? I was taken with the beauty of the place. He will take us for pushover. It didn't take much imagination to suspect him. He was the only guy left at work last night. How long does it take? Take as much food as you want. What do you take in it? I wish I had the answer. She knows the answer to the question. I'll answer for her. That doesn't answer my question. The clouds are over the mountain. The boy threw the ball over the wall. He weighs over 200 pounds. When we arrived there, the show is over. Or I see better than 2. Do you see? See, you are again assuming that what he says is wrong. Did you see my brother at the park? Can I see you again? Do you see what I'm saying? I can't see him being involved in crime. I'll see what I can do. Trump sees good chance for summit. I'm Singer. The past 2 years saw. I'm not going to associate with the likes of him. Like he said, you should unzip the file first. Would you like another glass? I hope you'll like it. I never knew it could be like this. You are like me. I am. How? He was like, you're drunk, aren't you? And I was like, yes, I am. Is that a problem? The light should be on at all times. Alright, we're on. We're still on for today. The joke is on. Dinner is on Tom tonight. I'm on a fixed income. He was on the Tonight Show once. An old man was sitting on the bench. You can set the function on. She was just being polite. She was coming today. She is going to college now. The Prime Minister is to visit that country. You are to leave here. They were never to see each other again. That was not to be denied. If you are to win the game, you must practice hard. I'm exhausted. Be that as it may, you have to complete the job. The inspector insisted that the meeting be held. Spring is come. My push had been for separation to keep A from B. Warm water pushes southwards from the north. The people behind us pushed us into the train. I'm pushing 30. When I cut my finger, blood came from the cut. Words cut more than swords. Please cut that cake into 50 parts. The climate is genial here and we can have a windless round of years. His face is round, amount are rounded to nearest dollar. Your fly is open. Time flies. I don't know how I can thank you. How can you have the nerve to ask such a thing? How far is it from here? How are you? He's special. Special how? Good can come out of a misfortune. It's good to be careful. The ticket is good only in June. Should we leave now? No, we still have a good 10 minutes. Direct current input power is good DC. Find some bring flowers, study them real good and take notes. I don't know what I should do. How much do you need now? $10 should be enough. I demanded that she return the books she borrowed. You should have married her. I should like to visit a boutique. I'm surprised that she should have felt so angry. If it should rain, bring in the laundry. Do you need some help? Help is not available for this page. Crying isn't going to help. Can you help me with my homework? This book helped me raise my children. I can't help it. Larry's house is the big white one on the corner. Is there a doctor in the house? One chimney can house several flu. Lung infections are common in older particularly those housed inside. Don't whistle till you are out of the wood. I'm not leaving till I get an answer. I told you not to come till tomorrow afternoon. It is 10 till noon. Long may the third carry on in all our lives. The murder scene will leave an impression that is indelible however hard you may try to forget it. If the mountain will not come to Muhammad, Muhammad must go to the mountain. I knew that would come. These cups come 5 to a set. Come Christmas season these trees are decorated with thousands of small light bulbs. Don't come the innocent with me. All I want is the truth. We played lots of games at my friend's house. The 26 Olympic Games was held in Atlanta in 1996. I know what your game is. He's taking lessons with a coach to improve his game of soccer. I'm game. How about you? George jumps higher than anybody in his school. He jumped on us. Her dress is too small for her. Students must wear dress uniforms on chapel days. Where are you going dressed like that? Why are you dressed like that? Many Japanese dress a tree at the Christmas season. I sorted the stock, dressed the window and dealt with customers. The nurse dressed the wound of the child with her handkerchief. My mother gave me a shopping list. All speakers listed have been invited. ABC is no longer listed on the NASDAQ. This page brings you the most up-to-date information on movies. What shall I bring? Thank you so much for bringing me here. Age brings wisdom. The new product will bring a high price. The dog always runs around the house at night. I'll be around if you need me. Has it been around for a while? They said she would go there alone. Would your name be Jessa by any chance? Don't do anything I wouldn't do. She would often wash the dishes late at night. The door would not open and I had nowhere to go. The bus would be late when we're in a hurry. Would you let me buy you lunch? He thinks he is something. Do you want something to drink? I promise someone I'd do something today. How old is Bob? He is 40-something. Every little bit helps. She had a little money with her. I have very little knowledge of biology. I brought you a little something. I hope you like it. I'm a little tired. I bought a birthday present for him. English for Emmy. I'm for smoking. If you decide this product is not for you, simply return it. How are you today? Not bad for a Monday. I was given a strong kick from behind. Hi, how are you? Still kicking. He kicked the ball. Do you want some? Some are, some aren't. I had some coins in my pocket. He's some fellow. I learned later he is some politician. Are you enjoying the party? The magazine now enjoys a readership of more than 200,000. Immigration offenders can't enjoy most due process protection such as a trial by judge or jury. The greater your hope, the greater your disappointment. He was a great president. I think that would be great. Oh, I slept great. This song was written by my friend. I'll finish my homework by 9 p.m. Can everybody be quiet? He's the quiet type. The days are full. Don't get your hopes up. I hope to see you again. I hope it will be fine tomorrow. I have heard from her only once so far. Do you hear that sound? I forbid you to see her again. Do you hear me? This book has no pictures. Would it be alright if I took some pictures? His face was a picture. The picture has changed drastically. I can't quite picture myself as a mother. We enjoy seeing beautiful flowers in spring. Hope rings eternal in the human breath. I was thrown from prison in 4 for keeping my nose clean. There were big rocks on the road. I enjoyed the feeling of roughness of the land beneath my feet. I know the feeling well. I had a feeling of being watched. What is your feeling about this project? I discovered I had a natural feeling for classical music. He, alas, is no more. Where am I? You're in the hospital, remember? The truth is that she is a student. The meeting was yesterday. Don't put your books on my desk. How shall I put that? 2 wrongs don't make a right. Don't get me wrong. Don't take it the wrong way. I've come at the wrong time, haven't I? I'll leave soon. Quick at me, quick at work. Am I early? You're up bright and early. Tommy called me early in the morning. I have to get up early tomorrow. There are 2 sides to every question. She has a cute side. Brian walked down the steps to the door. Take a step back please. VCR that has a single frame step function. The sun rises in the east. I once lived in the east of Canada. Porcelain was brought to Europe by Marco Polo on his trip to the east. Yugoslavia belonged to the east. I like to see the morning sun through the east window. A soft east wind brought fog to the west side of the town. I'll be right with you. I've been with ABC Company since it was founded 10 years ago. I'm with you. Don't sit with your legs crossed on a crowded train. Do as I say, not as I do. Don't touch the machine. Leave it as it is. He was dressed as a woman at the party. The man regarded the situation as serious. Any other ideas? Do you have any idea who might have done this? That was the idea. Roger is a nurse at the largest hospital in the city. I was sent to the nurse. I'm nursing a cold. Tuesday comes after Monday. There were civil wars after civil wars. Watch out for the nail on the wall. I nailed the midterm. They will buy that land to build a zoo. Can I sit here? It's at 52-week high. My mom sat me down and explained things. I just want to be near her. The sun is in the west. Japan opened its doors to the west in Meiji era. He moved to the city's west side. We had a west breeze of 8 knots. It's a must. You must pass this test before you can drive. Must be nice to be rich. You must come. It's better you not know. You can better yourself by observing others. I will do better tomorrow. The gap between rich and poor is wide. I'm as poor as ever. A poor workman blames his tools. My knowledge of biology is poor. We are now driving at a speed of 50 miles an hour. Be a man. Man, this is cool. She put her lunch in a paper bag. His bag is opera. May I have your name again? The busiest person in our family is my mother. There will be no second chance. I'll second that. This is a story about an old man and his son. Science is about knowing. He sent me an email at about the end of May. That's about the same for me. My watch broke after I dropped it on the floor. How much TV do you watch every day? Watch where you're going. A nation of finger pointers. She was fingering her hair nervously while she waited for her turn. The army marched toward the city. Time marches on. That bus is very slow. The economy is slowing. I'll do it slow. Victor is the captain of our swim team. Best is cheapest. This is the best cake I've ever eaten. Make the selection that best meets your need. I'm sorry I'm late. One is always sorry after the event. I am sincerely sorry to hear that. What is the name of your school? Do what I tell you. I lost what little respect I had for him. It's a small world. When would be the best time? When did I fall asleep? The window is too high for us to reach. Carl took a walk in the park after lunch. The wind is blowing from the south. Andalusia lies in the south of Spain. A man without a wife is but half a man. It is a funny thing about life. Funny that it should disappear during the night. My father is the tallest in our family. Hippocrates is the father of medicine. Thomas Edison is the father of electricity. I feel sick whenever I travel by plane. It's to take a mania for guitars that far. I'm the only son. If you want good spaghetti, that's the only place to go. I have only $1 right now. My heart was filled with happiness. A heavy purse makes a light heart. Your comments are welcome. You are always welcomed. Welcome to our new house. Anyone around? Is there anyone home? Don't tell anyone. Anyone can make mistakes. Hokkaido is to the north of Honshu. It's 1 kilometer from the station to my house. Where are you from? I saw the boy from the other day. He gave a silver ring to his wife. 5 into 30 is 6. I was really into classical music when I was younger. I've known her since I was 4. Alright, since you insist. It's been raining since morning. Do you like this type of car? He is my type. If you type the page address in the address bar, make sure that it is spelled correctly. These are not my type of people. These areas are peopled by the rich and famous. His novels are peopled with young girls. We went to the island by ship. We can ship a deed by June 30th at the latest. It's like looking in a mirror. I need a fork to eat the spaghetti. Shall we do it now? What'll we do now? Now we have no more pitching. That is that. Why do you say that? Do you know the name of that person? Cowboys carried guns all the time. I had no paper to write on. It was such a bad movie that I walked out. If ifs and ands were pots and pans, there'd be no trade for tinkers. I'm going to go fishing with my dad tomorrow if the weather is good. Write your answers in English. She is friendly. My vegetable garden has tomatoes and onions. Can I ask you just one veggie question? The Duma failed to get the needed 300 votes on any of 5 counts. I don't have any money now. Carmen comes from a country in South America. What do you like about living in the country? John Smith has more. May I have more potato salad? I have one more word to say. The fish market is busy in the morning. Market your company to decision makers. Do you have any brothers or sisters? We camped outside because it was fine that day. Have you ever been to Hawaii? No one will ever know. Where did you ever get the money? He is not a doctor but a lawyer. Hey, no running in the hall. No, I don't think so. I need a new pair of shoes. I work really hard but all my money goes to the man. When it comes to science fiction, Arthur C. Clarke is the man. Please remember to buy some soap. There are many cars lined up in long rows and have prices soaked on the front windshield. Dinner will be at 6:30 p.m. at the Tokyo Hotel. She is very beautiful and she's kind too. You're never too old to learn. You did it first. No, I didn't. Did too. I don't think that's really important. Few people know it. Ellie and Billy saw each other last a few years ago. I'll soon be 30. Better 3 hours too soon than a minute too late. The world is getting smaller. There's a world of difference between thinking about it and actually doing it. Don't let your mouth get you in trouble. This table is made of wood. Don't hello till you are out of the woods. There is a coffee shop at the top of this building. The cat is sleeping under the desk. This just isn't my day. The earth goes around the sun. Don't open the door for anybody until I get there. She lived alone in the house until her death. The terrible news did not reach me until just this morning. Mr. Williams is to be meeting with you sometime between the 20th and the 25th. Your very presence is enough. Ray is very happy with his new car. There were many students on the train. Many mothers find that they end up breastfeeding longer. Clean that dirty room of yours right now. Please send these flowers to my mother for her birthday. Give me some rope to tie up these things. My father cooks dinner every Friday night. The students were all silent during the test. There is a time to speak and a time to be silent. Let me get an English speaker for you. Maury will be the next speaker. My uncle called me last night. I'll be Monkey's uncle. Would you like tea or coffee? Let's play it. Is that it? I have worked at the shop since last year. That story was in last month's magazine. It's nobody's fault. Food spoil quickly in the summer. This photograph of Lucy doesn't look like her. I don't photograph very well. That movie star is not so popular. Her father buys her anything she wants. Do you know anything about that? Who do you think you are? Do you have any hobby? She walked along the long wide street. Show me that road map of the city. My mother gave me some money to buy a notebook. I spent all last night counting sheep. I will finish high school in March. I am so tired from work. Turn left at the next corner. The shop is closed because it is late. Because he failed in that test doesn't mean he is mediocre. 20 years ago my family came to America from Japan. What's interesting about that story? Did you find everything okay? Uncle Joe lives a very healthy life. The center of town is quiet on weekend. Bad news sells. I can't eat this because it smells bad. I feel good when it is this cold. It was a few minutes after midnight. A woman's work is never done. I go jogging every day. Trains come every 10 minutes. He will become a good doctor. Sheila lost her glove at the supermarket. Loretta can speak 5 languages. Judy and Jane are sisters. I thank you very much. My hobby is drawing pictures. The rabbit's ears are very long. Our train arrives on time each day. There were over 10,000 visitors to our town each month. Her husband is also a teacher at our school. The farmer raised pigs and sheep. Karuizawa is famous as a summer resort. A mile is about 1.6 kilometers. My father is from a village on the island. You are angry at me, aren't you? The movie was not very interesting. This month has 31 days. It gets warmer in May. I went to the hospital because I broke my arm. The sooner the better. He is the shortest among all his friends. Everyone arrived at the party on time. She is tall and also very pretty. Someone is watching us from that window over there. We have only 1 week to do this work. Kimberly likes oranges more than apple. This is my wife Yoko. That netted me $100. They use the net to catch the fish. Might is right. Might I ask you some question? That might be true. You might help me. What are you doing there? Might I ask? You might call me tonight. I sometimes think it might be better for everyone if I wasn't here. The bird spread its wings and flew away. The bar was raised after we jumped over it. John broke his mother's favorite bowl. Pick the needle up off that broken record and sing a new song. He keeps a record of how much he spends. This company has a record of properly responding to customer complaints. Save this record or display another before continuing. His new job is hell. What the hell are you doing? Hell, it's broken. Passenger ships leave the port in Kobe. The car has a very powerful motor. She motored around Ireland. I used wire to hang the mirror. This house is wired for telephone and cable TV. I need a truck to move my furniture. Those residual solids are trucked to a composting company. The Time Machine won a following as a critique of England's class system. The following have been decided. Answer the following question. Are you crazy? He's crazy about rock music. Oh, he's driving me crazy. Everything in the garden is lovely. Thank you for the lovely dinner. Jack is a real baseball fan. A man's house is his castle. All the arrangements have been made. This new working arrangement should please the boss. An inch an hour a foot day. I felt worse after taking medicine. The gate was locked with a chain. I easily get absorbed in what I am interested in. The bird got out of its cage. Let me give you an example. Cloth is sold by the meter. This book sold 2 million copies. Metal is much stronger than plastic. I left a message on your answering machine. We'll have more news after these messages. That's certainly true. The examination is given 4 times a year. An examination of the suitcase revealed it contained drugs. Don't go anywhere. That must have been very painful for you. The error in the test is within several %. There are also 5 or 6 maybes. Maybe we can go dancing this Saturday. The product was sent by rail. He that has a full purse never wanted a friend. Are you drunk? His speech made a good impression on the audience. We took sex education classes at school. A giant wave at the beach. It is therefore important to carefully review Section 5. There are many railway lines in Tokyo. Anybody got a cigarette? There's smoke coming from downstairs. Their mother lives downstairs. Naturally I would like to be rich. I made this dress myself. Once an actor, always an actor. The dentist said I needed to have the tooth pulled. The children were very noisy. She had a bad cold and went to the clinic. I am partly responsible for the mistake. You need to spend more time studying grammar. You'll have to do the work yourself. My mother wants a new oven. Don't be foolish. He wrote the letter himself. She injured her heel when she stepped on a nail. Japanese economic bubble popped in 90s. Myers pop. Shut up or I'll pop you. He likes American pop music of the 50s and 60s. The bound package was tightly wrapped. He's bound to hate me. Know your own bounds. I was so drunk that my head was spinning. After he lost an eye, he wore a black eye patch. Patch me through to the president. I like girls who have a sense of humor. Every man has his humor. I'm in no humor to listen to your preaching. I'm not dating him. I just humor him. I like movies better than videos because of the big green. 200 a bunch. The salesman showed me a sample of the product. I think you've got some great bargains. A bargain's a bargain. The trunk of this tree is wider than a person. An underground organization was making up a secret plan. He bought a rubber ball for his baby. I need someone with a strong grip to open this bottle. This product is manufactured with the latest technology. What's the latest? You'll be home. My business partner and I share all the work. For the location of the switch, see figure 5. My assistant will call you in place of me. There's no relationship between skin color and ability. Are you in a relationship now? I'm seriously involved with him and we may get married. Don't take it seriously. He walks so quickly I can't keep up with his pace. They climbed up the ladder to go to the roof. Her breasts are big. The best part of the chicken is the breast meat. I really appreciate your being frank with us. I'm fully aware of all the problems. She wanted to see a romantic movie. He stole for the sake of money. Sake is the chief of all medicine. Commercial. Put the VCR on 4th. Some cans are made of tin. Punishment should always fit the crime. To take the patients into a locked unit is not protection but punishment. Sincerely looking forward to seeing you there. Cut that wood into 3 equal pieces with a saw. He was really sawing wood. The Queen wore beautiful jewels to the formal dinner. Russia and the US both have a large number of atomic bombs. She liked to read her children fairy tales before they went to sleep. She was truly happy that he'd fallen in love with her. The boxer hit the other boxer right on the chin. He turned the car sharply to the left at the crossroads. Young people seek employment after college. The chairman's seat was right next to the president. The new president was poor at management. It is a long lane that has no turning. His lawn is so beautiful it looks like a golf course. He built a photo studio in his house. I'm not entirely happy with the color of these walls. She bathed the children every day at 5 o'clock. Please put these knives into that drawer on the left. I prefer less clothing because it's more comfortable. Take the new highway and get off at exit 23. The improvements to the building took a lot of time. There was a big celebration after the team won the game. Shiger is better known for his plays than his poetry. She used a small pair of scissors to cut the paper. She liked all the visual art. He was reading aloud. Kawada in the ceiling has made 99 pitches. The elevators attached to the plane change its pitch and make it go up or down. He pitched the ball so fast I couldn't see it. We got the chills when we left the cottage. A chill rushed through my veins. I'm chilled to the bone. She was on the commission for improving the roads. Arranging this draft cost $22 in bank fees and commissions. She commissioned him to write songs for her. This guitar's body is hollow. The man lost a limb when he fell in front of the train. The country has become a limb of the West. A little girl's life is at stake. Nothing stake, nothing draw. He drove stakes into the ground. This knot is very tight. I have knots all over the place. The doctor noticed a large knot formed in her stomach. Curiosity is a sign of youth. We are a curiosity to them. I want a seat by the counter, not in the back. The employees countered that the company should distribute more profit to them. Vision is the art of seeing things invisible. It's no contest. A period is also called a dot. There are tiny electrical circuits at the heart of the computer. There hasn't been any variation in the weather the past few weeks. He left for a previously scheduled trip to New York City. I need some spiritual guidance in these dark times. I'm originally from Osaka. We are looking for sponsors for our planned festival. I skydived for the thrill of it. His translation of the article contained many errors. We suffered from thirst during the drought. Every man thirsted to see her shapely leg. His mode of doing things is a good example to the new workers. The ash from his cigar fell onto the table. A man who doesn't have a recognizable identity is called John Doe. There are humble contributions that we could make. Consult us at any time regarding the system. He did not return her book out of spite. Don't cut off your nose to spite your face. Convenience is king. The museum's West Gallery is closed for cleaning. Judging from his portrait, Abraham Lincoln was tall. If the police get involved, I want to back out of the deal. He preferred reading prose to poetry. Don't walk on wet pavement. Don't pretend to be ignorant. The volume of our trade in China is constantly increasing. Japan's economy was on a gradual recovery trend. What a marvelous idea. She made a spectacle of herself in that short silver dress. She's never changed her determination to live in Africa. He gestured to me to come join him. Few people have a natural resistance to this disease. Don't be greedy by taking another piece of cake. He was arrested for possession of drugs. She felt terror whenever she went into a small dark space. That magazine has a lot of articles on cultural trends. I'd love to buy a cottage on a lake. Jill had a nervous breakdown. After dinner we had chocolate cake for dessert. This machine's main mechanism has thousands of parts. He has a tendency to talk too fast whenever he's nervous. We watch all the comedy shows on TV because we love to laugh. I lost consciousness after drinking all that wine. This new software is much easier to use and needs less memory. Carol prayed to God to give her a miracle. He built a small log cabin in the woods. He normally sleeps 5 hours a night. Classical music is always popular. Let's go to the Big Apple, namely New York City. Wood chips can be sold at a store. The mills of God grind slowly, but they grind exceedingly small. Grind those seeds until they turn into paste. Don't lick your plate when you finish your food. If your mother had a lick of sense, she would want you to marry me. Animals come to the lake to get salt and often get mired in the muddy area and die. When he suddenly tried to kiss her, she slapped him. Wind may cause two R's to slap together and short out. The bent license plate was the result of a minor accident. This profile of you sounds like a different person. I'm sure that a Hawaii trip can be the highlight of this summer. He highlighted the importance of unity in his speech. Middle age is dreaded as a time of crisis. We gathered in the assembly hall and voted for new officers. Voters will elect members of a constitutional assembly. There is a heap of broken machines in the backyard. They produce heaps of cotton. The special program heaped accolades on actor B. Her husband is not handsome, but he has much wit. Great wits jump. This R is from my operation 2 years ago. Cooking with the microwave is fast and easy. Microwave the rice for 3 minutes or until it is hot. The emperor proclaimed that all slaves would be freed next week. 1,000 years ago that city's walls proclaimed its power and prosperity. Currently the company has a total staff strength of 300 employees. Please make a distinction between those two groups. Frequency of symptoms is an important distinction. The FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, is examining the UFO case. The unity of the citizens was the goal of the campaign movement. As the violence increases, drivers are more cautious about who they let into their cars. They exchanged their wedding vows in front of their friends and family. I vow to become a man that will look good with you. Mankind would perish by atomic weaponry. The acquisition of the company strengthened their market position. Mr. Smith groaned when he saw his son's bad report card. The inclined floor in the funhouse is very hard to walk on. The applause was so overwhelming that she couldn't hear anything else. The troops set up their headquarters in a cave. After the conference, demonstrations will be available. Water is the best drink because it doesn't have a single calorie. Hokkaido is Japan's largest prefecture. The smell of Helen's perfume filled the entire office. The sun's reflection on the lake was beautiful. The essence of evolution is the survival of the fittest. They dwell in one of the best neighborhoods in the city. He accustomed himself to living in a foreign country. This is utterly insane. Terrorist incidents decreased in frequency because of improved security. There are many historic buildings in Kyoto. Meeting his old girlfriend right after his wedding was a real irony. It is more economical to buy larger size products. Hamlet is probably Shakespeare's most famous tragic character. The psychologist asked his patient to look at several pictures. Working steadily is better than working in a hurry. In England they say petrol, but in North America they say gasoline. The cake used a lot of cream, so it was very moist. Spring has come surprisingly early this year. Science fiction is an art form of fantasy. He hit his forehead on door and went to the hospital. Victory is glorious even if for a short time. The warrior killed the enemy from the top his horse. You can carry your garment bag on the airplane. Her favorite pastime is watching TV. After a big fuss the matter was settled. She fussed over whether her dress was right. Claude Hitler fussed over his son Adolf. His wife spent 2 hours in front of the mirror fussing with her hair. He is corrupt at heart. Power tends to corrupt. It's impossible to corrupt a truly honest person. The blouse and the skirt are color coordinate. It took skill to coordinate the activities of all the people. We had a lot of press coverage. Her grandmother is all wrinkles when she smiles. He flattened out the wrinkle bill. Any inquiries concerning our company may be sent to ABC Bank. There was a public inquiry into the drinking water problem. The film script was written in 10 days. Nothing runs according to script. Pressing us for start will initiate searching. After 10 drinks he could barely stagger home. I'd hate to live a solitary life all alone in this house. Brown bears roam enormous home ranges. The Tory needed more time to convict the criminal. They are devising a business plan. He was arrested on the charge of corruption. ABC company has no manufacturing capability. He is studying the culture of the ancient Orient. We must admit that we are mortal beings. Please don't complicate things by bringing up the past. I have teaching qualifications in math and science. The company does research into virtual reality. I'll do my utmost to make it a success. We must utilize the sun for future energy needs. Thank you for the encouragement. The show is a spectacular success. The Republicans won 3 successive elections in the state. The diplomat arrived an hour late for the meeting. The lab assistant looked into the microscope to analyze the sample. The fortune teller made a prediction that it would be a cold winter. The Greeks measured the size of the earth with surprising accuracy. The big dog terrified the child. The politician's ethics were a disgrace, but he violated no laws. He repeatedly asked the same question until he got an answer. The actors received a lot of applause. Bids for the ball started at $1 million. After the storm the house was a wreck. Global capitalism wrecks social cohesion. Grandma had a lapse in memory and could not remember my name. Once we let a health insurance lapse, it is hard to buy the same plan again. New York is on a higher latitude than Miami. Circus high wire walkers have little latitude as to where they must step. Unlike adult children are very straightforward. Setting up this software is simple and straightforward. She had no tolerance for her children's bad behavior. Tolerance can be mistaken for kindness and kindness can be mistaken for weakness. The Senate will amend this article after the next election. Our company was in the red for this fiscal year. Sales projection for this year was lower than expected. There's a projection at the top of the route. The old man was quite an eccentric person. The attendance at the concert was dismal. It's insane behavior to quit school with only a month left. Word processors advanced and sophisticated features became commonplace. The boss was furious when the work was not finished on time. He chuckled when he heard the joke. He was asked to testify at the murder trial. To climb a mountain is a formidable task. A snake is a form of reptile. The movie was a calamity. It cost 2 billion yen to make and audience hated it. Her diet was the cause of her vitamin deficiency. The man shrugged when he found out he lost the bet. X-axis is a time scale. The eggs arrived intact after a long journey. Her wallet was presumably stolen, although it may have been lost. Oppression because of color is also common. During the duration of his stay in the hospital he painted pictures. The dinner started with a beverage. The insect was gigantic. Buildings are crammed side by side here. If scientists can clone sheep, maybe they can clone humans. The company exports a full line of personal computer clones. I wonder if we could clone him. The storm made getting proper orientation on the map hard. An empty end is no lure for a hawk. The hunters tried to lure the deer into the open. A hybrid bicycle can be ridden both on and off the road. The pitch was so fast that all I could see was a blur. When family is part of work, lines between the job and private life blur. Endorse your signature. The board endorsed him in the meeting. Tony's thinking is sometimes irrational. The rebels wanted to establish a new political entity. She arrayed the tea service on the table. It is illegal to discriminate on the basis of skin color. Disabled or veterans get special benefits like free hospital care. Do not press the button before the drum has stopped rotating. You have to rotate it to the right to open it. Kurdish aspirations for greater autonomy were under heavy fire on two fronts. The people of Quebec are seeking autonomy. He liked to collect novelty items as souvenirs. He provided a literal translation of what she said. He overcame adverse conditions to win the tournament. Dr. Williams runs a fertility clinic. The dictator was overthrown by the people. The warehouse contained over 20,000 items. The government allocated new funds for health care. The sticky tape adhered well to the wall. The law requires that spouses use one name. He was so humiliated by being arrested that he covered his face. Our resources are limited, so it's essential to conserve them. The biologist was studying the migration of the swan. I complied with her request. Encyclopedias contain a wealth of information. It was the most prestigious school in the area. Program will now terminate. We are going to terminate our contract with your company. He violated protocol by appearing in jeans and sneakers. HTTP is a universally accepted protocol. The sky went dark at noon because of a solar eclipse. Can you duplicate that ice skater's performance for us? When sneezing you might spread germs. Hard work never deters her from her goals. NATO had deterred World War III for 4 Cold War decades. Germany's infrastructure was damaged during the war. All manufacturers attempt to use the same infrastructure to build multiple models. Alice tried to be discreet about smoking in front of her students. The jury reached a verdict after an hour of deliberation. The verdict of history will certainly not be that John Doe is a criminal. Bill stopped eating to lose weight and thereby saved money as well. Good theaters are designed to naturally amplify sound. Cherry blossoms embody spring in Japan. Listening to loud music can impair one's hearing. Eating meat twice a day is the norm in America. Carbon dioxide is a gas that neither smells nor burns. Cooking 3 meals a day. Cleaning and babysitting are a daily feat for mothers. In feudal days most Europeans never washed themselves. The restaurant is adjacent to the bank. May was delinquent in paying her taxes for the past 2 years. Nothing symbolized the city's plight more than the subway system. The plight of the lost code was followed carefully by the press. The first 6 years of education are mandatory in most countries. The police asked the angry protesters to disperse. They helped disperse the students. The car was built in compliance with all the safety standards. Inside the skull is the brain. How much work does this project entail? A flood is imminent as it's raining harder. All things in the world changed with the advent of electricity. She deduced that her husband was unfaithful by the lipstick on his shirt. The anthropologist found new evidence about early man. Koala bears are indigenous to Australia. Sewage from the building poured into the street. Is the invitation still open? How long has the position been open? This matter is still open. Nothing has been decided yet. That restaurant does not open until 6 o'clock. Just open it and look. I could swim like a fish as a kid. A lot of wars could be prevented. They could not have lived without water. She could be very nasty in her younger days. Blacks could not even go into white lavatories. Could I speak to Mr. Jessup, please? I could hear the front door slamming. Could you possibly spare me a few moments in private? We could go for a drive tomorrow if you like. If I finished at 5 o'clock I could be with you by 10. You could have at the 8:30 bus if you had hurried. I could kill you and suck the warm blood from your neck. You could try to look a little more energetic. I like sweets very much. Sweet meat will have sour sauce. You are sweet. The mother's breath always sweet. I got a bargain. Sweet. Stay behind me. How long will you be staying in Hawaii? You should have stayed longer. I had work to do. I knew right from the start I was going to win. It's a start. He started speaking seriously. My telephone number is 012345678. Don't be afraid to fight. We have numbers on our side. We were fortunate that one of our number was a doctor. Her days are numbered. My mother keeps our house very clean. This side has a clean design. What is that thing on the table? Don't touch my things. I have so many other things to do. How are things with you? I understand that's a very nice camera, but the thing is I can't afford it. Cooking's not my thing. I'm totally new to this DivX thing. How can I play it? What's the easiest thing to catch when you're ice fishing? A cold. Serve the soup cold. In this area it gets very cold after sunset. You're getting cold. He knew his subject cold. Nice to meet you. That's not nice. It's nice of you to come see me. My clothes got all wet in the rain. Today the sky was blue and the sun was shining. I'm a little blue today. He that loves the tree loves the branches. I love that song. I put a stamp on the letter. Her portrayal stamps her as an actress. That water is too dirty to drink. My eyes are watering so I can't see well. I've gotten a lot of thoughtful letters on this issue from both camps. These two camps are unalterably opposed to each other. We camped in the field. Protesters camped in front of the palace holding signs that read "No war. Have a great trip." Look, the cat is chasing a bird. She is a trip. The breakers have tripped. Today is sort of bad for me. Bad workmen blame their tools. I felt bad because I ate too much. I want to know so bad. I hope I didn't do too bad. There were hundreds of thousands of stars in the eye. If you want to hear this information again, please press the star key. Pass me that dish of potatoes, please. Many dishes make many diseases. I saw a big blackbird. I just drink it black. It's always darkest before the dawn. Let's hurry. It'll be dark soon. The print is so dark. He looked happy when I told him the news. Unhappy for you. Unhappy to be living in Osaka. The boot is on the other leg. We need to study English a little more. The grass is always greener on the other side. A great ship must have deep water. The play finished at 9:30. I finished up some chores around the house by 10. I have to finish this before I go home. Bob finished his coffee with a gulp. Easy money is easy to spend. We caught the boy who threw a stone at our car. I just learned of your illness today. An old dog will learn no new tricks. Old dogs can't learn new tricks. I'm sorry to learn you are leaving Japan soon. That'll learn you to mess with him. We wash the floors of the house. What floor is it on? Is this some kind of joke? With us working together it'll be a joke. I'm just joking. Our baby is 3 months old. It's your baby. We ate baby slices of chocolate cake. My leg is heavy. I've got a really heavy date this Friday night. My coat has 4 pockets. Make sure you get the goods before the seller pockets your cash. My voice is lower than my father's. The voice of the people is the voice of God. He went to the island by plane. The air is dry. We swam in the pool all afternoon. This is my first visit to Hawaii. Visit our family when you come to town again. For more information on XYZ Incorporated, visit the company's website at http://www.cis.com. Clouds always follow the sunshine. The mirror is clouded from the steam. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. I was having a bridge put on my teeth. Could I have a spoon for my soup, please? Cool air is coming from the sea. Apple juice is a healthy drink. Give it more juice. Give it more juice. The garden was covered with snow. I wanted to be a movie star when I was a little kid. Had that dream. It was a dream day. Are you still dreaming? Are you awake? If you can dream it, you can do it. Tell me before I go crazy. The accident happened just before midnight. Have I seen you before? He has been a pilot for 20 years. He piloted the Bell X-1 flown on the first manned supersonic flight. I told you that already. Let's go already. Forget it already. My brother wants to be a doctor. Somebody doctor the sales report. These dogs eat better than any human. We eat hamburgers for lunch. You look like something's eating you. Why didn't you finish your homework on time? Why yes, thank you. I need some salt for these potatoes. The older the wiser. Older and wiser. I had a big old knot on my face. There are many beautiful flowers in the garden. The ball is very soft. You're way too soft. That dog is very big. That's mighty big of you. Be careful carrying those eggs. Do you really want to quit your job? Something wrong? No, nothing really. If we're lucky, we'll get a big bonus. The busiest men find the most time. The line is busy. You can't put the clock back. My car has about 20,000 miles on the clock. He is 6 feet tall. He's not the only fish in the sea. Can you please show me a map of this town? New things are not always better. She cries when she sees a sad movie. I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. I'm hungry for learning. Windows 10 is resource hungry. I don't know where to begin. He who begins many things finishes but few. It takes about 1 hour to walk from my house to school. My mother gave me a gold ring. Boys will be boys. Boy oh boy was at some party. If he is not here then look over there. The house is 400 meters from here. Did you sleep well? The baby is sleeping. Kenji is taking the English test. She has a pretty red coat. Do you have any other family? I only ate half of a sandwich for lunch. I bought a pair of shoes yesterday. The hill was covered with sand. This pair of shoes is $200. Greedy lawyers see the dollar sign when they see people walking into their office. The government is eager to lure more investment tourist dollars into the country. Do you understand what I mean? I thought you understood French. Where are you up to? To the grocery store. Where is the biggest bookstore in this town? There's nothing sadder. That ban was pretty sad. Does a chicken have lips? Don't be chicken. Come to my office later. He drinks 2 bottles of milk every day. Please go and help them. I want them cookies. Them's the breaks. I am a member of the best baseball team in the city. I put some butter on my bread. You want me to butter it? May I have this dance? Would you like to dance? He has 20 cows on his farm. My nose is clean. Won't you join our group? He decided to work at night. He likes girls with brown hair. Heat the oven to 450 degrees and put the beef in just long enough to brown the surface. He has a kind of authority that listens. You've never been here? He smoked a pipe. Please get off the bus here. Patty broke her leg when she was skiing. The new tunnel runs under the sea. What are you doing today? He will leave the city next month. I'm Tab City. Helen doesn't eat meat. You're the most beautiful girl I've ever met. It's a beautiful day today after the rain. A friend in need is a friend indeed. It's that time of year again. He has 3 daughters. Bread is better than the song of the birds. The gentleman waiting at the corner is Mr. Smith. Where did you leave the tickets to the baseball game? God help those who help themselves. Oh my God, did you have a good weekend? She will buy a chocolate cake for the party. Taffy the cat caught a mouse in the garden. In this country the sun hardly shines little in winter. I want a knife to cut the chicken. I take a bath every day. Shall I open the window? The baby has 1 tooth. Next week we will go to Tokyo. There's always a next time. Such things often happen. His younger brother has many toys. I never read the newspaper but I watch TV news. A famous artist painted that picture. This building is my uncle. My parents live on a farm and grow rice. Peter is studying in the library. My grandfather is 99 years old. The child is the bond of matrimony. Take an umbrella because it is going to rain. The shirt I am wearing is my husband. I ate some chicken soup. There was no food in the house. Mr. Sheldon teaches science. We had a meeting this morning. The lunch was delicious. I have a music class on Monday. She doesn't like wearing a skirt. I went to see the doctor yesterday. Could we have 2 cups of coffee? She never answers the telephone after 10 o'clock. We went to the lake. Everywhere we went people were nice to us. There was no toilet on the 2nd floor. She climbed to the top of the tower. We had dinner at a new restaurant. Too much sugar is not good for your teeth. Which of these melons is larger, this one or that? I've seen that video 10 times already. Our school has 2,000 students. We will go downtown and see the new movie tonight. I can't get up early in the morning. She is very tall. This is your job, not mine. Our car is very old and slow. My mother has red hair. He and I have the same last name. Tim's grandmother still works at the hospital. Please say hello to Cindy for us. Work was fun because everybody was nice. The lady in the pink suit is my mother. We go skiing during winter vacation. This book is useful. Do you have any dry towels? My guitar is good but yours is better. The bird was sitting upon the wall. He drove his father's car to school. Their answer to my question was wrong. They are very happy with their lives. My aunt lives with us. He did not believe in God until he turned 40. We gave him a tie for his birthday. This jacket is not mine. I gave her a box of candy. Its name is Topo the mouse. His name is Dexter. Only kings and queens wear crowns. My eyes must be shot. His first shot missed but the second hit the victim. Heat up the soup in the small pan. Hang your coat on that hook. We've got our hooks in them. The book was all text and no pictures. The noise from the jet planes hurt their ears. Would you hand me the hammer? President hammers INS for issuing student visa approvals to 2 hijackers. I like to put cream in my coffee. If he finds this out he will cream us. I lost my balance and fell backward onto a table. The gate is locked at night. They drilled a hole in the door for the new lock. There's a bowl of nuts on the table. Sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. He is a few bricks short of a full load. He is a real brick. Use a blanket when it's cold at night. A thick and black fog blanketed the area. Computers and I don't mix the oil and vinegar and put it on the salad. The castle looked grand in the sunset. Diamond rings are very expensive. Everyone listened as the band played the school song. I lost a button from my shirt. Your shirt is not buttoned right. We need a thick cable for that construction project. My new stereo has powerful speakers. The economy is still very powerful. One cannot do everything in life by oneself. Julia could be herself when she was with her friends. New curtains will change the atmosphere in the room. I've got a curtain to make. The wolf knows what the obese thinks. Many men in Arab countries have beards. He looks handsome in his new suit. I painted the fence around my house. She was wearing a purple dress. Humans have a lot of bones. They sell automobile parts in that store. The platform is crowded at this time of day. They live in Western Japan. An airmail stamp costs 32 cents. The shirt is made of cotton. She took a cab from the airport to the hotel. This tie is made of pure silk. He surprised us with some great magic tricks. The leader of the group told everyone what to do. I put my head on the pillow and fell asleep. That program is a mixture of comedy and drama. I'm not afraid of spider. I keep the car in the garage. He put on a jacket. I don't believe in ghosts. Which is more interesting, the creation of abstract ideas or concrete things? Working closely together often leads to friendship. The guitar is one of the most popular musical instruments. They want to go to the beach for their vacation. It's peaceful when knowing the snow is just like powder. Are all the files I need on this computer disk? They used to wear wooden shoes in Holland. They saw the shillelagh from the hill. Use a ruler to draw a straight line. I wasn't invited to the wedding. I like the light from this old lamp. He was greatly admired. The scientist may say it's impossible. My brother bought a new computer last year. The sailor fell off the ship but was saved. Fishermen get up very early in the morning. Sir, your seat is over here. He said he wanted neither coffee nor tea. Meryl Streep is a fine actress. The robot is designed to fix itself. Please buy some onions for dinner. Sunlight filled the room. We are having supper at 6. David's suit is made of wool. She likes to travel by herself. His daughter liked to sit on her daddy's lap to watch television. The bull lowered its horns and charged. As he got old, he started to feel pain in his knees and all his joints. I finally shaved my beard after having it for 10 years. His back shaved the counter in passing. You should roast the beef for about 3 hours. Your collar is turned up at the back. The whale is the largest living mammal in the ocean. Whale is the nickname for high rollers. They wailed away at each other with swords. My car's gas tank holds 50 liters. The play consisted of 3 20-minute sketches. Although she likes to sketch, she doesn't like to paint. Put your bags underneath the seat. He is a good guy underneath. There are 312 teams in that league. He broke his jaw in a car accident. The jar of strawberry jam broke when I dropped it. He has been practicing taiko drums after school. All are not thieves that dogs bark at. Many of Chaplin's movies are film classic. If I give you a hint, maybe you can answer the question. Are you hinting that I must stop smoking? A cheerful wife is the joy of life. Would you like a slice of cake? Laziness is his weakness. I have a weakness for sweet. She wrote in her journal every night before she went to bed. He believes in an absolute being or God. I'm very fond of my grandmother. On the advice of the family doctor, he went to see a heart specialist. The rolling thunder woke us up at midnight. Her eyebrows arched. I want to curl my hair because it's too straight. I've put on weight so my pants don't fit around the weight. She gently put the sleeping baby on the bed. John Grisham is probably one of the most widely read writers in America today. He bought a telescope for his son so he could look at the stars. Give us your wallet. The eastern part of Canada has more people than the western part. The Southern Cross can be seen in Australia's night sky. The little boy jumped onto his father's back. I keep all my sport stuff in the basement. It is probable that he will become the president. We'll go sometime. In the meantime, I'll stay here and wait for your phone call. There are quite a few German speakers in northern Italy. Failing that test must have been a big disappointment to you. If you are careless, you will make a lot of mistakes. That outdoor restaurant is always busy when the weather's good. I understood perfectly what the teacher was saying. Oranges and lemons contain lots of vitamin C. Let's try and do things a little differently this time. You can see many kinds of aircraft at the airport. The car couldn't stop and ran off the cliff. He shot the arrow at the apple. Thank you for your kind assistance. 8 o'clock Eastern. Do you think you can do this? Oh yeah, it should be a snap for me. The rubber band snapped when I pulled it too much. I want extension 123. This extension curriculum provides support for students' academic development. I need more time to finish this, so please give me an extension. They were aboard 2 buses. Matsui hit a homer with 2 aboard in the bottom of the 7th inning. We would be happy to bring aboard new members who share the same values as we have. They set up a roasted chicken stall at the festival. A spark of hope remained as his heart began to beat again. 100 records in a market can be evidence of a spark for indie label. The investigation was sparked by a tip from a confidential source. I'm just chopping onions. As part of the party preparations, they made up a guest list. Humans are emotional creatures. He's an amazing guy. Bands of pines and poplars form an effective shield against encroaching sands. Her life is one of excess, too much drinking, eating, playing. She was a dynamic leader but had many enemies. The sun beamed through the windows every morning. Ignorance and incuriosity are 2 very soft pillows. He has my approval as my successor. Expectation is better than realization. This discussion is of secondary importance. We had the first frost of the season. I've got a packet of food and some drinks in my bag. Their explanation of the accident was so definite that he was satisfied. The children readily became familiar with the new computer. Everyone can readily make use of it. He still smoked cigarettes without filters. The backpackers were halfway to Paris. The essence of a good education is the ability to think. The decision rested heavily on the judge's mind. The paperboy pushed his heavily laden bicycle, slowly dropping off its delivery. Our teachers did not receive recognition for all their work. The publications department was putting together a new dictionary. It isn't for publication. The surrounding neighborhood is very dangerous, so stay around here. The house's interior needs mending. The cloud formation up there is very unusual. The computer is a helpful invention. If you are uncertain about your right, you should contact a legal advisor. This will be a profitable investment. Please write a paragraph on the most exciting moment in your life. We must improve the efficiency of our factories. There has been a gradual drop in the number of violent crimes. Her whole lifetime was spent serving her husband. That piano is an antique and to repair it will be expensive. Young Saint's old devil. Place these cookies in a container to keep them fresh. Your car won't start because of an electrical problem. Our intent is to buy that company and hire new workers. He's a great person who is worthy of all the praise he receives. I have to watch the new detective drama this Friday. He poured some water into the basin to wash his face. That sector of the economy is doing very well now. We had a fist fight at school today. My parents became grandparents last year when I had twins. That game arcade is the main attraction in this town. Although her grammar was excellent, her pronunciation was poor. Adjustment of the machine is a difficult task for him. Can't we have a little privacy while we are on our honeymoon? She uses literary skills while working at the magazine. He strongly supports my idea. The Showa Emperor died in 1989. I went to Turkey and Greece with my bride. The width of the desk is about 120 centimeters. A bundle of newspapers caught fire and burned the house down. It would taste better if you dipped it in the sauce. She was dazzled when the oncoming driver did not dip his headlight. All wards were filled with injured people. He became a ward of his rich uncle. I noticed by the scratch of the ward that the key was forced around. The cat toyed with the bug before killing it. She's been bugging me to worry and marry her. This room is bugged. We made a provision of food in case an earthquake occurred. Universities and graduate schools should make special provisions for superior students. Damn the rain. Thank you for your sympathetic sentiments on my mother's death. On the birthday card were a zodiac theme and the printed sentiment. She showed appreciation of beauty. Copper pennies are no longer made. Our idea doesn't have enough punch. She punched holes in the paper before filing it. We visited the king's main chamber in the castle. There is no obligation to buy this product. Cover your mouth when you sneeze. Fibers grab dust, dirt and hair. At times the fiber of the firm has been tested. I am not very physically fit. His singular purpose in life was to enjoy himself. Dad took up golf after his retirement. Her cat is full of mischief, hiding things all the time. Mischief comes by the pound and goes away by the ounce. On work days I only have cereal for breakfast. He went to the United States as a diplomatic correspondent. She is good at putting on a diplomatic smile. He went into combat knowing he could die. The reporter tried to uncover the truth. We said farewell to our teachers on our last day at school. He reached the door in 3 strides. Could you please call the attendant for me? We have a farm in one of the provincial regions of that country. I began to sob when he said he no longer loved me. The dolphin is intelligent. That's terrific news about your promotion. His purpose in working there is primarily to gain experience. Brenda is the heir to her father's fortune. He has an indirect influence on those who still read his books. A and B are similarly colored. Most of the embassies are located in the same part of town. This continuous rain is driving me crazy. They worked independently but reached the same result. I don't understand the significance of your question. The invasion started with planes and Tang. Thinkers of the Renaissance still affect modern man. Environmental issues are key to the future of this planet. The electronics manufacturer released a new line of Aero. The typhoon struck the 7 islands then moved north. Squirrels inhabit all the trees in this neighborhood. We need several hours of daylight each day to keep healthy. Please follow the guidelines when answering customer questions. It is a commonly held belief that blackheads bring bad luck. I'm pessimistic about the economy in the short term. Please move that chair into the corridor. The regional offices report monthly to the head office. Computers can help increase productivity. She became mentally ill after that terrible shock. In English, the verb usually follows the subject of the sentence. He put the electrical plug into the outlet. I tried my first plug of chewing tobacco then. He piled the cans into a nice neat stack. He has stacks of money. Dye products are stacked on the grocery shelves. The jet made a loud boom when flying above the crowd. The sheep strayed from the flock and got lost. Persistent rain over the weekend ruined our vacation. Don't throw away trash on the street. He really got trashed in that magazine article. The terminal was filled with passengers waiting for the bus. She's unconscious because of an overdose of morphine. It's the unconscious pressures. The tragic drama unfolded. She unfolded the letter and started to read it. He had so much junk he didn't know what to do with it. Alligators usually live in swamps. Don't be so depressed. I can barely see the climbers standing on the mountain ridge. The annual school excursion this year is to the mountains. Vienna is accessible by rail from other cities. You have to use tools accessible to you. There was an abrupt change in their foreign policy. The two friends clashed over which road to take. Mom banished the dog when it bit the mailman. There is undergoing restoration at the museum. I took my old rubbish to the garbage can. Take 20 tablets before each meal. The sand at this beach is very coarse. My interpretation of the events is different from everyone else's. The quest for peace in the world is never ending. This agreement shall commence on the effective date. It's just an extra precaution. Slavery was ended in the U.S. by Abraham Lincoln. We need more pillars to support the roof. Libraries have a well-organized classification system. Exercise is beneficial to your health. There are several popular cartoons for children on television these days. My job isn't worthwhile anymore. In many countries in Europe, people are bilingual. They were in great peril when the typhoon hit the island. His involvement in the scandal was considerable. Flight schedules were irregular during the typhoon. North Korea has experienced political and economic isolation. A multitude of options went through his mind before he made his decision. He is an expert of economics. I'm appointing you as my deputy in charge of shipping. Considering the given conditions, there is little probability of life on Mars. The artists were comparable in their abilities to paint portraits. The disagreement turned into a major fight. His denial of the charges against him was strong and detailed. For recreation, I like to play tennis. He considered intellect to be more important than love. We observed their response to a stimulus. An elephant is considerably bigger than a mouse. The truck's cargo was 2 tons of wheat. Sociology is the study of society. The lion held the deer in his clutches. Shoppers were clutching sale circulars. He cut a small vein on his hand which caused it to bleed. A rumor started to circulate about the president's private life. 2 women allege abduction. The company alleged A's products infringe on its patent. The bird's colored feathers were it. He blinked when the light was turned on. Why are you acting so weird? Betty lives alone in one of the most desolate regions of this country. Could you please summarize what you just said? I can summarize it like that. The police discovered the conspiracy before it was too late. They were arrested for an alleged conspiracy against the government. Pollution is a menace to our health. We do not want any interference during our meeting. His customers were full of fury because they lost all their money. The French Emperor Napoleon was exiled to the island. She excelled at her study when she was in school. She's pathetic. Is she really my daughter? His entire left side is paralyzed. The police looked for fingerprints at the house. Clinical studies show that medicine does not work well. Bad investments put him in a disastrous financial situation. Simultaneous celebrations are held across the country on national holidays. Naoko and Simon were respectively the first and the second in the women's marathon in Sydney. Japanese politicians are poor at diplomacy. Absolute zero is a theoretical temperature. The workers asked for a rent subsidy from the company. Tedious jobs become bearable if done with someone else. The sports star had to affirm his retirement. He was able to recite the poem without reading it. Books enrich our lives. The Metropolitan Theater was closed for repairs. The movie script was an adaptation of a short story. He was full of melancholy when his girlfriend left. The municipal taxes were high compared to the state taxes. His expression is monotonous. The politician's rhetoric put everyone to sleep. The mother tried to soothe her baby's crying by singing a song. In order to protect the business, the owner declared bankruptcy. He put the letters in their respective mailboxes. They bought souvenirs of their trip at the airport. Standards of normal and abnormal behavior often change. The delegation arrived at the conference center early. The bill was passed by a unanimous vote. The man became seriously ill and subsequently he had to leave the office. The monarchy is still respected in England. There was general optimism when stock prices increased. Meditation is a good way to relax. The monk prayed at the church every day. The landlord's greed caused him to raise the rent. His deficit-cutting plan included big tax hikes and deep slashes in government spending. The road boys were going around slashing tires. Prices on everything in the store have been slashed. The sides of the road were covered with litter. His friend gave them a puppy from their litter of 7. Tilt the steering wheel up to make it more comfortable. I studied frog anatomy in biology class. The company denied taking part in the exploitation of children. The police liberated the hostages. When an equilibrium is established, it can be observed. I changed my lifestyle to have a better sense of equilibrium. The flood devastated the town. I was devastated by your lies. Steel boats are more durable than wooden boats. Irrelevant remarks at meetings just waste time. The frail old man crossed the street using a cane. The deprivation of the homeless in Calcutta is extreme. That bully persecuted him by hiding his stuff. The drug addict broke into the house. Air bubbles in water can inhibit freezing. Kids will be shaped somewhat by the temperament of their parent. The slump in the stock market was only temporary. Saying that something was rare and unusual is redundant. He overcame his learning disability and graduated. In all likelihood I'm going to be late for the meeting. The stock market greeted the merger with approval. He showed great constraint and said nothing. He faced the dilemma of sacrificing his career or his marriage. The country's immigration quota was filled in 6 months. Public relations tried to correct the misleading information. Travel was much slower before the age of aviation. We won't stand for sexual harassment in the workplace. He studied botany at university. There's been a late surge of support offers for the candidate. A sudden power surge ruined many electronic appliances. Traffic surged at the company's website. Facts intrigue me. The spectrum of visible colors is very narrow. Fiona subscribes to 5 different magazines. Ellie's dubious reputation made her untrustworthy. The manager found the proposal rather dubious. This new house is a fusion of classic and contemporary styles. Nuclear fusion can produce bombs as well as produce energy. Segregation in the South led to many legal fights. Dr. Adams likes to relax in the bird sanctuary. The surviving herd found sanctuary in this park. Conformity among teenagers is most obvious in their choice of clothes. If a falling coin builds enough momentum it can break. The momentum of jet stream causes the entire thunderstorm to rotate. Fishermen stun fish by hitting them on the head. The book was a collaboration between a writer and a photographer. She denounced her professor in class and was kicked out of school. The ordeal has been very hard on my husband and children. Regular doses of venom can build immunity to snakebite. The wind animated the flag. Magicians fool people with optical illusions. One should practice good hygiene to avoid becoming ill. The police's ruthless treatment of the demonstrators shocked the world. It was pure ingenuity to make a cheer from old cans. Fred needs a new kidney before he can leave the hospital. Many diseases have been prevented by vaccines. Ellie has maternal feelings for other people's children. Jungle vegetation goes wild in summer. Dr. Black was so humane that he didn't charge per patients. There is no validity to any of Patty's theories. The psychiatrist examined the depressed man. He has a very good work ethic. The old house was demolished to make space for a new one. The idea must be feasible. The airport offers a shuttle service between here and the hotel. European gardens are noted for their symmetry. The police were deployed in the town center to stop the riot. The devastating earthquake destroyed the city. The archaeologist discovered a lost village under the city street. In your stomach there's an enzyme that digests food. Truer words were never spoken. Would you like a drink? Am I the only one that notices my drink is empty? How about a drink? Don't drink and drive. If you drink, don't drive. I drink 5 cups of coffee every day. It's a 7-minute walk. Walk in the cafeteria. Can I walk you home? Wash your hands and face after you play outside. A little pot is soon hot. This curry is too hot. I've got a hot one. There are many toys in the box. The snow was white and soft. He was strong enough to carry that rock. The U.S. economy is strong. He wore a red cap. The fee would be capped at $100. It capped a month-long undercover investigation. She has 2 cats. We open our shop each day at 7 o'clock and close at 5 o'clock. Thanks for shopping at and please come again. There are many cars on the street. When I returned the whole street had been demolished. Don't step into the street. Stay on the sidewalk. The whole street gathered at the funeral. I heard the street door open and slam. The man was killed in a street brawl. I changed into street clothes and went down to the hotel restaurant. Street language of youth is used in many comic strips. That shop sells pens and pencil. He penned sketches for the comedy show. I saw some ice floating in the sea. I've read it or heard it somewhere. The thermometer reads 906 degrees Celsius. Do you read me? Are there any sports you like to watch? Be a sport. Every dog has his day. Quit dogging me, man. My email won't send. Send me a letter from France. Open your books to page 50. Could you page somebody? Glenn lost the keys to his house. Her house is painted pink. Please send Amy a Christmas card this year. There are 8 or 9 races on a card. I have a computer on my desk. She is a Kim Basinger. A mouse ate the cheese on the table. Okay everybody, here we go. Cheese on 3. 1, 2, cheese. Pigs might fly. You're such a pig. Elephants have very large bodies. The horses are eating the grass in the field. No man really becomes a fool until he stops asking questions. You won't fool me with that trick this time. My mother bought beef for dinner. I've got a beef about the decision. Fearing reprisals from the terrorists, the CIA beefed up security after capturing the terrorist leader. The warm spring air makes us sleepy. You're getting warmer. The ball rolled down the street. I know, Pets and children aren't allowed in this building. He drank a cup of coffee. Those who can do, those who can teach. Mr. Smith teaches English. This will teach your dog not to accept food from strangers. That will teach him to play a dirty trick on me. Which season do you like best? Everything is good in its season. She always puts honey in her tea. He's always got to have a honey. We live in an apartment near the station. Being young is both good and bad. She's younger than you'd think. This table is too small for our family of 10. His teeth were yellow from too much smoking. Could you hold the other end of this tape? Peter's bed is too small for him. Don't sing in such a piercing voice. Our team sent a rocket into space last year. Elizabeth has been queen of her country for over 40 years. The snakes at the zoo were all sleeping under the tree. The San Andreas Fault sneaks down this part of California. I'll put one upside your head if you get too smart. We need one large pumpkin for Halloween. Lola swims 1 mile once a week. Her eyes swam with tears. The heat made my head swim. The walls have ears. A bluebird visits our garden every day. You're a strange bird. There's the bell. Milk is an important drink for young people. My grandfather made this wooden chair. He joined a sport club. The Earth has only one moon. The 1st of January is New Year's Day. Could you tell me more about it first? I took the bus to the hospital. Tomorrow is a new day. What are we going to do tomorrow? Where are you going on your summer vacation? Brandon and I will go to the dance together. You're a very good singer. The birds are flying over the sea. No child knows how dear he is to his parents. A thing you don't want is dear at any price. The apples on the other side of the wall are the sweetest. I am a member of the ski club at my school. Lunch is on the table. We went to church every Sunday. His father bought him a new bat. We grow tomatoes in our garden. Take a taxi at the station. Is anybody home? Anybody here? Anybody can do this work. My father likes wine. Please answer yes or no. His parents were too busy, so they sent him to his grandmother's house. The taxi driver took me to the wrong place. Smile when you say that. I have an idea. She never drinks green tea. We watch TV in the evening. It's a girl. The large tree in the schoolyard is over 200 years old. We rode our bikes to school. The room has no windows. Her eyes were red from crying all day. He wanted to be king. My father's desk is very large. Could you speak more slowly? Jamie said hi to us when we saw her at school. It will be wonderful to see you. No song, no supper. Our high school doesn't have a football team. That mountain is the highest in the country. I listen to the radio every morning. Dinner was chicken and tomato salad. Those are the worst ones of all. I'm one of those people. The boat is going down the river. My mother always wears it when she goes out. The sky is clear tonight. The river runs in front of my house. Do you get American television in Japan? My sister works 3 afternoons a week there. Wesley received many chocolates on Valentine's Day. Where's the bathroom? The children ate potato salad. That sometimes happens. What did you have for breakfast? Shelley is taking photos with her new camera. I like winter because I can go skiing. There are many interesting animals in the zoo. This is Perry, the one whom you spoke to on the phone. Tom can ride a bicycle. Mr. Smith is an English teacher. We walked up the hill. Nancy is doing her homework in her room. Our hotel is near Central Park. The mother kissed her baby. This orange is from Florida. You left that door open. She found happiness when she met him. Whose key is this on the table? Autumn comes after summer. Why don't you join us for dinner? She practiced the piano every day. He is one of the funniest people in the TV world. Rice is the most important food in many Asian countries. These glasses are dirty. Our town is very small. We eat lunch at noon. Try this egg salad for lunch. We have finished our work but they haven't finished theirs. Mother is baking cookies in the kitchen. He works at the supermarket. Use a dictionary if you don't know a word. The house has 4 bedrooms. I bought a tie for my dad on Father's Day. He is a very famous musician. Usually I read a book before going to sleep. This idea is ours, not the teacher's. 8 o'clock mountain. Tomorrow is my birthday. The children set up a tent in the wood. Those dresses are hers. My skirt is made of wool. The car skirted along the lake. The road hurts round the village. We skirted a large hole there. The hill skirt the village. Riding in a hot air balloon is exciting. The deficit would balloon to $300. There's a hole in my sock. She wore a gold pin on her hat. Fear of cannibals in the interior pinned him to the beach. This belt doesn't fit my trousers. Each of a belted his 19 Homer. A rat looks like a mouse but larger. If life gives you lemons, make lemonade. They sold me a lemon. Every bean has its black. We don't have to pay a bean. Don't fool with me, he snapped. There's too much pepper in the soup. The field was peppered with mine. The railroad tracks run through the center of town. We had to wait in line to get tickets to the concert. Professional baseball players earn a lot of money. The theater is always crowded on Friday night. Leave them alone to meet there and quietly. Some butterflies travel thousands of kilometers. I'll happily help you all I can. Surely there's something I can do for you. She's a famous writer. She has a collection of dolls from all over the world. Parents should provide protection for their children. A lot of money is spent on the country's defense. They themselves made the decision. A person should know themselves. At work we are allowed to wear our everyday clothes unless we are meeting customers. She wants to be a painter. I was very unhappy when my car broke down. The princess died in a car accident. She signed her letters in blue ink. Bees make honey. It's a weekly TV program. I'm deeply disturbed by those false rumors. The workers at the office are happy with their jobs. The waiter took our order. A foreigner asked me where the station was. Want some beer? I ought to be going now. He works for an international airline. We can go skating on the pond in the winter. The Om festival is in the summertime. We took the elevator to the roof. Let's take a look at the menu. The photographer took hundreds of pictures. A businessman needs to think quickly. We decided to design our house ourselves. The old man was sitting on a suitcase. I'm going to see an opera this evening. We used candles when the lights went out. The prince will become king soon. The new passports have a blue cover. Tobacco is not good for your health. We found some ants in the sugar bowl. Her niece got married last year. Your own security. Do not reveal your personal identification number to anyone. 3 + 2 = 5. I can carry the suitcase plus the shoulder bag. The potato sacks were made out of old cloth. Thousands of defenseless civilians were killed at the sack of Constantinople. German mercenary soldiers sacked Rome in 1527. We sat on the deck after dinner. He is not playing with the full deck. Ours decked the table. If you lied, I was ready to deck you. The little boy wanted to play catch, so he tossed the ball to his dad. He put wax on his skis. The ducks are swimming in the pond. You lucky duck. Tommy has a new red wagon. Hawks are a little smaller than eagle. Because of my small size, I have to get my suits made by a tailor. It is tailored to fit your changing needs. He took a comb out of his pocket to do his hair. The girl was lost in a department store. He was so lost he called and asked me what to do. When I was living abroad, my mother sent me a parcel every month. I drive a compact car to save money on gas. Self-do, self-have. He put his fishing rod in the boat and then got in. The rod breaks no bones. The smoke rose slowly from the chimney. If you park in the no parking zone, you will get a ticket. Let's fry the steak in butter with onions and mushrooms. They said a prayer for the dead parents. I don't like to go to that park because there are too many pigeons there. A crowd of people sat around the fountain. They saw beautiful carpet. He used an electric cart to carry his goods. Goats eat almost anything, but they like grass best. I saw many bubbles in the soda. A living dog is better than a dead lion. Do you promise to take care of her in sickness and health? I do. I don't want to go to school anymore. All I do anymore is eat and sleep. You have not sent us any payments recently. Whoever you are, stop calling me. It snowed practically every day we were on our ski trip. I saw an eagle flying over the lake. He felt he couldn't discuss his sexual problem with his doctor. I have 1 or 2 additional questions. What kind of costume are you going to wear on Halloween? He drives safely. We had an unfortunate holiday because it rained the whole time. That man is a rich and famous movie producer. Stoves are used for cooking. Riding a motorcycle can be dangerous. The excited dog kept jumping up. Sentences are made simpler for educational purposes. The waiter put the empty glasses on a tray. I met my old friend at the pub. When he dropped the camera, the lens broke. There are 454 grams in a pound. If I don't pay my fees, my yacht club membership will run out next week. There was a lot of excitement when the movie star walked in. Most of the students eat in the school cafeteria. I forgot to turn on the microphone when I was singing. I couldn't hear the announcement. If that restaurant is full, we can just go elsewhere. She raised her hands over the keyboard to play the piano. The young violinist joined the orchestra. He's a journalist for the New York Times. We will all have to work, including me. I was terribly upset to learn that I failed the test. He sat comfortably on the sofa. The chair was built specially for me. She likes to buy fashionable clothes. He pushed the baby carriage softly. There are many deer in Nara. The native people used to trap animals by digging a pit. The child abuse case pitted friends against each other. The mist in these mountains usually goes away by noon. That use sails when favorable winds blow. The stock market has a favorable outlook for long-term growth. The bill received a 70% of favorable vote to pass. Do anything to give a favorable impression on your first date. He made favorable remarks about the film. A dash of vinegar accentuates the sweetness. We dashed home as soon as class ended. We used the wine barrel for a desk. He was barreling toward me. The sting of the reproach is the truth of it. Honey is sweet but the bee sting. I was stung by a bee when I was working on the mountain. The old train rattled along the track. Ratings agencies rattled executive. A foreigner approached me in English and I was thoroughly lost. The government passed a resolution in support of that country. We waited in line for admission to the concert. He used a cord to tie up the box. The founder of our company is retiring this year. The van came and took away our furniture. Money is the first consideration. Show some consideration to your unfortunate friends. Blend the butter and sugar well when making a cake. The sleeves are too tight. We went diving in Hawaii. The once mighty U.S. motor industry now found itself desperately aping the Japanese. It's mighty lucky for you that you can do as you please. The deadly gas killed many passengers on the train. He is striking. That man has no artistic sense, but he sells a lot of paintings. Every oak must be an acorn. The knight used his sword to kill his enemy. He is to be knighted by Queen Elizabeth II next weekend. The two are not related. Barbara bought a digital clock but didn't know how to use it. Most overseas ATMs and CDs are open 24 hours a day. My brother went overseas to find a job and a wife. The reason she failed was because her concentration level was very low. The future awaits to be seen, but an even greater shock awaited Bob. May I speak freely? He's basically a good person but sometimes his attitude is terrible. They didn't reach a settlement on the issue. Evalim in Japanese. Preaching to deaf ears. Advanced classes are open only to those with experience. We missed the last episode of that show. I feel like taking a nap right now with all this work. After Dad got it, our whole family was dependent on Mom's salary. Mycology is the science concerning fungi. I don't think I pronounced it correctly. The porter carried the suitcases into the airport for the old lady. You may know by handful the whole sack. He made an acceptance speech after they recommended him for president. Poisonous if swallowed. Agreement was essentially reached between both parties. He lacks athletic ability but tries his best. This is where Mark and I had our engagement party. They are proudly showing off their medals to the neighbors. He repaid the money he borrowed right after payday. The flower bud broke off before it bloomed. The cat had a satisfied look after killing the bird. Owls are wise-looking animals. It is unlikely that we will ever know all the facts concerning the project. Open confession is good for the soul. Bonding is keeping. Her crystal ball told my girlfriend and me that we should not marry. Please underline the words you don't understand. John likes to run model trains for amusement. The police gathered the people concerned and asked them about the accident. The house was so small it was nothing more than a hut. The water in the Gulf of Mexico is warm. Guilt will out. I'm scared of height. My son hated kindergarten and would rather stay at home. An acre of land on his farm was used for growing peanut. Personally, I don't think he has much talent, but everyone loves him. The illustrations in that magazine are not high in quality. She was an obedient girl who did everything her parents asked her. Corporate earning is decreasing because of the bad economy. Maria Gomez, formerly Maria Smith, is our new president. My admiration for you is immense. The warmth of the sun feels good after the long winter. The newly built tower is the tallest in the world. Thank you very much for a very enjoyable evening. The small inn only had 4 guest rooms. Chewing gum is a good way of cleaning one's teeth. Up is gummed. What is learned in the cradle is carried to the grave. Accommodations will be arranged and paid for by us. The blaze from the forest fire lit the mountains. What the blazes is it? Her agent wanted the actress to get more magazine exposure. We keep our cows in the barn. The ball rolled down the sharp incline. We hired a company to take care of the removal of our old furniture. Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. The expansion of the West caused many problems. There were only a few scraps of food left on the table. He built his own workshop in his garage. He blew on the bare foam. When his friends and family deserted him, he was totally isolated. I've been a widow for 10 years but will marry again soon. The horses are in the pasture enjoying the open space. They killed many elephants to obtain ivory. Many wealthy companies have become patrons of the art. The rumor originated with his old girlfriend. Picasso did not originate the Cubism style of painting. They strengthened the team by getting 3 new players. The conductor bowed to the audience before the performance. Most wealthy people become accustomed to the luxury life. Frozen foods allow you to eat any kind of vegetable year-round. The squirrel bit my brother when he gave it a nut. He is always grinning even when nothing is funny. His eyes softened a little. Hair rinse will soften your hair. He was chosen from among 500 people to enter the elite training course. Even military pilots sometimes use civilian aircraft. The memorial to the war heroes was built of marble and bronze. His eyes sparkle whenever he sees a beautiful woman. He has facial injuries. Separation of the three powers should be secured. They edited the novel in order to shorten it. Did you hear the neighbor's footsteps this morning? The consumption tax was raised from 10% to 90%. The influential politician directed things from the background. The declaration of war came right after the attack. The player's injury makes him a doubtful starter for the game. He was in agony because of his constant back pain. The four countries formed a military alliance. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. The experimental method is essential for scientific testing. Germany has some of the most productive workers in the world. This graph shows the sales trends over the past 6 months. We're not officially married yet. I promptly called my mother after my house burned down. A bronze statue of his grandfather stands in the park. I often use my portable stereo at the beach. He hit his desk in frustration. The Christmas decorations at that shop looked cheap. Our team lost in the first round of the national tournament. There will be 20 performers including singers and dancers. The historian was working on a book about the French Revolution. She was very prudent but her twin sister was careless. The Academy sent a team of specialists to examine the case. Her elegant style made the other women jealous. Her explanation of this matter was satisfactory. He appeared unexpectedly at my door and I nearly died. Though he is a serious person, he sometimes tells humorous jokes. The golfer hit the ball nicely onto the green. Eat 2 or 3 servings of dairy products a day. An exploration of the jungle revealed many new animals. The novel was so imaginative that everyone was impressed. In the sentence Jane left the house, Jane and house are nouns. Ballet is one of the most athletic of art forms. A procession of people entered the new department store. My child is unwilling to play with the other children. There's a certain similarity in their writing style. We saw the smoke was ascending to the sky. You look remarkably well after your illness. He was severely punished for eating his sister. My wife and I live separately because of our jobs. A modern researcher's main tools are books and the internet. The fall of the Berlin Wall was a victory for capitalism. The hay in the barn made a comfortable place to sleep. Awareness is a key element of intelligence. He caught the Asian flu from his son. A bomb ripped through a crowded park. The ferocious dog ripped her throat. My son likes to tell jokes and riddle. The children swayed back and forth in time with the music. Don't be swayed by his sweet words. The leaves fluttered in the wind. A lot of butterflies fluttered over the field. The golden leaves fluttered down from the trees. When he looked me in the eyes, my heart fluttered like a little butterfly. I fluttered around nervously, unable to decide whether to go out or to stay in the room. The representation to our customers was not satisfactory. Ideally, the electorate should be a good representation of the population. There was so much rust on the car that it looked orange. A woman's sword is her tongue and she does not let it rust. Dan has a special license to operate the crane. She scraped her knee when she fell down. Good managers show sensitivity to their workers' needs. Everybody showed the great sensitivity to the poor girl. If I pass the test, I can move up to intermediate level. Because he was sensitive about going bald, he started wearing hats. Your continuing support and encouragement have been instrumental in the progress I have made in my work to date. I can see where you'd sympathize with him. The dog lay panting in the terrible summer heat. The diver started his descent into the sea. She lay on the couch to relax. You have to be careful not to get dangerous infectious diseases. His smile is infectious. There is insufficient days or memory. They offered their prayers at the shrine. I'll go to the concert provided you buy me a ticket. What motivates you to lose weight? The boss asked for the participation of all employees in the new project. He will play a role in drawing a framework for peace in former Yugoslavia. You must follow the framework of government regulations. He has many faults, but I love him nonetheless. I received an indication from our client that they might double their order. Despite her illness, she was able to lift her feeble arm to wave goodbye. The gulf between them has widened. The residents asked the city to widen the road. His collection of miniature cars was extensive. The long and straight road runs alongside the railway. The city made most of its revenue through tourism. Smoking near the seats exclusively for non-smokers is annoying. His successor will be Ms. Joanna Wood, who is now president of ABC Company. That gentleman is an exceptional person. He was suffering from exhaustion after spending 3 nights in the woods. He was arrested when he tried to bribe the policeman. There was both a monetary and political value to the plan. The Earth has magnetic poles, one north and one south. She arranged her papers neatly on her desk. I wish I'd known beforehand that he was coming. I've never had a single traffic violation. After the earthquake, the town decided to rebuild the school. Right after the flight, the astronaut kissed the ground. The cost of a gallon of gasoline increased today. The constant phone interruptions kept him from concentrating. The group tried to start a rebellion by kidnapping the president. I would like to applaud your generous donation. The complexity of the problems in Northern Ireland is astonishing. Preservation of the natural environment must be our #1 goal. The intensity of the heat kept everyone far from the fire. We hope to see the building's completion in about 6 months. The spacecraft had a problem 100 kilometers above the Earth. She regained 5 pounds after losing 10. Please memorize these words by Monday. Job descriptions take away from a worker's flexibility. There are many ethical issues to consider in making laws. The defendant was found guilty. A bullet ripped through the king's abdomen. Yesterday she saw a comet in the night sky. He was a vulgar person. He merely expressed the vulgar view of the matter. Dante wrote the Divine Comedy in the so-called vulgar tongue instead of Latin. Troops were dispatched to the war front. We are not responsible for any defects or malfunction due to your invalid operation. If you can't get your first choice, what is your alternate choice? A cup of coffee is a perfect complement to big dinner. The glass tumbled to the floor when the child ate it. The news of the boss's illness was a revelation to everyone. She had a revelation that her mission in life was to care for the poor. The dog's growling. I didn't get a chance to eat all day and my stomach's growling. We counted the ballot and declared Bob the winner. 5 names were on the ballot. I need to get some outfits for my business trip. Feminine products can be found on the first floor. Long hair often make women appear more feminine. The Arab delegates to the Middle East peace talks announced their decision. The president decided to delegate responsibilities to the employees. Everything was indeed superb. The number of executions in Texas has risen recently. The earthquake had the magnitude of 7.2. The magnitude of an earthquake is measured on the Richter scale. He tried to formulate his idea clearly. The first law of motion was formulated by Isaac Newton. The employees pay tribute to the boss at his retirement party. The weather of the mountain is variable. The country's petition was denied. The government's plans were full of contradictions. The doctor had to administer daily chores in his clinic. He adored everything about the movie star. The doctor felt the man's pulse and found it to be very fast. The homeless man slept in a cardboard box. The old man lay peacefully in the coffin. Maintenance and repair must be made only by qualified maintenance personnel. 80 out of 100 wives chose this detergent. The weaker dog went into submission after the fight. England has a temperate climate. Synchronized swimming is marked by precision. The incidence of murder has decreased in New York. The polar areas are frozen most of the time. The doctor lacked competence in speaking English. The rug was put in the hallway. Too much time is wasted by the government's bureaucracy. An amendment for human rights was added to our constitution. After the job interview, the applicant left in a hurry. The use of this drug must be closely supervised by a doctor. We felt really patriotic when we won the gold medal. The disease is prevalent in parts of Asia and Africa. All 3 of them incidentally are up for re-election next year. Zeal without knowledge is a runaway horse. It is an honor to bestow the gold medal on an Olympic athlete. A bandage needs to be changed often to keep the area clean. The tile on the floor needs repair. People who are prone to aggression can be dangerous. He had to nominate someone to take his job after he retired. The story was written to enchant young children. She couldn't foresee the difficult problem ahead. They contrived to kidnap the ambassador's daughter. It is against the UN code to use chemicals or viruses in warfare. The bank was robbed because of the negligence of the guard. The 1960s was an epoch of great change. A course in archaeology was offered at the museum. He was a patriot of the United States of America. In the ring, the marsh came to life with frogs, birds and snakes. Money was his motivation to work 14 hours a day. The dictionary contains concise definitions. The peninsula extended far into the bay. The information needed statistical analysis to be useful. The short skirt exposed much of the woman's thighs. The emergence of the internet is changing the world economy. The geographical features of Mars are similar to our moon. He woke up with a fright. He sounds frantic with worry. He placed a frantic call to 911. Prosecutors built their case on the testimony of 3 men, all of whom later recanted. The decrease in income was not offset by the tax reduction. I only buy premium gas for my motorboat. The floodwaters took 2 weeks to recede. The trade disputes have receded. His hairline begins to recede. I extinguished my cigarette before entering the building. Cats have sharp laws. The government will be in coalition. It's time for year medication. In our educational system, the goal is for children to become literate by the 4th grade. He wrote a literate essay on the topic. The party's right-wing faction proposed a new policy. He sold his stocks to consolidate his asset. He suffered anguish for years after his divorce. The police dog sniffed around the suspicious package. He arsed the ball towards the hoop. I found his number in the telephone directory. The elimination of the champion at the early stage shocked everyone. His shrewd investments made him rich. She's pretty shrewd. The young entrepreneur borrowed money to start his company. I'm afraid his future looked bleak. He yearned to become a forest ranger. She was horrified by the brutal spectacle. My aspiration is to retire young. The illiterate man wanted to learn to read. Pilgrims to Mecca are required to wear simple clothing. The aristocracy was reluctant to give up any privileges. Hypocrisy is a homage that vice pays to virtue. Perseverance wins in the end. Perseverance brings success. The suspect was reportedly seen near Lake Yamanaka. I found his services invaluable. My grandparents emigrated from Scotland in search of a better life. The two cars collided with each other. The shudder of the explosion was felt miles away. Everyone rose as the sovereign entered his throne room. The group opposed the building of the nuclear reactor. The show is part of an ongoing series on national parks. I applied fertilizer to the lawn. I was bewildered by his strange behavior. The ambiguity of the letter's meaning caused anxiety. The theory that underlies this chapter is based on Marx. The deer remained stationary even when we approached. He aspired to become the first doctor in his family. His addiction to the internet caused him to lose many friends. Please ask your supervisor for permission. I was uncertain about my identity during adolescence. The government announced new measures to fight terrorism. The plaintiff argues first, then the defendant. I don't believe in prophecy. The switch is activated by an electrical signal. Desk accessories can be activated when needed. Choices can be activated with a mouse. Mary diffused the idea by telling everyone she met. The golf ball landed on the verge of the green bar from the hole. Linda was on the verge of dying when the movie ended. She is verging on stardom. I will mail you a detail listing for your scrutiny. After a quick scrutiny of the bar, Joe ordered milk. The concept has to be tangible. I incurred my wife's anger by arriving home late. Chairman Yasser Arafat signed a document recognizing Israel and renouncing violence. Ed renounced his girlfriend when he found out she was a spy. Bob's judgment was premature. The construction workers obstructed traffic for 3 days. The printhead nozzles are obstructed. We rented a suite in the resort's best hotel. The police detained several people for questioning. The sun is actually more potent in winter than in summer in the northern hemisphere. Please list all digits from your charge card. Some landlords are offering access to amenities such as swimming pools and free parking. Many amenities are available in first-class hotels. It is futile to talk to him since he won't listen. Napoleon was a master at choosing the right tactics in battle. The mold is grown on a suitable liquid nutrient in a flask. His preoccupation with video games is the cause of his poor grade. Don made a tentative plan to stay in Kyoto over the weekend. The vendor sold us a big bag of peanuts. If you cut wages, you'll lose the workers' trust and willingness in work. Margie started watching her diet after developing diabetes. He told anecdotes about his movie work. Frank is devoid of humor. Joan used a stick to agitate the water in her bathtub. Tall men can easily intimidate shy children. That car was the prototype of the modern car. The lake water was not safe to drink because of contamination. The nucleus of the atom has a positive charge. Mary met her husband at a high school reunion. Rapid economic growth is not sustainable forever. Chef Andre was famous for his Italian cuisine. George thought it was bizarre to find a mouse in his briefcase. In antiquity, people thought the world was flat. Kirk needed a blood transfusion after the accident. Ian learned how to make shelves at a vocational school. Arab nations hold most of the petroleum in the world. Unfortunately, racism is still a problem in our society. Because he lied before, the minister lacked credibility. Censorship kept a few of John Lennon's songs off the radio. It has been 2 consecutive with no rain. They tried to forge the new 2,000 yen bill. The elephant forged across the river. Only those that enter a contest are eligible to win a prize. The configuration of the stars is beyond their understanding. Background noise did not hamper the teenager's phone call. My hands are numb with cold. It is imperative that guns be taken away from children. Rain and snow eroded the mountain to form a round shape. Set rhymes with cat. Chess and Go are highly cerebral games. The 2 workers were in liaison to accomplish the project. The company sought a viable way to stimulate business. The company had provisional approval to start the job. Ultraviolet rays can cause skin cancer. The embryo of a chicken's egg is yellow. The tumor in his brain was benign. The new game simulates the daily activities in the White House. The company was receptive to any ideas the buyers made. Noah had no empirical proof that a flood was coming. The company gave the poor the superfluous food. The government's policies were a bureaucratic mess. The debris from the passenger ships washed onto the beach. Captain Morgan was an infamous pirate of the Caribbean Sea. In Bring many people with asthma have a hard time breathing. Doctors often ask for a urine sample during a checkup. The farmer raised both livestock and crops. He's very susceptible to women who cry. Asthmatic are particularly susceptible to ozone. The doctor did his best to alleviate her suffering. Their lives were in jeopardy. There is a cure for some types of leukemia. He died of pneumonia. Juvenile delinquency may be attributable to bad parenting. Because of deforestation, many species may become extinct. The spine consists of vertebrae and discs. The earthquake was the most traumatic experience of her life. The internet will change the way companies do business. Let me add my congratulations to. Do you drink socially? My grandfather has gray eyes. A fox looks like a dog. We sat on a bench in the park. A rabbit has long ears and a short tail. The frog jumped into the pond. Roses have thorns. Every rose has its thorn. No rose without a prickle. The monkey house is a popular place at the zoo. What's your 20% of the students at our school are men. We have 3 children. I love it. Me too. Me 3. Tom is 10. I need 10 more minutes to finish this work. That zoo has 2 families of lions. A lion at home and a mouse abroad. In some places people can ski in the ring. Jill and Helen talked in the cafe. When we left he just said bye. 100 people came to our school concert. Too much candy is bad for your teeth. Veronica will take a vacation next week. Monkeys like eating bananas. There is a lot of fruit in the basket on the table. This calendar has pictures of cat. The elephant is the largest animal on land. Those pants were too long for me. We said goodbye to our friends after school. He brought 2 sandwiches for lunch. Soda water is not sweet. She is the worst singer that I've ever heard. We flew there on a very small airplane. These are not our seats. I bought 3 notebooks. Get on the subway at Nakano Station. His father died at 50. I have 8 books in my desk. The house has 4 rooms. Her son is 5 years old. 2 and 2 is 4. The policeman is riding a bike. Annette started playing the guitar when she was 10. He wanted to join the soccer team. Our science club built a robot. We couldn't play tennis because of rain. Oh, you surprised me. She stepped on the brake and slowed down. He won the fight and became world champion. My focus was to champion the relevance of historical periods in today's world. She sings like an angel. All the runners finished the race. People used to wear sandals made of straw. She kicked a ham for my birthday party. Over 1,000 people marched in the parade. His writing is difficult to understand. Turkey is a traditional Christmas food in America. I don't like apple pie. Godzilla is one of the most famous monsters in the world. I have to fix the broken window. I have an elder sister and a younger brother. Readers often send letters to newspapers. Yeah, I understand now. The shop is selling used books. We saw many animals in the jungle. Wash the sweater by hand. A helicopter flew over the city. It will be an exciting new challenge. The more the merrier. An old man's sayings are seldom untrue. What happens afterward is of no concern to me. The sunshine was so hot that we went into the shade of a tree. We saw a rainbow after the rain stopped. The girl wore a yellow ribbon in her hair. A lot of corn is grown in Hokkaido. He is a famous designer. He took his new girlfriend to Disneyland. She went to the soccer game with her boyfriend. He's 175 centimeters tall. Stanford University has a beautiful campus. You should always have a clean handkerchief. What's the spelling of your name? The lake is about 220 kilometers from here. They went to see their grandson. This sofa is too small for 3 people. She wants to become a dancer. He won a gold medal in swimming. The game was played beautifully. She patted her son on the hand to show him she was pleased. He's got his part off pat. St. Louis is famous for its giant arch over the Mississippi River. A penny is worth 1 cent. New ideas were exchanged rapidly like useless foreign pennies. I don't have a penny to my name. Will you pass me the screw? Screw this place. The bull charged the farmer, so he jumped over the fence. What is this bull about a baby wearing designer clothes? His job was to coordinate the distribution of cocaine. Their distribution system was weak and they sometimes couldn't deliver products on time. She fried the mushrooms in butter and put them on her steak. 15 employees mushroomed to 10,000. She touched him lightly on the shoulder to wake him up. He didn't come to this decision lightly. The young child was afraid that devils would eat him. You're one lucky devil. Many superheroes wore masks to hide their faces. A group of the world's leading financial institutions has combined to form a consortium. I apologize if I give you any offense, but I have to be on it. Offense is the best defense. The winner of this race gets $5,000. 100 winners each month. Grand total 1,200 winners. The shopkeeper kindly lent me an umbrella. The Bible is the best-selling book in the history of publishing. The frightened children started crying. Don't be frightened. This small screwdriver comes in handy. The shop is handy. You don't need a car. An inch ahead is darkness. Her pencil drawing of the mountains was very skillful. The explorers went farther into the desert. The gang robbed banks all over the city. The old lady fell down and broke her hip. If the weather's sunny, you should wear a hat. The figures in the graphs are shown in percentage. Many different spices are used to make curry. She is a housewife and mother of 2 boys. The 3 soldiers went out on patrol in a jeep. There is a fire in the fireplace. As a baseball fan, he's a big supporter of the Yomiuri Giant. The boy likes to eat biscuits with jam. We sent a telegram to the wedding hall to give them our best wishes. The 2 young lovers walked by the lake hand in hand. We should get there in roughly 3 hours. They sadly lost their dog and never found it. If you ride a motorcycle, you have to wear a helmet. The bored man fell asleep at the movie. They drove wildly down the road. The lamb stayed very close to the mother sheep. The hunter shot a deer. These trousers are too short. Hens laying. There were over 100,000 people in the stadium to watch the soccer match. Let's check the timetable to see what time your train leaves. I'd like 20 liters of gasoline, please. I'd like to work for him because I hear that he's a good employer. He liked photography so much that he had many expensive cameras. She brightly said good morning while everyone else looked sleepy. Gasoline is cheaper in North America than it is in Japan. Juliet spoke to Romeo from her balcony. I put on the kettle to boil water for tea. I'd like a lifestyle where I didn't have to work so hard. He majored in engineering at college. The woman held her baby tightly in her arms. Women still do more housework than men. Put the dishes in the cupboard. She put carrots in the salad. He wiped the dirt from his brow. Hand me a sponge to wipe up this tea. I felt echoes resound at the top of the mountain. I echo your concerns completely. They dropped the anchor in the bay. Spanish roots anchor the small town. We stayed at a fishing lodge in the mountains for 2 weeks. If you would nominate a lodge member, please fill out and mail the enclosed form to the council office. No mill, no meal. To mill corn for soup is my job. Lace your shoes or you will fall down. All your terms are fair and acceptable to us. He tried to speak with honesty, but it was difficult. I'm here by the blessing of God. A child is a blessing at any age. After considerable deliberation, Tom gave his blessing to our office expansion proposal. What is the sticky stuff on the bottom of my shoe? You got involved in a sticky situation. In the event of a replacement, maker shall ship the replacing product's freight prepaid to buyer's destination. We need a replacement for this broken printer. The economy is weakening. He took careful measurements before cutting the wood. What are your measurements? That old man is cute when he smiles. Don't get cute with me. She's been poorly. Her poorly written essay received a C. Johnny is this year's poster boy because of his good teeth. You are blushing. I don't like cop movies because they are too violent for me. The trend is upward. If you look upward you can see the top of Tokyo Tower. I have an occasional beer after work. The government continued negotiations with UN representatives. You couldn't see anything in the brown muddy water. She hired a special trainer to help her lose weight. The shepherd became worried when he couldn't find 3 of his sheep. My marble bathtub cracked during the recent earthquake. The pursuit of happiness is a universal human right. The Boulder Dam in Colorado is one of the biggest dams in the world. The pine is the most common tree in northern forests. You haven't misunderstood, have you? Are you sure you haven't misunderstood? They returned the kidnapped child for $1 million. A messenger brought the invitation to the company's party. The woman knelt down in front of the grave of her husband. Ellie was sympathetic to the poor, spending money to help them. That area is the most desirable place to live in the whole city. Chicago is also known as the Windy City. This parrot can say 20 words. Camping in the great outdoors is wonderful if the weather is fine. The goodness of her character is obvious to everyone. The United States became a nation in 1776. We put her aunt in a nursing home after her heart attack. The chemist was preparing an experiment. He worked actively to help the homeless people in his city. Jim always goes to the aquarium whenever he has free time. We were very uncomfortable at our parents' house. He never studied, but strangely he was accepted at MIT. This report is unnecessary because we have already studied the matter. He got a lot of enjoyment out of playing with his children. He needs moral guidance now or else he'll become bad. The youngsters came out of school and played in the schoolyard. With little restraint he acted wildly in class. She allows some homeless people to stay at her house. Jose is undoubtedly the silliest boy in the class. Sometimes the temptation to commit a sin comes to me. I am secretly in love with him, but I think I know. She married a millionaire and quit the company. I worked as a hotel maid for low wages, but I got good tips. She announced publicly that she wanted to be president. He gave us a detailed record of what he did that day. Cruelty to animals is against the law. The doorway was blocked by the giant dog. The hidden treasure was found by a group of Boy Scouts. This crime is purely a case of revenge. Her jewelry collection was worth millions of dollars. Her complaints about her son are endless. The cosmos is changing every minute. He's a skillful carpenter. It was bitterly cold standing in the wind. That company received a royal charter for the fur trade centuries ago. The ferry across the bay has been cancelled due to fog. Injured children were ferried to hospitals by car. Sit on the mat and do your exercises. He's agreeable to the plan. Could you wear something agreeable to my taste? Sorry, things haven't been very agreeable for you lately. She's a very agreeable girl. As you sow, so you reap. We will sow the fields after the winter snows melt. You cannot make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. There was a large bang which turned out to be a car accident. He hung onto the subway strap because there were no seats. That canvas is covered with red and green paint. She broke 2 of her ribs when she fell down. Her sisters ripped her about her new boyfriend. He plowed the land and planted corn. Don't waste time grieving over past mistakes. It grieves me to think of my dead mother who suffered her whole life. Let's take a recess before we start the next section. We will now have a 10-minute recess. Sprinkle some salt on the steak. We need to sprinkle some engineers in the team. We cut the hedges around our house because they were too tall. Please tighten your son's life jacket. Wipe the floor with that old rag. She went to Europe to see the famous cathedral. She never leaves the house without her makeup. I try to live a respectable life, but sometimes I can't. The water dripped for hours from the shower. Their meeting in New York was accidental. The store was so prosperous that I soon opened up another store. I need some input from the other members. We have to check a crop soil profile affected by input and withdrawal of water for the period. Enlarge the photograph so we can hang it on the wall. Nobody knew who was going to win this year's championship. The best known aspect of his literary work is his championship of realism. The winds are howling. Her children showed their devotion to her when she was in hospital. My goal is to be a graphic designer. The police considered him to be armed and dangerous. This bulb is burned out. He's a pal of mine. I need to refresh myself with a 2-week vacation. The government wanted to keep inflation down to 3%. He is an experienced pilot who has flown for 20 years. A great city, a great solitude. The marathon is one of the most popular Olympic events. She has a marathon mouth. I have always wanted to visit Egypt's pyramids. If you can do likewise, that would be great. The health inspector closed our shop because of the rats. The advertising in this magazine is mostly for women. Her pony won second prize in the contest. I am passionate about modern art. It was one of the most destructive hurricanes of the century. Misfortune never comes single. She felt a lot of uncertainty about moving to a new city. The computer was a revolutionary idea that changed the world. They freeze and store bodies for later revival. I'm desperately in love with that girl. Everyone had a delightful time at the party. He is the supposed chairman, but he never shows up. The land developer broke many laws when he built that mall. Her behavior was unacceptable. There are 2 limitations. A courageous man never wants weapons. This architecture is from the colonial period. He majored in marketing but is now an artist. This country needs a new prime minister and new leadership. The graduation ceremony was held on the lawn outside the building. Technically you're not allowed to enter there, but I don't mind. The animation in that film is wonderful. The Senate is going to vote on that law today. Her refusal of a marriage proposal was a great insult. The dancer impressed the audience with her graceful technique. He was raised as a Catholic but later gave up his faith. Advances in electronics made computers possible. The car mechanic could not fix the motor. His family members are all Democrats. The economy is heading downward, so be prepared. We had no time for sightseeing in New York. The lake was covered in moss. We eagerly await the results of the test. You should acquaint yourself with the fine works of art in the museum. He accurately described the history of that country. He made more money as a consultant than he did as an employee. Socrates is perhaps the most famous philosopher in the world. Many snakes are harmless even though people are afraid of them. He rightly supported his parents' decision to finish school. The followers obey all of their leaders' commands. Be careful when you walk on an icy road. Evidently the artist is looking for something new. The best way to teach effectively is to make learning fun. The psychological test indicated that he was quite normal. My evaluation of the plan is negative. The plane crash left no survivors. He mourned the death of his mother until he died. Please don't say unpleasant things to one another. The climax of the play left us in shock. The big red sore on his head was very noticeable. He was a statesman for 90 years serving in the Diet. The prize fighter lost his last 2 bouts. Don't shine that flashlight in my face. Her hatred is directed solely at her boss. Her evening gown was designed in France. The Midwestern states are famous for agriculture. The foul weather forced them to cancel the yacht race. While attempting to bunt, I fouled the ball. It took them 2 hours to dig the ditch. I wouldn't trust him, Mary. If I were you, he'll ditch you the first chance he gets. They held a rally to protest against the war. Dogs have rallied in anticipation of a recovery. They can rally people's hearts around. They had to ramble to get seats on the train. The door slammed shut. He slammed the book on the table. She is a bigot. She is slamming millions of people she knows nothing about. The sales clerk put price tags on the new products. She received $2 million in compensation for the accident. What kind of compensation do you have in mind? Don't spit into the wind. It's deserting. He spit out the meat because it was spoiled. The hand of a compass always points to the north. The tall man stooped slightly to shake hands with her. The old woman was stooped because of her years in the rice field. The video transmission was interrupted because of technical problem. Transmission of ringworm is caused by direct contact to infected people. The cattle graze in the upper fields until October. The world revolves once every 24 hours. The employees were paid extra when they worked overtime. The stormy surf was 10 feet high. The hum of the big machines could be heard for miles. He used the inheritance from his father's estate to start up a company. Environmental policies have affected the lumber industry. Action of this kind means needless embarrassment for your mother. All is not gold that glitters. All that glitters is not gold. Despite her physical handicap, she still managed to become a doctor. Out of the council of 3 comes wisdom. He revolted against higher taxes. He sat on a stool when he played the cello. Someone will stool on you and you will end up dead. The alcoholic stayed sober for only 3 days. Love is sweet torment. The cat tormented the mouse before killing it. He is a hearty eater who likes all kinds of food. Nobody likes her because she is so vicious. He showed his indifference by being late and looking bored. There are many sharks off the Australian coast. The audience responded with a gasp. He was gasping for breath after running 6 miles. The slopes in this entrance are for the handicapped people. Repetition helps you master any skill. Her dependence on her husband grew with each passing year. She only cooked with fresh spices from her herb garden. I won't call him a liar, but his stories contain a lot of exaggeration. I'm sorry for any misunderstanding or confusion this has caused. The situation was most explosive in Massachusetts. He wanted to meet a lot of people at the party, so he mingled freely. He got a job as a correspondent with a respected news agency. I would like to issue a correction concerning the error in this story. Anticipation of death is worse than death itself. That painting is not an original but a reproduction. Good is like possibly the most common English adjective. I think his attitude is very unreasonable. This is a residential area, so there are no factories. Lipstick is a type of cosmetic. Her vanity was her bad point. The dead fish gave off a foul odor. She hasn't been well since the death of her devoted husband. Car inspections in Japan are compulsory. To characterize him properly, one would have to write a book. For identification, I carry my driver's license and passport. The matters that trouble people enormously differ from one person to another. Don't you disapprove of his drinking and his gambling? Curiously, even though he was the oldest, he was the fittest. The older couple said they would reside with their children. Where do you get all that vitality? He believed being a socialist was better than being a communist. His rejections by publishers made him quit writing. The computer had lots of multimedia software included. An electron has a negative charge. The successful rehearsal left everyone feeling good. The plantation's main crop was cotton. In the midst of the action, he still had time to call his wife. Her story was poetic and beautiful. The theft of the bicycles upset the children. I authorize you to act as a chairman in my absence. Many people are filled with hostility toward others. An astronomer discovered an interesting new object in the sky. The painting was symbolic of man's struggle against nature. His appointment as chairman was positively received. Diagrams in tech are meant to make information easy to understand. She was a newcomer, but she became well liked by everyone. Comparatively speaking, I'm feeling much better than yesterday. Her equipment was made of very light but strong aluminum. Let's have some pastry for dessert. Accountants are studying computer operations. Can you prove your ownership of this land? The members of the club were all environmental activists. The male duck has a distinctive green head. The new government promised economic stability. He is a nuclear physicist for the government. They planted some new apple trees in the orchard. We got back from North America a fortnight ago. Starvation is one of Africa's biggest problems. The ferry leaves for the mainland in 2 hours. My uncle is a priest and my aunt is a nun. Flush the toilet after using it. The dolphin flipped over while flying out of the water. He formed a loop with the rope to catch the cow. We have you firmly in the loop. A doctor who treated her said there was no blood but a serious bruise. She bruises easy. She fell off her bike and bruised her knee. It was a given that you gave your seat to elders. This is a given fact and cannot be changed. All measurements are approximate. His annual income approximates $80,000. Their music changed from experimental to mainstream. Many mainstream constitutional scholars believe that maintaining the Japanese self-defense forces goes against the Constitution. Don't glare at me. I'm not responsible. The camera came with many attachments. Attachment not found. The shaft of my golf club is broken. There was outrage in his voice. Following separatist outrages, the Sri Lankan president vowed to wipe out terrorism. Over the years he became quite stiff from eating too much. There was red fringe on the edges of the tablecloth. She has a friendly disposition. The bottom of his shoe broke and started to flap as he walked. The worker faced a suspension of pay for stealing supplies. It is hard for a teacher in a large class to cater to everyone's needs. Our restaurants will cater you with the best of Japanese cuisine. In ancient times there were many prophets in the world. Please heed my advice and stop smoking. The woman tried to stab the man but was not strong enough. His life is less luxurious than we imagine. He's the most persuasive sales rep. The workers grumbled in anger about the new contract. The army will carry out raids with 20 to 30 men. The police raided the drug dealer's house. With his bad temper he is a liability in this office. Society has to uphold standards of behavior for citizens. It is good exercise to go for a brisk walk after supper. Business is brisk at his shop. The car's engine has 4 cylinders. The bait hides the hook. The woman's morals were above reproach. She has a very outgoing personality. His rotten teeth repel the girl. How rotten can you get? The new shoes are water resistant. Hopefully this will complete things. In order for the college to confer his degree, Steve had to pass a test. My magazine subscription begins this month. After the accident, Bob underwent rehabilitation. They tried to relay the message but no one answered. A thermometer is used as an indicator of temperature. Sue shrieked with fear when a man entered her apartment. She couldn't remember the famous quotation from Shakespeare. He was the premier of his country until the army killed him. The city had grown into a metropolis in only 50 years. She confided in her boss about her idea. After making the pickle, she put them in the cellar. The quality of work on that project was shabby. The child crossed the road at the intersection. The little girl's parents had died and so she was up for adoption. He came to the realization that he was unhappy in his job. She bought an ice cream cone. The water spilled over the rim of the glass. She was selective when it came to shopping for clothes. The mercury in a thermometer can be dangerous if released. The man used a spear to catch the fish. Nationalism is not healthy if it causes conflict. Mark is a prospective candidate for the new job. The incessant sound of the traffic kept her away. We will intensify our effort to sell that product. She placed her bicycle for sale on the store's bulletin board. The store put its merchandise outside to attract customers. The dormitory was too small for so many people. The confrontation escalated. The film did not have good continuity from one scene to another. He decided to meditate on the problem. The ideal masculine body is well formed with hard muscle. The inclusion of consumption tax increased the price by 10%. The boss lacked the maturity to understand his employees. He wrote the editorial in the daily newspaper. Malice hurts itself most. Most grape pickers in California are seasonal employees. The miner forgot his lamp when he went to work. He took a sip of beer. The roof of the building was dome-shaped. Turkey invariably upsets my stomach. She is a pious and kind woman. The boss suggested the employees simplify the new business plan. The view of the still lake made her feel tranquil. There is always going to be some injustice in our legal system. I do not have a high school diploma but I am still able to enter college. The expenses were subtracted from the income. His autobiography tells us the actor was not happy in his boyhood. Territorial issues were the cause of war between the two countries. Without a legal system our society would be chaotic. We could barely hear his last utterance. The information was contained in the brochure. The peace treaty asked for the disarmament of both countries. We discussed legislative policies during the town meeting. The town was famous for making beautiful pottery. The Department of Anthropology held a seminar about early man. He used a wheelchair to get around after he broke his leg. The public's indignation over the crime was great. He made his livelihood raising horses. The linear dimensions of the object are already known. She was indignant when he insulted her. The commuters were delayed when the train had a problem. The problem required a complicated form of algebra. Young men and women make up the core of the army. She thought the man next to her was her foe in business. This telephone is temporarily out of service. Paris is famous for its fine dining. He punched his opponent in the gut. This book has no guts in it. My gut tells me that something bad is happening. The house has been gutted by fire. His boss warned him that they wouldn't allow a breach of his contract. We have no intention of prosecuting. Those who were involved should be fully prosecuted. You should check these gauges every hour. The test can give a quick gauge on how a student is doing. His name is withheld under the juvenile law. He withheld some of the information as a bargaining strategy. The judge sought equity in dividing the divorcing couple's asset. This house has the equity of $30,000. The bank robbers created a diversion. Tom never saw you as anything but a diversion. She is petitioning to regain custody. The mother gained custody of her children through the court. 3 people were in custody. Don't underestimate nature. Each of the parties hereto will promptly notify to the other any invention which come to their attention. Watts resisted the integration of non-whites into the political system. She made a plea to the judge for mercy. I'd like to buy an authoritative book on Japanese painting. He spoke in an authoritative manner. As a mark of his dedication for the violin, Billy practices 6 hours a day. They dug a trench around the tent for the rain to run off. After the animal was shot, it quivered until it died. There is no logical consistency in her argument. Laws are the manifestation of a country's value. The doctor told him that the injury to his spine was serious. President Clinton wanted to mediate a Middle East settlement before he left office. He was killed when his parachute failed to open. The car narrowly missed us by only a few feet. They smuggle the drugs over the border hidden in a spare tire. It is customary for me to go to bed at 11. Oil repels water. Their goal was nothing less than the liberation of their nation. He showed great discretion, choosing his words carefully. Their careers overlapped for a brief period in the 70s. Everybody at the office was fed up with his conceit. He never stabilized after the surgery. They killed the pests with bug spray. Mom's a pest, so we're meeting here. The ambassador conveyed the goodwill of his country. He was a novice at ice skating, so he often fell down. The prosecution asked for the death penalty. The extra money was only of marginal help. Some say that baldness is hereditary. He genuinely apologized for his error. This country has laws against persecution because of race, religion, and gender. There is no medicine that can eliminate stress. We need to find underlying conditions which cause stress. The new president's goal was to unify the country. There was graft and corruption throughout the judicial system. It's not your jurisdiction. He didn't ascribe to his parents' religious value. An accumulation of carbon dioxide will cause global warming. I'm a potentially great actress. He became a celebrity after the success of his movie. He computed the figures in his head. The house was built from several modules. We were at the brink of disaster when the accident happened. These raw date back to prehistoric times. The victim filed a lawsuit against the company. I never realized this song could be so meaningful. Their house was smashed to pieces by a tornado. Being an air traffic controller is a very stressful job. Babies soon understand the spatial relationships of things around them. The mischievous boy was scolded by his teacher. Neil Armstrong was the first man to step onto lunar soil. He was afflicted with a painful disease. The sensors were designed to warn of smoke or fire. Some of these laws are archaic. Pandas in captivity are difficult to breed. The company purchases supplies locally. You have such a spacious living room. I question the relevance of your comments. Hawaii is a volcanic island. The high humidity caused me to sweat. This credit card is void and cannot be used. Failure to do so voids any warranty, stated or implied. Children often mimic their parents and teachers. Thyroid disease can lead to symptoms that mimic Alzheimer's. Dilute this liquid with water, then drink. Naoko turns off her cell phone when she is in transit. People were told to evacuate the building during a fire drill. The store checks its inventory at the end of every month. Since the concert was cancelled, the organizers should give us a refund. The country fears setting a bad precedent in its dispute with X over territorial issues. The lawyers look for a precedent to the case. Averting disaster is oftentimes a matter of luck. The constituent parts of this machine are made in the U.S. King George decreed that people must pay tax on their Windows. Older software is incompatible with her new computer. Adversity is the best goal. This road diverges in 2 directions at the next corner. The new government diverged from the old policies. Most South American nations fought Spain to get sovereignty. Nana wants a house with a tile staircase in it. By arguing with his boss he put himself in a precarious situation. Politicians are generally good at information manipulation. My grandfather wears thermal underwear in winter. I went to the doctor because of a congestion in my throat. She has an enviable aptitude for making friends. The two main points in his explanation were contradictory. I would like to get something to commemorate the special occasion for her. The students gathered to commemorate the professor's death. He was arrested for evading over $1 billion in income tax. Various deductions are made from salary. Janet was confounded by the most difficult math questions. He is exempt from having to pay membership fees this year. One politician gave candy to everyone in his constituency. We lost our copyright to the book when we signed that contract. Every bus in this line returns to the depot at night. Stealing apples is a petty crime. Drinking alcohol can be lethal to small children. Jesus tried to enlighten a lot of very sad people. The malicious gossip upset her. A lengthy piece of rope was needed to climb out the window. Washing glasses without soap leaves an oily residue on them. Paper money really has no intrinsic value. Ralph ate the meager piece of cake in one bite. Professional baseball players go through rigorous training. The spaceship was bombarded by cosmic radiation. Turkey collaborated with Germany during the First World War. After Sandra lost her job she was filled with apathy about life. John's performance in the play was mediocre. The legislature passed a law against drinking and driving. Strong morale helped the team win the tournament. The dog went into a submissive pose when attacked by another. In retrospect 1999 was a good year for American investors. A lot of people are allergic to cat hair. High unemployment causes insecurity among workers. Many marital problems are caused by money worries. The Grand Canyon is a great geological site. Eggs contain high levels of cholesterol. He saved his letters for posterity. The birds were sluggish in movement on the chill mornings. The stock market is still sluggish. Both pupils were sluggish to light stimulation. He was sluggish and didn't like doing anything productive. The miners worked in a quarry to find diamonds. They quarried massive blocks of limestone. This book is such an intriguing mystery that many people have read it. The dark clouds loomed overhead with the threat of rain. My mother taught me that being polite is a cardinal rule. The teacher's blunder forced everyone to take the test again. If he blunders again you'll get fired. The criminal told an outright lie about his innocence. Governor ratified the plan in 2002. Garages are versatile enough to be turned into almost anything. The city decided to enact a 9 o'clock curfew. She fabricated the attack. The sad movie invoked very bad memories for the man. Life is but a transient state of being. The picture was put into the public archive for safekeeping. The boy was bad so his teacher gave him detention. The dentist found a large cavity in the man's tooth. The band will play in small venue. The special committee scrutinized the contract between A and B. Europe is a continent striving for political and economical cohesion. The internet now encompasses the entire globe. He abstains from meat for his health. He was deficient in basic math ability. We had to ration our water supply to make it last. That bird is on the endangered species list. She was relentless in searching for a husband. He exemplified what it meant to be a kind and peaceful human. He deplored the treatment of foreign workers living in the city. The students registered for the fall semester during summer. Film in a camera produces a latent image that needs to be developed. The only shortcoming in the film was that it ended too soon. The police kept surveillance of the house for 24 hours. The farm was exactly 10 hectares in area. The chief beneficiary in the man's insurance policy was his wife. The company was set up in a hierarchical organization. The plan was doomed at the outset as there was no money for it. The plane went through heavy turbulence over LA. There is a statutory age limit for restaurant workers. The space probe was in proximity to Mars. The man suffered from psychiatric problems. The cost of the repair was nominal compared to buying a new car. The man was placed into a mental asylum for his insanity. The Cuban military pilot landed at the U.S. naval base and asked for political asylum. There is a 10% disparity between expenses and income. The rules for that are quite stringent. She suffered a severe spinal injury. They had insidious rumors to damage her reputation. The shooting was a catalyst for gun control legislation. I won't debase myself by answering such a rude question. The play started with a musical prelude. She has a doctorate in quantum physics. The disease affects the womb. The proprietor of the store refused to sell guns. Erratic gunfire was heard in the center of the city. Ominous clouds appeared on the horizon. Pollen allergies are a problem for many people. Microbes are too small to see with the naked eye. Humans have 23 pairs of chromosomes. The matter is presently under litigation. The paint was removed from the wood with a solvent. I was sent to make this company solvent again. The two countries signed a bilateral agreement for peace. Everyone should try to be thrifty. Similar words may have different connotations. Is there a telephone in the vicinity? I would like to know the availability of. Using a forklift truck, unload the robot from the truck. You can't unload your condo, can you? Magnetometer is a device that measures fluctuations in the Earth's magnetic field. I enjoy an extraordinarily happy marriage. The part is installed to the door permanently. Bob climbed ladder of success swiftly. He doesn't work efficiently. 8 o'clock Pacific. What color is your shirt? Your color is good. The reflection of the fireworks colored the surface of the river. She was born beautiful. Marilyn Monroe was an actress who was very popular in 1950. I was born in Tokyo in 1968. Is everything okay? I had a cold but now I'm okay. Govit okay's act. The third time's lucky. This is the best. I second that. I third that. Everything has a beginning. Everything must have a beginning. He is a beginning teacher. My sister loves those little dolls made in China. Be a doll and do it for me. Children should be seen and not heard. A golden key opens every door. I baked 500 cookies for the party. After he turned 30 he began to lose his hair. A picnic isn't a picnic without a little drink. We had a dance party on Friday night. We always get sleepy after lunch. Keep something for a rainy day. This textbook is too difficult for me. The sky is cloudy. The tiger escaped from the zoo. His father plays golf every Sunday. Baseball games are like snowflakes and fingerprints. No two are ever the same. My country is 10,000 miles from his. She was on the basketball team for 2 years. His mother was already 70 when he entered college. We bought 14 candles for her birthday cake. The baker gave us some bread and rolls. Which of the 12 months do you like best? Lots of people work long after 60. 15 people were at the meeting. When he turned 18 he moved to Tokyo. That store is open till 11 o'clock. Bill ate 16 pieces of cake today. She left home at 19. There were 40 people in the room. My son is 17 years old now. 13 people were on that bus. 45 times 2 is 90. My grandmother is 80 years old. We need 9 people for this game. We bought 6 cookies. Japanese schools begin in April. I am a junior high school student. He has 7 children. He is a friend of mine. My holiday will end in August. In Japan, June is a rainy month. My photo album has many pictures of my friends. June plays the violin very well. It was the best meal I ever ate. What color are peaches? Thanks so much for giving me a hand. You're a peach. I'm not going to peach on my pal. She has a good understanding of math. How understanding you've become. Cowboy movies are no longer popular. The number has 0. These cherries are ripe and taste delicious. Oh, I don't know what to say. Ah, there it is. 1/5 is equal to 20%. Sir, I found your size. There you go. Super. I made a mistake when I dialed his phone number. She always wears a pearl necklace. This is a monthly magazine. Today is my son's 4th birthday. Today is the 8th of April. Pleased to meet you. Faxes cannot be sent or received. A carpenter is known by his chips. Nobody can eat just one peanut. You can see a very beautiful sunset from the island. November is the 11th month of the year. The surprised boy jumped out of his seat. He was not surprised to hear that. My husband and I have been married 3 years. The bill always comes on the 10th of the month. Jane likes colorful clothes. We skate on that lake in winter. There are many kinds of peas. That seafood restaurant serves many different dishes made with shrimp. How would you like your steak? My aunt makes strawberry jam every summer. There are many automobile makers in this country. I like the 9th song on this CD best. I'm worried about taking the test. What is the 7th day of the week? 1/12 of 48 is 4. The desk in this row is yours. Spoken English is difficult for me. She has a job as a waitress. We ordered bacon and eggs for breakfast. TV reporters rush towards the actor. There are 26 letters in the alphabet. She exercises in the gym every afternoon. I asked my grandma how she was feeling. I need 2 kilograms of chicken. I put my bag in a locker at school. I studied cinema at college. He bought a pair of blue jeans. I'll have the sausage pizza. From saving comes having. 10% savings on food bill. All his geese are swans. What a goose. For breakfast he just has toast and coffee. I'm toast if they find it out. Put your hand into that opening and turn the handle. Do you have an opening? I phoned the operator to find a phone number in another city. Doing is more important than dreaming. He is hopeful that his son will pass the exam. I'm hopeless when it comes to mathematics. The studio engineer turned on the tape recorder to record the new song. Japanese people sit on cushions on the floor. The moonlight was very romantic. There is too much killing and pain in the world. He is so famous his face is known to everyone. We saw a field full of lilies. Flying a kite is fun. She is a highly paid employee in this company. The Senate held hearings on the antitrust exemption. My grandfather is a little hard of hearing so he uses a hearing aid. She liked to gossip and she was always on the telephone with her friends. I was surprised at the price of the scarf. We're going to the mall and scarf junk food. I have some fruit trees in my backyard. A spy is sometimes called a secret agent. There is not enough good cheap housing in Tokyo. I have never liked fish sausage. Olive oil is good for your health. I have the barber cut my hair once a month. The setting for summer jobs is often outdoors. Japanese tourists visiting Canada as tourists don't need visa. We have the names and addresses of all our product users. Because I'm big, my nickname is Jumbo. The curry was too hot for her to eat. She put some milk in a saucer for the cat. John never eats raw cabbage. When I went to Tahiti I thought I was visiting paradise. It's a 60-minute cassette. We keep our bikes on the back porch. They traveled around the world on their yacht. I want to buy a new printer. I spent a week at the seaside. He hated being a shopkeeper because of the long hours and few holidays. The boy begged his mother to take him to the playground. She loved teaching and helping her students to learn new things. He was a stamp collector who owned thousands of stamps. First, we must do our best and secondly, we must play fairly. Thank you for all your kindness during my visit. I am sure your suffering won't last so long. I wasn't ready for the surprising news about his death. Send me a postcard when you're on vacation. He bought a toothbrush at the drugstore. The Elors at the time were all brave men. He was so rich he had an indoor swimming pool in his house. Choose whichever you want. Let's get together at lunchtime and talk. My sister bought 4 pairs of stockings. The banker said yes to his loan application. We watched the sunrise from the top of the building. She received the news of her husband's death calmly. The tiger silently began following the hunters. My father doesn't drink beer during the daytime. There was too much garlic in the salad. Please put the flowers in that purple vase. The cat had 6 kittens. I hate long written tests. Those small parts have to be fastened tightly with bolt. The doctors and staff at the hospital bolted me with care. He used his whip to make the horse go faster. Our boat clipped along at 10 knots. The hairstylist clipped Mike's hair too short. The handle of my grandmother's drawer is made of brass. The top brass in our company has decided to hire an outsider to run this department. You've got a lot of brass coming here by yourself. I was awfully homesick. A flying crow always catches something. As the old cock crows, so crows the young. My uncle is a chicken keeper. The suspect was wearing a jacket with a hood. He used an axe to cut the tree. The axe hit the San Francisco Bay Area the hardest. How available is maintenance in your area? We took our rifles with us on our journey across the plains. The dragons in the castle were hiding when we arrived. He hopped around on one foot after his leg injury. After his wife's death he was determined to raise the children. Why are you so determined? It's a gamble to fall in love. His aged face doesn't show any sign of his youthful passion. Good judgment comes from experience and experience comes from poor judgment. Judgment will be taken against you. You will need a recommendation from your professor to enter the study program. Do you have any further recommendation? He's 30 years old but as childish as my 5-year-old son. Camels can go without water for several days. My time is limited, oh speak quickly. Driving rain forced us to return home. We never eat full meal but just snack throughout the day. Pick up that receiver and answer that phone right now. Because of the hurricane, a pressing problem occurred. There is no reason to rejoice at this victory. She hides her money in the closet. The retired politician wanted to work in government again. Winds from the southeast brought warm weather and rain. My jeans are worn out because I wear them every day. Because he was failing French, his parents hired a French tutor for him. I don't need an interpreter since I can speak Tagalog perfectly. Let me explain it briefly. I used my year-end bonus to buy a new computer. Darling, can you bring me a glass of water? The tears in her eyes showed her true sadness. The police answered the repeated cries for help. At his bedside was a picture of his wife. On the eve of her 30th birthday she left town. My parents are in farming, growing corn. The establishment of this organization was important to the whole country. He was a drug dealer before he became an anti-drug speaker. Her magical powers helped her kill the giant dragon. The villagers had no contact with the outside world except through cable TV. His residence is on the top floor of that building. Luckily I've never had to stay in the hospital for anything. Technological advances in the past 10 years have been amazing. The president is openly against this war and wants to stop it. The strong wind makes this area dusty. This new computer game seems amusing. There were no buyers for that used car. The government doesn't want to make sidewalk. I feel time passes quickly when I play chess. I jog 3 miles every morning to stay in shape. Do not tread on this area or you will be fined. He had boundless daring when young. He likes to do daring things. His pet turtle lived 81 years. Don't let the boat turtle when you release all the sails. Put some pads under your uniform before the game. The belly has no ears. The riders got on their horses and rode off. My father raised crickets to feed to the frog. It's not cricket. It is a 20-mile hike to the top of the mountain. Bring out more ice cube from the freezer. I insured my car against theft. Time is different for each observer. The election was judged fair and free by observers. His ideas on marriage are very progressive. The field was too rocky to be any good for farming. Jim owned a vacation house on the Cape. It took me 3 hours to Cape Bear. 10 minus 7 equals 3. His ambition was to do a solo voyage around the world. Soaking in a tub of hot water is a good way to relax. He was a distinguished peanut. His thesis was distinctly better than everyone else's. If you shorten the rope it won't get in the way. Try to be thoughtful. Her nephew is very handsome but cunning. Doves are considered to be the symbol of peace. I'm reasonably certain I'll be able to attend the ceremony. As an undergraduate he majored in math but now he is a gardener. He is a Republican and believes that the country should be put first. Romance is the main theme of her novel. I specifically told you not to do that. What specifically is it you're saying? Won't you come and dine with us? The runner carried the torch into the stadium. The computer hardware is useless if it has no software. The cat traveled in a circular path around the house. The Pope visited the refugee camp. Please peel this banana for me since my hands hurt. The car was shiny after we washed it. The plural of the word focus is foci. The stripes of the U.S. flag are red and white. Joan of Arc may have been history's first military heroine. She was an emotionally strong person who took hardships well. Don't be so impatient. You can become a better skier by going on slightly challenging slopes. Use this format to fill in your personal data. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Something astonishing has happened. A sandy beach is the best place to relax and read a book. I don't see her privately. She has been wearing a black veil since her husband passed away. This job is too risky and I might be injured any moment. A chorus of Christmas singers entertain the guests. I will do the calculations for this problem. That symphony is Mozart's most famous work. I'll give you 5 pennies for your nickel. This work of art is imperfect but interesting. The mother lion was very protective of her baby. The audience was in awe of his opera singing. Darken the room and light the candle. The missile was launched against the enemy country. The presidential election will be held next week. That ad displays real creativity. They tried to civilize those peasants in the country. His boss called him an idiot after he lost the big contract. My swimming instructor is a former Olympic champion. The movie is loosely based on the novel but with different characters. He was a skilled carver who made beautiful sculptures. Einstein is considered one of the greatest thinkers of our time. What do you do for relaxation on the weekend? The burglar took our TV set and our fax machine. He is patiently waiting for her to accept his proposal. That type of crocodile is the largest in the world. I'm unfamiliar with that part of the country. We hired a biologist to do research in the new lab. The two friends formed a business partnership. It is a great honor to meet you, Your Majesty. That publisher only produces academic books. It is unusually warm for this time of year. Hay fever sufferers should wear masks. I lost my armor during the battle and injured my arm. Aspirin always works on my headaches. The breadth of his knowledge is impressive. There is no fairness in this business. She spoke with vigor in spite of her age. Indiana, Canada. You can legally drive at age 16. She sat there biting her nails in boredom. I someday hope to visit Alaska. A puff on a cigarette gives me relief. The host hailed the guest with the warmest remarks. Cabs can be hailed in the street. Bring the ball over here to me. The huge tree was cut down leaving only a dump. It's got me stumped, so I now bring my quest to you. My mother put some boxes on the rack. The king ordered a withdrawal from the battlefield. Not all people who have a cold virus become ill. Some are only carriers. They rolled round the dance floor nicely. It is a little chilly outside, though don't forget your jacket. He forgot to tuck in his shirt when he dressed in the morning. He chucked the money into his pocket. He's a jerk. The cat looked cozy sleeping on the chair. The chickens pecked the ground for food. The fleet consists of 15 ships. A fleet of new automobiles arrived at the Ford dealership today. There is a registration fee of $50. The girl asked the doctor to certify that she is a virgin. After leaving work she spent the remainder of the day shopping. 5 into 22 is 4. Remainder 2. The bird used its beak to make a hole in the tree. Don't be so irresponsible. In the language of flowers, holly signifies a happy home. The Secretary of the Treasury issued an important statement today. She decided to go on a sea cruise for her holiday. His opinions are usually constructive and helpful. I've recently become attentive. The soldier was punished for his bold salute. A 30-gun salute was fired in the welcoming ceremony. Losers are always in the wrong. These are second-hand balls. The essence of all good strategy is simplicity. Turn it sideways or it won't fit through the door. The house has a beautiful terrace in the backyard. This bread is so stale you can't even cut it. Incorrect data entered. The specialist will be available for consultation during the week that follows. There is no justification for buying that declining company. The fulfillment of his promise occurred when he gave her the wedding ring. You cannot undo what cannot be undone. Even though he didn't know the visitors, he pretended familiarity. Familiarity breeds contempt. A rise in tuition caused disturbances on campus. Are you implying that I am a disturbance? I'd like a pint of milk, please. After losing his job, he was unemployed for over 6 months. There are 3 syllables in the word syllable. My inclination is to go for plan A over plan B. The scenario for producing the drama was revised more than 10 times. The tenant got on well with the owner of the building. The beauty salon will be opening here next week. He went for a massage after work. She was so concerned with fitness that she went to the gym every day. The plane was gliding over the runway. Life is a process of transformation. He was working on a comparative study of Italian and Greek classic. I received 4 phone calls in quick succession. The tickets were being sold in the booth. This ice cream is really tasty. He is an extreme nationalist. He is lacking in self-confidence. He showed his generosity by giving half his wealth to charity. There are no certainties in life except death. Different experiences make for a varied life. The team has been one of the league leaders in attendance. Thank you. I'm embarrassed. There is nothing more costly than something got for nothing. The boycott of their products led to a 20% decrease in sales. I saw his picture in the paper along with the accusation. I have no conception of how difficult it would be to learn Russian. The outsider sees best of the game. That restaurant does not serve any alcoholic drinks. We must restructure the employment system of our company. He was a jolly person who laughed all the time. He received a small present as a participant in the golf tournament. Faxes have replaced the telegraph in most countries. There's supervision at all times. Stopping in Mexico City is an optional part of the tour. He was fired from his job because he was dishonest. He is so young he is incapable of running the office. The average rainfall there is decreasing every year. There were several groves of trees behind the farm. Most people in Indonesia are Muslim. People who were wrongly accused were released. We need a chairperson with wisdom and energy. He was an energetic man who made everyone around him feel tired. Don't try to mislead me by bringing up other information. She became defensive when he made comments about her job performance. We want you to take over the department's administrative position. That family has lived in the house continuously for 4 generations. Many federations were made and destroyed in the course of history. Some people believe that Oswald was Kennedy's lone killer. The manager told his staff to work in a more systematic way. Because she talked continually, people considered her a bore. The police used radar to trap speeding drivers. The librarian organized a storytelling session for the children. I think society is still more favorable to males. When asked a difficult question, he responded with hesitation. They carried cards with anti-government slogans written on them. Her job was an analyst for the money market. The clash between the 2 political parties was unavoidable. We have inadequate food supplies for the 10-day trip. The Sears Tower is Chicago's tallest skyscraper. He makes a lot of grammatical errors in Italian. My calculator can perform advanced functions. He completed law school at his father's insistence. The climatic changes are affecting ice caps in the South Pole. Traditional sea navigation is done using a compass. There are 5 vowels in Japanese: A, I, U, E, and O. She built up a resentment of the new teacher. The continental landmasses separated millions of years ago. Importantly, the decision was made just in time. This toy comes in a kit with glue and paint. His argument is always based on sound reasoning. The marketplace was busy with buyers. A clause is in a word a sentence within a sentence. The farmland was sold and will become a factory site. Economically, the country is in poor shape. She had to skim the report quickly just before the presentation. The crab ran along the beach before going into a hole. The workman used plaster to fix the wall. The gardener picked up a twig that had fallen from the tree. At the end of the film, I suddenly twigged. I twigged a resemblance to her father. I twigged that the band was very popular in Canada. The buffet was held in the lounge after the conference. Winds buffeted the tent. Martha found a strand of long hair on her husband's shoulder. Put that phrase in brackets when you type it. The website has been a staple of the internet. Corn is a staple food of the Mexican people. The children jumped into the river with a splash. Her tears splashed down her cheek. A car splashed me with mud. What do you do for a crust? The earth's crust is not very thick. I sold my apartment since it's time to keep paying the mortgage. It is lucky for the bridegroom to carry the bride over the threshold of their new home. We were on the threshold of a major scientific discovery. The bear went into its den for the winter. The colors of the painting were sublime. One tiny capsule of the poison could kill 100 people. Can I get some feedback on this? Cold weather causes a contraction in metal object. She is having contractions 2 to 3 minutes apart lasting 60 seconds. The parent company consolidated its 2 subsidiaries. Don't worry about trifle. The company had a high employee turnover rate. The bill included installation fees. Police got close to the site where hostages were captive. My breath escapes like air hissing from a tire. Free speech is a constitutional right in many nations. They leased 4 floors to the company. They leased a new car instead of buying it. The magician dazzled the audience with his skill. The new government was overturned by the army. The old man walked with the help of a cane. He was given 4 strokes of cane. Bees went in and out of the hive. The following modifications will be made. The city appointed a new controller. There was a news update on the disaster every hour on TV. This document updates your ABC system documentation. Nobody recollected seeing them. The boy giggled after hearing the joke. The police have ceased enforcement of that archaic law. The firemen tried to save the house for hours but to no avail. It avails nothing to sit and wait. Teacher said share your thoughts in our forum. A submarine can go below the surface of the sea. He liked to make people laugh so he became a clown. Don't be such a clown. The weather was warm so she lay outside to get a tan. The way the man behaved in public was like he was a barbarian. She has curly hair. She deemed the job impossible to finish in a week. Almost asleep she was vaguely aware of the dog barking. The instructions for using the book are in the appendix. They're calling for the abolition of all nuclear weapons. The bicycle wheel needed some grease to roll smoothly. Grease a 12-inch pie plate. First catch your hair. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. The priest asked the prisoner to repent his sin. The locomotive moved slowly through the station. The sergeant ordered his soldiers to help load the truck. Tofu has a soft texture when eaten cold. The sailor made a neat coil of the rope. He is very sly and cannot be completely trusted. His amazed expression made us laugh. The company only handled wholesale goods. In order to certify medical doctors, a test is administered. Innumerable fans grieved about the death of the singer. Her disappearance was the result of domestic trouble. It was hard to navigate around the island because of the storm. The caption under the photograph was not correct. She was obstinate when it came to the feeding of her baby. He felt drowsy after eating too much. The rotation of the merry-go-round started to make her feel sick. The cord was found in the bedroom. The page was detached from the book. He received confirmation that the flight was on time. Education helps to broaden a person's mind. The company said there were large dividends this year. The assertion that all cats have tails is not true. The large mushroom was edible. With reluctance he took the dog for a walk. The building had a functional design. I mused over the cause of my friend's unhappiness. The occurrence took place near the bridge. He was very tolerant of the man's smoking habit. There is a look of innocence in a young child's face. There used to be a big willow tree in my backyard. Broadly speaking, all people are the same. His closest kin were in Denver. The dog barking at night was an annoyance to the neighborhood. He was perplexed by his friend's unwillingness to share the food. The senior judge was to preside over the important trial. We magnified that aerial photo to locate the missile silo. The police had to subdue the criminal with force. He lacked the mentality to understand the question. The new economic policy statement is just political propaganda. The only eventual outcome was for the bridge to fall down. The contractor promised to finish the job on time. In order to get working papers, one must prove citizenship. An applicable example is needed to explain this problem. The tenant asked the landlord for a renewal of the contract. The music was expressive of happy feeling. A good source of calcium is green vegetables like broccoli. The trainee made many mistakes when he first started working. The woman adorned her head with a lovely hat. Our house is situated near the lake. The doctor lifted Jan's eyelid to get a better look at the eye. The tenants voted for the illusion of all pets. One method of governing a country is communism. His landlord was not very nice. The printing press had 4 rollers. They decided to have the full choir at their wedding. There is far too much pessimism in the world today. Money is lent in accordance with the bank's policies. The bank had many creditors. Children should be courteous to adults. The coach of the team quit to everyone's amazement. It was hard to read her handwriting. The wrench was in a small town in Texas. That girl is very talkative in class. Fisher caught off the eastern coastal region of Canada. He had an inability to sing. On the wall there was a lizard. He studied geology in university. The police foiled the thief's plan. They released him from prison on $2,000 bail. The company seemed promising, but they bailed in the following year. The children were filthy after playing in the mud. She scrubbed the pan with a wire brush. The test was scrubbed. The smoke escaped through the vent in the ceiling. Call me if you need to vent. Are you finished with that? The finished building looked very impressive for the opening. I thought I was finished. The car skidded to a halt. The streak of white in his hair made him look older. Everybody admires his soft bearing. This scandal made dissolution of the party inevitable. The dissolution of their marriage was both legal and emotional. He was a don of the underworld. He donned a hat while talking on the cell phone. Vending machines dispense a variety of goods. They found a big crater in the plane. The photographer kept his best pictures in a portfolio. Some food producers are adding healthy items to their portfolios. There were a great number of casualties in the war. Interactive computer programs are extremely stimulating. Interactive graphics of the scene gave detailed information. I hope the US will one day switch to the metric system. A pragmatic thinker, he always chose the most practical option. Oppressive government often sent political opponents to jail. As a dog returneth to his vomit, though a fool returneth to his folly. He drank too much and vomited outside the bar. Bear's droppings and leftover fish scraps help fertilize nearby forests. The best way to avoid contagious diseases is to avoid people. Defective brakes caused the accident. The evidence is scanned. His ranch sprawled over acres. The police sirens could be heard all over the city. There is still much inequality between men and women. He was exalted by his victory. I turned down the bass so I could hear the flute. The teacher took disciplinary action. Sam is obsessed with winning an Olympic gold medal. The shareholders voted in a new board of directors. The police showed persistence by tracking the killer for years. I took incomplete for not finishing the assignment. His incomplete answer led to a drop on his tower. The unfriendly dog growled whenever someone came near. Computer processors become faster and cheaper every day. Those products are substantially the same quality. Salmon abound in this river. The company took affirmative action hiring the physically challenged. The accountant came to our office to audit our books. I think that mound might be an ancient burial site. Wearing platform shoes was a fad among young girls. X-ray absorption levels depend on the nature of the substance. The veteran soldier proudly wore his badge of honor. He submitted his letter of resignation. He had been a practitioner of Aikido for 7 years. I just bought an underwater camera for scuba diving. He was a veteran of 2 wars. When she learned she was sterile, she cried. After loading its cargo, the ship pulled away from the pier. Michael Jordan's dominance in the field lasted a decade. He is responsible for the coordination of the project. The bishop was honored to meet the Pope. Meditation has made her a more serene person. The general strike caused a disruption of services throughout the city. There is a clear correlation between poverty and crime. Statistics show that people in suits look more credible than those who were in t-shirts and jeans. Indian Kashmir is mainly populated by pro-Pakistan Muslims. The whole country was in turmoil because of the war. How long does it take for a shipment? The lawyer insisted the statute of limitations can be applied to this case. The house was too large, so we bought a condominium. The manuscript needed revision before it could be published. She was a sociable person who loved parties. He had his car checked because of the vibration in the wheel. Modern cars are infinitely safer than those of 30 years ago. The generals led the coup against the prime minister. The amount of tax is proportional to income. The settlers came west in wagon trains. Many philosophical questions may never be answered. The next millennium will see the disappearance of most animals. Unable to ascertain the problem, he asked his partner for help. I tried to learn a country's customs before immigrating there. You will mar the freshly painted picture if you touch it. His violent response was involuntary. Isn't it ironic that he won the lottery and died the next day? The word intercourse has a sexual connotation, so be careful when using it. He went to the pharmacy to fill his doctor's prescription. He is supposedly the best doctor in the area. Those two have had a rivalry since they were boys. The virus disappeared after the antibody was introduced. My bulky clothing restricted my movements. The ecologist created a plan to preserve the region's species. It's conceivable that soon people will live on the moon. That man allegedly stole money from his company. Their reliance on oil income led to overproduction. Sexual harassment is a major issue in the workplace these days. He has an inferiority complex towards his older brother. I found a dust-covered box of photographs in the attic. The team's improbable victory was a shock to everyone. The trim on the wall is decorative but not functional. The courtyard is a nice gathering place. Advertising is partially responsible for increased materialism. They needed parental permission to take the trip. He had 2 sessions a week with his therapist. Strategic decisions were made by the president. This report is excellent, notably the recommendations section. They had superiority in air power. This is a relic from medieval times. Irwin spent his summer relaxing at an Irish manor. He wasn't sufficiently awake to answer the phone. The economy showed high growth in the post-war period. Tribal wars are destroying the country. A bridge spanned the deep gorge. I just gorged myself with apple pie and ice cream. Bob gorged his dinner like he hadn't eaten for a month. The bathroom in Bob's house always stinks. Your cooking stinks. It appears robust but actually very fragile. The robust economy has made many people happy. A horse can't pull a wagon without a harness. Rundy wants a slice of lime in his tropical drink. Drinking every night can be hazardous to your health. The blizzard caused the hazardous driving conditions. The account is long overdue. The new government will herald an era of prosperity. That is the year's most heralded movie. The boat was mirrored at Pier 32. It is not polite to solicit your business at funeral. Failing the exam was a setback to his career plans. Helicopters can hover in the same place. That number have hovered at between 40% and 50%. The trash bin is behind the door. The mayor signed a copper plaque on the new bridge. The prohibition of smoking in restaurants angered many people. Prohibition was enacted to reduce crime and corruption, solve social problems and improve health and hygiene. These excerpts from Quotations for Kids were compiled and edited by him. The disclosure of her husband's affair shocked her terribly. This magazine article is only conjecture. He conjectures that stock will rise next week. The rich man gave his daughter an extremely lavish wedding. Here's a reminder from our boss not to overlook this point. Those flowers are sturdy. The table was so sturdy that 10 people could dance on it. Scientists say that the sea is the matrix of life. The boys and girls were segregated for sex education classes. We are not allowed to swim in reservoirs around Tokyo. A throng of fans waited outside the arena hoping to see him. Kate was surprised by the amount of colorful fish near the coral reef. Marilyn Monroe is an American icon. Dan entrusted his brother with the cat while he was away. Lyricists and composers entrust their music copyrights to the J-Strike who manages them. Ken took his younger siblings to the park. Any changes to the product specification shall be made in writing and agreed by both parties. Mary wanted to enroll in the history class but the enrollment was already filled. Enrollment in computer courses has recently increased. I will do my best to see that such errors do not recur. Her dream of flying recurs whenever she sees an airport. His story about the president was a distortion of the truth. It was taboo to talk about sex in Victorian times. Bertha is afraid to converse with men who have long hair. The sailors were told not to harass young girls. The truck dumped a load of gravel onto the driveway. In northern Canada, husky dogs still pull sled. American schools need gun detection devices at their doors. Myriad life forms come from the ocean. The treasurer issued an interim report. The Plaza is one of New York's most renowned hotels. Sue felt alienated when the men started talking about cars. H.G. Wells tried to chronicle the history of the world. Linda's obsession for collecting stamps keeps her busy. Using sesame oil is more nutritious. Joe bought a generator when his electricity was cut off. The Darkhold factory was a dreary place to work. The repression of information keeps politicians popular. There were no remnants of money after the fire. Most electronic goods come with a 1-year warranty. One tax haven for investors is the Isle of Man. Periodic visits to the dentist are good for the teeth. Hal got a job feeding chickens on a poultry farm. Rabbits have remarkably high reproductive abilities. When they arrived at the campground they were allotted the best site. He has an intuitive musical sense which cannot be explained. Hairy yellow caterpillars ate all the leaves on the tree. Phil stopped at a roadside cafe for breakfast. That story of a boy who killed his father is based on Greek mythology. The frugal family thought spending money was a sin. Today's barcode readers operate with the aid of a laser beam. One motif in Mr. Green's novels is old men loving young women. The pollutants in the air are increasing year by year. When she saw the robin she knew spring had arrived. Making computer software is not a lucrative business. Some people believe that smoking cigarettes is akin to taking drugs. Ian reluctantly gave his wife a credit card. Kevin studied linguistics before becoming an English teacher. Some Christians still denounce evolutionary theories. The detective said, I knew he stole the jewel. The more is a better victory. Left-handedness is an inborn characteristic which can be changed. His new camera has an automatic sensory device. Sam Lightimer conversely in my winter. I heaved the heavy bag into the bus. Bob heaved his heavy bags into the trunk of the car. Bill lost his court case by default when he failed to arrive. Not one person has defaulted since we began offering margin trading through the internet. The volcano lay dormant for 2 years before it erupted. He decided to chuck the papers into the garbage can. Tom, if you're thinking of leaving before this job's done today, chuck it. I chucked her gently under the chin. The bank keeps all the money and valuables in a large vault. The local television network affiliate built a new office building. The cost of affiliating with an existing distribution system would be very high. Those huddled in the lifeboats watched the ship sink into the ocean. The survivors huddled together to keep warm. The players huddled close together before the game. Long ago, children wrote their lessons on a piece of slate. The parent-teacher conference is slated for next week. The airport is built on reclaimed land. The boy asked for his favorite baseball player's autograph. The old man shuffled along the street on his way to the park. The government decided to levy a tax on all imported goods. Without power, diplomacy is without leverage. The workmen used leverage to get the large rock out of the hole. An advanced development environment allows you to leverage timely information throughout all phases of a project. The lower chamber's choice overrides the upper chamber's selection under the Constitution. The boy died when he was accidentally smothered by his own pillow. The meeting convened in the lower lobby of the hotel. The plenary session was convened to elect a premier and other parliamentary official. The girl put a bead on her dress for decoration. Perspiration beaded her forehead and upper lip. He reverted to eating meat after being a vegetarian for 20 years. I reverted the script back to the original. He used a wrench to tighten the bolts on the car. My heart wrenched as I saw my birthday present lying among the other discarded items. He wrenched his ankle playing basketball. He put pepper on his meal because it tasted so bland. After her shower, the woman's hair tangled up. The yarn get tangled up. Capital punishment cannot be a deterrent to serious crimes. The higher-up officers thought that the murder of women and children was a deterrent. He fumbled in his pockets to find change to use the telephone. You've become much more volatile. Certain chemicals are volatile at high temperatures. Lemons spawn in fresh water. The internet found an environment of social change on a global basis. The children dangled their legs in the river. They let the usher seat them. The artist rented a loft and used it as a studio and apartment. The developer bought a large tract of land for a new building. The barge sailed up the river to get the supply of sand. We need to set the parameters for this experiment. The number of visitors dwindled recently. His defiance was not so innocent. The boy's mother asked him to constrain himself in public. To keep the door open, he put a wedge of wood under it. The hostages were wedged into a small room. His adversary in business happened to be his best friend. His erratic behavior makes it hard for others to understand him. Production of seaweed has been erratic. The French has opened many stores all over the world. A different tactic is required. The workers had to weld the metal together. The onset of spring makes all kinds of plants come to life. The incumbent mayor won the election. The photo elicited surprise. In meditation you transcend everyday mental state. This article ignores alternative policy approaches that may prove more successful in transcending NIMBYism. This function is disabled during the print cycle. The man broke his neck in a car accident and was disabled for life. The drama of seeing her son suffer was too much. The conductor has a large repertoire of symphonies. There was a mass exodus out of town after the gas leak. The car did not work well because of a faulty starter. Her perfume created an attractive allure to all near her. The car's inertia prevented it from stopping in time. He bolstered his courage with whiskey. Nobody doubts his eminence in the world of modern art. William always asks his teachers pertinent questions. The book was the definitive source for knowledge on words. The man was in a coma for 10 days. He's in good physical shape because he likes strenuous workouts. Being an adult means being financially and emotionally autonomous. Authority must be accompanied by accountability. The temporary sports arena was dismantled to build a new one. He tried to deflect the rock with his hand but it hit his stomach. The province held a referendum to decide the trade issue. The union demanded solidarity when its workers went on strike. She was an inmate at the state prison for 3 years. A peace settlement was precluded by more violence. The professor was given tenure. The disease called polio has almost been eradicated. The artist's caricature of the celebrity was very accurate. Some kings are benevolent while others can be mean and cruel. The culprit was brought before the judge for sentencing. True happiness is an elusive goal for many people. The walls are insulated with foam to keep out the cold. Peggy quickly scribbled her phone number on a napkin. To become a member of the club, Larry studied their covenant. Keep your composure. His strength was only a facade covering up a shy man. You must be more candid if you want people to believe you. Mrs. Finch says she has substantive ideas on how to get rich. She missed the bus because of her preoccupied mind. She replaced her metal bathtub with a ceramic one. The husband and wife had dual ownership of their house. Bombing reduced the town to rubble. The cumulative effect of smoking can lead to cancer. The smell of sulfur is quite unpleasant. The deceased man was laid to rest in the cemetery. The fried fish was saturated with oil. To dispel rumors of the divorce, they went out together. He was worried because the deal seemed too good to be true. Her everyday life was mundane, so she found a hobby. The magician's job is to amaze and astound his audience. The artist used a minimal amount of paint on his new painting. The workers submitted a grievance about the low pay to the boss. The impetus for his success went back to his supportive parents. She had an affinity to fine wine. The researcher's methodology was the best way of solving problems. There was a high-pitched resonance when the bell was struck. Cassie sat straight for the sake of propriety. She was an ardent admirer of the rock group The Beatles. The political prisoners asked for amnesty from the government. The closing of the company was an impending reality. He has large deposits of fat in the main artery to his heart. The doctor discovered a malignant tumor on her right leg. The advertising campaign was pervasive throughout the city. After the war, many children had recurrent nightmares. There is a large influx of students to the university this year. The wind played havoc with the golf tournament. The Maritime Authority enforces boating laws. The youth hostel offered communal showers. He developed a stomach ulcer because of stress. There are many chemical ions floating in the air. The new employee has managerial potential. The floors of the church were made of granite. A Scottish clan is a strong family group. Life on Mars is theoretically possible. The dog snarled at the passing person but did not bite. Information is becoming snarled. At-risk students view school learning as an imposition. The government was criticized for its imposition of a large tax. They are in political ferment. Grain are meant to make wine. Much of the ship's cargo was salvaged. A specialized data recovery company can salvage your data. Parents can sometimes implant prejudice in children. The woman had a large mole on the side of her face. Commercials are ubiquitous. The sports celebrity was ubiquitous, seen in ads and on TV. Getting the job is contingent upon my graduating with high grade. It's impossible to accurately replicate the circumstances. 2 new disaster films are about asteroids plunging into Earth. She traced her lineage back to the 12th century. She was an exemplary employee and won several awards. He's a prolific artist. Racism impedes social progress. He depleted his saving. His remark ignited a storm of protest. The metal turned brittle after several years. Water shortages were endemic in that dry land. I don't want to exacerbate the problem by bothering him again. The doctor didn't think she was sick, so he gave her a placebo. If you hurry me anymore, I'll make even more mistakes. She was charged by the police with illicit possession of firearms. We had to forego dinner because we were late. The American national anthem is the Star-Spangled Banner. The spy traveled under the guise of an ordinary businessman. The country is in a political flood now. Stopping peace talks was a unilateral decision by one country. The chemical symbol for sodium is Na. Nitrogen is one of the elements. They saw a mirage in the desert. Man is a terrestrial animal unequipped for long periods in space. The rocket has deviated from the orbit. Do you know which form I use so I can get reimbursed for my trip to Tokyo? Abraham Lincoln emancipated the slaves. My aunt emancipated me when I told her I was pregnant. The travel agent gave me an itinerary for my trip. Japanese women received suffrage after the war. My dog was in quarantine for 30 days before entering Japan. Their inception of business is of quite a recent date. He felt an intangible fear when driving through the tunnel. What are the optimum settings for this machine? The woman's initials were inscribed on a tree with an eye. The man reiterated his position when the police brought him in. Canada is so big it spreads over 80 degrees of longitude. This room is too stuffy. We need some more ventilation. I coerced the children to eat their broccoli. A fence was put up around the periphery of the property. The family's subsistence depends on both parents working. The river had a thick layer of sediment at the bottom. That idea is a common fallacy. The sand dunes stretched for miles along the ocean. The lava flowed from the volcano like a river. She made a capricious decision. The odds are for us. The odds of the current governor being re-elected are rather slim. The unemployment rate rose for 3 months running. His present wowed me. Any deviation from such standards shall be cause for immediate termination of this agreement. If no more food aid is available, there will be serious problem with malnutrition. The restructuring efforts were ineffective. Most American Indian tribes were migratory and followed the buffalo. The number for the hospital is on the fridge. I don't really do things like that consciously. They are anxiously looking for new recruits. Thank you very much for the fine arrangements you have consistently made for us over the past 10 years. On the keyboard the backslash is awkwardly situated beneath the enter key. There are too few administrators to adequately manage the network. The drug has been used over a prolonged period. All my energy is gone. A baby lion was born at the zoo last week. It's a zoo out here. They go to church on Sundays. Tom will enter college this September. The doctor came on Wednesday. On Thursdays everyone cleans the classrooms. This Saturday I'm going to sleep till noon. Mary loves shopping more than anything else. I was born in November. See you on Monday. He never eats pork. Daddy will take me to the zoo on Saturday. My classmates like to meet after school. The teacher wrote her name on the blackboard. The store closed on Tuesday. Santa Claus will come in December. She has 3 brothers and 5 sisters. Andy's birthday is in February. Amy's birthday is in October. I went to Tokyo in January. It is very hot in July. Jazz is her favorite kind of music. She wore an apron when she cooked. He plays trumpet very well. A red sky in the morning is the shepherd's warning. I give you a month's warning to go out of these apartments. Many walkers and runners are in the park on Sundays. Tom has a good tennis racket. There are swans swimming in the lake. I didn't do it. I don't enjoy cooking but I enjoy eating. They were cooking. Trains are always crowded during rush hour. Training is very important for athletes. The movie has a happy ending. Man is a thinking animal. He is reading a comic book on the train. She planted some violets in her garden. Today is my brother's 19th birthday. Anyone who likes fishing can't be banned. This is the end of the 20th century. How are you is a common greeting in America. The stereo is very easy to use. That book became a top seller. He put 4 kilos of clothes into the washing machine. Many company presidents smoke cigars. How many hamburgers have you eaten? He took his granddaughter to California. He has some wonderful paintings. My mother bought me underwear for Christmas. Dancing is fun and also good exercise. Reading, writing and arithmetic are very basic skills. What's your reading of the situation? Please buy a loaf of bread and some milk. I was just loafing around in my bed. I'm afraid today's a holiday and the banks are closed. Nobody knows who the members of that closed circle are. The children ask their parents to take them to the circus. It's a circus. Winning is usually more fun than losing. The Blue Wave were winning until the bottom of the 8th but they ended up losing. She bought a new white blouse for the dinner party. The dress bloused fully over the bell. I bloused the pants over the legging. He used a bucket to carry water. The fixed interest rate is 2.3% now. A plum is usually green, purple or red. This TV set has poor audio. Be careful when you use a cutter. He's my advisor on tax issues. Vinegar is sour. The traveler was away from home for 6 months. For the 100th time clean up your room. My hometown is a small town about 200 miles from here. We ordered a pitcher of beer at the restaurant. Parking is very expensive in downtown Manhattan. The king put on his robe and his crown before speaking to the people. She liked it when the committee members called her Madam President. The landing of Columbus in North America changed history forever. The end of that film was so moving that I cried for 15 minutes. That restaurant serves excellent seafood. He took his dirty shirts to the cleaners. My rice pudding was not very delicious. I don't like jelly very much. For older people, walking is healthier than running. We traveled down the river by canoe. At work his main job is planning. He was the best salesman in the company because he listened to his customers. The chimpanzees are the most popular animals in the zoo. Here, use a cloth napkin instead of that paper one. The melody ran through my head all night long. He spoiled his grandchild with chocolates and toys. Do you prefer lettuce in your salad or cabbage? The robber was caught by the police 2 days ago. Firstly, I would like to thank everyone for coming tonight. My teammates and I went out for a drink after the game. Today very few people use typewriters. I looked up the place name in the atlas. My daughter just got engaged. The bank's rating fell after the scandal. This program has a rating of 2%. Then they cleaned up the bloody room. If you crush those berries you'll get some nice juice. It's a mistake if you just judge people on their outward appearance. The new computer speed tripled compared to the old one. It's well known that he had a child with his mistress. Please clean up the fallen leaves in the garden. I couldn't sleep a wink last night. She winked at him and the next day he asked her for a date. The dog brought the slippers to his master. Her closet is filled with accessories for theater costumes. The butcher cut up the meat into small pieces. Bamboo is used to make furniture. She studied journalism in college but could not get a newspaper job. The floor was made of cement. Lately few people use gay as the meaning of cheerful. There was a marked difference in his appearance after he got married. Jealousy makes a woman beautiful. A team was sent to scout for a site for a new plant. A yearly medical examination with the doctor is a good idea. The government broke up the holding company. Tomorrow I will go to the Northeast. Is hunting one of the Olympic events? His timely appearance saved us from silence. He took on the job quite willingly. He enjoyed being a gardener except in the cold and the rain. Every time I see his injured leg I remember the accident. I change my linen after taking a bath. His house is the farthest from the school. Many developing countries face financial difficulties. His novel was the chosen book for the media prize. The magnet picked up the pins on the floor. The mast on his boat was 30 feet high. It was cold so we turned on the heating. That new drugstore is a major competitor of our shop. Because of the stormy weather the boat went into the nearest port. Our existing car will have to do because we can't buy a new one. I prefer this recording of the fifth compared to that one. The concert booklet listed the songs that the singer had recorded. The planners and developers of this project are very skillful. Marilyn Monroe was considered to be the sex goddess of her time. He got involved in a great political scandal. She hired a magician for the child's birthday party. She has a glass of brandy before going to sleep each night. My favorite composer is George Gershwin. Please bring that can of mixed nuts to the party. That chef won all the major cooking awards last year. I need some smoked salmon for the party. We stayed in the fort after the enemy attacked our house. The making of this wine is very interesting. She found her puppy in a box near the park. My lifelong dream was to marry him. The mayor warmly greeted the Chinese president. The birth of a child is a joyful event. This worrying trouble caused him to lose much weight. She heard the camera click in a dim light. The electronic lock clicked open. It clicked right away. When I saw him something just clicked in my mind. Click cancelled if there is any problem. Only the wearer knows where the shoe pinches. I must be dreaming. Could somebody please pinch me? My new shoes started to pinch my toes. The exhausted businessman went home after a long day at the office. His class standing is so bad he cannot go to college. An ounce is equal to 28 grams. Donald keeps beetles in a jar at his office. Oysters are only in season in the months. The world is my oyster. This juice is made by condensing ripe tomatoes. I found my father sitting on the dock of the bay. She moaned after getting it on the head with a bat. I need a saddle for this horse or else I can't ride it. His plan saddled his company with so much debt that it could not continue. He stitched the torn part of the skirt. She bragged about her shopping accomplishments. Accomplishments are a friend in need. Forbidden fruit is sweetest. Forbidden fruit tastes the sweetest. We cut overhead by moving our headquarters from the city to the suburb. Overhead you will see an airplane flying toward the east. I have an important errand to run. We shoveled snow for 2 straight hours. Like cow. The calves we keep are very cute so we don't want them to grow. Most car accidents are caused by unaware drivers. You have my assurance that I will help you on that project. His story was totally unbelievable. You're just unbelievable. They had a hasty lunch because they had to go to the station. It was hasty of me to show my purse. Volvo sold out its auto business and concentrated on trucks and buses. He has been quite successful in the auto industry. The accused man never looked up once during his trial. I won't be able to join you tonight since I am broke. He smoked in the lounge of the hotel. The stars twinkle in the dark eyes. The topic heading on this report needs to be shorter. The arms trader had many enemies. The investors lost a lot of money when the stock market crashed. Doubtless you'll run again for office. A life spent making mistakes is not only more honorable but more useful than a life spent doing nothing. He gave his wife some flowers as a peace offering. The commander directed his troops to attack right away. The terrible winds of the hurricane destroyed 10 houses. I'm disappointed in you. She was the family provider after her husband became ill. You're so sharp it's frightening. Through obedience learn to command. It is a great disgrace to do such a bad thing. Our TV antenna fell down so we couldn't watch the game. The party had an oriental theme so we dressed in nappy coats. Liquor and driving are a deadly combination. He couldn't decide what the morally best thing to do was. The basketball game was held in the largest arena in the city. My husband and I hastened to the airport. His finally written novel won a Pulitzer Prize. She is such a charming person, everyone loves her. There's an abundance of vitamin C in lemon. The rice cooker broke after 20 years in use. She has been in the publishing industry for over 20 years. He fought bravely against the enemy. Would you like to try horseback riding? My most embarrassing incident was when I fell asleep at a meeting. Brandon painfully admitted that he no longer loved his wife. Man's conquest of cancer has not yet ended. The manager's memo outlined the new retirement policy. You will see a lot of motors during the holidays. A robbery took place at the convenience store near my house. He is an economist who advises the government. He is a key insider who knows many important people. You should be more industrious if you want to be promoted. The lanterns for the festival were bright and colorful. He was floating on an air mattress in the swimming pool. His seriousness about his job got him a promotion. This umbrella is made of nylon which doesn't absorb water. The woodland is home to a variety of animals. My favorite food is cucumber sandwiches. My children gave me a handful of daisies for my birthday. The novelist couldn't find a good ending for his book. I am presently single but looking for a husband. My husband has been a laborer at the factory for 70 years now. This matter is unimportant, so let's forget it. Some capitalists like strong government. A mathematical analysis was done for that problem. The book was in its fifth printing. Knitting hats is one of the boys' favorite hobbies. I will faithfully do whatever she says. A terrorist tried to explode the plane. Ideally, I'd like a job in the film industry. I am wholly against his marrying my sister. The Trading Post sold mainly flour and bullets. They had a rugby match last week and their team won. These potato chips are very crisp and salty. Handling is crisp and precise. The economic downturn of this year pushed the personal saving rate down a tick to an extraordinary low 0.1%. The clock is ticking. I had to finish ticking the boxes on the order list by noon. I may be able to join you tomorrow night. Okay, just give me a buzz. When I walked into the shop, there was a buzz of excitement in the room. The sheep farmer raises rams only. She lost control of her car and ran through a post office. The eagle was perched high up on a branch. The lion stalked the rabbit in complete silence. Although the dwarf was small in height, he had a big heart. The child darted out onto the road from behind the parked car. When he was talking with his friend in the class, the teacher quickly darted a look in his direction. Since he loved noodle, he liked both Italian and Japanese food. Use your noodle. I don't like his theatrical way of speaking. Loosen the screw. The rebel group tried to overthrow the government. Love of lights and fire of chits is soon in and soon out. Here's your 20 cents and change 2 dimes. You can have these things for a dime. It is so hard to push the pedals when I go up the hill. The builder checked the blueprint often during the job. Our army tried to stop the enemy's penetration over the border. Please come into the parlor for a cup of tea. He was an Orthodox religious believer, who doesn't want to be immortal. I am about 10 pounds overweight. Please straighten those lines. The tree flattened the car when it fell on it. He came to prominence as an author in the 2010s. We made a July booking for the flight to Alaska. That strait has very dangerous currents. The Duke declared his loyalty to the king. The shadows deepened as the afternoon grew late. Japan has been deepening its relationship with other countries in Asia in recent years. On Sunday the family had a barbecue dinner. I didn't do anything shameful. He was a builder who specialized in hotels. This household laundry detergent includes Ziolite as a builder. This old money is now worthless. All of this effort will be worthless if he doesn't return in time. It all worked out peacefully for everyone concerned. They closed the shutters because the sun was very bright. I couldn't unlock the door because I had the wrong key. Contentment is better than riches. You can park up to 3 cars in my driveway. She appears to be in her 6th or 7th week of pregnancy. The soldier carries the Star-Spangled Banner. I love spicy foods like Indian and Thai. He moved the lever into position to turn on the power. That staircase leads to the basement. She was very proud of her lovely oval face. Perfection is usually impossible to achieve. It is a tradition to cook a fowl, usually a turkey, at Thanksgiving. That's different from the intended meaning. His boat sank 2 miles offshore. They were both partially responsible for the divorce. It's impossible to teach originality, because her eyes can't adjust well to brightness. She always wears sunglasses. Do you know how annoying you are? The voltage in Japan used to power electronic goods is lower than in North America. Fine words and flattering looks lack sincerity. The fireworks were the highlight of the summer festival. Baseball catchers often give me problems because they have to crouch. This story isn't quite convincing. I go for my annual dental checkup in November. There was a gathering of all the voters to discuss the new plans. His lying eyes made me distrust him. We've had enough and I want no more complications. Cuckoos lay eggs in other birds' nests. She turned on her headlights when it became dark. His new theory bears a strong resemblance to my thesis. I came to believe in the creator after the miraculous event. They have been making a documentary film. The wind made her hair untidy. My dad always sits in the same armchair to watch TV. There was a momentary pause before he answered the question. Could you hand me the broom so I can sweep up the broken glass? The villa had stables and a swimming pool. It is unnatural for mothers to hate their children. The wooden puppets thrill the children. Causing bodily harm is considered a serious offense. Hide it lest he see it. He was proficient in 6 languages. The fishing boat caught a lot of big tuna. Taxation is a country's main source of income. He is a dedicated Muslim. Freshly squeezed orange juice is my favorite drink. Because of his religious values, he always stressed the importance of morality. The administrator gave the day's schedule to the teachers. He reeled in astonishment when she told him about her affair. Nelson Mandela was imprisoned for 27 years. The nomination of the leader of the party was postponed until Friday. The deal could be good or bad depending on your standpoint. Institutional changes will be discussed at the next meeting. You can come to the party providing you make potato salad. We can hear the politician's speech from the loudspeaker. Her writing style is so unmistakable I can tell it immediately. I make more money than the rest of my family combined. The counselor suggested deep breathing exercises to relax her mind. He is the type of voter who carefully examines a candidate's achievements. If you don't put your drink in the holder it'll spill. Please act in a respectful way with your elders. He was universally hailed for his role in the peace talks. About 200 cyclists participate in the Tour de France every year. His beautiful woodworks showed his true skill as a craftsman. The pursuit of excellence is a goal worth trying for. Building that expensive stadium was a financial folly. He was buried in the cemetery on top of the hill. The speed limit on the motorway is 100 km per hour. He was a structural engineer specializing in building factories. The murderer was sentenced to death by the electric chair. I read 3 different architectural journals. There was plentiful food and drink at the party. In sea battle, the size of the cannons often decided the victor. The group of Christians sang the hymns accompanied by the church organ. The TV station's technicians went out on strike. She is an exceedingly beautiful woman. Mr. Izuka is head of the accounting department. He had a huge ego and always talked about himself. The burial service will take place at Happy Valley Cemetery. Aesop's fables are well known to children around the world. The parliamentary debate continued for 3 days. The dwelling was a log cabin in the wood. They finished painting the hallway yesterday. The mathematician specialized in geometry. He finally became the school's headmaster. Dental records are often used to identify accident victims. In Buddhism, it is important to see things as they really are. A Buddhist practices sitting in order to quiet the mind. This letter doesn't have sufficient postage. The death of a child must be unbearable. The company has a large database of its customers. The seminar took place at the hotel. The naval commander ordered his ships to attack. He was unsuccessful in changing her mind. They placed a peg in the ground to mark the starting place. Jordan pegged to grow the sales to double. After dinner she gave her daughter a scoop of ice cream. Can I be blunt with you? The piece of wood fit into a slot to make the shelf strong. Can you fit me into that slot at 9 a.m. on Tuesday? The ship's steward brought the food to the first deck. Details will be forthcoming shortly. He asked for a raise in pay but it was not forthcoming. The government should be more forthcoming with information about this issue. Australia and Canada are in the British Commonwealth. He hauled the garbage to the dump. She has hairy leg. Her shoulder was covered with flakes of dandruff. He is such a flake. She plucked a feather from the duck. Some of the teas those workers pluck will be served at stalls in town. The company's wares were laid out for display at the show. She led an orderly and quiet life in the hospital. He remained mute over the new law he did not agree with. Storms can be caused by changes in atmospheric pressure. The bar has been wonderfully converted to an atmospheric restaurant where good local seafood is served. The atmospheric effect of the painting is made by the use of the palette knife. After the contract was signed, the deal was binding. The room is messy. The files can be restored without any messy conversion utilities. The enclosure for the animals was too small. The printed enclosures would give you the facts about our products. The theater built large props for the new stage production. The marshal ordered the officers to load their guns. It is hard to rouse the students' interest in algebra. The chancellor proposed setting up a committee for the matter. The teacher told Bart to hush up because he was too noisy. He raked the leaves into a pile. He suffered stomach discomfort because he ate too much. It was hard for her to differentiate the two colors. They decided to get off the highway to bypass the heavy traffic. They had leftovers again for dinner, so you can upload at 100 k's and have some leftover. Night. The teacher presented an overview of the course on the first day. In spring it is a good idea to prune the trees. The hungry lion devoured the meat quickly. She used persuasion to get her boss to agree to a pay raise. We are going on a planetary exploration of the solar system. The music concert started at dusk. Although he didn't go to college, he's very knowledgeable about many topics. She was beautiful notwithstanding the dimple on her chin. The current English education system is not responsive to the needs of the Japanese learners of English. The film's debut was on Tuesday. The hero debuts this month as Queen of the Realm in Europe. He received a royalty check every year from his book. He arrived at the party with his escort at his side. The baby's rash did not go away for several days. I have no recollection. His faith in God never wavered while alone at sea. She wore a red mantle to the Christmas party. Diligence is a virtue. Without a cushion, knitting for so long wouldn't be tolerable. The canary is yellow in color and lives in mild to hot regions. The church group read the Gospel according to Luke. The two armies joined together to become the Allied forces. The old boat was held together with elastic bands. The car engine had a problem with a fuel valve. He decided to live inland after years of living on the coast. It is important to paint the wall evenly to do a good job. The couple tried a reconciliation to save their marriage. If she shows up tomorrow, I'd forsake everything for her. I'd like him better if he had more humility and less pride. People often feel insignificant when they look up at the stars. Guy is a slang word for man. The artist needed an apprentice to continue his work. She sent a cordial letter to the company. Alterations are needed in order for this dress to fit. There was a vacancy at the hotel, so he reserved a room. The athlete jumped over all the hurdles in the race. The V sign symbolizes victory. The millionaire bought the painting at an art auction. You wear ceremonial costumes at weddings or funeral. After eating the ice cream, she was in bliss. The company was a distributor of auto parts. The child was picked up at school by his guardian. She was a wretched person who hated everyone. The view from the mountain offered a panorama of the city. The lottery was held at the end of the month. She was dogmatic about her religion. The toilets in the hotel were sanitary. Between the houses there was a small creek. He won $1 million and thereafter did not work again. The plumber fixed the sink. The bed was made out of maple wood. The children sat at the hearths to keep warm. The film genre was adventure. The snail carries its home on its back. He lost his eyesight during the war. His instinctive reaction was to flee from danger. Cats tend to be very affectionate when rubbed. Her presence is a hindrance to our progress. The wedding ceremony took place in front of the altar. The colonel gave the orders to his men. For the continuation of this article, please turn to page 7. She used improper speech when she talked to her father. The town meeting was held in the school's auditorium. It is important to buy fuel for the furnace before it gets too cold. He always wore a sullen expression when he was with his parents. The company required uniformity in the packaging of its products. The woman's facelift left her with a monstrous appearance. The admiral commanded the Navy's ship to continue. The rate of drug abuse among teenagers is alarming. He had a fascination for fast cars. One cannot gratify every feeling. He was a trader who gave secrets to the foreign government. The medical supplier delivered the medicine to the store. The police commissioner was fired after the accident. He handed her a letter of dismissal when she was late again. The kitchen utensils were neatly stored in a drawer. The king's ancestry dates back over 1,000 years. The clergy used to have great power in the Middle Ages. The lorry carried beer and whiskey to the pubs. The sociologist predicted that the workers would strike. His handwriting was intelligible even though messy. It is preferable to pay in cash. The judge sentenced the criminal to life imprisonment. The politician's stance on the problem was not very popular. The lawyer felt it was a civic duty to defend his client. She was a singing idol for young adults. A law was enacted regarding restrictive use of guns. She developed a dependency on sleeping pills. The plant started to flower in the botanical gardens. One can replace a proper name with a pronoun. He is a witty talker. The problem with socialism is high taxes. He fought for the advancement of the native people. He was too zealous in his desire to make money. The Dean of Arts gave a speech at the university. She passed the memorandum to her boss. The story was part of the city's folklore. The artist's work is conceptual. The burnt toast was all black. He put a brace on the fence so it wouldn't fall down. Officials were mum on that issue. You should upgrade to the latest version of Windows. I'm so lucky I was upgraded to business class. The mob surrounded the building and started throwing rock. He was mobbed by his teammates at home plate. The designer worked on an interface for the program. I've got a query about the application form. He used to sneak out of the house at night. I snuck my little brother to the town festival at night. Applause rippled through the abbey. The wind rippled the lake. I could feel the rumble of the airplane in my stomach. He battered his wife with his fists when they had an argument. The workers laid the tar down on the new highway. I rolled the dice onto the table. My tummy clenched so tight I couldn't talk. My stomach is clenched from stress and anger. A gloom fell over the room when the announcement was made. They won't be able to traverse the hill by noon. The team started the game well but faltered at the end. Your salary sounds about par for that kind of work. The dog wagged his tail to show he was friendly. The weather today is warm nationwide. Her allegations of rape caused a huge scandal. 4 jet fighters scrambled to intercept an unidentified aircraft intruding into Japan's airspace. Never make an impulsive decision on such matters. Buffalo once roamed wild over the American West. Supreme Court of that country is totally discredited. Only a lunatic would do something like that. It is lunatic to cut down the forests and burn more oil. He had a tough-looking countenance. He never countenanced laxity in all his life. Discontent is the first step in progress. This recipe allows a substitution of honey for sugar. Substitutions are not permitted. He was a type of person who didn't like to socialize. Online shopping is the wave of the future. My father enlisted in the Navy when the war broke out. I was saddened to hear of the fatalities related to the accident. Fortune tellers claim to have mystical powers. The jet moved onto the runway. The screening was attended by many famous movie stars. Her dress was the ultimate in sophistication. The hinge of the door is broken. London has a cosmopolitan atmosphere. The beautiful girl beside him was a tremendous distraction. The new equipment should be fully operational by 2003. His predictable jokes aren't funny anymore. He is my buddy. He became a missionary to spread the word of his God. He paid the kid $5 to mow the lawn. He started quaking in his boots when the police stopped him. I'd like to give a testament to his good character. The raised flag was a symbol of their victory. My desktop is a mess. Students were shot during an anti-war protest. President Bush's speaking style is reminiscent of his father's. The leaders put forward a plan for economic reconstruction. She stepped on a rusty nail and had to go to the hospital. I haven't played tennis for a long time, so I'm a little rusty. The outlaw had been on the run for 3 months. The use or threat of nuclear weapon in war should be outlawed. The assorted chocolates looked delicious. The congregation listened quietly to the preacher's sermon. Their breakup is inevitable. No, it's you who have the problem, he retorted. Like the cord into the socket. The pirates jumped onto the ship and killed the captain. This drawing is a composite made by the group. I turned the ignition switch on and the engine started. What are you mumbling? Paddle harder or the current will take us. Aerial photographs revealed that the jungle was getting smaller. That's a case of the moth flying into the flame. The announcer's commentary was eloquent. The teacher was emphatic when she told us to study. That restaurant is midway between here and the highway. The shooting started when he reached for a gun. He liked to paint mainly pastoral scene. He was given the honor he duly deserved. The gale blew the boat onto the beach. This song has only 3 chords. Liszt's mastery of the piano is a legend. Babe Ruth is a legendary baseball player. Man's domination of the earth is tragic for other species. His broker advised him to buy more stock. The country's economy is still unstable. The university received a huge anonymous endowment. His humiliation was so intense that he committed suicide. The theater critic wrote an eloquent critique of the play. He showed his disdain for the government by burning the flag. They are the aboriginal inhabitants of those countries. I could tell by his sneer that he thought the idea was ridiculous. Her life felt meaningless after her husband's death. His attainment of that goal is a tremendous accomplishment. The landowner would not permit intrusions onto his property. I have some unfinished business I need to take care of. That was the most memorable party I ever went to. The final of the World Cup will be Brazil versus England. Preventive healthcare has both economic and health benefit. He is in need of nourishment. One of the drawbacks of Tokyo is the high cost of housing. The company decided to provide integrated services. The evidence was not conclusive, so he was not convicted. The serial number is underneath that panel. The restricted area was surrounded by wire. This is a case of Japanese arrogance. The ruling party proposed changing the electoral system. Although he was a vegetarian, he sometimes ate fish. She is a conscientious student and gets excellent marks. Feminism has improved the lives of many women. The wasp stung him and then flew away. Aristocrats had a lot of power at one time. There is an imbalance in Japan's foreign trade. Some men are afraid of intimacy. Their quarterly results were up 10%. The fishery was closed due to the declining catches. Forestry is a major industry in parts of Hokkaido. Which is the lesser of the two evils? Alcoholism is an occupational hazard for journalists. They were successful in their recruitment of a new CEO. Divers marveled at the clarity of the water. Alternatively, you could stay here instead of that expensive hotel. The police tried to reconstruct the crime scene. The social mobility is more flexible in America than in Japan. After a period of fame, he soon faded into obscurity. The office of the presidency was filled by an old senator. She loved to meddle in other people's affairs. This supermarket is one of Japan's most successful retailers. The scarcity of food meant they had to go to sleep hungry. President Lincoln was assassinated in a theater. I occasionally like to change the layout of my living room. He was a reformer who sought to reduce the size of government. The radiator boiled over in the summer heat. I'm hesitant about quitting my job. A private investigator was asked to find Mary, The crisis caused everyone to act with a sense of urgency. The general asked for reinforcements. The luminous moon provided us with enough light. The descriptive sentences made the imaginary city seem real. The landowner refused to sell his property. The priest told him that he would burn in hell for all eternity. The unwanted little boy ran away from the orphanage. I'm telling you this in secrecy. The prairie stretched on for miles and miles. The fragrance reminded him of his girlfriend's perfume. My motto is live and let live. He's a commentator on a political affairs program. The realism of this painting is almost photographic. Clifford comes from an aristocratic family. I want to go to a suburban school, not a downtown one. The sculptor worked with both clay and bronze. Grandmother suspiciously looked at the stranger. I don't understand the symbolism of this painting. Amid the confusion, the thief escaped. She smiled pleasantly during the introductions. He wanted to die in his homeland. The lender asked for very high interest payments. He was keenly aware of his responsibilities. His European trip was a rite of passage. The earth has a finite amount of resources. Heroin is an illegal drug. Can you change a buck? The book stops here. He tried to buck the system by not paying taxes. I used a jack to raise the car. Jack is as good as his master. I had 300 in jack and they still traded me. The rope went slack when the climber fell. Quit poking your nose in my business. He drove a pickup truck when he went to buy groceries. Most economists predict a pickup in the second half of this year. A July snowstorm is a freak of nature. I freaked out on the inside. One of the canons of his church is to avoid drinking alcohol. Johnny only likes to surf on the crest of waves. I purchased new fixtures for the bathroom. The Conini's is one of fixtures in the firmament of Italian restaurants. The room was divided by a large partition. Version 3.3 of MS-DOS cannot recognize a partition larger than 128 MB. Most tourists think the Northern Lights are an awesome sight. The cake you baked last night was awesome. Can I get the recipe? Awesome. Who trashed the house? A Russian authority told reporters what he thinks is behind Mr. Putin's maneuvers. Please maneuver your car into the parking space. Our extended family includes over 100 members. The horse is coming from passage to extended trot. The horse was desperately extended. Never swap horses while crossing a stream. The fireplace was made from a great slab of marble. Sam felt stifled when he slept in a small tent. The revolt was stifled and culprits were arrested. Jack's children enjoyed the flight simulation game. He got the yellow card for simulation. Green areas denote forest on the map. The level of the group is denoted in ranking. When I create a game, I want a psychic assistance. The seizure of private land by the communists angered many. The country justified their seizure of Japanese islands by issuing a formal declaration of war. Audrey had a hectic week at work. Be hospitable to new students. Mel's wife purged many of the members of the Red Army. Subscribers need a receiver and satellite dish. This is not a religious war but a secular one. The ancient Greeks wrote many epic poems. We took an epic car trip down the coast in 70s. Generic medicine is often as good as a name brand. Refugee camps can easily become breeding grounds for disease. Breeding is more important than birth. Although I starched my husband's shirts, they still look wrinkled. The man died at the pinnacle of his career. When Bill washed the dishes, he felt it was a reversal of roles. Writing funny jokes is a painstaking job. The new computer was unveiled at the press conference. Aren't you being a little insensitive? Don't you think your presence here is inappropriate? Doctors found it difficult to pinpoint the problem. Many gangsters were killed in the Street Valentine's Day massacre. The president fired all the employees who voiced their dissent. The merger caused a huge redundancy of human resources. Every flow must have its ebb. You must rectify all the problems you have created. The radius is a half of the diameter. Isaac belongs to the Army's 2nd Regiment. Lawyers took depositions from the principal witnesses. We had to hurry home but our mayor wouldn't move. His sinister look scared all the women away. The Native American put Quebec City under siege in 1775. Or is taken from mines and made into metal. I had no money whatsoever. A board of directors must have a chair, a secretary and an auditor. Bella's father interrogated her when she came home late last night. She surmised that her interview had gone well. A French man was hired to oversee the construction of the Suez Canal. I did shopping in your store, so would you validate my parking ticket? When storms approach, barometers usually show drop in air pressure. Las Vegas is a barometer of the travel industry. American multinationals are major factors in the economies of East and Southeast Asia. Some multinational corporations are stronger than governments. Jack the Ripper was never apprehended by the police. The Queen ruled the country after the assassination of the king. The pact was broken when one country left the organization. He did a lot of weight training to get muscular arms. No one could watch television after the transmitter blew up. Professor Dodd says bad water caused the downfall of Rome. Natives of the Arctic have to persevere through long winters. It was incidental that she met Daniel at the exhibition. Camels seem to be the most aloof animals in the world. During the war, all the private letters were read by a censor. It is a kind of acoustic device laid on the ocean bottom. The magazine took a retrospective look at the 20th century. Marco Polo returned to Europe with fabulous stories about Japan. The water between Australia and Tasmania is very turbulent. The party organizer asked everyone for more money. It was one of the few cities that still had trolleys. Being fat was in vogue about 300 years ago. King William used the church to give legitimacy to his rule. Come all ye good folk and drink ye some fine wine. In Britain you can see big chunks of ice floating down the river. He lived by the maxims his father taught him. A smoky haze covers the city every summer. The designation of C was given to the teacher. The first respondent to the ad got the job. He tried to entice her to take the job by offering her more money. It is obligatory to be quiet in libraries. Non-residents of the state are allowed an exemption from that tax. Nobody can foretell his destiny. The superintendent took out the garbage and locked the doors. Be amiable and be rich. He took supplementary vitamins to maintain his good health. It is common for people in high positions to misuse their power. Do you have any allergy? Appearances are deceptive. Our lab can synthesize wide variety of chemical. Muslim shrines often have mosaic walls and dome ceiling. Jim left Canada because of the severity of the winters. He used some pretext to start the fight. Before coins and paper money, people live by barter. Many teenagers suffer from alienation, refusing to go to school. Mr. White paid $10 million for a replica of the Mona Lisa. For 5 years he was a major star. Then he vanished into oblivion. He quit his job after developing a bleeding intestine. We sought salvation after we committed that terrible crime. If you bake bread without yeast it will not rise. Only rats enjoy the terrible smell of a sewer. There are 9 celestial bodies orbiting our sun. The evacuation of refugees to neighboring countries increased. My neutrality on this issue remains unchanged. Ruth gets a headache whenever she drinks champagne. Everyone likes Nova because he is very placid. In the future we must use more renewable resources. The Alpine regions still have snow in June. She began to question the adequacy of her weekly pay. The man lived a life full of woe. Many environmentalists rallied to clean up the park. A broad cut in the interest rate brought an acceleration of economic growth. The athlete was banned from Olympic competition for using growth hormones. Cedar is the best wood to make bathtubs with. China outnumbers every other nation in population. In the future biotechnology will allow us to improve our bodies. Cecil Rhodes financed British imperialism with diamond mines. He held great enmity against the officials when they ignored his petition. The priest was promoted to archbishop last week. They realized the absurdity of what they have been doing. You can find this kind of seaweed in most aquatic environments. And took her old coins to a shop for evaluation. Frank felt privileged when the president invited him to dinner. Soybeans are a healthy source of protein. Noel Coward was a famous British playwright and actor. Thinking up new ideas for the book is a laborious job. It is erroneous to think white sugar is good for your health. The twins had analogous views on raising children. Utopia is a place where everything is perfect. Her inference was not fair to Mrs. Grave. Cigarettes are very addictive. They stole uranium and sold it to terrorist countries. Edna told her butler to make coffee for the guests. The retina has light-sensitive receptor cells. The city is building a new recreational center. All the surgical tools in that hospital are old. Okinawan people have the highest longevity in Japan. They hack down the bamboo with machetes. I can't hack it anymore. A vinyl record has only one groove on each side. He grooved a fastball to me but I just got a good look at it. Ballet lessons gave Beth good poise. The economy appears poised for takeoff. Aggregate employment has fallen substantially. Spectators in the stadium aggregated around the entrance. There was a blackout in the city last night. Journalists continued to try to report the news even during the blackout. Some countries' immigration laws are too lax. The workers will lie when the boss was not looking. The hotel built a small cascade in the front lobby. Please cascade this to account manager. The musicians had a week-long gig at the new bar in town. He asked me to go out on a gig. The secretary brought her boss a mug of coffee every morning. Do I have to stare at his ugly mug all day? She was mugged. The police were overrun by the protesters. The movie was made in conjunction with the local community. The probability of the conjunction of 2 events is lower than 1. The waxing phase of the moon begins at the conjunction point. The police had a mandate from the judge to arrest Ted. Some states mandate a type of temporary disability benefit for employees. The jewelry was made of sterling silver. We lit a flare to warn people of the accident. Fire flares up again. She was disappointed at the demise of her magazine. The impact of a meteor brought about the demise of the dinosaurs. The lights turned on in the room at the flick of a switch. The boy used a pump to inflate the tires of his bicycle. The surface of the road becomes slick when it rains. The boy fell down and fractured his right arm. I guess I'll just have to improvise. He had to improvise a speech after his notes were lost. Many young basketball players try to emulate Michael Jordan. She tried to emulate her friends by possessing brand name products. The fishhook was firmly embedded in the fish's mouth. I read the latest installment of King's novel. He had to muster up all his strength to push his car up a hill. The power in the house turned off when the fuse burned out. Stars burn by fusing hydrogen into helium. The courier delivered the package without delay. Smoking cigarettes gives off dangerous fumes. It is best to invert a can of paint before using it. They didn't abide by the law. Don't jeopardize your health by smoking. The vice president relegated the job to his secretary. She tried to obliterate all memory of her previous boyfriend. As the human population grows, unprotected force are obliterated. The lawyer said the indictment had no legal basis. All Britain acclaimed Churchill as a national hero. The president can veto the laws presented by Congress. He needed money, so he decided to pawn his gold watch. The number of adherents was small. Paint is used on metal to retard rusting. My dad's workshop is full of gadgets. Jobs that include physical labor are arduous. Heat radiated out of the oven while the cookies bake. This equipment generates and can radiate radio frequency energy. Some cult groups delude their members to do unlawful acts. The large software company engulfed all of its competitors. It's time to overhaul our budget. The path culminates at the top of the mountain. The man grew sprouts from beans to add to his diet. Money disappears as if it sprouted wings and flew away. The army ambushed their enemy in the jungle. The golfer approached the first tee nervously. That fancy dress she's wearing is so bourgeois. Jogging is therapeutic. The contract stipulated that the job had to be finished today. I hold you fully accountable for the incident. The thief was able to elude police for 2 days before his arrest. The man was ousted from the meeting for speaking out of turn. His wife was foremost on his mind when he traveled on business. Used computers are refurbished for school. Please make an appropriation from my account for payment of the new car. Ask the lawyer to bring the entitlement to the house today. We have no choice but to cut entitlement. The diamond was cut so that its many facets made it more beautiful. It was a part of a series of bouts. The photographic print had a glossy finish. The knight held a lance while riding the horse. He was an extremely adept cyclist. The bathroom sink was made of a new kind of porcelain. Will you act as my proxy? There was a discrepancy between what was pledged and what was done. Our lawyer vigorously refuted the lawyer's claims. I drove out to the beach on a whim. She was in a fervor over her religious practice. The skier hoped he would rehabilitate before the winter. The inauguration ceremony took place at the White House. I have just completed a survey of our tactical system. The mainstream media have concurred. Biologists formed a consortium to increase popularity. They are like to buy dishes directly from the potter's studio. The earthquake created a great upheaval in the Earth's crust. The clock's pendulum swung slowly back and forth. The artist engraved his name into the stone sculpture. The football player's exceptional peripheral vision helped his play. Joey lacked the socialization skills he needed to make friends. A cricket has a chirp that is audible for nearly a mile. The ban on smoking in public was repealed on Tuesday. The lawyer was censured in court for his use of bad language. The artist held an art exposition to show his new paintings. The law was passed by a partisan group of politicians. The speaker asked all those in favor of the new law to say aye. The women formed a brigade to fight for freedom. The dissident was jailed for not obeying the government. It is my presumption that he no longer likes me. They get along well because they have complementary qualities. The evil regime was toppled at the request of the king. He introduced a new paradigm into the study of history. She was a proponent of equal rights for women. The coral near the beach was home to many fish. The causal effects of that plan were negative. He was a real skeptic when it came to religion. Native speakers often use colloquial expressions. The audience was predominantly made up of single men. The mayor inaugurated the new art museum in the city. After 5 minutes waiting on the phone, she hung up exasperated. The prisoner tried to implicate his best friend with the crime. The earthquake had a catastrophic effect on the city. The government decided to subsidize the new school. She overheard her friends say that she was getting married. Her mentor gave her some useful advice. Psychological inhibition prevents Japanese from speaking with foreigners. The haughty man had practically no friends. Right now recovering our lost credit is of paramount importance. Beset with problems, the French abandoned the canal project. The movie alluded to set within minutes of starting. There were many monumental achievements at last year's Olympic. Ken had the foresight to bring an umbrella to the picnic. He beckoned her to come over to talk to him. The couple had indefinite plans for the weekend. The compression of files is necessary to store everything on my computer. Tokyo rose like a phoenix after the war. The port was a fortress against all attacks from the sea. The relativity of these two items is very great. One debtor had to sell his shoes to pay his debt. The artillery was responsible to shell the enemy's supplies and promised fidelity when he left his wife for a long trip. The commencement date is Friday the 13th. Meeting the president was a momentous event in Bill's eye. He suffered paralysis below his waist from the accident. The surplus food was stored at the repository. An eerie sound came from the attic of the old house. A graveyard is no place for children to play. Our family's affluence allows us to help others less fortunate. The Screen Actors Guild is located in Hollywood, California. An affidavit was presented to the judge. We must try to stop the proliferation of nuclear weapons. Bread consists mainly of carbohydrate. Their arsenal includes chemical weapons. The company's regulatory branch gave its okay to the plan. Harry made an objectionable point. Life insurance premiums are based on people's average life expectancy. The molecular structure of plastic is complex. The doctor took a sample of his sperm. The man was charged with attempted murder. I scoured the sink with a scrubbing brush. When the diamond brooch was found missing, the police immediately scoured the downtown pawn shops. She had the gall to tell her boss that she wanted a pay raise. It was obvious he was bluffing. The bus veered into the oncoming lane after its tire burst. The architect designed the building as a grid-like structure. I have a very strong hunch that my wife is having an affair. You can see pristine ocean shores and an ancient maritime forest there. All items are in pristine condition. Nowadays pure and pristine traditions are difficult to find. Questions on the origins and purpose of life are metaphysical. I believe in a metaphysical world where pains of our bodies are not felt anymore. My mother always nags me to clean up my room. The women workers wanted parity in wages with the men. Unfortunately, there is still a stigma to being divorced. Bankruptcies carry a certain stigma in Japan, and that makes it difficult for entrepreneurs to start anew. Who's in charge of the payroll? The company relieved Tom of his post, but he remains on the company payroll. Does his glass need replenishing? She had to replenish the water in the cat's bowl. The painting replenished my weary soul. I felt sorry for the puppy when I heard it whine. In judo you must learn to grapple well. He nudged me on the train. The court ordered an injunction to stop the sale of the video. That deluge of rain solved the water shortage. She forced a smile and asked with counterfeit kindness. He was a staunch opponent of abortion. A cache of weapons was found under the house. It was a .45 caliber automatic pistol. The shopkeeper waived the repair charge. Statutory requirements cannot be waived. Being insulted in public. The Star sued the reporter for libel. The library is located in the annex. This station is a hub of activity. The jay flew out of a tree and landed on my window. They are confiscating 25 forbidden items per day at airport. Helen's aunt died and her inheritance was a windfall. You have to pay taxes on any windfall profits you make. Suicide bomb attack proliferated. The paint was opaque enough to cover the previous layer. Divers could not see in the murky water. The whole world looks murky to me. Her face sagged. He never said anything original, always using dictums and cliché. Lloyd's performance yesterday was an aberration. The museum curator organized an exhibition on dinosaurs. The demolition company used explosives on the old house. Forensic tests show that he died in his sleep. The vibrant colors of the sunset shone across the ocean. Her innocuous remark didn't upset me. The battle was a debacle and they lost all their troops. When she saw a handsome man, Janet turned predatory. Her son ate a prodigious amount of food. They are avid baseball fans. Brahmins are members of the highest Hindu caste. The destitute man decided to kill himself. We shall always remember you as one of our greatest benefactors. Rampant ivy covered the walls of the old house. His great gift was to feel empathy for the other people. The store employees were inundated with customers. He punched the bully in retaliation for the attack on his sister. Some Quebec citizens have wanted to secede from Canada for years. She wanted to buy a violin with a D resonant tone. Strange noises emanate from the car. Is there any way we can circumvent this law? They relinquished their claim on the property. He demonstrated true gallantry throughout the predicament. England sought to appease Euler in the late 30s. It's a breathtaking car. He was the perennial runner-up but never the champion. The kidnapper demanded a high ransom for the boy's return. He He was arrested on espionage charges. The plan to overthrow the president was covert. Brevets hold the two pieces together. He succumbed to the wishes of his wife and went shopping. The cowboy pulled the rope taut around the cow gate. The intractable problems led them to call in a mediator. Good looks are not a requisite for popularity. We have come to pay homage to a great man who has died. Famine is rife throughout that area of sub-Saharan Africa. An ordinance prohibits keeping chickens in the town. Propeller planes were the precursors of jet. Zinc helps prevent corrosion. The runner sprinted to the finish line. The bathroom wall is built of translucent glass block. I only realized its importance in hindsight. The judge has an astute mind. The water in the ditch was stagnant. Salt has strong corrosive properties. He's quite the gregarious fellow. The evidence was used to incriminate the defendant. The labor leader tried to incite the workers to strike. The police were told to curtail the demonstration at the embassy. I want to downplay the negative and accentuate the positive. I received a hefty fine for failing to declare all my income. The police revoked the man's driver's license for driving drunk. Finally, the newspaper reporter unearthed her secret. Is there anyone who can corroborate your alibi? I want to renovate the kitchen. Her high metabolism means she eats without gaining weight. We are expecting a full acquittal at the trial. I feel ambivalent about that issue. Drug and alcohol abuse is a pitfall for many these days. She held great antipathy to all forms of violence. We all understood it was a blatant lie. Sentries guard the perimeter of the military base. The U.S. seemed to be falling into an abyss of debt. The company was rejuvenated by an infusion of money. She went with an escort in deference to her father's order. She displayed animosity toward her relatives. We studied the specialized processes of the different neurons. He was in charge of clandestine affairs for the CIA in Europe. The young bear cub followed its mother to the forest to eat. That rock group disbanded several years ago. He committed a flagrant breach of trust. She left a terse message on the answering machine. The allure severed in the frigid temperatures. He has eclectic tastes in music. Tom is an obnoxious person. He is sometimes contentious during conversations. We saw meteors in the seventh sky. The doctor said her memory loss was due to a neural disorder. He's the incarnation of the devil himself. The irate man shook a fist at the bad driver. There was a demographic shift of 500,000 people over 10 years. Pollution gives rise to high rates of respiratory infections. Many people doubt the efficacy of the plan. Obese people often have foot problems. The court ordered us to pay punitive damages. He is an inept manager. He was arrested for complicity in the crime. He tried to hold down his nausea. She's overly protective of her children. His hypertension often left him short of breath. Unfortunately, the child climbed into the empty refrigerator and suffocated. It's suffocating in here. My parents' house has a thatched roof and dirt floors. The roof was thatched. Any amount remaining in your account will be forfeited. They had to forfeit the property. She grated the carrots to add to the salad. Bankruptcy forced them to liquidate their asset. The doctor found the note on her skin and removed it. He wanted to augment his salary by taking a part-time position. He augmented the book with an additional chapter. Social stability is an indispensable prerequisite for economic development. Derelicts littered the street. The dangerous gas slowly dissipated into the air. A crab has lateral moving ability. The alignment of my wheels is off and they need adjusting. He became adjunct to the commissioner in charge of sales. There is little likelihood that drug use will soon abate. The towel left out on the railing was blanched white by the sun. He hit his shin on the chair, resulting in a big bump. A small barrow of stones covered the deceased. All of us felt kindred emotions. Hoist your sail when the wind is fair. Discrimination against women was redressed by the new law. There aren't any detours here. Anything you could do to expedite a solution would be very much appreciated. Do not store or use the unit in extremely hot places or places where the humidity fluctuates greatly. Rejuvenate yourself with a week at the beach. Older neighborhoods could be rejuvenated with safety in mind. The missile failed to annihilate the weapons factory. The law was rescinded due to public outcry and opposition. The skipper of the boat ordered the crew to set sail for port. When blood vessels constrict, the flow decreases. This is the most expedient course of action. The students like to congregate on the steps of the school. He joined the auxiliary police force to protect his town. We put out some decoys when we went duck hunting. I apologize for any undue stress I may have caused you. Her cryptic answer puzzled me even more. The bountiful harvest made the village prosperous. She is at the apex of her career. His dissertation on chemistry is difficult to understand. Good wine engenders good blood. This towel has already been sterilized. The motorcycle club infringed on others by making noise. I'm glad to see we're on the same wavelength on it. The pilot confirmed his target vectors before releasing his bombs. Ozone depletion causes an increase in skin cancer victims. He has a few whiskers on his chin. In Africa many people live in abject poverty. They are suffering from an unknown malady. The hikers came to a precipitous bluff. Beer is prepared in large vats. A slash is a diagonal line. The sun reaches its zenith at noon. The business was divided into discrete divisions. It was an incongruous end to the story. I did my best to allay her fears. The training was too short to learn anything but rudimentary skills. The car didn't have enough power to get up the steep gradient. Neon is one of a few inert gases in the universe. Canada was an agrarian society at the start of the 19th century. The little boy was scolded in class for being impudent. 5 years in prison for a murder is a lenient sentence. He knew a lot about such esoteric subjects as Tibetan poetry. Although his vocabulary was good, he had trouble with intact. Thin membranes separate our body organs. Hypnosis can be effective in overcoming the fear of flying. That luxury car is replete with gadgets of all kinds. Most people consider housework drudgery. I put chlorine in the pool to purify the water. The noxious fumes overwhelmed everyone in the subway. They have a propensity for exaggeration. Smoking is detrimental to your health. Consume alcohol in judicious amount. The collapse of the bank had repercussions for the whole industry. I shall be always easy to reciprocate. Clearly they are working frantically. The angry coach belittled his players but later regretted it. The truck's huge tires belittled my car. The drugs did not rid him of his paranoid delusions. I ain't never seen such a big peach in my whole life. Deliberation on amending the law lasted 9 days in both the upper house and lower house. The garden needs steady rain, not intermittent showers. There is a severe shortage of affordable housing in the urban area. Do not operate the unit near flammable liquids or in gaseous or erosive atmospheres. A causal linkage between A and B cannot be confirmed. We've got some talking to do. A scan line runs as you. Dealing with that appropriately and completely is important. She is excited about an upcoming 3-month trip to London to study English. The deregulation of the maritime industry did not come about due to protests from members of Congress. Speaking in a controlled manner is very difficult when we are angry. Seller agrees to provide buyer with the up-to-date price and product information for the product. The new housing development can't be occupied yet without utilities. I don't feel so old-fashioned as I feared. Does the Pope know Latin? Smokers are not welcomed in the Sulfit. She will go home for Christmas. There were more women than men at the ball. I've been studying English since last year. Where were you last night? I did my homework in an hour. Does he have that book? He had his 18th birthday last week. Some teenagers were standing in front of his store. The teen years can be a difficult time. The small girl cried for her mama. Mama, come here please. She got sick on the 14th day of the trip. This is the 15th telephone call today. I saw some gorillas at the zoo. The grapes were very sweet. Once the toothpaste is out of the tube, it's hard to get it back in. The little boy said, "Where's my papa?" In the 16th century there were no automobiles, of course. The shop sells many different brands of shampoo. There's no 13th floor in American office building. Her apartment is on the 17th floor. The teacher surprised us with a quiz. The spaghetti at that restaurant was delicious. She wore an expensive pair of earrings. Yoko joined the school's volleyball team. I talked to Grandpa yesterday. The train was full of schoolboys. Susie forgot her toy panda on the train. He liked to drink a cocktail before dinner. She plays the flute very well. We made pancakes for breakfast. The car had been pancaked by the bus. He is such a good teacher that he made learning fun. The worst thing at a clinic is the waiting. I'm only here as a listener this time. This is where you are mistaken. This small chapel was built by 2 priests a long time ago. I don't like putting mustard on hamburgers. He likes suits that have vests. How much is the 50p? After checking, the police found out that the stolen car had been taken yesterday. They sell delicious rolls at that bakery. He took a pistol from his pocket and started shooting. He was a learned man who had studied at all the great universities. We put new covering on all our living room furniture. The harp is one of the oldest musical instruments. Boxing can be a very dangerous sport. The boss's pointed comment made her cry. Drinking too much cola is not good for your health. He is quite a sportsman. I think I left my handbag on the subway. The postman delivers letters on his motorcycle. The children had to play indoors because it was raining. Thousands of people go to the seashore in the summer. Although he was a grown man, his mother still called him Benny. Mike Tyson was the most famous boxer of his day. She asked us to sit down and have a glass of lemonade. Needless to say, I'm very happy to see you again. Anyhow, why don't you try it just for fun? Her homemade bread is really delicious. They order 2 burgers and some fries. I wear a sweatshirt when I exercise. The pianist studied in New York. The goalkeeper stopped the kick. She was busily working all through the day. We hired a jeep and drove into the jungle. I like to put ketchup on hot dog. Asses have ears as well as pictures. Ass is a slang for butt. The cock woke me up every morning with its crowing. He is stewing the tomato sauce. He was a good Christian and planned to go to heaven. Thank you for inviting me to your party. You did a great job as a hostess. His line became a big problem in our company. The woman's jumper was made by that famous Italian designer. Winning the last race was a fitting end to his wonderful career. The judge made a ruling on this case. The beggar looked dirty and hungry. The mother told her children to always use the crossing at the light. Bought a razor which has a cutting blade. The diver saw a big whale. I have to rewrite the letter because my son tore it. He was so unkind to his little sister that his parents got angry. It is still unclear. She added some ginger to the pork to make it taste better. The beaver can cut down trees with just its teeth. I need to buy a spade because I've got to dig some holes. The banking industry says loans will be harder to get this year. She was trying on the skirt in the dressing room. The Southwest US has many sightseeing spots. The wind was blowing from the northwest. I've told you for the 1000th time, don't call me. The boiler in our apartment exploded, so we had no hot water. These Japanese pickles are too salty for my taste. That was a fearful storm we had yesterday. Japanese food consists chiefly of seafood dishes. That popular writer is the spokesman for his generation. Drink a spoonful of this medicine before going to sleep. His heroic act won him an award from the Mirror. The farmer sold his ox and bought a new tractor instead. You have to put the paint on thickly or it won't look good. Answer the doorbell right now since it may be your mother. That shade of lipstick suits your dark color. The razors are in the bedroom cabinet if you need them. Peggy is a slow learner but never forgets what she learned. The grocer only stocked the freshest fruit and vegetable. She liked to put apricots in her yogurt. I bought a new briefcase for the interview. The postal worker lost his temper when the stamp machine broke. He was injured in a hockey game when he was hit by a stick. I think poor is magnet. The rising hot air balloon is getting higher each second. The rising use of motor vehicle caused serious air pollution in this area. The baby ate the paste thinking it was cream. Their team is well prepared and organized. You should be more organized. I'm not that organized. There were many photos of nude women in that magazine. Your wall looks obscenely nude. Why don't you buy some paintings? 5 people are left in the burning building. The Kingston boys are accomplished entertainers. I found a student footprint on the wall in the classroom. The beaten soldiers returned to their camp in shame. The beaten road is the safest. He was a cold killer who showed no mercy to his victim. It's a real killer. Barbie used a marker to write her name on the poster. At his dying hour he called for his children. The exterior wall of the house is red, the inside is white. His handling of the media was skillful and effective. Roses have many thorns. He has been a thorn on my side. He resisted violently trying to avoid the arrest. I disagree violently. You're so talented. She had a drawn look because she hadn't eaten in 2 days. That poor donkey worked all day and dropped dead that night. The floor is very slippery, so don't run. This train goes non-stop to Shibuya. You can plainly see that he is very mad at me. Global warming is one of the serious environmental issues. I'm going to take a midday nap after lunch. My goal is not just to make money but also to do fruitful work. Love your parents as dearly as your parents love you. Charlene's husband used coupons for bargain shopping. Because he didn't have much money, he decided to hitchhike. Developed nations must work together to prevent famine. Her comprehension of French was better than that of English. She won some prizes as a million visitor to the amusement park. The soldiers went on a forced march lasting 20 miles. That streetcar still runs in parts of the city. He increased his earnings by playing the stock market. His eyes gleamed when the boss told him he would get a raise. Prince Hall will come to the throne after his 13th birthday. That man is the inventor of the 10-colored pen. Christianity is one of the major religions in the world. Tonight we're going to a disco, so let's get dressed up. I use rental furniture to save money. They went to church at Easter and then had a big meal. Dinner by twilight is very romantic. Environmental concerns have made packaging simpler. He's in a business dealing in gold and silver. In wartime we must save our food. Nuclear testing must be stopped. An interviewer's job is to find out a candidate's true ability. My brother is very adventurous and always wants to try new things. My housekeeper is on holiday, so I'll have to wash dishes myself. We had coconut cocktails for the first time at the party. Send me a pamphlet describing your company's products. For speed and thrill there is nothing like a motorbike. I found my daughter in the shopping arcade during school time. She wanted to be called a salesperson instead of salesman. My daughter is only interested in trendy things. Betsy lives in a farmhouse in the middle of nowhere. He hastily put together the meal which looked and tasted bad. It was unjust that he was freed from prison so quickly. My grandmother's special cream cake tasted heavenly. A 10,000-year-old mummy was found in the Andes. Elliot generously gave to many charities in his city. This map is so confusing that it's useless. Sparrows covered the sky, turning it black. She was immensely popular at her school but still lonely. She dyed her hair blonde to look more sexy. The zebra has many stripes on its body. We must march onward if we want to win this war. After his divorce he felt a deep loneliness. The insect ate the tomato vine. The room's lighting was too bright. And shit a day keeps the doctor away. Don't give me a shit about the war. Shit will happen. The movie producer told the writer the new script was shit. That car is the shit. Winning his 4th race of the season, he was the ace of the track. Bankers and politicians are crooks. He believes. Fuck is the most direct way of saying having sexual intercourse. What the fuck did you guys do to him? Bob, will you bring me my fuzzy slippers? This photograph is too fuzzy to pick out any details. The singer needed lessons to develop her vocal skills. Newspapers should be defenders of free speech. He has been a successful defender of his boxing title. He dropped the reel of film which then rolled across the floor. She wanted an evening dress made of velvet. Hey mister, do you want to buy paper? Don't mister me. The liner left the dock and started on its voyage. Coats started becoming more popular than cloak early 20th century. That's a cloak. We both know it. I love eating cheese on crackers. That dinner was a feast, a real banquet. The champagne cork flew up into the ceiling. People in Alaska suffer from a biting wind in winter. Rape is a terrible crime. The meat of salmon caught in autumn is especially juicy. Is this jacket waterproof? As soon as I think of a comeback, I'm coming back. The retired baseball player decided to make a comeback. The clearing of the crashed cars will be done in a few minutes. I was in charge of the overall proceedings at the conference. He is an eager promoter of his own interest. You say it so casually. Shall I grill your steak or fry it? The doctor said that my backbone was not straight. The dog lifted his paw at his master's command. She is so trusting, she's like a babe in the woods. The tempo is different even when the music is the same. All the materials you provided us with were found to be very instructive to us. We sat down to eat our picnic beside the brook. I can brook no criticism from one whom I consider a friend. The demonstrators carried signs and sang songs. Her song brightened his mood immediately. The boy sharpened his pencils before the test. Her older brother acted as her protector. The stupidity of his actions is unbelievable to me. Man is the inventor of stupidity. Please stand in silence in remembrance of the fallen soldiers. That swim was really refreshing. The fashion model was gorgeous in the new dress. For refreshments we have cakes and soda. I make no pretenses that I am the best person for the job. We were impressed by the ascent of the air balloon. Don't speak with a mouthful of food. That restaurant is famous for the tenderness of its steaks. Diamonds are the most popular gem. She's a gem. Cancer is an unseen killer. Mining is one of the country's biggest industries. Filling out this form is only a formality since you've already been hired. Modesty is a virtue Japanese should value more. He is a famous translator of modern American literature. Her cooperative attitude meant that everyone trusted her. I'm thankful to you for accepting my invitation to my son's birthday party. He was given a conditional visa but he had to submit more papers later. An unsteady hand is the worst enemy of the artist. She wanted milky-colored curtains to match her white sofa. Because of his digestion problems he always has pain in his stomach. He considered himself an intellectual and looked down on athletic. He is a habitual smoker who hasn't even tried to quit. That colored car is nicer than the white one. The narration was recorded after the music was added to the film. The new car was a marvel of speed and fuel economy. The store was reopened after months of repair. This antique Chinese vase is priceless. The temperature in the Highlands is much colder than down here. He won a trophy for being the most improved player. The offender was told to come to the police station immediately. Protestants escaped from persecution and came to the New World. That's not a big problem, it's more of an irritation. His photographic memory was astonishing. The grouping will be done in alphabetical order. The thickness can't be more than 2 centimeters. He telephoned his sweetheart every day. Idioms sometimes ignore grammatical rules. She had a faraway look in her eyes as she thought about the past, and became less wasteful after she got married. He is the leading grower of roses in the area. He didn't want to upset her so he addressed his concerns mildly. She is almighty. England still maintains a tradition of nobility. The relationship ended with bitterness on both sides. Men who hit women are nothing less than cowardly. I think we need more funding to start the project. Tortoises live a very long life. She bought inexpensive clothes for her kids. I'm moderately pleased by our success, but I think we could do better. Magic requires more or less a deception of the audience. Her father's disapproval of her new boyfriend led to an argument. They were individually coward, but as a group they were strong. The taxpayers don't like the idea of paying for the new stadium. The movie was a disturbing story of love and hate. Angel Falls is the highest waterfall in the world. The planetarium held an exhibition of the Milky Way. The television company made much of its income from an advertiser. We should not underestimate viewers' intelligence. The continual rain made her feel depressed. Going by subway is less troublesome than going by car. The accused was insistent that he was totally innocent. He got his glider's license before becoming a professional pilot. The country was being destroyed by racial strife. The music was so rhythmic that everyone started dancing. Even at her husband's funeral she remained calm and composed. His watchful eyes were searching for strange movement. His coat has a black lining in the back. In the northern part of Arizona there are many canyons. The company is now in financially critical condition. What is a common symbol for purity? The nobleman pledged his loyalty to his king. Betrayal is nothing uncommon even in this day and age. The impolite waiter only received small tips. The spaceship has enough oxygen for 21 days. She couldn't explain the reasons for her unhappiness. Please handle that cup delicately because it's very old. He was the leader of the most radical sect of the group. He was awarded a medal for his bravery under fire. Is there any way we can get to Europe cheaply? She lowered her eyes and smiled modestly. Most men are not very good at sewing. He studied applied science. The baseball zipped by the batter's head. I've got a date with my girlfriend this evening. I'll zip through my work and finish early. I will zip up all materials and email to all attendees. He received 5 lashes for stealing the candy. This winter's cold weather chapped my hands. In spring the snow thaws and becomes water. The boy made a roundabout trip to the supermarket. This way is too roundabout. Mary found it difficult to teach because of all the chatter in the classroom. Who chatters to you will chatter of you. There's something queer going on. A rustle at the front door told me she had arrived home from school. The leaves in autumn rustle when they fall. He had an itch on the back of his leg. Does it itch anywhere? I still itch to play the video game time after time. The government tried to squash the opposition's new plan. The roof was built on a slant to let the water run off. The accident crippled her for life. The protesters hurled fist-sized stones at the riot police. The book's preface was written by a famous actor. The tramp stood on the street and asked for money. The mountain has many rugged cliffs. The actor went to an audition for the movie. A person may audition for only one act. The coffee was bitter, so she put sugar in it to sweeten the taste. The check was made payable to the bank. Corn comes packaged in kernel. The groom looked good in his tuxedo. He was a horse jockey at the racetrack. He had to toil all night and day to finish the job. After the accident he walked with a limp. The man ordered a jug of wine for the party. She professed her innocence at the trial. They handed out leaflets in the schoolyard. A horseshoe is a good luck symbol. Solid financial backing is needed to make a movie. The omission in the text was the fault of the publisher. There is a sin of omission as well as of commission. Times are unpredictable. Please have this orange and give me half. The old employees decided not to partake in the company picnic. Again, thank you for seeing us and for your gracious hospitality. She looked feverish. The pace of work is feverish, but we enjoy it. The man used abusive language. The mother claims she's not abusive of her child. I want you to stop snoring. The train stopped at the junction for a few hours. The politician's aide made a public statement. She tossed a small pebble into the water for luck. The chick and its mother scratched the ground for food. The reeds grew very tall by the late summer. He waits to make himself look more imposing. The strikers continued to sit in front of the company for 2 months. The referee for the sports contest was from France. The restaurant's cheese was a perfect accompaniment to wine. The woman bought some yarn to knit a sweater for her son. He was elected as a trustee for the school board. A small hole started to appear at the seam of his favorite shirt. They tried to rein in the economy by raising interest rates. He hurt a knuckle when he punched the wall. Germany now has harmonious relations with its former enemies. The war in Eastern Europe is a sorrowful affair. He presented his wife with a bouquet of roses. The gulls flew over the sandy beach. Our operating expenses are down this year. Her father knew she was destined to be a doctor. The sound T is a consonant. The ship sailed westward into the setting sun. Ironically, death often elevates the popularity of musicians or actors. 0 degrees Fahrenheit is colder than 0 degrees Celsius. The mediator suggested that both parents try to stop arguing. I am unsure whether I will go or not. Joe had to face the ridicule of the others for not coming on time. We all wish you every success in your new undertaking. This is no time to be sentimental. Optimists are people who have not had much experience. Ordinarily I work on Monday but today I'm off. The man's sexuality was not a secret to the office staff. The rock was heavy but he used brute strength to lift it. He did very well in his sophomore year at college. They were comrades during the early part of their careers. The advisory board suggested many changes for the company. An oil pipeline was built in Alaska 20 years ago. She oddly elected her husband to give her $1 million. The plan was consequent on many things. The president issued a directive to all department heads. The formal luncheon was held at the hotel. The hotel room rate was $120 inclusive of taxes. The United States of America is a superpower in the world today. The apples were left in the shed to ripen. The hunter made a snare to catch the rabbit. The weather remained unchanged for several days. The pre-sermon at church on Sunday was thoughtful. The men drank whiskey and played cards in the saloon. The broken ship washed ashore after the storm. His timing was perfect so he didn't miss a thing. The tanker left port with a full load. The company's event went off like clockwork. The cultivation of rice is not a profitable business. Our forefathers built this city. She took an oath to tell the truth at the trial. His style of speaking was very forceful. He had pain in his bowel. The farmer put shoes on the hooves of his horses. They had figs and bananas for dessert. The shining sun woke me up. She misplaced her wallet and couldn't find it. The little town is a picturesque community in the forest. She had lofty dreams of becoming rich. Her birthplace was a small quiet village near the sea. He is a model airplane enthusiast. The treasurer said the company had no money left. The airway was crowded so that the plane couldn't land. He decided to be a painter for his vocation. It was a foggy day in London. He had to suffer the indignity of being a junior employee. A caravan of men and animals traveled across the desert. This suppression of creativity happens in some schools. He bought the paper at a stationery shop. The company decided it was advantageous to purchase the bank. We should take time to appreciate the splendor of nature. The employees felt dissatisfaction at their new contract. The toilets were in an inconvenient area of the restaurant. Clergymen often advise the president. The television show is a satire on political leaders. The ship navigated safely with the help of the lighthouse. The illumination in this building is dim. It was understandable why he left the company. The man's argument lacked rationality. Avoidance is not the answer to solve life's difficult moments. She washed her hands in the lavatory. The plan was a decidedly bad idea. A blanket of smog hung over the freeway. The bicycle racer looked for sponsorship for Nathan's races. The papal visit was held in a large auditorium. The frog sat motionless in the pond. The soup was a mix of barley, vegetables and meat. He was scornful of his wife's new job. He was a lecturer at the university. The shrub was planted beside the flowers. He is a spiritual seeker. Mrs. Shield heard a rap on her door. I hitched the trailer to the back of my truck. I was lurking behind the mirror when she entered the room. Cautiously I lurked through a dark alleyway. Microbial contamination is the worst danger lurking in food. The storm left a glaze of ice on the trees. The bear tried to shove through the door. The football player shoved his opponent to try and get the ball. I quickly shoved the bill into my pocket. The government shoved the bill through. Life is too short for the indulgence of animosity. Gambling once a week is my only indulgence. Mint was his favorite flavor of ice cream. The starter class is easier than the basic class. My plan isn't a starter. He brooded over the decision for weeks. They poached the elephants until there were no more. What's the latest craze among Japanese children? I've got cramps. I got a cramp in my leg and couldn't walk. Good cheese must go through a long aging process. Their argument escalated into a big fight. The rebels escalated the war by attacking a police station. It is important to select a quiet locality when you train your dog. I need about 20 more planks of wood to finish building the deck. The tickets for the match were on sale at the entry wicket. Are you pro-choice or pro-life? The child tugged her mother's skirt. I made a large batch of cookies. People's carelessness has resulted in environmental degradation. He was in charge of the placement of the holes on the course. The boys sailed the raft down the peaceful river. The club requires payment of an initiation fee. Water gushed from the end of the hose. Don't hose me. The lawyer made a compelling plea that his client was innocent. As her fever worsened, her parents got more anxious. The submarine submerged. That gold brooch was submerged for 400 years off the coast. Is there a problem still pending? I don't relish the thought of going out in the rain. Both Holland and Spain are countries that still have working windmills. We hope you find it informative. We'd be proud to have someone of his stature at the meeting. U.S. companies have begun shelving inventions. Sitting on a rock 3 years will bring enlightenment. The heavy load compressed the tires of the truck. My name is Jane and I'm your server for this evening. Platinum is more valuable than gold. His documentation concerning the accident was thorough. He received little acknowledgement for all his hard work. Imprints of the star's feet are in the sidewalk. We are all members of the fellowship with mankind. All the driven soldiers on the island surrendered. Consolidation of power was the key to the president's success. He couldn't hide his agitation. His agitation annoyed the other employees. Kate put stickers from every country on her suitcase. I felt a sense of detachment from my surrounding. The prisoner was placed in solitary confinement. His reduced workload helped relieve his stress. I ordered 3 cubic meters of soil from my garden. His formulation of the plan was brilliant. The Mardi Gras is the greatest carnival in the United States. The magician's assistant materialized inside the lockbox. This effort will help to balance our growing electrical needs and the corresponding environmental impacts. Volcanic activity began to subside. You could hear her shrill voice even over the roar of the crowd. The pig snorted in delight as it rolled in the mud. The car broke down, so we need to tow it to a service station. The court declared him an unfit father. The British colonized many parts of Africa. Because of the cancellation, the hotel has 1 room available. Nor wears rouge to hide her unhealthy skin. There are a multitude of controls in the cockpit. The waiter's impersonal service offended the customer. Could you pass me that shirt from the wardrobe? Please scroll down to the bottom of the computer screen. The congressional hearing dealt with an important issue. Blown by the wind, the leaf rolled around the yard. Blood gushed from the wound. That mammoth tree is nearly 1,000 years old. The figure 3.6 has a decimal point between the 3 and 6. The war resulted in the displacement of entire villages. More talk, less elegance. I use disposable contact lenses. The turnip is a kind of root vegetable. He does clerical work at our office. He went on a violent rampage like a demon. He wasn't religious, but he believed in common decency. It is intolerable to have a political vacuum. There's nothing pretentious about him. Nice-sounding terms can be treacherous. A baron is the lowest rank of nobility. The prisoners overpowered the 2 guards. He got entangled in a plot to assassinate the president. Readiness is all. The birth rate in that country is very high. I immersed myself in studying English when I first moved to America. The company has an inefficient delivery system. The traveling salesman uprooted his family for the 5th time. You can't fire someone for being a homosexual. The temperature dropped to 3 degrees centigrade. The school system suppressed his individuality. They conducted exhaustive tests on the new medicine. Though the company is in its infancy, it is already profitable. I work on a laptop computer while on the train. The president's policies were inconsistent. I was so surprised I stammered a reply. Our first house was a tiny bungalow with a huge backyard. The magistrate passed judgment in the trial. The drug is ineffective at treating the disease. Most people find multiplication easier than division. Korea industrialized rapidly. My soul was cleansed by the journey. My grandmother is very superstitious. I was stung by a jellyfish while swimming. They quickly reviewed elementary dynamics in the first class. A wave of emigration followed the potato crop failure. The forest ranger couldn't see the fire. All the alleged thieves turned out to be innocent. I read the inscription on the gravestone. A special prosecutor was hired to represent them at the trial. I was in a festive mood after finishing all my exams. The party was divided by an intense ideological struggle. The guerrillas came to attack the government forces. He was cruelly punished though he was only a child. He was found to be negligent in the fire. The baby's amused expression made a smile. Plain ties go well with striped shirts. Gray and rainbow are 2 varieties of trout. He made a large charitable donation. She has the sensibility of an artist or a poet. They were profoundly grateful for all the help. It is a generalization to say all Japanese like sushi. They decided to computerize many of the office tasks. They didn't have enough manpower to finish the job. The small company fought the takeover by the corporation. The nuclear-powered engine propelled the submarine deep into the sea. The soldier was punished for disobeying the command. The triumphant astronauts were given a huge parade. The preacher stood up and talked to his congregation about it. He sensed an intruder in the house, so he called the police. Displaying good etiquette, they shook hands after the match. He has been a contributor to that charity for many years. I've tried every imaginable solution to the problem without success. The former city dweller had a hard time adjusting to country life. These untrue stories about me make me mad. Wendy was resolute in her efforts to get a job. Various governmental agencies were asked to help. The weather is exceptionally warm for this time of year. The estimated number of deaths in World War I was about 20 million. The worst thing you can do is hire an unreliable person. They undertook the perilous journey and rescued their friends. Susan eats a balanced diet. I don't like shellfish such as crab and lobster. The chart was inaccurate, so the ship hit the rock. There are negligible opportunities for work there. The problem is that they're too unknown in this country. He's a good theorist, but he can't put it into practice. I've decided to take an introductory Spanish course. Let's go to the tavern for a beer. I'm a realist who doesn't have high expectations. I can only faintly remember my 4th birthday. That family has a true sense of kinship. After I moved to the country, I needed intellectual stimulation. All those two unrelated pieces of information separately. Lying is immoral. My proficiency in French is not very good. Secretaries need excellent organizational skills. Italy adopted fascism in the 1920s. He is acutely aware of his son's problem. The artist made a bust of the famous singer. When big business bus-top executives make off with millions, everything in the store was sold at a clearance sale. The goods will be shipped and the documents will be presented for clearance at the bank. Tom redeemed his government bonds last week. Paper is made from bleached wood pulp. The drain pipe is clogged with dirt. I did 50 crunches before bed last night. The squirrel crunched on the nut. The film company asked the sound editor to dub the voices. Sally punched Sam in the face when he called her a bitch. Taxes are a bitch. Sam rigged the contest so that he would win the prize. The car is coming down the highway ramp. John tainted the food by putting gasoline in it. The negotiations between the two nations were finally aborted. A woman should have a choice to abort a non-viable fetus. I only hope you find it worthy of endorsement. He hated the school principal who was an authoritarian. Joseph Stalin was an authoritarian of the first degree. Previous managerial approaches adopted a top-down and authoritarian attitude towards employees. A fascist government is led by an authoritarian leader who personifies the nation's highest values and ideals. Tina wanted to catch the rogue who pulled up all her flowers. Andrew likes to spend her weekends browsing through shops. There was a sage in India who could leap naked in the snow. My feet are swollen. Because of temporal changes, culture never rests. During the curfew, anyone found outside was shot. Oh, my curfew is coming. I have to go. He was cut to the quick by her outrageous question. When Wendy is nervous, her face twitches. The droop in her roof needs fixing. Heads of flowering oregano droop under their own weight. Every spring thousands of zebras cross this plateau. Kevin joined the cult that made him shave his head and wear a robe. I feel so insecure. A reciprocal arrangement would be very much appreciated. After her big party, she received a reciprocal invitation from a friend. The avalanche is believed to be a result of the recent warm weather. Those apples are very tart and are good for baking. Only the strongest players came to the fore during the tennis tournament. The median price of a house here is about $200,000. His retention level was so low that he couldn't remember anything. A good defense can neutralize any attack. A baseball hit the door with a thump. His dream was to build a rustic cabin in the mountains. Differential pricing is prohibited by law. Lynn has a flair for choosing the right colors to wear. The situation in that country has degenerated into near anarchy. It's aggravating my rush. Buyer is not empowered to represent seller in legal transactions. Kathy thought it was a boon to find $10 in her old jeans. You shouldn't be so frivolous. Why don't you grow up? Europe was ravaged by Huns about 1500 years ago. The governor mobilized the National Guard to help. Blood trickled from a small cut on her arm. Nothing tastes better than roast chicken with gravy. The priest's parish contained thousands of people. My husband badgered me into learning how to drive. At this hospital, young interns sometimes work 48-hour shifts. Everyone wanted to see the movie after a quick preview. He is an able solicitor working for a life insurance company. Money has become an abstraction in this age of electronic banking. Iraq's attack on Kuwait received almost universal condemnation. Hiromi looked radiant after her trip to the hot springs. The boss felt complacent when his staff said nice things to him. The Duchess of York will present the trophy. His perverse jokes are not pleasant for us. Do you think you can seduce women in this place? We have developed an online ordering system whereby customers can make their purchases and make payments with credit cards. Ethel had a phenomenal time being in Hokkaido. The orange and black carp in our pond are over 5 years old. Carping about the weather does no good because you can't do anything about it. The two leaders signed a manifesto calling for bilateral economic cooperation. A tribunal was set up to judge the prisoners. Please deduct $10 from the total bill. Science doesn't necessarily support her contention. The number of organisms composing the biosphere is astronomical. He rebuked her for her comments. The new hair conditioner made Sandra's hair soft as silk. George Carlin rehearses his jokes before going on stage. The iron was melted in order to make steel. Betty was speechless when Nathan gave her a diamond ring. Climbing the hill was such an exertion that it made them sweat. He is a well-connected person to important people in that company. Brian found Julie irresistible when she wore perfume. The police found coke in his car. Be careful to punctuate your sentences correctly. The militant socialist only talked about revolution. She prefers subdued colors in her house rather than reds and oranges. Japan's self-defense forces has no bomber plane. The heavy horses sank up to their necks in the bog. Bobby studied car mechanics in high school and opened her own shop. Blue is often used as a synonym for sad. The intolerant village people chase the foreigners out. Evergreen trees do not lose their leaves in winter. Colon cancer is common among men over 40. That country is under martial law after the recent riot. Skepticism is healthy when one watches television commercial. The soaked puppy was whining at the door. The wording of the contract was impossible to understand. She's so congenial that everyone likes her. Some consider Lenin to be history's most famous anarchist. Military supremacy often means political supremacy. Some people think repressing your feeling is bad for your health. Murray is trying to perpetuate a dying species of insects in his lab. Nancy is principally interested in mystery stories. Sunlight made a formed product. I think I managed to distill what he was trying to express in the essay. His speech was infused with enthusiasm and positive thinking. It was a significant milestone in his career to get the award. Let's centralize the company management in order to cut expenses. The new photocopy machine makes great color copies. It is an oversight to forget the tents on a camping trip. Miki was such a good bowler she could bowl with her eyes closed. American food pervaded Japan after the war. Her reminiscences of her college years were bittersweet. I was very imprudent. This book has footnotes on almost every page. Ethel unleashed her dog when she got to the park. Ian lost all coherence after drinking 2 bottles of whiskey. The syllabus for the English course includes Shakespeare. Frank affixed several stamps to the envelope. We underwent physical conditioning before we climbed Mt. Everett. The mosquito bite turned into a large inflammation in a matter of hours. His adherence to tradition pleased his parents. She had a compulsion to eat chocolate with every meal. The black and white penguin walked like a man in a Dorito. The best observatories are built in the desert. He was impotent against his mother who controlled the family. Paris and Montreal both have subway systems called the Metro. A villain hit Mrs. Wimple and ran away with her money. She is too direct and needs to learn some tact. The union meeting was indefinitely postponed. He has no scholarly ambitions but still wants to study. Beta is the second letter of the Greek alphabet. A negotiator was needed to make peace among the relatives. The nun was known for her piety and her humility. His lordship paraded through the town on a splendid white horse. Mr. Fogey only hires white people because he is a racist. Grandma went back to school to acquire computing skills. She writes articles of gossip for a tabloid. Most swimming pools are rectangular in shape. China is the most populous nation on earth. She placed a flower vase on the window ledge. The allocation of public funds was decided by the city government. Alfred monopolizes conversations by not letting anyone else talk. Even the most isolated countries cannot escape commercialism. She became a botanist or she loves plants since her childhood. The old couple rediscovered romance on a trip to Venice. My parents are both pensioners and have very little spending money. The incoherent man moaned and talked nonsense. It is easy to kindle a fire with dry stick. A 100-watt light bulb can light a big room. The professor did a sociological study of tribes in Borneo. This computer book is for laymen and not for specialists. Semiconductors become cheaper due to lower production costs. Holly decorations are popular during Christmas. Most people in Australia live near the coastline. We asked the sheriff to help us find our father's killer. On the Great Dome were the words "Rest in Peace." Bob Dylan was a superstar before he turned 30. The occupant in room 39 wants a continental breakfast. Buying luxury goods when one is deeply in debt is illogical. A large boulder fell off the mountain and blocked the road. Listening to the ceaseless roar of Victoria Falls can hurt your ears. We bake crescent-shaped cookies for the Moon Viewing Club. The dog has an inexplicable green spot on its back. Henry James captured the grandeur of 19th century Europe. The Kennedys have always been supporters of liberalism in the U.S. They were overt about their behavior and didn't mind observers. The police constable arrested the criminal. Lisa works as a linguist at a small college. Most of his novels were set in fictional places. The battlefield was full of dead soldiers. Santa Claus needs reindeer to pull his sled. A bomb squad was called in to check the room. Melbourne is a beautiful city in southeastern Australia. John is admittedly an alcoholic. Patriotism gives weak people a chance to feel strong. There was great unrest all over Europe in 1848. Noel opted for an offensive tour of Egypt. He entered unnoticed and shot the president. There will be no rain in the foreseeable future. Many computer programmers work at home. The unification of Italy was completed in 1870. Most ailments can be cured without medicine. Brian is addicted to playing video games. He puts mayonnaise on his french fries. There is real medical use for cocaine. He is a doctor of psychiatry at a mental health clinic. B.S. Skinner was a pioneer of behavioral science. B.S. The boy smeared paint on the wall of the school as a protest. Don't go around smearing my good name. The man threw his cigarette butt on the sidewalk. The woman had a bastard child with her husband's best friend. We had to wrestle with that problem for 2 weeks. The wall was fastened together with metal studs. The city slept under a shroud of fog. The forest was shrouded in the mist. The soldiers had no ammunition left to defend themselves. We read a book by the flicker of candlelight. Does this restaurant serve lamb? He's a clam. He wouldn't say a word. The perfume was a derivative of a small white flower. Themes are derivative. The young punks broke into the house. He decided to defer his wages until after the job was complete. I will defer to you on this point. The high winds finally lulled. The young mother lulled her child to sleep by rocking it gently. Bob's flanks are getting fatter. The two men flanked the woman as they walked. The fisherman waded into the river to catch some fish. I waded the shallow water to the other side of the stream. Heroin is an example of narcotics that are strictly controlled. The problem caused such a muddle that everyone was lost. Gee, you look pretty today, Brenda. The art center is a showcase for the local art community. Employers can showcase their company to prospective applicants on their homepages. The workers needed to fortify the wall with extra iron. A vintner is not entitled to rectify or fortify wine. His determination for home outweighed everything else. Bonsai is a diminutive tree. His stark black and white photos were sometimes very shocking. She preferred gin and tonic as an alcoholic beverage. The fish and chips are very greasy. The diamond was flawless in every way. The audience was baffled by the magician's tricks. Being poor might be an impediment to becoming a politician. The United States put an embargo on all trade to that country. The public outcry for justice was finally heard by the court. The band leader strutted in front of the band. Does this adhesive stick well to anything? Adhesive tape doesn't stick to wet clothes. The president's inaugural address was short and well said. Japan became the winner of the inaugural World Baseball Classic. Can you give me a prod tomorrow morning? Her father prodded her to be a singer in a country band. Wendy got a new passport at the consulate in Ottawa. The hair on his neck bristled with anger from the bad news. The mortar between bricks keeps them stuck together. The comedian had a wry sense of humor. The new drug was a variant of another popular headache remedy, Afarian. When there was a rice shortage, people hoarded the food. The vicar of Canterbury told everyone to eat fish on Fridays. The new V-style revolutionized ski jumping. If the machine is operated in overload, the circuit breaker may trip. The power shut off after all the circuits were overloaded. He is going to be indicted for murder. 70% rebate for immediate payment. The aftermath of the battle was a bloody mess of dead bodies. He must be either a liar or an incompetent. Because the new employee was incompetent, he was fired. The goose is a migrant bird that flies south for the winter. The consul rarely left the embassy during the crisis. The sharks went into a feeding frenzy when they smelled blood. Learn about the nuances of ice dancing at our website. The color of her dress was ruby red. She opened the window to ventilate the kitchen. The law prohibits carcinogenic additives in food. These power additive. The man discovered a wee hole in the arm of his shirt. The water went down the drain in a clockwise direction. The ketchup hurt in her face, which made us all laugh. Tammy was seen by the oldest minister in the church. They decided to shred the papers for security reasons. The man used so much jargon we didn't understand him. The books were purported to be the words of Lao Tzu. Diesel engines produce thick black smoke that smells bad. Ginger learned about electric wiring at Polytechnic School. She did not like her hair, so she wore a wig. Rita fried the prawns in garlic butter. The hotel had a large neon sign outside. There is a rift between the two political parties over the issues. The drummer left the rock group to be a solo singer. Alloys of aluminum are commonly used in the aircraft industry. Everyone noticed the woman's provocative dress. I don't envisage the economy recovering quickly. He amassed his fortune through real estate investments. The atrocities of the war included the killing of many children. The colossal house took 15 years to build. The erection of the Empire State Building was completed in 1931. A battle ensued after the peace talks failed. The angry man sabotaged the factory by breaking equipment. His university has affiliation with many other universities. The scuba tank regulator controls the flow of oxygen. Serious and satirical elements coexist in these stories. The bread was over a week old and covered with a green fungus. She became a famous mountaineer after climbing Mt. Everest. The judge fined the man for his rude outburst during the trial. We haven't made a discernible progress yet. Seniority doesn't matter these days. These three streets converge on one intersection. John was a social outcast and rarely talked to anyone. Carl grimaced in pain when he was kicked in the knee. Lord of the Rings is the saga of Frodo. Pirates are known to plunder ships off the coast of Malaysia. The transition was seamless. He was meticulous when it came to his design work. It was not politic for the president to have an affair. His mystic powers enabled him to predict the future. After his accident, the man became a devout Buddhist. Our modern diet contains too many fatty foods. The company found a niche in the computer market. He was a fugitive from the law, wanted across the country. He had no recourse to help when he left home. Some people become very fanatic when collecting things. We were forced into a showdown. The wealth of Bill Gates is unparalleled. The human lymph glands ensure proper body maintenance. The library's book retrieval system was the best in the city. The electorate has the power to choose the government. The advocacy of human rights is important to all of us. Red, amber and green are used internationally in traffic signal. The man suddenly had a painful spasm in his back. He went to a quiet room to begin a deep contemplation. Some face creams can stimulate cellular growth of the skin. The sunset turned the whole sky pink hue. He stuck a quid of tobacco in his mouth. They envision a world where everyone will live in peace. You must procure a number and wait in line at the bank. The meteor disintegrated upon entering the Earth's atmosphere. Usually only young women apply to be in a beauty pageant. Columbus's favorite anchorage was a quiet bay in San Salvador. It took Jane a year to coax her husband into washing dishes. The eyes of all the guests were focused on the stunning beauty. Joe had to call a surveyor before he could make his fence. The visibility in the city was very low because of the smog. The doctor used questionable techniques in his practice. The lobby group called for a moratorium on all nuclear testing. He had a lousy job that made him angry all day long. The lion at the zoo let out a ferocious roar when he was hungry. The children love to eat maple syrup on their pancakes. If the mainframe computer fails, all our customer data will be lost. The airport installed metal detectors to protect all passengers. The politician made many inflammatory comments to the press. Much of the world's ills are attributable to greed and materialism. 10 tanks were consigned to the Allied Army. His father was a unionist and a supporter of workers' rights. The company occupied all of the usable space available. The untouched dishes were left on the table. The government ordered the expulsion of all Americans. The size of the virus is microscopic. Pig is a figurative word for someone who eats a lot. The theology professor taught passages from the Bible. Nigel went to live in a monastery to get away from the world. Paul has a strong aversion to eating monkey brains. The mayor's plan to build a subway was not practicable. Her paternal grandparents raised her after her parents' divorce. We found a butterfly larva under that leaf. People who feign happiness are usually sad. The soldiers threw the grenade and waited for the explosion. They stopped to rest for the night at a motel. The city legislator proposed a law to ban smoking in public. She inadvertently hit the delete key on her computer. The president sent an envoy to discuss the economic situation. The wreckage of the car was sold after the crash. He was a naturalist who loved going for walks in the forest. The mishap occurred when the boat was overloaded. The most difficult words were put in the glossary. He was oblivious to the needs of his wife, so they divorced. The two political parties were in concord over the trade issue. All the people pledged their allegiance to the king. The man often went to the bathroom because he had diarrhea. The movie of the war lacked authenticity. The architect's plans were fraught with engineering problems. There was hysteria every time the singer went on stage. His resumption of duties occurred when he left the hospital. Ancient man struck flint with a stone to create fire. Her thesis was about French feudalism in the Middle Ages. The brewery made beers and ale. The house was ornate with famous antiques and silverware. Dan was a nice bloke before he started stealing purses. The scientists are studying neutrons. She answered the math problem in a methodical manner. The company logo is known around the world. Now is an opportune time to invest in the stock market. Goat cheese sometimes has a strong ammonia smell. Sesame seeds are used in a popular Middle Eastern food. Gastric juices break down the food in our stomach. The wrestler entered the ring. She walked briskly in the cold weather. Sheep are famous for their timidity. I love thee more than anyone else. Some medicines have a coating to buffer the bad taste. The esophagus also produces bicarbonate ion to buffer the acid. Did you use a buffer to polish it up or just a towel? Not only did he dress well, he was the consummate gentleman. He is a consummate politician. There are many scenes of consummate misery in this movie. I consummated the transaction by selling 2 million shares at $8 each. All my hopes were consummated at that time. How was the turnout? The baseball team routed its opponents by a score of 22-0. He got a blister on his foot from the new shoe. I blistered the soles of my feet on the hot and that fat is on the wane. The immunity gained from childhood immunizations wanes as children get older. He used a funnel to pour the gasoline into the tank. The business grew from a single company to a conglomerate. He used his home as collateral for a business loan. A quirk of fate brought me here. The discussion degenerated into an argument. The team was in a position to clinch first place in the league. He balked at having to go to the meeting. Rain balked her plan for an immersion. Everything is touting its germ-killing ability. The sound of the engine droned on. The superintendent of schools revamped graduation requirements. The television host inflamed his guests with silly questions. The reductions will come through attrition and retirement. Inhale deeply. Exhale. I smoked a pot but I did not inhale. He practically inhaled his food. The prisoner was shackled to the wall because he was violent. As mayor, a great deal of power and prestige accrued to John. I've been wrangling with this math problem for over an hour. The austere budget led many people to complain. Her father was austere and rarely smiled. Doctors grafted skin from his back to cover the burn. Take the peas out of the pod. There's a dent in the bumper. The rigors of his new life aged him quickly. My right shirt cuff has a tear. I saw a squadron of ants coming out of the corner of the room. Much to his opponent's surprise, he garnered 60% of the votes. I garnered information from farmers through interviews and questionnaires. Without that man's patronage he would never have written that book. Thank you for your loyal patronage. She was too old to have a baby, so she looked for a surrogate. He became exuberant when he heard that his older brother would come home. She needed a bone marrow transplant to fight the cancer. The teachers were subjected to a barrage of criticism. This housing development is part of the 14th electoral precinct. It was my life of poverty that blighted my hopes. A legion of shoppers waited for the store to open. The young upstart defeated the champion. The island is covered with lush vegetation. I'm such a lush. I got a piece of grit in my eye. He presented this card and it really is a bogus card. He floundered on the muddy mountain trail. The rumor that a lion has escaped from the zoo is only a hoax. Orson Welles hooked the public with his radio program concerning an alien invasion. He espouses strong religious belief. Good and bad stand at opposite ends of a continuum. Their political views are at different points on the continuum. Al Capone was considered the czar of organized crime. The professor is the economic czar. He was executed under the fiat of the emperor. It is absurd to control the price of electricity by government fiat. The tumor must be excised and the surrounding tissue removed. He's not usually this touchy. Harold was acquitted by the jury. The father scolded his son for his silly stunt. Much popular music is fodder for the teenage market. People held a testimonial banquet in his honor. Jettison the cargo and make the plane lighter. He lived in a township near Philadelphia. It was one of the watershed events in recent history. Touch is an example of a corporal sense. We change the baby's diapers about 6 or 7 times a day. The vase gives off a delicate luster. Alex is the protagonist in the play. I used a dolly to carry the heavy package. Successful people usually have an aura of assurance around themselves. The music reverberated in my head even after the concert. My statement made her furious and it took much time to placate her. They glean the goods before the cart has carried. It took a tragedy to galvanize the town council's opinion. The belligerent drunk was told to calm down by the policeman. Strikers formed a picket line in front of the factory. Union workers picketed the factory to demand the pay raise. Why are you being so adamant about it? Most soldiers are instilled with a sense of honor. The gardener used shears to trim the leaves on the tree. They couldn't fathom our idea. They have a stockpile of food in case of an emergency. The homeless man meandered through the park all day long. Prostitution may be the oldest profession in the world. Sales burgeoned after introduction of the new product. He proved to be a resilient opponent. The wooden crate contained Florida oranges. She gave him an ultimatum that if they didn't marry she'd go. All new employees are put on probation for 3 months. A gala event was held to celebrate the success of the movie. It's rugged terrain in those mountains, so be careful hiking. A somber mood filled the room. Their words were arrogant and abrasive. Insurgents planted a bomb at a government building. Your name is not on the roster. Reaction from the audience was tepid. The water in the bath is tepid. She delved into the stock market. Well, foxes and dogs are all canine. The seismic focus of that earthquake was near here. The goalkeeper was derided because he let in any easy goal. He led an impeccable life. Unpopular government policies led to the insurrection. While altruism is admirable, it is hard to live one's life completely unselfishly. We can do nothing about the inexorable march of time. They managed to decipher the code. The two small groups coalesce into one big one. Prices shall include the cost of packing required to prevent damage to or deterioration of the product during transportation. The US and Russia have undergone a rapprochement in recent years. This concert could revitalize the imagination of music lovers. They reached an impasse in the negotiations. No religion condones the murder of innocent people. She rebuffed his advances by trying to ignore him. Rapport between dog and trainer is crucial. This drug can induce a sense of well-being or euphoria. He wanted to avenge her murder by hurting the killer. The building is becoming antiquated. Architects vie to design the new town hall. Let not the sun go down your wrath. An affable person has advantage. The hallmark of a statesman is the legacy he leaves behind. When I was a child, I was a fervent fan of the rock band. His devious mind was constantly looking for ways to cheat. We have to respect proprietary rights to manufacture. Capital punishment is defunct in this state. He liked to concoct new kinds of cocktails as a hobby. The creation of Stonehenge is still an enigma. It's no time for complacency. I suggested we all go, but the cheerleader demurred. The army was ordered to go to the garrison during the battle. The boy was reprimanded for throwing rock. I've never heard anything more ludicrous. The city is made up of many edifices that house big corporations. The pores of her skin were clogged from eating greasy food. The political party held a caucus to select a new leader. She has only sparse subcutaneous fat. She's obsessive about her appearance. An anomaly defies easy description. She handled the situation with an S. Falcons can be trained for hunting. The resurrection of a dead person is common in horror films. The work of the actor ended with the culmination of 2 awards. We lived under the specter of nuclear war. He finally made his pilgrimage to Mecca. Everyone considers the boy to be a musical prodigy. The efforts to thwart me were useless. They specialize in playing Baroque Italian music. A bad wife is a lifelong dearth. He was lauded for his efforts to protect the environment. The sinking sun tints the landscape. The distraught wife rushed to the hospital to see her husband. The baby sucked on her mother's nipple contentedly. The book was deemed subversive and thus banned. He squandered the money he won in the lottery. The guerrillas made a foray into the village. The mason finished tiling the bathroom. What was the genesis of life on Earth? Disparate forces are at work here. The rationale behind the plan was carefully thought out. Airborne pollen makes many people sneeze. She hated sexist jokes about women. That little elf is always playing tricks on me. He was treated for cardiac arrest. We made canoes out of birch bark. I warmed the buns in the oven. The bulky boat resembled an ark. That oil spill was the worst environmental fiasco in history. The revolutionary leaders tried to supplant the previous government. She extolled her boyfriend's virtues so often we got bored. They all laughed at his hilarious joke. She tried to admonish him to sell his boat. There were no circumstances to mitigate the crime. The teacher imparted her knowledge to her students. The centerpiece of the Academy Awards is a selection of Best Picture. At today's convention you are witnessing the ascendancy of a new leader. The TV station received complaints for their fraudulent advertising. When I die, please inter me in a grave next to my late wife. The foreman told me where to put my tools. The robber was convicted but his accomplice went free. The fire department found the cause of the conflagration. He had a morbid sense of humor that made others feel sick. The police were embroiled in a nasty domestic dispute. There are more than 100 islands in that archipelago. The people are bemoaning the death of the king. Further fragmentation of the party will lead to its dissolution. They were reviled for their racist policies. He saw a show about the disintegration of the family unit. The epicenter of the earthquake was 50 miles off the coast. Their annuity did not cover their expenses. To measure the trajectory you must also factor in the wind. You should eschew bad habits such as smoking. There was a furor over the secret nuclear project. His scrupulous checking of the accounts revealed 3 errors. They presented a palatable solution to the problem. There was no verification of their account of the story. The priest gathered in the abbey for the morning service. She is a linguist specializing in arcane languages. The child had a tantrum when his mother took away the toy. The lawyer objected to his evasive statement. The referee's decision caused an uproar from the spectators. There have been dozens of renditions of the song. Yesterday, the Soviet Union assumed hegemony over neighboring nations. The veterinarian will only perform euthanasia on old Dick Pet. The disease debilitated him. He's a stellar team player who'll go far in the basketball world. He was kicked out of college for plagiarism on an essay. The surgeon cut open the patient's cerebral cortex. He was found guilty of income tax evasion. They were jubilant over the birth of their daughter. She pampers her children. The onslaught of information is difficult to cope with. The pathology of cancer is a fascinating subject. The huge suitcase seemed cumbersome. His financial acumen led to his being appointed CFO. My accomplice stole many jewels with impunity. We compiled a lexicon of the terms. She is nimble on her feet. She had an excellent upbringing with caring parents. He had used extreme abstinence to contend with his disease. His fingernail biting is one of his idiosyncratic behaviors. A new duct was installed to improve ventilation. In his heyday, the old athlete was the best in his sport. Tuberculosis is a contagious disease. A pivotal point in the discussion was reached. He was a professor of genetics at the university. He lived by the tenets of his faith. The lens seemed arid and lifeless. He has the adjoining locker on the right side of mine. Dementia is a frightening disease. He studied at a culinary academy for several years. Do you feel a tremor? Our company is in a dire position. I have serious rancor against that politician. The heather in the highlands is in bloom. He lay comatose on the floor. The men had to squat to look under the fence. The soldier visited his family while on furlough. 300 employees are taking a voluntary 3-month furlough from the company. Kim furloughed from her job at the bank. They are involuntarily furloughed for the 2-month period. The horses line up at the trough to eat. He gave up bleak answers to the questions. Shall we adjourn to my office? This court is adjourned. She was piqued to learn that her secret hadn't been kept. I anchored my boat in a quiet cove. Charities often canvass for donations by telephone. We canvass the neighborhood to determine public opinion. Feel how soft and fluffy this cat is. Most of our precipitation is from rain, not snow. He smoldered with anger. Anger smoldered in her eyes. The hunter shot a stag right between the eyes. The bonds between these two countries were strengthened by the cataclysm of World War II. A cataclysm 250 million years ago wiped out nearly all life on the earth. The cataclysm removed the bridge across the river. Overpowered special effects negate some of Oresting's set design. The ship's ballast kept it steady. I snipped the dead flowers off the plant. Divergent views must be accommodated to accomplish the goal together. I bit into the succulent steak. The heart patient was released from the hospital to recuperate at home. I was repulsed by the violence in the film. After the car accident, they immediately sought reparation in court. The French government received reparations from Germany. The brevity of human life gives a melancholy tone to the film. Brevity is the soul of wit. The doctor injected the serum into the patient to save his life. I won't stand for any innuendos made against my character. The votes polarized along partisan lines. You'll get a better view if you cut down that clump of trees. The death row prisoner was given a reprieve. She made a caustic remark. Strong alkalis are called caustic because they burn the skin. I contributed my mite to our company's growth. The Big Bang was the primordial event that created the world. The rain turned to drizzle in the afternoon. That's a moot point. Salamanders are the largest amphibians. If the foot and mouth disease spreads more, we will have to decimate all the cattle here. The regional bureau voted against joining the town. Her house is immaculate because she cleans every day. Dr. X postulates that the immune system responds only when it receives signals from injured cells. Concern over the cost has instigated many attempts at finding a replacement. He instigated the other prisoners to riot. He is trying to extricate his kite from the tree. He managed to wriggle out of the situation. A 15% gratuity is customary and appreciated. He tried to atone for his mistakes by working harder. The Japanese remain a strongly insular people. They succeeded in persuading the king to abdicate. Even native speakers need to enunciate more clearly. The doctors resuscitated the unconscious boy. My father was the victim of a real estate swindle. The weeds propagated throughout the garden all summer. I bought some quail eggs for my Chinese cooking class. The information was disseminated through newspapers. From acorns come oats. His cancer went into remission. The cancer has been in remission for years. Computer processing is based on binary numbers. Although he liked her, he hated her bovine expression. The war indemnity on Germany propelled Hitler to power. For her paintings she only uses the best pigment. The only salient point raised in the meeting was by Todd. The doctor's prognosis was that he would die within a year. He was embarrassed by the accolades that were given to him. The ghostly apparition he saw in the middle of the night was actually only a dream. The ramifications of the budget cut are felt most strongly by poor people. Some insects have an ephemeral life. Christmas time is a season of benevolence and good cheer. The onus is on both wife and husband to solve marital problem. Fun turns fatal as little avalanche danger. Do not excavate your yard without telling your utility companies first. Hotel prices are usually exorbitant in cities hosting the Olympics. The smoke permeated the room after he lit a cigarette. The box contained miscellaneous bits of paper for anyone's use. Children are increasingly sedentary. The situation can be understood from this vantage point. The agile monkey swung through the trees. It is not necessarily a panacea for everyone. Good poker players have inscrutable faces. We circumscribed our remarks when talking to the president. Nature abhors a vacuum. He drank copious amounts of beer. The witch doctor attempted to exorcise the demons in his soul. The subterranean storehouse was cool in summer. Love covers many infirmities. Drinking coffee makes me more lucid. It was the boss's prerogative to go on vacation at any time. We returned after a short sojourn in the mountains. I studied the difference between nuclear fission and fusion at all. I'm feeling kind of despondent. Himalayan Sherpa guides seem impervious to altitude sickness. Lubricate your car as soon as possible. The team reveled in its victory. You can't have a porous roof and not expect it to leak. He gave her an orchid to wear to the graduation dance. Your dog is very docile and well trained. The accountant calculated the company's credits and debits. This match won't light because there's no phosphorus on it. The two lovers went to the lagoon to meet at night. The ostensible reason for his dismissal was constant tardiness. Establishing a charitable foundation is laudable. The city condemned the decrepit old building. That pompous politician lost the election. Sadly, the most arable land in the city is used for housing. They entered the cavern to hide from invader. Luther was called a heretic for his belief. She is averse to our idea. Sweat dribbled down his face. She had trouble choosing the appropriate attire for the banquet. His physiology prevents him from excelling in sport. This is a deplorable situation. This is good for what ails you. Her ferns died because she forgot to water them. I'm having abdominal pain, doctor. Ball was once associated with anger and sadness. He was given a ticket for contravening the traffic regulations. She is a gullible person who will believe anyone and everyone. When they didn't pay the rent, the landlord evicted them. She epitomizes all the best traits of a good friend. The accountant embezzled $1 million from the company. Bison are commonly but wrongly referred to as buffalo. He detests the way his boss treats him. There's a certain amount of artifice in her acting. The referee nullified the goal because time had run out. He was a fastidious dresser who even ironed his jeans. The watch was appraised as being very valuable. The municipality is considering raising property taxes. He went through an interminable wait before learning the truth. The Sultan was known for his brutality to his enemies. The off-key sounds of the trumpet-rated dissonance. I must repudiate that accusation. That play was written as an allegory about heaven and hell. Their fundamental precept is the customer is always right. The labor dispute was settled through government arbitration. The pilot was awarded a medal for his bravery and fortitude. The two countries formed a confederation for protection. How can one modulate public opinion? The desert is where many varieties of cactus grow. I had a premonition that something terrible was going to happen. He gave me an incredulous look when I told him I loved him. Once nuclear war begins, destruction is irrevocable. Their complaints did not daunt my efforts. She received the admonition from her parents. The constellation shone vividly in the sky. He cleaned his room in a perfunctory manner. I asked him to be more circumspect regarding personnel issues. Failing the quiz had a salutary effect on his study habit. He installed fiberglass insulation in the attic. He brought a witness to reinforce his rebuttal to the charge. He was vehement in demanding a refund for the broken vase. The murderer gave a cursory glance back at his victim. He killed the man then walked away in a nonchalant manner. It was beyond the boy's cognition to solve the math problem. After losing the election, the politician made a succinct speech. The invention of internal combustion led to the automobile. The otter dived to the bottom of the sea in search of shellfish. The policeman used coercion to make her admit to the crime. The new drug was an inadvertent discovery made by accident. The veterinarian specializes in taking care of horses. Statistical analysis is fundamental to the field of demography. I don't understand scientific terminology. The amity between the two nations is an example for all. The governor delivered a keynote address. She had such a plethora of options she didn't know what to do. The forest is a wonderful place to find green foliage. My grandmother is so senile she doesn't even know me. Ratification of the treaty will take 2 years. He took an impassive view of life. Racial ostracism has been outlawed but it still goes on. The friar came to my house begging for alms. The two men argued over semantic differences in the word. This is a memento of my trip. The man used kerosene to light the stove with. Afflicted with autism, he spent his whole day in a fantasy world. His morose attitude had a negative effect on his family. Hot humid weather makes me lethargic. She has an effervescent personality. Suffering from insomnia, he awoke in the middle of the night. Attending the party was an owner's duty. His nostrils flare when he is angry. The issues will be dealt with in order of precedence. May is the optimal month for climbing Mount Everest. The plan is still in the embryonic stage. I ignored his trite remark. Puberty is the line between boyhood and manhood. He has a very urbane manner. The doctor gave me a glucose injection. The artist stepped back to look critically at his painting. Intelligent action is dignified. We pledge an end to the era of deadlock and drift. He quoted the words of Jesus Christ extensively. The soothing music really helped her relax. The police arrested the perpetrator of the crime. Scientists use computer enhancement on space photos. Blood type group A predominates in some areas. With a curb weight of 3,000 pounds, it needed 415 pounds ft of torque to move it around. There is no leeway to provide services free of charge for the sake of others. Japan's constitution was promulgated in 1946. I got married last year. Well, congratulations. A little belated though. That's okay. I get the gist. They denigrate top students in favor of athletes and clowns. It perturbed Bill's father when Bill took the family car without permission. I want an autopsy performed immediately and get me the report. Renunciation of one's citizenship should not be taken lightly. Prudence now would seem to call for a wait-and-see posture. That music engrossed him. The major told his troops to synchronize their watches. He unconsciously called his wife by his old girlfriend's name. Johnny Cochran is probably America's most celebrated lawyer. The Canadian $20 bill has a depiction of Queen Elizabeth on it. The scientists wanted to delineate that historical riverbed. Lincoln is credited with the emancipation of the slaves. Meticulously cleaned the area with rubbing alcohol. Smoking is unlawful in this building except where posted smoking area. He threatened to defame the company. China is taking an increasing hardline. Madison Avenue is synonymous with the advertising business. A philosopher's stone has proved fictitious. Comparisons are odious. He voluntarily came to the police station. I appreciate your candor. Every day of thy life is a leaf in thy history. Oh my gosh. He unwittingly woke his wife when he called home. They blame pluralism for most of America's economic and social problems. A multilateral solution to certain trade problems will be slow in coming. That priest is intensely religious. The report was approved unanimously by the Science Advisory Board. You're so sweet and so dependable. He's watching TV. I'm not done. The beans are done. The first DVD is done. I wonder if it worked. He's an okay Joe. The idea of equality for all Japanese citizens was legislated but has never been realized. My concern is your well-being. Promptness of delivery is one of the key criteria in rating a supplier. Crowded train always irks me. Smoking is bad for your health. Do you have a videotape of our team's last game? I wake up every morning at 6 o'clock. The test had 10 true or false questions. A false friend and a shadow attend only while the sun shines. Be true to your tea or they will be false to you. Hot cocoa is a popular drink in winter. Some pencils have erasers. Speaking is as important as listening. My 30th birthday is next week. I went sailing last weekend. Everybody admits his greatness as a peanut. The boy asked his father to order him a chocolate sundae for dessert. A group of schoolgirls was walking by the lake. A standard type of film is 35 mm wide. I buy a new toothbrush every other month. The necklace is made of diamonds. He had a glass of whiskey. These pajamas are too big for me. She's my homeroom teacher. Wear an overcoat when it gets cold. New Zealanders are sometimes called Kiwis after the local word. Her pumpkin pie is very delicious. A kangaroo jumps on its hind leg. Although her singing is good, her dancing is a little weak. Broccoli is a very healthy vegetable. She wears sandals in the summer. Christ was born to Mary and Joseph in Bethlehem. Come on children, it's your bedtime. Climbing is completely different from hiking. The sales department is excited about the new product. The brave firefighter ran into the burning house to save the children. A stewardess is now called a flight attendant. The mailman usually delivers her mail around 2 o'clock. She only uses a tablecloth when guests come to dinner. The announcer said they were going to have a commercial break. I like that restaurant because of its speedy service. We ate watermelons for dessert at our picnic last week. He had his picture taken while holding a koala. Some people don't like the smell of cooked asparagus. The teapot holds enough for 4 cups. He's a good swimmer who holds several world records. There's no more room in the bookcase. She was in the bathtub for an hour. She took the meat out of the freezer. He's a violinist. I have yogurt for breakfast every morning. The passing car blew its horn. A liar is not believed when he tells the truth. His acting impressed the director who used him in his new movie. I feel like eating some fried chicken and biscuits. Michael Jackson bought the Beatles song catalog. Vanilla ice cream is my favorite. She doesn't like to eat oily food. There was no heater in the cabin and so the people inside froze. Give me another helping of that delicious potato salad. We searched the night skies for flying saucers. His youthful appearance was the result of exercise. Why didn't you call sooner? Pour 2 tablespoons of sugar into my coffee please. They were happy to reach the oasis because they were hot and thirsty. The policeman gave us a searching look. In some countries oxen are used to carry things. The cowboys arrived here on horseback. He died of hanging. The honeymoon is over and Linda and Bob are separating. She met a fellow countryman in the middle of the jungle. Some people don't like celery because of its taste. Al Capone is one of the most famous gangsters of all time. He acts relaxed but is actually a nervous person. The town was built on a hillside so the views are excellent. Van Gogh is famous for his paintings of sunflowers. The bulldozer smoothed the dirt road. She merely sang happy birthday with the rest of the children. My beloved husband passed away 20 years ago. He is a heavy drinker and cannot quit. The skiers were waiting for more snow to fall. We were not convinced of our brother's promise because he always lies. There is nothing as sad as an abandoned child. We found an abandoned house in the woods. He found a gun in an abandoned car. My father became lame after the car accident. Cut the lame excuses. That's the lamest excuse I've ever heard. The river overflowed because of the pouring rain last night. Sit in a circle all facing inward. She bought a sexy bathing suit to show off her body. Keep your belongings in your own room, not here. I couldn't find his name anywhere in the phone book listing. Those Chinese companies are seeking to raise capital through public listing. He doesn't like concentrated orange juice. He was an educated man. The electrician turned off the circuit breaker. She saw a lark flying in the sky. Our new house is situated in a good neighborhood. Turn left at the next crossroad. We are at a crossroads. The lobster was the most expensive dish on the menu. Considering his age, he is very conservative. The brim of the hat is green, the rest of it is red. Rinse your mouth with green tea to prevent cold. He left his jacket on the hanger in the closet. That athlete is solidly built and very strong. The oars of our boat fell into the water. Mom was an adventurer. She climbed Mt. Everett. Paperbacks are much cheaper than hardcover books. He is such a caring father that he reads to his children every night. He left his kits on the doorstep and I fell over them. It's a proven fact that Einstein's relativity theory is right. Neither a borrower nor a lender be. Everyone knew the password to the boss's computer. Could you pass me the lighter so I can light my cigarette? Freshmen are not allowed to enter the lab room. His stories are timeless and will surely become classic. He gave her gold bracelet as a birthday present. He is one of Argentina's most noted authors. Alligators are rapidly decreasing in number. We made a lot of money from the shipping of crude oil. One of the keys to this exercise is controlled breathing. Butter and raisins are a good combination. The speaker's wireless mic was broken. Love me tenderly. Some racing cars crashed during the race. Her attitude toward life was rosy even though she was ill. Frank Sinatra was the greatest entertainer of his time. Don't tell me how that thriller finishes. That freeway has 8 lanes and is 50 miles long. I'm majoring in education because I want to be a school teacher. His ambition was to be a comedian and make people laugh. His theories about teacher training made him a respected educator. Mom made cider from the apples in our garden. This landscape painting is pleasing to the eye. He carelessly said things to his wife that made her cry. The horseman barely won in the race. The older couple hired a cleaning lady to help with the housekeeping. She opened her parasol to keep the hot sun off her face. That newspaper only prints shocking stories. I felt powerless when the government ordered me to close my business. Without any reason, he was rudely told to leave the restaurant. Winning the Masters tournament is every golfer's dream. The sports reporter interviewed the Victoria's coach. I only trust my usual hairdresser to cut my hair. His harmonica playing was better than his singing. The conquerors won everything except that island. She hated wearing a bra because she felt confined. A 4-leaf clover doesn't always bring good luck. In his eagerness, he ran out of the house in his pajamas. He tries to look stylish but everyone laughs at him. It was uncommon for her to stay out all night. The old schoolhouse had only 3 rooms. My boyhood hero was Superman. The dentist got rid of my toothache. The salespeople at the store were rude. I went to peep at my son after he went to bed. It was such a quiet morning. I only heard the peeps of little birds. Not another peep. As he got older, he began to mellow. Boys at that age are so immature. He lost several more because of the blot on his tab paper. She pricked her finger on the needle. His wife believes that he died because of overwork. The information the government had about the prisoner was classified. All you have to do is just take some repose. She visits her sick mother with admirable regularity. Are you having problems with your regularity? The peacock fanned out its colorful tail feathers. Please rinse this glass because it's still soapy. Moderation in all things. She bleached her stained white dress. During the winter I prefer woolen clothes. It's not very manly to ask for help. The quietness of the motor and the lightness have interested us greatly. Idleness is the mother of all evil. Can I have your surname please? It's Tanaka. The police noticed some peculiarities at the murder scene. It's basically just a folding knife. The team argued with the umpire about his decision. I always find the opening ceremonies of the Olympics very inspiring. Marathon runners have excellent endurance. My favorite character in that fairy tale is the innocent milk maiden. The radio host gave the prize to the third caller. My clothes are so ragged that I am ashamed of them. Don't go out in the alley at night because it's dangerous. The melting ice dripped onto the floor. The coach encouraged teamwork on and off the field. Both your goods and service have been totally unsatisfactory. Although the wind blew down the fence, the gateway was still standing. This game is not only entertaining but also educational. Don't walk on the concrete until it has hardened. Just want us all to stay informed. After selecting the items you want, bring them to the cashier. She laid the teaspoon next to the coffee cup. The weather forecast said it should be snowy tomorrow. Because of their impatience they rushed the job and ruined it. He loved the shady trees in front of the house. The brilliance of the sun off the ocean was startling. He accused them of deceit. The soldiers knew well that unarmed people could be dangerous enemies. Eggplants are often used in Southern European cooking. The salad contained lettuce, carrots and radishes. Sidney Sheldon is a great storyteller of our time. I am truly envious. You can tell an adverb easily because it usually ends with "ny." He stroked his daughter's arm with a caress. Cycling is a clean and efficient way of transportation. The challenger put up a good fight in the game. It was the sweetness of the candy that she liked. Iran is a country united under Islam. The world is trying to crack the walnut. The relaxing music put him to sleep. We earnestly await your reply. You are a fucking idiot. The skirt she is wearing is a red mini. All the children left the librarian's storytelling. They were so dissatisfied with the service that they didn't leave a tip. English dictionaries usually arrange keywords in alphabetical order. Seaweed is used both as food and the source for good soil. The examiner was the most senior teacher at the school. My 50cc scooter is economical and convenient. All the people in the village were admirers of Crite. He was searching for a lodging that was clean and cheap. In his drunken state he couldn't even find his own house. This old bookshelf was made by a master workman. She has the most startling voice I've ever heard. That dress is unsuitable for a formal banquet. The neighboring countries fought a war over water rights. The snowstorm stopped activity in the city for 2 days. Everyone has unlimited chances to make their lives better. The school newsletter gave the schedule for the new term. My father is the most trustworthy person I know. I beg your forgiveness and promise never to do it again. The receptionist greeted the visitors and asked them to wait. The gunman held 3 people inside the bank. It's unwise for you to go out alone at night. It was popularly chosen as the best film of the year. He bought a watchdog to protect his house. Workers are demanding that the company settle unpaid wages. Russia has always wanted a warm water seaport. Aha, I thought that's where you were hiding. The sudden noise broke the stillness of the night. Thankfully no one was injured in the accident. The octopus lets ink out to escape. The bird sang sweetly every morning. Let's get out of the boat on that little isle over there. The unmarried woman decided to have a baby. He retired because his usefulness to the company was over. Alas, things are not like they used to be. Taking care of babies is a tiring job. Daybreak should be in about another 20 minutes. He underwent counseling for his mental problem. He drank the delicious juice noisily. The grass was damp with the morning dew. The railway was put together with iron spikes. Span a spike. After the dinner there was not a crumb left. The whole story was a setup to trick the man. She is a little plump. I hope this misunderstanding has not caused any inconvenience on your side. I hope I haven't inconvenienced you too much. I felt my heartbeat quicken. They decided to quicken the pace of their walking. Add more starch and the sauce will thicken. The train had several sleeper cars for the overnight trip. He did such a good job the boss commended his efforts. I commend her dear friendship and courtesies. He was a skinny child but later became quite heavy. I tried to make a chair with skinny materials such as polypropylene. The car got good gas mileage. He thought carefully whether he should slay the snake or not. She was a model of good taste and refinement. Our boy has a hearty appetite and is always hungry. It's time for our outing in the park. The tension in the room heightened when he walked in. The army set up barracks just outside of town. She turned the knob of the door to enter the room. The boy had the cracked pottery from his mother. The man was paid an hourly wage. The hound led the police to the convict. It is an uphill battle to quit smoking. The player was penalized for committing an intentional foul. She is tall, so she had to lengthen her dress a few centimeters. The poet was an engaging dinner guest. Lottery will get you nowhere. Scheduling with each section is tricky. Rough. The sign in front of the house read "Beware of dog, the worthy Ides of March." He bought a safe to safeguard his wife's jewelry. They could not rationalize leaving work early. When a pen runs out of ink, it is time to change the cartridge. The washing machine started to vibrate during the rinse cycle. The teller asked to see the customer's bank book. The woman was trampled by the other passengers on the train. They decided to have a potluck party on Saturday. The disgusted customers left the restaurant. His throat was sore, so he gargled with salt and water. The metal on the table made a sparkling effect in the sunlight. Many died because the ship had no lifeboats. The shoemaker's children go barefoot. Usually the boy played in the field barefoot. When he crashed, he broke 4 spokes on his front wheel. He put his tobacco in a small pouch. The prices in our last order were much higher than those prevailing in our market. The roar of the waterfall deafened the tourist. The leopard waited in the jungle for its prey. Almost within a year they have become the most unpopular government we have ever had. The festive atmosphere enveloped the town. The money came from a shadowy character. Don't cut the bough you are standing on. She was promoted to first lieutenant in the Navy. Do you not get how insulting you're being? They decided to buy a quaint little home in the small town. The young couple were idealistic about marriage. That movie has undesirable effects on young people. The coach scared his team with his fiery speeches. The new employee is very inexperienced. The ice helped to reduce the swelling in his injured knee. I truly find it regrettable. Her fingers were senseless from the freezing cold. When we are young we are virtuous. As we get older things change. The movie star lived in a big mansion on the hill. Upon completing the prayer they all said amen. Behold, what is that light in the sky? The victor in the tennis match received $1 million. The abandonment of the elderly is a serious social problem. He was planning to remain a bachelor forever. He lacked reverence for any of the church's traditions. The whole company was supportive of the boss's idea. The deal was oath with a handshake. She was very communicative at all. Her dress is scarlet and white. Don't let discouragement stop you from pursuing your dreams. They tried to wring the information out of him with threat. The new movie has sensational visual effect. His eating habits are unhealthy. That columnist's essay appears now in a paper every day. NY is an abbreviation of New York. It was miraculous that the people survived the car accident. He was an experienced navigator and a good captain. She added seasoning to the food to make it taste better. The town was formed because of a tidal current from the south. It is good to put suntan lotion on before going outside in summer. He implored his workers to cooperate. Our grandfather is buried in the churchyard. According to the timer, the eggs will be done in another minute. He discovered he had the supernatural power to read minds. The pathway to success depends on one's effort and luck. There were many disciples that followed the master's teaching. Everyone has a lawful right to speak freely. Drug abuse and alcoholism are 2 big problems facing our society. The leader was a tyrant who only did things this way. We should be more merciful to the poor. The novel was described as being an erotic adventure. The sharks reappeared in several hours. The farmer was in disbelief when he won the lottery. The body was identifiable because of the scar on its back. The bridegroom waited at the front of the church. It is wise to ask a pharmacist for help when buying drugs. The boys were in a rebellious mood after school. Our group heartily supports him as mayor. He was perfectly sane at the moment of the crime. The retired seaman longed to be on a boat again. Little kittens are playful. The dog was steadfast in his obedience to his master. After walking up the stairs she was breathless. Most of the workers were unskilled. He stayed in a hostel when he traveled. The information on the television program was actual. The man's bad jokes were tiresome. It is comforting to know the doors of the house were locked. The car trip was a frightful journey. The president's car is heavily armored for protection. He was a specialist in developmental psychology. The footpath was narrow and covered with grass. The results of the election are unofficial until tomorrow. She lived in a dreamy world. The world is smaller thanks to modern telecommunications. She was a deceitful person. To err is human, to forgive is divine. He had a glass of sherry before dinner. She carried the water from the well in a pail. Those 2 writers have several stylistic differences. His leading campaigner was his wife. The woman wore false eyelashes. Parsley is a nice addition to salad. He tacked up a notice on the bulletin board. Please tag anyone else you think should come to the tentative list below. I've been conned. He did up the buckles on his raincoat and had it out. My knees buckled and I fell to the ground. I buckled to the stress and ended up hospitalized in a few days. You must drink as you have brewed. Wait for 7 minutes to brew. He brewed a batch of beer. He smacked his lips in anticipation of the delicious meal. He dodged the rock that I threw at him. Lawmakers have got to stop dodging their responsibility. The homeless bum slept in a cardboard box. The cow sickened and died. I feel quite sickened. Her dream was to do the waltz with her father at the graduation dance. A crash test dummy was used to check the new seatbelt. You're not dummying up on me, my friend. The mesh of the screen was small enough to keep out insect. They packed up the trailer for the camping trip to the Rockies. The fish gulped for air as it lay on the bottom of the boat. The disc jockey raved about the band's latest album. Keep them in a place inaccessible to children. High-altitude forests are so inaccessible. The bad weather made the town inaccessible. He sent me an encouraging letter. Your necktie's crooked. His teeth are crooked. He hates anything crooked. The dog that trots about finds a bone. The car's lightweight body gives it better gas mileage. Her brother is a heavyweight boxer. My car's bumper is getting rusty. Even if done as a joke, obscene phone calls are illegal. I find it really obscene that such great artworks are eluded in a commercial context. The mockery in his voice was insulting. She clasped a single red rose in her left hand. They are refusing to honor a 2020 peace agreement and disarm. The policeman disarmed the criminal. Thrift is a great revenue. Please tell me your estimation. The uneven road caused several accidents. The priest said he knew his calling when he was a child. She took out the mop to clean the floor. The deeply religious man had a sense of communion with God. Whenever she kissed her lover, she felt true ecstasy. You may have free refills on coffee. Please ask your server for your refill. Would you like me to refill your coffee cup? I heard the sarcastic tone in his voice. I'm playing piano at next week's recital. Defined terms in these recitals shall have the same meaning as in Clause 1 definitions. The knights went on a long crusade. He could find himself in trouble if he continues his crusade. My inability to sleep at night is frustrating. She had a collection of snapshots from her school days. Since it was their first project, they named it Alpha. The actress gave a dynamite performance. The emotion he felt was not love but lust. The delta floods each spring when the snow in the mountains melts. The charcoal burned for 3 hours. He wrote most of the lyrics for the album. The bow warped in the damp room. This dish is a Moroccan delicacy. He grew right to feed cattle. Are you trying to blackmail me? He felt a longing for his old girlfriend. A longing for fame prompted her to move to Los Angeles. He wrote critical notes for various periodicals during the 80s. He was surprised when the prostitute turned out to be a cop. He generalized instead of providing a detailed analysis. I interchanged parts from the two machines. His unsafe driving practices led to his license being suspended. The court ruled the evidence was unsafe. His most notable eccentricity is that he sleeps while standing up. The hysterical patient had to be restrained. It's too hysterical. There was an unfavorable reaction to the new uniforms. The chairman kept a detached attitude throughout the deliberation. He agonized over his decision. My specialty is cooking French food. The mayor wanted to tear down the slums to put up new housing. Don't throw your candy wrapper on the ground. Observance of environmental regulations is crucial. The tiny bird has a piercing chirp. The feel of the silk blouse was nothing short of sensuous. That area is known for its scenic landscape. The professor was given an honorary position. He didn't like to be the bearer of bad news. Some people give fanciful names to their children. The pirate thrust a dagger into the heart of the ship captain. The grader smoothed out the road. The guards went out on their nightly patrol. Streets in Tokyo can seem just like a maze. Jane bears an incredible likeness to the Queen. The heat in the desert was merciless. Only 2 U.S. presidents have undergone impeachment. The politician was arrested for bribery. The disinterested employee drew pictures during the meeting. Just be sure to avoid overdoing it. I expressed my disillusion with the company by quitting. I feel a deep sorrow and bewilderment about reports which are not true. My client asked me to submit an invoice for the work I'd done. The inseparable sisters went everywhere together. The boss yelled at me to reconsider. I've brought you some presents to try and uplift your spirit. I will not dignify your remark by responding to them. It is advisable to book in advance. The spotlight is on the new economic plan. The lawyers carefully read through the transcript of the trial. One should recreate as much as possible during one's free time. The supervisor pointed out several of Helen's inadequacies. His rude behavior is totally incomprehensible. She was in raptures about her new boyfriend. Caltech is one of the best colleges for that area of study. The lawyer crossed the broad expanse of the desert by camel. Many lawyers are full of idealism when they are young. Young people tend to believe in their own immortality. Once the groundwork is done, work will start on the building. The teacher was appreciative of his effort. He questioned the divinity of his God for allowing such a disaster. The view from the top of the mountain is majestic. The train headed northward towards snow country. Advertisers use sophisticated imagery to sell products. Black is the color of mourning in many countries. He emphatically denied that he had accepted a bribe. The annoyed mother scolded her children. My wife is a gourmet cook. Mary rolled out the dough into a circle. The general would only accept an unconditional surrender. We have to look at every potentiality to try and increase sales. She's always moody near the anniversary of her mother's death. My wedding was the most unforgettable experience of my life. He redefined the meaning of excellent company. Many people were victimized by the scam. His eloquence convinced everyone of the soundness of his plan. These unending problems are making me discouraged. The basketball game was played in the school gymnasium. The worker used a screwdriver to remove the light fixture. The internet is responsible for the threat of pornography. There were over 50 pavilions at the exhibition. Please don't be resentful that I got the job and you didn't. The skater expressed his displeasure with the judges' scores. One thing led to another in smooth progression. The jazz trio consisted of piano, bass and drums. The minister asked for a reformation of the school curriculum. The artisan crafted a beautiful leather purse. The prickly negotiations were tense all day long. The doctors hospitalized the sick boy. He was so dirty that he was hardly recognizable. The rarity of gems is what made them so valuable. I lost all my valuable possessions in a burglary. Canal rivers and streams are all kinds of waterways. That company is at the forefront of the new technology. The narrator of this story is an unseen old man. In desperation, the starving man begged for food. He is an analytical person and does not make rash judgments. The vegetarian in a fur coat is a paradoxical sight. Socrates was calm and happy on his deathbed. He purposely didn't tell her about the surprise party. An aircraft carrier is the largest kind of warship. I added an explanatory note at the end of my paper. There were many chickens in the farmyard. The wall of the building was covered with ivy. He was a weaver of mats and carpet. He's a hard-working employee. I wrote biographical sketches of each character in the story. His drug use took its toll on his sanity. We walked along the shoreline. The road was curved. That last race sapped all my strength. The axe only made a slight nick on the solid wood. Any reduction beyond this would make any business transaction pointless. The egg plummeted from the tree and smashed on the ground. The demand for temporary workers has plummeted. The band disconnected all the microphones when the concert ended. The street was full of puddles after the heavy rain. Most runaway slaves in America were returned to their masters. He placed a yoke around the ox's neck and started plowing. He's a rascal of a holy terror. Our little rascal gives us a lot of trouble. The turf on that tennis court is turning brown. That clown can juggle 7 balls at the same time. There's nothing affected about him. He is a compulsive experimenter. He left the drawing of his late wife undone. I am undone. Paul snuck Jane after he saw her talk to Bill at the dance. Bill's face turned crimson when he called his date the wrong name. The factory walls were blackened by smoke. The reputation was blackened in a scandal. Tom Jones hit a home run in the 3rd inning. It looks like summer vegetables will have a good innings this year. His illegitimate daughter received all his money when he died. I haven't unpacked yet. They unpacked their bags when they got to the hotel. Ice cream cones taper towards the bottom. He tried to pry open the bottle with his teeth. A very drunk man zigzagged his way down the road. The din of dense drums could be heard throughout the building. The book was transcribed from a radio show. Steve got a splinter in his finger when he picked up some wood. The use of nuclear weapons could cause a global holocaust. Not since the Holocaust have we witnessed aggression targeted so directly at a civilian population. Some people wanted to impeach the president for his mistakes. Her old bike as she rode along the street. The village was encircled by dune. Very few trains were operative after the earthquake. The monks chanted for an hour before having breakfast. A gust of wind blew Tim's expensive hat into the river. There were many shoppers here at Christmas. I crave for some chocolate ice cream right now. By winning the tournament, Elb found redemption. She acted like a child only in jest. Look at me fairly in the eye and tell me the truth. Shirley was ecstatic when she won $10 million. The ecstatic fan screamed when their team scored a goal. Bill could not find the flea that was biting his leg. He is a flea who enjoys saying the dumbest things imaginable. If they irrigate the desert they can start growing right. Greg recaptured all the animals that escaped from the zoo. You could see her silhouette in that window. The restaurant closed because of inefficiency in the kitchen. I have no excuse for our inefficiencies. Constant discord destroyed the couple's marriage. Harry was quiet when he became speculative about his future. His elaboration of the plan put my mind at ease. Walt was unsettled by the horror movie I rented. Chef Bernard sifted the flour to make his special cake. Repentance comes too late. Being in a bad car accident is a horrid experience. I was horrid to her. The packed luggage was too heavy for my sister to carry. Luke reads the scriptures to his children every morning. We sang carols at Christmas. The Judiciary Committee reviewed his lawsuit carefully. Harry touched the paint with his fingertip to see if it was dry. Bob always takes notes when he goes to tutorial. Because of the melting snow, the little stream became a torrent. His grandmother sat in her rocker all day long. Everyone on the plane had to wear a seatbelt during takeoff. The painting is suggestive of a nice spring day. He is an investor of some repute. Tim listened to a thrush singing in the tree above him. They cracked the pane of glass with a baseball. The illiteracy rate in this country is very low. Napoleon won battles by making fast frontal attack. Quartz is used for making glass jewelry and watches. It enraged the parents when the school's music program was cut. Her tyrannical boss was always shouting at her. There was an inconsistency in her alibi. After 20 years the spontaneity had gone out of their marriage. It may sound conceited of me to say so, but the monster in that movie was very grotesque. It's inconceivable he did such a thing. We try to maximize our profits by cutting expenses. Take a message if the person is unavailable on the phone. The admittance of people under 19 is prohibited. Mr. Fink could not sleep when his son wailed all night. They electrified the village. Harry retraced his steps to look for his watch he lost. Her parents refused to accept her new girlfriend and her lesbian idea. Peter the Great tried his best to modernize Russia. Her face was disfigured in a car accident. She told her husband not to publicize their private lives. A crowd gathered at the dock to wish the emigrants a safe journey. The students built a bonfire the night before the big football game. Rena likes to pester her teacher with silly questions. Fred did 5 years of voice training before becoming a broadcaster. When Harry's cat died, he got consolation from his boss. Christmas is actually a combination of Christian and pagan traditions. The lawyer gave Judge Brown some circumstantial evidence. Everyone fell asleep when Father John talked about church dogma. Ken has no subtlety when talking to women. Karen told Gary not to peek as she changed her dress. On hazy summer days it is impossible to see Mount Fuji. The hostage was the victim of bondage and torture. She played lute in the first sonata of the concert. He recited a famous monologue from Shakespeare. She was so meek that she was afraid to say hello. Gun control is a highly debatable subject in America. The predominant color in this season is pink. The police had undeniable proof that Jeff was the murderer. Japanese prefer polished rice to brown rice. She thinks all puppies are adorable. Occidental religions are quite different than Oriental ones. The townspeople got lost as soon as they went into the woods. Otto told the story with animated gestures. A transitional government will control the country for a while. The boat stopped when its propeller fell off. The Middle Ages were well known for their barbarism. We are expecting to see the sequel of the movie. She felt a pang of loneliness as he stepped onto the train. The daffodil blooms in early spring. He showed temperance in disciplining his children. Green tea is a mild stimulant. The gentry were forced to give up their land. Heart-shaped chocolate is popular on Valentine's Day. They relied on Pete for their warmth. Brent went to buy popcorn during the intermission. They abbreviate New York to NY in the States. Last summer the Watanabes took a steamboat cruise up the Mississippi. We ate pickled herring for dinner made by her grandmother. Mrs. Lane is very assertive when she talks about moral. A vegetarian who wears leather is a hypocrite. Her mother told her to be careful when crossing the boulevard. George is such a snob that he refuses to eat at cheap restaurants. The new employees gave affirmations of loyalty to the president. Shirley rearranges her furniture every spring. I bought a modem so I could surf the internet. The car was recalled because of an imperfection in the engine. The phonetic reading of this word looks different from spelling. The chief of the village was wearing a spectacular headdress. Being a good journalist is dangerous during a dictatorship. A UFO is an abbreviation of unidentified flying object. Do you think this waistcoat matches this jacket? We want to prevent a future recurrence of a disease. Marijuana is one of the leading cash crops in the U.S. now. Her stepfather has 3 children from his first marriage. Lou needed glasses to see the intricacy of the painting. Nijinsky was one of the most gifted ballet dancers in Russia. Mr. Gordon shuns women who talk loudly. Although he is an honest man, he is a poor communicator. Akiko bowed respectfully to her uncle. The spokesperson for the company said no interviews today. Objectivity is important in scientific experiments. The contestant with the big nose won the speech contest. John was the aggressor in the fight, always attacking. Charles finished his apprenticeship in 3 years. Ernie pointed his forefinger at the rare bird. Drugs gave the hippie movement a bad name. The soldiers alternately watched for approaching troops. His indecent remarks offended everyone. The teacher told her students to draw a rectangle. Silicon is a material used in making computer chips. Individualism is an important trait in Western culture. All the roads were closed due to a blizzard. Bob's new wife will be his son's stepmother. The past participle of go is gone. Denmark is in the northwestern part of Europe. Their village was established upon utopian ideas. Indo is in the northeastern region of Japan. The automotive industry started before Henry Ford. The repressive government shot its own people. The teacher doesn't tolerate disobedient students. Mac tasted the variously assorted cheeses. Most mothers find their children lovable. The assassin disappeared into the crowd. The ice on the skating rink was smooth. He is a card player of some renown. Thou art not my brother. I dug up some beats for the soup. Homosexuality is not a disease but a way of life. The young girl fretted over not being picked for the school play. Merchants are counting on them to keep sales churning. You churn milk to make butter. It took him a while to rebound from his divorce. Wall Street rebounded. Each baby was put to sleep in a separate crib. The big party for the new employees turned out to be a big flop. I'm all a tingle. The cold air made her back tingle with cold. The newspaper receives a few crank phone calls every week. I picked up the tab last time. I want a tab for everyone. There was a sudden jolt of energy as lightning struck the car. Planes swarmed out of sky to jolt a small town. What is the vintage of this wine? It took many chisels to make the statue of David. I think the 1 mile mark is chiseled on there. The salesman chiseled the money away from her college students. Many Japanese and foreign countries wooed for votes. It is essential to woo his approval. He tried to woo her to go to the party with him but she refused. Stirred about him constantly to avoid torching. The trees in the forest were scorched but not killed by the fire. The monks burned incense in the temple during prayer. It incenses me when he talks to you like that. Stop hogging the popcorn. I walked into the fray without hesitation. Tempers are fraying. The wick tires started to bulge from too much air pressure. TV personalities hyped the new product. The build-up of the army in that country made the area unstable. The pilot was able to eject before the plane crashed. The player was ejected from the game for bad language. That book is a sham and should not be treated seriously. The farm allotments were enough to grow 4 hectares of grain. The end-of-year bash will be at the large hotel on Saturday night. Everyone gaped when they announced the store was closing. We notched the tree as a marker. We spent an hour buffing the car. The man had to take a piss and so he went to the bathroom. The dog pissed on my leg. The trucks formed a long convoy along the highway. No country has ever had total dominion over China. Sally bought a floppy sonnet to wear in summer. Hamburger meat is made from minced beef. A raven ate the cheese on the picnic table. The man stoked the wood in the fireplace to create more heat. It was late so he had to bustle to get to work on time. I don't want to brag but I hate to brag but a bad wife is the shipwreck of her husband. The burglars hauled away the loot in a truck. 6 months before I got arrested I planned to bring my loot to you. Sear the meat before putting it in the oven. I closed my eyes and tried to sear the picture into my memory. He used offensive paper with gloss to print his work. The writer was a visionary who saw world peace in the future. The spout of the teapot cracked when I dropped it. She didn't like the frill of the dress. The expensive teacups looked dainty on the lace tablecloth. The boy winced in pain when the doctor removed the linter. The man bellowed at the waitress for more beer. Be sure to make a backup copy of your computer data. The mosquito alighted on his arm. June washes and braids her hair every morning. She got paid during maternity leave. There are many troubles to surmount in life. The human digestive tract is twice as long as dogs. The road is trafficky. Peter broke a tooth while driving along a bumpy road. That's unthinkable to me. Mandy expressly told her children to wait 5 minutes. The fox was too fat to ferret the rabbit out of the small hole. Hercules was a man of invincible strength. Her determination for receiving the gold medal was invincible. Karen was too shy to explain her innermost feeling. The car swerved around the child who ran into the street. The man trespassed when he walked on the government lawn. She savored the taste of the ice cream as she ate it. The hotel offered complimentary coupons for breakfast. The school group went on a trek into the mountains. The speaker rambled on and on about nothing. The antagonist broke a bottle and started shouting. The termination of a big contract left Jason with no work. The old couple enjoyed playing bingo every Saturday night. Bruce fishes from the wharf every weekend. Summer clothes are often pastel-colored. Wondering what our purpose is in life is an existential concern. Her father grew up on a homestead in Western Canada. The nominee for the award awaited the result. Wayne's glasses have a purple tint to them. A swarm of water nymphs flew across the pond. He was a gallant soldier and distinguished politician. Gold miners used donkeys for the conveyance of goods. I won some money playing poker. The focal point of the meeting was how to increase profit. Politicians often overstate a point to stress its importance. The deal was transacted over drinks in a restaurant. The film was a parody of a very serious political issue. Dr. Smith read his treatise on the rise of communism in Europe. There aren't many nomadic tribes left in Saudi Arabia. You will have to restart the job. Mike's recitation of his poems was met with great applause. This has been a hideous day. The custodian at the public library locks the doors every night. Most small companies have liquidity problems. With a bat in the ball stays aloft longer. The man's head throbbed with pain after the accident. The man fell into a trance and walked over the fire. The man was filled with delight because of his fear of the dark. The pub served warm ale and the meal for a reasonable price. Most golfers covet a hole-in-one. He turned on the projector to show the slides of his vacation. The stingy boy never shared toys or food with his friends. In college he belonged to a popular fraternity on campus. The extraction of oil from Arabia will end someday. Once Ron decided to do something, he was immovable. He drove with the roof down in his convertible. She came from a disadvantaged family but did well in school. Nathan gave his mother a pendant for her birthday. The student activist led an uprising to protest high tuition fees. It's not as glamorous as people think. The child scrawled his name on the picture she drew. The flight attendant had a genial personality everyone liked. The venerable monk gave a sermon at the temple every Sunday. You're very defiant. Writing 80 pages a day was a facile task for Tom. The walls were full of soot after they burned coal in the house. The light shimmered in the bay at night. Her complexion was poor because she drank too much. A small antagonism destroyed their lifelong friendship. They used tree resin to glue things together. Father John bangs a pulpit every Sunday morning. Oat bran is a good source of dietary fiber. The Boeing 747 is called a jumbo jet. The unauthorized biography of the president was criticized. Most major cities are overcrowded. She used a midwife to help in the birth of her son. Hitler made an abortive attempt to seize Great Britain. He recycled manure to make ammonia. Most blue jeans are made from denim fabric. He suffered from indigestion after eating a steak. Eating a rice ball gives you energy and pep. He wiped the perspiration off his face. After the war, an extended peacetime lasted 70 years. The firing of their guns surprised nearby animals. Herbal teas have become quite popular. The wall was painted a light beige. The spiritual teacher was an enigmatic person. Jack became the scapegoat for the failed plan. The actor was besieged by reporters at the theater. The bank needed a sponsor's reassurance to give the man a loan. The boxes were arranged in a symmetrical pattern. The mouse scurried along the side of the house. Tim wore a reversible vest to the show. Try to preoccupy your mind with worthwhile things. There is an incomparable difference between water and wine. The orthodoxy of their interpretation of miracles was denied by the Vatican. He severed the rope in order to release the horse. The remittance from his parents was less than he had expected. The repairman replaced the transistor in the broken radio. His first book was too short to have a bibliography. The stock market showed its instability when stocks fell again. The new toys created a mania amongst teenage girls. Minority groups are strongly against centralization in that country. The company decided to diversify its investment. The coffee aroma filled the room, making everyone want a cup. The generality of shareholders disliked the new president. He had many children to take care of, but they were manageable. The big SALE sign was an inducement for Susan to shop there. The king dropped his crown during the coronation ceremony. The legality of the issue is being discussed by our lawyers. Jane's supposition that her guests wanted dessert was right. Hollywood is a good place for people who love glamour. Being polite in public is an unspoken rule of social etiquette. The lawyer could not establish his client's alibi in the trial. Gandhi got some of his pacifist ideas from Leo Tolstoy. The knowledge we have about the ancient culture is fragmentary. The famous guitarist's presence was sorely missed. The terrorist truck was full of armaments for an attack. The man's insurer worked hard to help his client. The movie of the 1950s was full of nostalgia for old times. I heard that people never come back from that haunted house. The toddler cried when a dog stole his cookie. Lee's business failed because he was known for his dishonesty. She had a retiring personality and rarely spoke in public. The boxer was a strong contender for the championship. The bladder is located just below the intestines in the body. The Earth's gravitation is stronger than that of the Moon. Divisional lines between states are often along rivers. It would be fruitless to try growing bananas in Greenland. The Titanic sank because of a collision with an iceberg. The math teacher drew geometric shapes to explain a problem. Mediation will be required to resolve their differences. The speech was filled with cliché. The native people of Canada use sandstone for sculptures. The political parties formed a bloc to overturn the new law. The men and women gathered at the mosque each day to pray. She told Ben the secrets since he was known for confidentiality. The courtroom was filled on the day of the killer's trial. His temper was uncontrolled and dangerous. The family got into their sedan and drove to the country. Australia was once a British penal colony. Hinduism believes that after death one has a rebirth. The painting liked the aesthetics to be a great work of art. Margarine is better than butter because it is lower in fat. The world is suffering because of human overpopulation. Wealthy landowners organized a militia. The infantry moved forward when the bombing stopped. Surgeons require a high level of dexterity. The man had a long-standing account at the bank. That young duckling loves to swim underwater. Survival is a primal instinct of all animal. Janet caught a bacterial infection that wasn't serious. A new type of influenza appears every winter. Harry never wears matching socks to work. The meeting was underway when Mark arrived. The service at that store is lamentable. The beer was made by a master brewer. Israelis and Arabs enjoy a peaceful coexistence. A hot bath and a massage are pleasurable. He talked about the relational differences and the unicorn is a mythical creature. Only men have a penis. America is a multicultural society. The engine sputtered before the plane fell earthward. The device needs a clamp to hold it in place. We like to gouge out holes in our wall to see through them. A man nearly gouged the eye of a taxi driver during an attempted robbery. This word should be capitalized. The pig grunted in satisfaction as it rolled in the mud. She draped the shawl around her shoulders and left. The old woman spurned my offer of help. The knight put on his iron gauntlet after donning his helmet. As the winter comes along, Jennifer got her winter clothes out at George and laundered them. Criminals often launder money through legitimate firms. He was a wizard at all kinds of software programming. Before you start the wizard, click the help button. My apologies for the hassle. My boss always hassled me, so I quit. I mulled over the decision for several days. He mulls returning to Metropolis. With a scream until it thickens. The wood crackled when I put it on the fire. The maverick businessman became a success. Every law has a loophole. Wolves stripped the carcass of the deer. I dragged my exhausted carcass all the way home and collapsed in my room. The soldier was given a citation for bravery. He received a citation because he didn't have a license for his pet. I got a parking citation. This scandal tarnished the mayor's image. The bright sun made everyone win during the tennis match. We beguiled the time by telling stories in the past. She beguiled me with her smile. They made incendiary devices out of whatever was at hand. Few figures are as incendiary as Bob. She couldn't find anything in the clutter of the garage. The boy was attracted to the sleek new car. Sick horses were culled from the herd. When I was a child I thought my room was inhabited by spook. I felt downright stupid after tripping on my shoelace. The kitten unraveled the ball of wool. Convergence of our views is inevitable. The king was deposed in the coup. I bought the shoe and dress ensemble from my sister's wedding. The class is a good ensemble of talented students. Looking for a fight, he goaded the old man until he hit him. The new eco car is a benchmark in fuel efficiency. The benchmark of any console's performance is graphic. They groped for a solution to the problem. The cold air of winter is still entrenched to the north. She fawns over her children. The pirates plundered and then scuttled the ship. I coffered away small sums of money. Don't tamper with that door or an alarm will go off. The cameraman shot 15 minutes of footage. They rechecked the footage from the accident. The spy refused to give the names of his confederate. Removed the hulls from the rice by milling it. He perked up at the mention of his name. There's been something gnawing at me that I'd like to tell you. The tally for the meal and drinks was $200. Sectarian differences affected the unity of the group. Please don't associate with tribes like her. Younger people have fast reflexes. The prison warden talked to each prisoner weekly. The team clung to a tenuous lead. There were less than 1,000 homicides in New York last year. He's so reactionary that he hates all kinds of technology. The president made an overture of peace to the enemy. Kids are bombarded by commercial messages. Rain drenched the campers for 2 days. She has a knack for playing the piano. The writ of habeas corpus says that prisoners must be given a hearing soon or be released. The bane of the diabetic is the need to inject insulin throughout the day. The peace negotiations reached a stalemate. Yen bills come in 1, 2, 5 and 10,000 denominations. I was mortified when I heard the dreadful news. Synthesizer music often sounds ethereal. Joe depended on the old stalwarts to help him in the election. Is the suspect's motive a grudge? The car lurched once then died. A car hurtled down the road. His bow hurtled an arrow into his enemy's chest. Dad is the pivot of our family around whom everyone moves. Their propellers can pivot. Mafias started another pernicious business in Chicago. Dictionaries are usually based on a corpus of written language. Some groups said that an apocalypse would occur in the year 2000. The fat boy was embarrassed by the taunts of his classmate. River blindness is a disease that is a scourge of the river. His information is so useless it's nothing more than crap. He offered a flimsy excuse for being late. Shark soup is delicious. Stealth will be necessary to carry out your duties. He clouted the robber on his head. Blood is from the cut. Without a signature, this contract is null and void. Patronize local merchants. Organizations involved in philanthropy get tax credit. The Historical Society seeks to resurrect old custom. That area is an enclave of immigrants. Many people believe that pro wrestling is nothing more than a farce. When the leader told them to jump, the zealots all jumped off the bridge. That Southerner considers his family to be a bastion of tradition. That is uncanny but absolutely true. He has an uncanny ability to choose stocks that will rise. Abetted by inflation, the company needed to raise the prices for their products. Portland has many stately public and private rose gardens. The doctor asked me to exhale slowly. He takes a puff of his cigarette and exhales the smoke. Trading resumed after a 4-day hiatus. They took a brief respite from their duties to have a coffee. We'll use a local anesthetic. His sweeping victory left his opponent feeling shocked. Many illegal aliens were deported from the country. She ran a business using many aliases. The two nations signed a truce to stop the war. The hare raced into its burrow after being chased by the dog. The vernacular press publishes rather unsophisticated stories. He really enjoyed the locker room banter after a round of golf. They found solace there in the backcountry. We will rendezvous at the hotel at 4 o'clock. They flaunt their money. The medical team provided the poo with measles inoculations. Rowdy participants are booted out of the event. Oil from the machinery was seeping into the creek. She tried to control a recalcitrant son by grounding him. I gave an impromptu speech at the dinner. The grand portal of the temple drew people into the building. There was the risk of a meltdown at the nuclear facility. I wrote the day I met her. She buttressed her argument with several charts. He was ranting and raving about his tax increase. The feud between the brothers was more than sibling rivalry. Although some thought he was gay, he was really a heterosexual. One criticism of Shader is that he used too many puns. He got a new credit card and went on a shopping spree. The actress will play the part of the whore in the next movie. The boat was adrift on the lake. The refugees were set adrift on a small raft. There is a glut of how-to book on the market. A deep chasm exists between the two political parties. He is the first Nobel laureate from our country. Don't gloat over your good fortune. The Texas millionaire raider plans to buy out that company. He was fired for his brazen comments to the boss. They honed their negotiating skills in the class. The drill struck bedrock a meter below the surface. I have nasal congestion because of a cold. There has been a spate of robberies in this area recently. She has a brash way of talking. The incident damaged her psyche. He has a sizable private income from his father's estate. It was embarrassing the way my parents bragged about me at the party. War is the result of implacable hatred. Most law books are huge tomes that take a long time to read. There was a backlash against the TV station after the bad show. Her high fever caused mild hallucinations. He was a fledgling reporter who showed great promise. The passenger's fear was palpable as the hijacker made threat. The bear brandished monster fangs. She went into a deep depression after her second miscarriage. Some letters from soldiers are particularly poignant. That's an infringement of my right. His profane behavior offended his classmate. Were you caught in cutback? This statement was made to malign the company's good image. The crime was allegedly perpetrated by two teenage boys. The ovation ended after 3 minutes. The doctor had to perform a biopsy to check for malignancy. The spearhead of the group was made up of local residents. My university is affiliated with a school in the state. The sheriff handcuffed the prisoner to him as they left the jail. I'm interested in hearing more lurid details about the scandal. I was reluctant to intervene in the domestic squabble. He languished in prison. The homeless man made a makeshift shelter out of cardboard. They likened his athletic skill to that of his Olympic star father. The patient wasn't moribund. Last month I had an omen. Heaven's vengeance is slow but sure. The junta ordered a curfew until they chose the new president. His exercise regimen consisted of push-ups, sit-ups and jogging. He crumpled the piece of paper. Remorse brought him low. Political extremists called for the overthrow of the government. I complained about the shoddy workmanship. Famous people sometimes use a pseudonym when traveling. Dogs like nothing better than to bask in the sun. The former rule will be reinstated next spring. Magnolias produce showy flowers in early spring. The mountains form a stunning backdrop to the city. Political pundit discussed the future of the government. He burnished the sculpture by polishing it with sandpaper. The party turned boisterous around midnight. I will never recoup my losses from that investment. The rupture of a blood vessel was the cause of his death. They proffered an explanation of the situation. They're losing money so fast they'll be insolvent in a week. His pain turned out to be caused by renal calculus. The scene was so evocative of my youth that it made me cry. The pharmaceutical company released a new drug for AIDS. The envoy was given regal treatment when he visited the king. We were surprised by his audacious remarks. The evangelical preacher gave a sermon. His parochial attitude stemmed from his small-town upbringing. The unruly soccer fans threw things onto the playing surface. He had a coronary attack and had to be rushed to hospital. I was awoken by the screech of tires. That was more like a brawl than a boxing match. The cadet was given orders to fire on the enemy. We are involved in a buyout of our competitor. Shakir is sometimes called the Bard of Avon. He was challenged to a duel. She had to give herself shots after becoming a diabetic. His cohort in the crime was captured. He waited in jail for his deportation. The ferocity of the wolf was too much for the hunter. The Sierra had cliffs that dominated the skyline. The aspen grove turns a brilliant yellow in fall. The rheumatic patient is undergoing infrared therapy. With time on their hands they took a leisurely stroll. I flushed the rabbits out of the warren. She was apprehensive to try skydiving. The old house is infested with rodents. I couldn't get the tenor of his speech. His defection was an embarrassment to the government. He blurted out the secret. The artist painted a huge mural of a whale on the building. It took 6 weeks to complete the grueling journey. He spit with a drawl. I sank a long putt. I can't stand horror movies because they're so gruesome. If you have any misgivings, tell me now. The president should forestall a possible riot by deploying a garrison. The psychiatrist gave the patient drugs for his schizophrenia. Department stores have a wide assortment of merchandise. The president relies on vigilant Secret Service agents for safety. Jane's head size was disproportionate to the size of her body. At the hilltop, the climber had the daunting task of climbing back down. The man retaliated by swearing when the dog bit him on the leg. He wrote an opus for strings and horns. The pirates were pleased by the bounty of gold they found. The salesman's hyperbole was so extreme it was laughable. 2 soldiers went on a reconnaissance mission to scout the enemy. Uncle Joe's strange mannerisms annoyed the other relatives. He disparaged me with his insulting remarks. A preposterous amount of money was spent on the building. MED is the acronym for Mothers Against Drunk Driving. I refused to capitulate under any circumstances. The coach exhorted his players to do better. Rescue workers rushed to the earthquake-stricken city. The protester had the audacity to swear at the Prime Minister. He has outstripped his father in both height and weight. The student was subverted by his classmate. He was chastened by his 30 days in detention. Tumultuous changes have taken place in Russia. He narrated the story of his stormy life to the audience. The lawyer's tenacious defense of his client won the case. They threw the buoyant life preserver to the man. He was a connoisseur of fine wines and cheeses. In the end I was vindicated. The police all the right by using tear gas. Irritable to bring children up in that social milieu. The book was a compilation of the events of World War II. Because he was under anesthesia he didn't feel a thing. She complained about the vandalism of public buildings. The man was on trial for treason for selling military secrets. Many theological debates center around the role of faith. All firearms must be registered with the police. The flower's petal fell to the ground when it got cool in autumn. She suffered from bad arthritis in all of her joints. There were over 50 nuns who lived in the convent full time. I chided him for his foolishness. She was a precocious child who could play Mozart at age 5. The team exulted in its victory. The sanctity of an oath is recognized by all. His music is at the vanguard of modern jazz. The army battalion was made up of the best fighting men. Currency devaluation is a boon to export. I was moved to tears when I read the epitaph. Senior citizen is a euphemism for elderly person. The Empire State Building is the most quintessential skyscraper. The retina is connected to the brain via the optic nerve. The ancient tribe worshipped a deity that looked like a bird. The youth gave glib answers to the judge's questions. The agreement was tacit but still honored by both partners. He has a penchant for buying stocks just before they rise. The upshot of our fight was that she threatened to leave. The ethos of the organization is to help the less fortunate. His photograph portrayed him with an unusual smiling demeanor. The army increased its procurement of guns to prepare for war. There was a sumptuous banquet at the wedding reception. Being an introspective man he rarely spoke unless spoken to. I'm in a conundrum about which party to go to. The disgruntled employee plotted revenge against his boss. An oracle predicted the end of the world. There's a performance of a concerto this Sunday. We got lost in a labyrinth of corridors. The intrepid explorers pushed farther into the jungle. I had the discretionary power to sign company check. The marriage was annulled. He committed perjury by denying he knew the accused. He bore a striking resemblance to his putative father. I should warn you he's a little canny. The horse and the lush green pasture created an idyllic scene. At the October festival, beer is served in giant steins. He has an insatiable thirst for knowledge. The only retribution I seek is a public apology. The Pope was against any form of contraception. The famous singer continues to sing to the hapless workers. A hammer and sickle was the symbol of the Soviet Union. The reception at our expression was hardly welcoming. The doctor examined the fetus for the pregnant woman. After they dug through the surface, they encountered sludge. The weather can be whimsical at this time of year. The protesters gathered in the plaza. I had a goldsmith make the spring. A feeling of malaise crept over the office. She's a contemplative person. The painting was sold to the highest bidder. Grandiose signs were drawn up for the new city. His student's derision was humiliating. The restaurant caters to a specific clientele. He belongs to a fraternal organization. He contracted hepatitis through tainted blood. I'm old enough to have election eligibility. Cardiovascular exercise is fundamental to good health. It was not courage but bravado. A balanced diet will usually cure anemia. The colt was unwilling to be bridled. I built a box out of plywood. The economy is in a period of stagnation. The indelible ink wouldn't wash out. A dentist must have a deft touch. The wall was covered with obscene graffiti. The city hall was ablaze with light. I loathed dishonesty. The war was a harrowing experience. He has intestinal problem. The hunter shot a doe. He shot the duck on the slough. The rain pelted down so hard that I could hardly see the road ahead. I pelted down the street after her. The children pelted me with snowballs. The children pelted stones at me. A pall of gloom hung over the family after the suicide. My life was palled with sudden cloud which hung low. The monotony of married life began to pall on me. I was getting palled with familiar landscape. Let's put a coat of whitewash on the garage. The team whitewashed the tigers. Anyone with such wanton disregard for rules must be punished. My induction into the army was a surprise to my parents. Alcohol leads to a rapid induction of sleep. I discovered my son lying prostrate on the floor. With deep respect I prostrated myself before her. The hurricane entirely prostrated the forehead. The vile cold prostrated me for more than a fortnight. Small companies often have to amalgamate to survive. We formed a new company to amalgamate our smaller subsidiaries. The monk lived a chaste life. A goat is the traditional wedding present given to Ugandan women who remain chaste until their wedding night. She has lived a chaste life from that time on. The bulldozer cleaved a path through the woods. The sailor climbed into his bunk and went to sleep. My story may be bunk but it un. The religious man had a special cant used only for high services. A diplomat must appear sedate whatever the circumstances. The bank foreclosed on his loan. A creditor has the option of foreclosing on collateral. If a customer defaults, the seller forecloses the collateral. The hemorrhage of capital must be stopped. The company is hemorrhaging $2 million in cash per day in the wake of the lawsuit. I scrabbled about in the dark looking for the alarm clock. A menial job is not worth our time. The antecedent point rather than the next one convinced him. He was under arrest because he molested the young girl. The incursion by the enemy was halted a mile inside the border. With the incursion of many probes into the forest, several species have been extinct. The incursion of new information technology forced some of the employees into early retirement. I condescended and became embroiled in a furious argument. He sometimes condescends to taking out the garbage. That is a statue of St. Michael vanquishing a demon. I somehow vanquished the fear of death. The marching soldiers shouted out in cadence. He possesses a keen sense of rhythm and cadence along with crystal clear reception of musical tones. Mother doused our dog in flea. I quickly doused the rumor I was leaving the school. Pouring oil on the fire is not the way to quench it. After hiking through the desert he had to quench his thirst. The scum on the pan was difficult to remove. Thief who steals from poor people are scum. Coastal villages bore the brunt of the typhoon. I hope a new manager would take the brunt of the job. The dead man was put into the casket to be buried. I garnished the dish with parsley. People still likened it. The team was stuck in a terrible rut. His accession to the presidency fulfills the people's wishes. I will supersede you in this matter. She embellished the Christmas tree with her handmade ornaments. She embellished the speech with a story from your childhood. It detracts from the appearance. The winds efface the native drawings on the cliff. Time effaces all the memories you have, whether it is good or bad. Adults don't like insolent children. There was collusion between the investors to control the stock market. That's just a bromide and not a real solution to our problem. The rifle recoiler at the shoulder of the inexperienced hunter. She recoiled in disgust at the sight. Talk to the exchequer of the company concerning a loan. A fissure split the foot of the critter. After school they ambled down the road to the lake. His pedantic comment on the novel was very boring. He's pedantic about what he wears. She secured her horse's tether to the post. His spurious arguments are based on misleading information. His haggard look is because of his exhausting business trip. I walked down the steps of the amphitheater to the stage. She displayed her ample cleavage by wearing a low-cut dress. fighting is not his forte. The researcher achieved a dichotomy of the cells. The company used its residual inventory to hold a bargain sale. The hedgehog defended itself by rolling into a ball. Those are lies, fabrications and untruths. The snake venom paralyzed the boy. In democracy, the locus of power is in the people. My granddad loves to sit and reminisce about his army days. He was so delirious that he didn't recognize anyone. No man is infallible. The refugees were repatriated after the war ended. The rare plants were placed into the conservatory for display. National Security Agency is looking for a bright and inquisitive individual. The harsh words of criticism made us cringe with regret. The emissary for peace was successful in establishing a truce. The patient oscillates between depression and happiness. They put up a canopy over the deck to get some shade. He has rescued the family's restaurant from the doldrum. The boxer fell to the canvas with a thud. Marinate in olive oil and basil to exude herb flavor. She is such an extrovert that she makes friends easily. Love begets love. She was assailed from all sides for her radical views. The sides of a box are perpendicular to each other. The child whimpered when he was scolded by his mother. The dead leaves were piled in the yard to form a compost heap. With a lack of decorum he addressed the queen by her first name. If we accede to the demands we will regret it. The vagabond wandered from town to town. The miners used a sieve to wash the sand in order to find gold. He plodded along in the research. The clubhouse may be raised. A harrow was used to prepare the ground for planting. We enjoyed our short tenancy in that little house we rented. Deliverance of the jury's verdict was delayed. Many of the recent movies are filled with gratuitous violence. It's hard for me to appreciate the monastic life. They met each other in a haphazard occasion at a party. The tardy student was scolded by the teacher. Laser eye surgery is excellent for removing cataracts. Between sets of the show there is a short interlude. You must obey these strictures or be thrown out of the church. We have a wonderful tour of the glacial lake. The boxer flailed at his opponent ineffectively. The jogger pulled a muscle in his groin and was unable to run. The ivy climbed up the lettuce. The concert was held under the aegis of the school. The priest believes that God is omniscient. The huge vane on the windmill caught the wind. Healer subjugated his people using charisma and force. He puts up with her caprices because he loves her. The peace negotiator asked for an immediate cessation of fighting. Abominable poverty still grips much of the world. The holy man meditated constantly about the transitory nature of life. A quorum of 4 is required to pass the amendment. He antagonized many people with a scathing campaign against the popular politician. The boss was disliked because he treated his staff in a brisk way. Some people say cats have malevolent eyes. The dejected players hung their heads after the defeat. He became an atheist several years ago. Beach coaches teach articulation and other voice skills. The sound of thunder in the middle of night made her cower behind her bed. Don't procrastinate when you have a problem. Roaches will encroach wherever there is food. The nurse was unable to pacify the patient. Guests are invited to peruse the barns. The jury was sequestered in a hotel for the length of the trial. The preponderance of one blood group varies greatly by region. When he died he bequeathed his wife everything he had. The young prince usurped the power to his older brother. Matrimony is a school in which one learns too late to throw the helve after the hatchet. She hates crows because she believes they bode evil. The rock protrudes from the mountain at a very unusual angle. The coach nettled the referee by constantly questioning him. Her glasses and tightly drawn hair revealed her prim manner. It was going to be expensive to fix up the dilapidated old house. The woman used a thimble when she sewed on her shirt button. The infected area formed an ugly lesion on his skin. That bolt corroded because of its exposure to seawater. Why do such cultured women date such uncouth guys? He has been unequivocal. The room was filled with the pungent aroma of his pipe. Onlookers see more than the players. The tree's changing colors presage the coming winter. By day she was a nondescript clerk, but at night she was a dancer. Even though he's 90 he has a real zest for life. His actions were a blemish on our company's reputation. Because of your eye patch you won't have binocular vision. Don't be daft. Their prodigal life ended in bankruptcy. He turned off the repellent TV show because it was insulting. The poppy fields of northern Burma are very famous. Her education made her aware of the egalitarian rights of all. The teenager had no scruples about shoplifting. His painting style is an offshoot of Impressionism. She was in blind terror after hearing the good news. Company A bought the main and ancillary plants of Company B. The dialectic philosopher revealed a new path to the truth. Birds twittered in the forest. Crows roost in the tree beside my house. The crowd cheered when he entered the ring. The prisoner was compliant and admitted his guilt. The cat purred as I stroked it. You must stay abreast of new developments in your field. The clairvoyant accurately predicted the disaster. Calamari is a name for squid prepared as food. In the winter they went on a sleigh that was pulled by horses. Lack of exercise is a detriment to good health. Nomads move about according to the seasons. He became a recluse after inheriting the huge fortune. These swine will be used for bacon and pork chops. Inside the ferret was a wealth of treasures. The glutton devoured a huge meal. He drew a schematic representation of the building. She combed the horse's long mane. The cavalry rode in and saved the settlers. She led an indolent life. In some countries animal dung is used as fuel. They spend time engaged in polemic. There is a moat around the castle. The college athlete was tantalized by the lucrative contract. I slapped him on the back to dislodge the piece of meat. The man loitered in the mall while waiting for his wife. His classical study underpins all of his writing. The Pope decided to consecrate two new cardinals. She accentuated her voluptuous figure by wearing tight clothes. The coroner elucidated the police on how the victim died. The preacher edified his disciples with a powerful speech. The audience was charmed by the singer's demure demeanor. Neptune was famous for having a large trident. He became famous by impersonating TV stars. The minister asked the foreign courts to extradite the killer. Save your exhortations or your team's not going to win. This bread is soggy because it's been left out in the rain. He was severely jostled as he got on the packed train. I've got various and sundry other things to do before I can go home. I won't stand for blasphemy in my church, roared the priest. You should imbue your children with good moral. Rock stars live a promiscuous life with their many female fans. He made an auspicious start by hitting a home run the first time. Hitting 70 home runs in a season is a stupendous achievement. The flora of this region is diverse thanks to the ample rainfall. He sells popcorn at baseball games on a consignment basis. He was accused of forgery for signing his wife's name on check. The topography of that area is mountainous. He saw the futility of the plan to build a new subway. His disheveled look was because he got caught in the rain. The cat had to wean her kittens off of milk onto solid food. The village is located at the confluence of 3 rivers. The workers went to the canteen to get their lunch. The circumference of this track is half a mile. As he robbed the bank, he shot furtive glances everywhere. The priest's writing was in contrast to his ecclesiastical work. Can you substantiate your claim? I rejected my son's untenable claim that work would kill him. The fauna of this area includes deer. The charlatan escaped with the fortunes of several women. His face became incandescent in the heat of the spotlight. His ponderous bulk was in contrast to his petite wife. In the fairy tale, a girl kisses a toad that then becomes a prince. The profusion of websites make finding information confusing. This custom is a vestige of an old superstition. We dissected a frog in biology class. The whole nation joined in the celebration of the Queen's Jubilee. The crowd shouted derogatory remarks at the referee. The chronology of his life is listed in the appendix. The duchy was controlled by the Duchess after the Duke died. She suffered from constipation whenever she was anxious. The climber used the tiny crevice to gain a foothold. The separatists are the leaders of the secession movement. His mother complained to him about his unkempt hair. The insipid television program put me to sleep. She has a discerning eye for antique. The government paid restitution to those wrongly imprisoned. Her languid walk was done purposely to show off her leg. The doctor had to operate on the muscles in the distal thigh. Burglars ransacked the apartment. The Queen was resplendent in her visit gown. His facetious remarks hurt me deeply. The team built an insurmountable lead in the game. The rudder on the boat broke and the boat lost control. The golfer bought offensive clubs with graphite shaft. His despotic rule was characterized by torture and murder. The helicopter's rotors started spinning. The assault on immigrants is a manifestation of xenophobia. I'm feeling somewhat diffident about my future career. He's just plain stubborn, and therein lies the problem. Exposure to antigens helps produce antibodies quickly. Every immigrant should seek assimilation into society. George Washington was an illustrious leader. We were lucky to escape unscathed from the earthquake. Delineation of the characters in this story was masterfully done. The path of the planet around the sun is an ellipse. His derisive comments only made her angrier. A hermit lives in that cabin in the woods. She's a very bashful child. The mole on the end of his nose is very obtrusive. As a conciliatory gesture, I have published an apology. Why are you so pensive today? The petulant child threw her toys around the room. The shipping magnate married a teenage girl. The persimmons turned orange as they grew ripe. He's nothing more than a functionary. Their valiant effort was unsuccessful. The coroner will determine the cause of death. Her vociferous students tired the teacher out. My boss is amenable to my plan. My father was the breadwinner in our family. He has a predisposition to break down under pressure. We had it printed so it would be legible. A type of oxide was used for pottery glaze. You couldn't see the bottom of the lake because of all the algae. I saw a dermatologist about the rash on my leg. The researchers converted sunlight into kinetic energy. His avarice got the better of him and he stole $10,000. I get squeamish when I see blood. I often feel listless in the summertime. I was bitten by a venomous snake. They had roast pheasant on the menu. This is the crux of the problem. The poet read the ode in a dramatic fashion. I did that task of my own volition. I was concerned about rabies after the dog bit my son. His gaunt face shocked us. She suffers from a severe neurosis. His intoxication was obvious. She sprayed insecticide on her roses. The drunk man spat saliva on the road. I had a fitful sleep. Nero lived a life of decadence and excess. The forest was made up of mostly fir trees. His recrimination startled his accuser. He noted the expense in the ledger. My grandma knows a lot of adages. Her bronchitis developed into pneumonia. He is abhorrent of laziness. Bats are nocturnal animal. He's a pathological liar. At present no upturn is in sight. The terrorists wreaked massive destruction without firing a single shot. I vow to wreak terrible vengeance upon my enemies. God wreaked his anger on mankind. All my priestly powers were withdrawn and I was interdicted. The government interdicted all literature it deemed subversive. We interdicted enemy routes of communication and infiltration. I'm really anal about organizing stuff on my computer. He is super anal picky. Copyright subsist in all materials on this site. The people in the area subsisted largely on sea fishing. He holds that round the square subsist but does not exist. This kind of situation makes me nauseous. Ho ho ho. I don't mean to sound presumptuous but I have no qualms at all about your suggestion. He flunked the entrance exam so he didn't go to university. I've decided to flunk a student in my class. I got an email from you that was full of garble. She was so excited she garbled everything she wanted to say. Make sure the paper is fastened without irregularities. It's a cinch. Bob is a cinch to be boss of this firm someday. I hewed off the dragon's head with an axe. I stared intently at the dying flames, my heart racing. We teetered on a seesaw. The company is teetering on the brink of being delisted from the NASDAQ. My knees were wobbly. There is a fair possibility of Bob's becoming a ranking boxer, due to no evidence of his suspect's whereabouts. The investigative unit was disbanded. They believed that I was alive and desperately searched for my whereabouts. We should take a more active and intrusive role in our child's life. Putting a saw contact lens in the eye is not very intrusive. Buyer shall return all data and information provided by seller to seller upon termination or expiration of this agreement. He built a contrivance for holding wood. The evening sun is dazzling. She has a cameo in this Spider-Man film. His life is a travesty. Elephants rampage kill 3 in Bangladesh. In animal experiments atrophy of testis was reported. Those jobs are in the lower echelon in terms of wages. Those rules are blurry. The vision in my right eye is blurry. The variable is incremented by 1. She sicked her dog on him. We tip profusely. Using state-of-the-art signal processing technology, this analyzer offers complex signal analysis. Climate change has been synchronous across the 7 countries. She duped him into marriage by pretending she was pregnant. He was demoted at work because of his laziness. The higher consumption tax could dampen recovery. Stagnant economy in Japan fomented the pessimisms over the future stock market. Wait a second. The Sri Lankan president imposed a blockade on the northern Jaffna Peninsula. His defeats in the first suits have been finalized. The basin is the land drained by river and its tributaries. It will be redeemable in increments of $20 only. David Bowen has choreographed for SMAP. He incubated his murderous thought. No need to haggle. To leave a dog home is tantamount to cruelty. He is always making snide anti-Japanese remarks. My computer went berserk. Bob's fondness for sick is well known. You stupid glob of glue. It is a renewed fighting. The dishonest salesman defrauded the seniors of their life saving. There was a perceptible change in temperature when the sun set. The UN is a collaborative body made up of many nations. He is studying the taxonomy of plants at university. The industry has begun to acquiesce to reducing the antibiotics fed to chicken. Police are looking for a flasher who accosted a young girl in a parking lot. Just backtrack along the street until you get to the subway exit on your right. Each lithograph is authenticated by our company. Your credit rating is so abysmal that you know you'll never qualify for any loan. Cheese is vilified for its load of fat and salt. She's a perceptive child who sees and understands everything. The wounds run deep and may prove irreparable. The country enacted a law permitting a limited overseas deployment of military personnel. The union and management couldn't agree on an arbitrator. All public officials are servants of the whole community and not of any group thereof. Extermination was the only way to get rid of the might. The fanatical Tamil guerrilla fighters refused to give up the struggle. He always leaves a miserly tip. His job history ran the gamut from manual laborer to executive. This hair conditioner keeps my lanky hair nice and strong. She paired her accoutrements to the essential. I hope to hear from you favorably very soon. I accept your many kind words most gratefully and warmly. Biblical level rain is needed for this drought. Appreciate clarification on the above issues. He received many medals for his mettle in battle. The economy will be visibly weakened. On deck there was pandemonium. Asia is one unified entity. This is a very perplexing math problem. His confrontational attitude made him unpopular at work. This bag is environmentally clean, non-polluting when burned, groundwater neutral and recyclable. I asked the question because the price is so amazingly low. His comment sounds blatantly untrue. He must be hiding something. I understand your frustration, but let's think about this logically. Accreditation is viewed as proof of quality and high standard in education. Additionally, I was shown some novel treatments. They look blissfully happy. Turkey will go fundamentalist. Lev laughs at locksmiths. You must first learn to straddle the horse to ride it. The city straddles the river. Excuse my French. The jury are hung. I'm jonesing for a bear. Tell me where the proceeds go. All the proceeds will go to charity, of course. English is a sound language. Japanese is a picture language. Optimism buoys Dow Jones stock market. Rome was not built in a day. John is so twisted. It's all great to me. Most people have at least one albatross of one kind or another. I find myself completely torn about what to do. Every miller draws water to his own mill. This picture was taken in the evening to accentuate the shows of ancient remains. There is nothing antique about this violin at all. I'm afraid you've been had. Drinking water should be free of impurities. She admitted she falsified records. His personal magnetism helped him become successful in business. I know this guy is a bad un. I've seen the way he treats women. You're a lifesaver. Biological rhythms are well known. Three-dimensional CAD. We went on a skiing trip to Colorado. Drinking and late rising is the nearest way to poverty. The 80th monthly meeting will be held tomorrow. Their 40th store was open last week. I was sitting in the 50th row. My mother does all the house cleaning. The melon wasn't very sweet or juicy. This pineapple is too hard to cut. He is the 70th person to join the group. The 90th issue was published yesterday. A minute is 1/60th of an hour. His chicken dish with almonds is very delicious. The baby's tummy is soft. My son can't tell a grapefruit from a grape. There are tulips of many different colors in the garden. You can buy the newspaper at that bookstore. Her new hairbrush is made of plastic. That bookshop has many good magazines. We watched the ice skating show on TV. I had a haircut yesterday. You need a good pair of boots for hiking. Mom used a mixer to make cookie dough. For my grandmother, baking is an art. The visit by the president was the biggest happening ever in this small town. We went to Yokohama in his motorboat. The boy drew a picture with crayons. The French class is for beginners only. The little girl liked to play with her toy kitty. He cleanly shaved his beard. When there are crowds, escalators can be faster than elevators. The bookseller ran a small shop on the main street. She took out her sketchbook and began to draw. He is a loving father who always puts his children first. She poured the tea into a teacup and added some sugar. The babysitter was paid $4 an hour to watch the children. The library has lots of large bookshelves. She went shopping for a raincoat. Most people work on weekdays. She was a true believer in Crite. The highest bowling score you can get is 300. He's a fast typist. It's a long lane that has no turning. Our job will be done after we put on this finishing coat. The telling evidence against the thief was found. The bodyguard jumped between the president and the man. Asking for help is nothing to be ashamed about. He escaped prison and was in hiding in the woods. I held the lifeless butterfly in my hand. Talking with a good friend has a healing effect. That electrician charges $50 an hour to fix televisions. There are still some steamers active on the Mississippi River. Please use an ashtray instead of dropping the ashes on the carpet. Her grandfather does one crossword puzzle a day to keep busy. I need a guidebook or I won't be able to find my hotel. I wore my favorite blue cardigan which was knitted by my aunt. Her dream in high school was to become a cheerleader. She liked fashion so she decided to become a hairstylist. They wrote a handbook on how to operate that machine. Dried fruit is a healthy snack. The reserve table sat empty while people were lined up. He's a little reserved. That office is an elective one and not very popular. Hand me a pointer to use during the lecture. My favorite topping is melted chocolate. The cowboy galloped away on his favorite horse. I lost my pocketbook which contained all my credit cards. I hired a dresser because I couldn't put on the kimono by myself. He put his important papers in a hidden folder. The darkly lit restaurant was very romantic. Her raspberry pie won a baking contest. We ordered fresh mangoes for dessert. I took a pullover with me because it gets cold at night. She wants to marry a sporting man. Next time we play chess I'm going to give you a real beating. When he retired he received special congratulations from the president. Congratulations on your promotion. Packing is the least enjoyable part of the trip. Earthly wisdom does not help you when you are dead. The maid changed my sheet and pillowcase. She worked at home as a dressmaker in her free time. Her house is the one with the arched gate and stone wall. The catcher made many errors during the game. His pants zipper is open. Her farewell speech was very touching. The hardness of the wood made it difficult to carve. The sound of thunder wakened us. Her pansies are in full bloom now. Their speed gave them a decided advantage. I want an iced drink not hot chocolate. The marking on the turtle shell was red. Our school book was out of date and of no use. The dancers tied or after the first act. Beautiful trees are planted on the riverside. The boy jealously took his baby brother's toy. Grandmother is so forgetful lately that we must repeat everything. The sales clerk was not very helpful when I was shopping for a chair. The cake was a little too creamy and rich for me. The church organist is excellent and will play for your wedding. My parents were colonists in Africa during the war. His collection of antique wine glasses is worth thousands of dollars. Careers in broadcasting, especially TV, are popular among women. That motorbike trip was really thrilling. You better open your umbrella because I just felt a raindrop. Bring these boots to the shoemaker and have the heels fit. Our schoolroom had only 10 desks but there were 20 students. Lisa wanted a house on the hilltop but it was too expensive. The schoolmaster scolded the students for smoking. Patty was a guitarist in that band before it became famous. Could you do up the fastener on the back of my dress? She always uses her hairdryer before she goes to work. Our band has 2 good trombone players. The milkman delivered 2 bottles of cream to our house. Blueberries are said to improve your vision. She was killed when the driver didn't stop at the crosswalk. Use a ballpoint pen when you fill in this form. Summertime is the student's favorite time of the year. He searched the internet using several keywords. I answered the door in my nightgown. There's live music at the coffee house every Saturday night. Tess was my playmate all during kindergarten. Betty's hands rose after she lost her mittens. Leslie, I want all of you to clean up this place before leaving. Thinly slice the onions before you fry them. The giraffe's neck was several meters long. Turkey is a traditional food for Thanksgiving celebrations. Let's sit out on the veranda and have a cup of tea. The riches of this kingdom surprise the travelers. Hawaii is the capital of surfing. She always wears sunglasses while driving. You must undress as well. He undressed himself before going to bed. The closing of my favorite store was a big surprise. It's possible to make trades until the closing. Any closing thought? The boys covered the deserted buildings with graffiti. This is the feast of the Blessed Virgin. Blessed is the I that is between Severn and Y. He forgot a can opener so they could not eat the food they brought. What should I say for openers? He drove around in a sporty little car. First impressions are most lasting. The news reporter called the paper with some breaking news. He joined the army to test his manhood. The condom, don't leave your pants without it. I'd be very disturbed if you took what I mentioned that way. The police arrested the man for being a wife-beater. Your coloring is bad. Coloring is a common activity in kindergartens. We asked commentators to pick out topical subject. He may be penniless but at least he doesn't owe any money. The novel is a nightmarish replay of the author's memories of war. Please replay the tape so we can listen again. The suspense is killing me. She wrote in the letter of her everlasting love for him. There was a triangular relationship between the bank business and government. He fell off his bike on the stony path. I have a black coating on my car. The bar was dark and smoky. He was a well-known worldly gentleman. They washed the reflective surface of the metal. The boy's schooling turned him into a fine young man. The farmer fed oats to his horses. To many people dogs seem trusting while cats seem suspicious. I'm hateful. I don't deserve to live. He gave some money to the needy man because he felt guilty. The facsimile machine ran out of paper, I'm afraid. Even in his private life he had a business-like way of thinking. His conversational ability made him appear intelligent and confident. The whiteness of his shirt contrasted with the darkness of his skin. I'm so young and unworthy. This is a well-known fireproof material. He kept a small ornamental clock on his desk. His lawyer advised him to give a truthful account of the situation. She spent many sleepless nights worrying about her job. Stop that irritating noise. Because of her throat operation she could only speak weakly. The holiness of the ancient church was felt by everyone. Peculiarly she didn't want to attend her own birthday party. She is teaching English to preschool children. There is a sufficiency of food for 2 weeks. Springtime in Japan is autumn in Australia. If you displease me again I'll throw you out of the house. He tended to idealize women instead of looking at their true personalities. Even weak people can become fearless when their children are in danger. He was appointed as counselor because of his reputation for honesty. High school dropouts have a hard time finding jobs. You should think of yourself more often and not be so unselfish. They hired a watchman to guard the factory. The landscape was hilly and very pretty. There are many interesting things to buy at the weekly bazaar. The searchlight spotted the 2 escaped prisoners. Walking on water is a physical impossibility. The metallic surface of the car reflects sunshine brightly. The campground was located near 2 lakes. Modern airliners are far safer than the old ones. I have several comical photos of my dog wearing a hat. Boldness is a positive characteristic for salesmen. Cello players must be physically stronger than violin players. The newscaster reported on the approaching storm. The post office returned the letter to the sender. Though it didn't cost much, the cheapness of the product is terrible. Salaried employees are facing a severe pay cut. On the East Coast the weather is very changeable. The calmness of the ocean made the boat trip a pleasure. He is the undoubted king of the software world. Steamships were replaced by the airplane. They play badminton once a week at their local gym. I am eternally grateful for your assistance. They are an exporter who ships to Central and South America. The nightclub featured new dancers. She paints with watercolors and oil. Bargaining is acceptable at the market but not in department stores. The funeral party marched solemnly to the grave. Mutton curry is my favorite food. The coolness of the river made me feel wonderful. She took off the top of her swimsuit. Without a signature, that contract is valueless. She felt angry because she had been treated so dishonestly. The boy insisted that Satan told him to be bad. The sharpness of this knife is almost scary. There are many gods in the Shinto religion. People made fun of his dullness. You ignorant little slug. The slug moved slowly up the wall. I poured 2 cups of coffee and added a slug to his. The man was very tired and quickly fell into deep slumber. I had a strange dream as I slumbered last night. This country will slumber on for several years. I slumbered my life in inactivity. He walked with the help of a crutch. In the winter the woman put a bird feeder on the tree. The singer had a husky voice. You cannot get a cord into a pine pot. The computer system was inactive for several hours. His site has been inactive for 2 years. His account has been inactive for 15 months. Demand for the book was so high the publisher had to reprint it. She told the painter to lighten the room with a brighter paint. She asked the mover to be careful with her glassware. The baby's piercing screamed at everyone's ears. It's piercing cold. His body stiffened after the judge said he was guilty. The cool weather stiffened the old man's neck. He died a pitiful death. The manager printed handouts of the meeting's agenda. The police officer dishonored his profession by taking bribes. The bottle was sealed with a stopper. She cleaned the table with a duster. The mother held her child close to her bosom. Would you like an appetizer? Chestnuts are a popular snack in the autumn. Outside of the house there hung a beautiful wind chime. The magazine is issued bi-monthly. The boat was caught in a tempest just off the coast. There was so much clatter in the room we couldn't hear the music. He shaved his mustache because it was getting too long. The audience asked the singer to perform an encore. He said goodbye to his sweetie and left for work. The terrorists attempted to hijack a plane. Her son belonged to a traveling music band. She has an easygoing personality. The man ran up a hill to catch the tram. We don't know what happens in the hereafter. I'll be careful hereafter. The boat moved eastward. I only take my kids to see wholesome movies. His dissatisfied look told us our work was not good. His scanty knowledge of geography made him a poor navigator. The police barricade kept fans from the movie star. It's exhausting being with you. The teacher reorganized the school's library. The lawyer had a disagreeable personality. The couple decided to put new wallpaper in the bathroom. In Roman times the chariot was used in sporting contests. The reports about the president's affair were scandalous. She was voted homecoming queen for the year. The warring factions finally reached a compromise. She put a shawl around her shoulders to keep her warm. It's convenient to bring bedding with you when you go camping. We had a Chinese takeout for dinner. He is a tireless worker. They laid the wreath in honor of the dead soldiers. The victim suffered gunshot wounds during the robbery. He was hospitalized yesterday because of food poisoning. The plants look healthier after a good watering. Several destroyers sailed into the bay. The team did not win the semi-final match. She felt so lonesome that she cried. The rooster crowed at dawn. The dog walked on its hind legs for a few seconds. If we don't get a taxi now we're sunk. Her dress was sewn with glitter. The man is descendant royalty. The government decided to nationalize the telephone company. If you want the job done right you should hire a tradesman. He called himself a wanderer because he liked to travel so much. The new employee shouldn't be so boastful after his first sale. Running for an hour expends a lot of energy. According to my horoscope the future looked very bright. The fabric of his shirt had a silky smooth touch. Pass me the stapler so I can staple these documents together. The child loved to watch goldfish swim in the aquarium. The symposium was held in the university lecture hall. The storekeeper opened her shop at 8 a.m. every morning. The secretary was trained in dictation skills. He went about his day in a thoughtless rude manner. The tennis player gave a tearful speech when she retired. She bought a nice gift at the handicraft shop. She was nearly bitten by that spotted dog. He was a pessimist until he met his future wife. She would often tell falsehoods to get her way with people. The skyline at night is beautiful in the city. He liked the stone carvings more than the wood one. The shop owner left all the paper at the storehouse. The nurse was always dutiful whenever she worked. Most of the discussion was aimless so no decisions were made. He let out an exclamation of joy. The arrangement of food on the table made it look appetizing. Professional wrestling is a combination of sports and theater. He was madly in love with his girlfriend. The living room was decorated with tasteful furniture. The decorator hung the centered painting. You were the payer last time so I'll pay today. The violin player was a great soloist. The jeweler showed the couple the diamond rings. He rented a furnished apartment in the center of the city. A thunderstorm hit the town. He wrote a revealing book about his life. He did gardening on the weekend. The bird built a nest in a thicket. His distorted view of the world was due to his wealth. A sunbeam appeared between the clouds. My favorite sport in wintertime is skating. It was ironical that the priest committed the crime. The pastor held Sunday Mass at noon. Those two women are longtime friends. The children are physically challenged. Some religions require a period of fasting. Hi sweetie, what are you doing? I'm drawing you, mommy. It's not fair that we've been given unequal portions. Editors and reporters are partners in the storytelling process, so unequal in rank and role. I tried to free her from this unequal marriage. An asymmetrical cell division produces functionally unequal brain hemispheres. After the cleanup, the park was beautiful again. What's your favorite pie filling? This chocolate pie is filling. I can eat just a half of it. The car zoomed away into the night. They zoomed their jet boats down the river. I prefer a chicken fillet to a piece of chicken with the bone. Romeo and Juliet were described as star-crossed lovers in the prologue of the play. In the prologue to the book of Job, Job is depicted as famous for his piety. The row is the prologue to the murder of a 14-year-old girl. These chocolate brownies are too sweet. The chime jingled in the breeze. The incoming tide destroyed the sandcastle. He tends to babble. I placed a hoop around the barrel to stop it from leaking. We never meet without a parting. As a parting shot, he said he hated the town. They spotted the fire from the lookout. People thought him a designing wizard. I had a terrible hangover. Some people prefer analog recordings to digital. In his summary, he paraphrased the speech's important points. This accomplished film recounts the true story of an ill-fated 1993 battle in Somalia. This town has one hot spring, and if they find more thermal rings it could become a spa. Cardigan sweaters are an enduring fashion. The president issued a categorical denial to the media. My grandmother embroiders her blouses with silk trimming. I thought my eyeball would fall out when he punched me. His argument was based on several confirmed facts and figures. My nose tickled. She tickled her daughter until she couldn't stop laughing. The Chinese New Year is a movable feat. Their voices harmonize perfectly. I rode my bike downhill without pedaling. The borderlines were drawn after the war. The wandering street musician went from city to city. If any of such symptoms appears, discontinue the treatment. The crime syndicate was behind the gambling and drug trade. The comic strip is nationally syndicated. The project requires huge funding, so it needs more transparency. The murderer strangled his victim using a silk scarf. He was asked to be the godfather of their child. Assuming that you do enter college, what will you do? This room has expensive furniture, but not assuming at all. Your story is far removed from the truth. My father's inflexible attitude lost him many friends. I enjoy taking a walk through leafy woodlands. His unsettled will caused fights among his greedy heirs. During hot humid weather I use deodorant under my arms. The officers conspired to overthrow the president. We planned a host of festivities for the holiday season. This hot spring has tonic properties. The pickpocket made off with 3 wallets in just 1 hour. I make no pretensions that I know all the answers. Most freelance translators work at home. The experts praise the wine for the fullness of its flavor. Everybody knows that she is the teacher's most favored girl. His fading popularity led him to drink. The record company asked the band to make a demo. Incorporated is an abbreviation of incorporated. The horrified spectators watched the woman leap off the bridge. Divided opinion has prevented a quick solution. The police cruiser patrol the street. Please set a course southward. Thomas Edison had an extremely inventive mind. The lion prepared to attack the unsuspecting zebra. All brand names and product names are trademarks or registered trademarks of their respective companies. He was such a workaholic that he often slept at the office. The redesigned electrical system worked very well. Please don't turn our relationship into a melodrama. The eyewitness to the crime provided valuable information. A copy of our illustrated export catalog is being sent to you. The movie stars travel to the airport by limousine. Real estate is expensive on the waterfront. The novel is going to be dramatized. Wearing the latest designer apparel, she walked in. She could feel the unborn child moving inside her. That horse comes from an unbroken line of champions. Hurrah for the new captain of our team. I placed a comma between the series of adjectives. I think this new product is very marketable. Mr. X saw an ostrich put its head in the sand. That restaurant is one of the best cookeries in town. She was pleased with her new washer and dryer. The young boys regard him as a computer guru. A contented mind is a perpetual feat. I spent some time at Harvard as a postgraduate. The jobless rate has increased since the recession started. The starlight was so bright we didn't need a flashlight. Japan was accused of the dumping deal. The opening of the new casino was controversial. The aerospace industry has grown dramatically. He cleverly concealed her criminal past. The team suffered a crushing defeat in the final. No one knows what goes on in the subconscious. I have the nasty habit of chewing my fingernails. Most men hate to wear neckties. The date was written in Roman numeral. He has enough stamina to run a mile. He keeps an eel in a big fish tank. We have to standardize our systems to match the head of it. Those children are so wild that they're uncontrollable. Kimonos are usually too impractical to wear every day. Suffice it to say, I've no further comment on this matter. He untied the rope from the dock and jumped in the boat. That car accident was the most terrifying event in my life. Judy loves riding her horse through misty forest. That is a shameless exploitation of an innocent girl. The presenter pointed to the screen and started her explanation. A huge quilt was made to honor the victims of AIDS. Visiting the White House seemed unreal to her. The undisturbed graves had been hidden for centuries. The planter ran out of seeds and went back for more. Enterprising people can make a lot of money these days. This adjustable ladder is just what you need for the roof repair. Beneath the funny story you can find the author's humanism. Some science linked Alzheimer's disease to gene abnormality. Being adaptable, he was hired to work overseas. He is affectionately known as the Great One. The landlady complained to the tenants about the noise. Marie Curie won the Nobel Prize for her work with radium. The innkeeper doesn't like guests who drink beer all night. That movie is about invaders from outer space. You need a large bowl of custard to make this cake. The governing class of the nation consisted of only one racial group. The government's goal was to privatize the postal system. The disciplined students studied for 4 hours every night. It's a tempting offer, but I still have to decline it. The mountain's permanence contrasted the skyscraper's newness. The man punished his dog for its disobedience. Taking an analytic approach, he solved the problem. The biographer researched his subject's life in detail. The Nazi movement was rooted in nationalistic feeling. That famous dramatist has written a new script. He sang a romantic ballad to the woman he loved. I bought everything on the checklet. She placed the dishes carefully on the sideboard. Our lawn is covered with dandelions. She sprinkled chopped hazelnuts on top of the cake. Her indulgent actions towards her son spoiled him. She liked to tell the parable of the tortoise and the hare. The blacksmith dipped the hot metal into a tub of water. I will always remember the friendliness of that small town. The government built an expressway. We have to get the boat back before nightfall. Avocados have a large stone in them. There was a joyous celebration at the end of the war. I am not guilty of any wrongdoing. He failed to notice the implied irony in her words. His hair was reddish just like his father's. I cleaned the bathtub with a new cleanser. His behavior was unethical, but it wasn't illegal. Would you like marmalade or jam on your toast? The biased judge gave his country skater a perfect score. They went back to their ancestral home. The smugglers were caught with 5 pounds of heroin. He let off 6 shots in quick rapidity. That cursed door never shuts properly. He was Japan's most famous filmmaker. I have heard conflicting reports about what happened. It was a cloudless day. That student is habitually late for school. Children who are told they are sickly often actually become sickly. The moon grows sickly in the daytime. We have to nip this problem in the bud before it gets bigger. The time travel scene in the movie is a knockout. That model is a knockout and the most popular cover girl now. David killed Goliath with a rock from a sling. Late that night Ned heard the hoot of an owl. I don't get a hoot. The pain is localized in the area around my left arm. Once the doctors localized the pain they knew what it was. That point is negotiable. White radish pickles are Akira's favorite. Our neighbor's cat Forty is such a pickle. I latched the door. I honked and waved to him. The drivers were honking their horns. This damn rain has not stopped for 3 weeks now. Click on the home button anytime you want to return to your start page. Anytime. Sendo a thank you. Tommy threw a snowball at his sister. The work I have to do is starting to snowball. The soldiers used tree branches to camouflage their tents. There is a fishy smell outside the seafood restaurant. Frank got a tattoo before he joined the Navy. Dean finished the 10,000-piece jigsaw puzzle in 2 weeks. After his wife left him, he fell into the gutter of drink and poverty. The man won the card game by playing the trump card. He plied her with drink to try and get her drunk. Stan caught the biggest fish with a spinner. The woodwork still needs to be sanded and painted. Jonathan spent rainy evenings darning his old sock. Trillion comes after a billion, which comes after a million. Try to visualize what the room will look like after it's painted. Mother Teresa was perhaps the world's most compassionate person. Boys who talk loud on the train infuriate Tomoko. Her hat was decorated with the plumes of exotic birds. A single plume of magma rising beneath Africa have shaped the continent. Whether an act is justifiable or not is judged by the purpose and means of the act. The government devalued the currency to help with inflation. John won $1 million when he hit the jackpot in Las Vegas. Bill was angry when he found a speck of dirt on his fried egg. He mistrusted all dogs after he was bitten by one. The obstruction in his throat made it difficult to breathe. It's freezing today. We'll have to spank his butt for that. Scientists strive to understand the elemental nature of the universe. Phil put all his methano into a new binder. I hired a caretaker for my elderly mom. The caretaker replaced every light in the building. Everyone in the family wanted an enlargement of the photograph. I think that's a workable solution that will make both sides happy. Most Americans think plain tofu is tasteless. He trebled his money by betting on the right horse. He acts so righteous although he lives a reckless life. Mark's stomach is a bottomless pit. The senator gave a stirring speech which made us cry. She tied up the package with a leather thong. The watery drink only contained a little alcohol. In one respect is he noteworthy. That recreation center is the place teenagers can come in safely. The commune was successful because all of its members were rich. The bath was lukewarm by the time Bill got in. He refused to compromise his business principles one jot. He had to jot down notes to remember where the place was. The number of layoffs this month exceeded the previous month. Don't hold your lips in another man's porridge. Those substances block the flow of blood to the tissues downstream. Providence is always on the side of the big battalions. Hank overestimated the time it would take to cook an egg. Ben bought a filter to purify his drinking water. Her forearm got wet when she took a coin out of a bucket of water. I was misdirected to the wrong terminal and missed my flight. He was warm and snug in his down sleeping bag. The crisis was predicated by the bank's collapse. Fred is not a rock star because he only dabbles in music. He is a breeder of dogs, many of which win prizes in dog shows. Bill has strong lungs because he does aerobic exercises every day. His receivable accounts amounted to over $1 million. After the big meal, Gary was sleepy enough to doze. He is a resourceful and clever leader. The statue was placed on a pedestal in the gallery. The signpost was knocked down by the high winds. The janitor of the school has keys for every room. Carter used a toothpick after eating steak. He went to preparatory school for 2 years before going to university. His unconcerned expression hid his true anxieties. Alex was awarded for his heroism during the crisis. The casting of that famous bronze statue came from this mold. Steve enjoyed breaking the earth in his garden with a hoe. The hawk swooped down to capture the rabbit. The tumult of the children playing kept us away. George had a blueberry muffin for breakfast. When the show was finished, the applause was thunderous. The diving team was looking for sunken treasures. The faithless didn't believe in Christ's miracle. She went to a boarding school for Sidney. He opened a bottle of passable wine. Okemi has an artful way of arranging flowers. The mournful song sounded throughout the church. Old wiring should be replaced or it can cause electrical fires. The two sisters worked 18 hours in a spinning factory. Old Mr. Nelson has silvery gray hair. She captivated the audience with her expressive voice. They took samplings of the water to test how clean it was. Turtles are defenseless when turned over on their back. James wants a chauffeur to drive him around in his new car. She freshened the room by opening the windows. To make breadcrumbs, you simply crumble dry bread. The godmother raised the children after the death of their parents. He played the piano so well that he made it look effortless. Lawyers mystify the law by using pretentious big words. Mr. Dent used a contour map to show how high the mountains were. Urania knew that missing dinner would madden her mother. The irrelevance of the assignment made her job seem pointless. Terry is a misfit and always fighting with his coworkers. He is a dreamer and doer. Ralph dreamed of a carefree life on a tropical island. Thomas Hardy spent his summers walking on the heath. It is an extravagance to spend $100 on a toothbrush. It was difficult for Bonnie to be lighthearted after her boyfriend left. Dawn gave the hungry cat a can of sardines and milk. Jenny didn't see the elephant pass because she was in a daze. Al thinks of all kinds of pranks for April 1st. The spaceship re-entered the atmosphere. No one wanted to attest to having seen the murder. Sam idly spent his summers sitting outside the convenience store. The fragrant flowers enhanced the room's atmosphere. The way Joe treated his dying mother was inhuman and unforgivable. The tow group was led astray by an inexperienced guide. Young puppies love to cuddle with their mothers. The church steeple soared above the rest of the buildings. Some misers sleep with money stuffed in mattresses. There is a cat in the foreground of this picture. The cheeky young boy laughed at the old man. Stephen King writes readable stories. The drops of dew glistened in the morning sun. His yearning to return to his hometown grew each year. Religious intolerance has caused many wars in history. Henry did 5 hours of uninterrupted reading yesterday. Marisa is a devotee of early Mozart opera. This has been the most eventful year of my life. That kiosk is selling hamburgers and banana bread. Dave likes to munch on carrots between meals. His seeming honesty was actually a big act. Nudity is more acceptable in films than it used to be. My father decided to stay at a hospice because of cancer. She was hired to be the chief merchandising agent. They said their happiest moments were ones spent in mindless chatter. The protesters waved their placards and flag. The story took place in a notional world, not the real one. Terry had to stay in jail an extra year for misbehavior. The loading dock of the factory was pumped with delivery. The burglar made a forcible entry into the locked house. Supersonic jets can fly faster than the speed of sound. James Joyce wrote some books without punctuation. Mrs. Pump keeps a revolver under her pillow. Tim was an unwelcome guest at his ex-wife's wedding. Beth wanted a handmade sweater for Christmas. On a clear day they can see Mount Fuji from afar. The uplands are much drier than the lowlands. We are planning to meet midweek for lunch. Everyone look at the spreadsheet on the desk. The engine hood is separable from the body. A small bowl of bran each day is good for your health. It is best to address the king as your highness. For this dish you need 2 egg yolks. The children played gaily in the field. We tried to automate our office by introducing computers. The scene had to be filmed again because the cameraman slipped. They tried to re-establish radio contact but failed. Jerry thought loud students were the most disruptive to the class. Barb doesn't like to put earthworms on her hook when she goes fishing. As an idealist he places his ideals before practical considerations. The politician's insincere remark caused him to lose the election. Once her father died, the heiress became the richest woman in the state. Everyone laughed when Chris said he could shoplift the television. He finally came to realize the actuality of his wife's death. The general gave the president a briefing on Southeast Asia. Birding in morning sunlight makes Jimmy very cheery. He is such an egoist that he thinks all women love him. Anne asked her mother to put more cheese on the cauliflower. Her burdensome housework left her little time for herself. Her eyes reddened as she thought about the sad occasion. The car showroom displayed only the most expensive cars. We took in boarders at our house since my father lost his job. Sinners feel better when they give money to the church. His mother's showy outfits and makeup embarrassed him. Why are you interested in such a specialized area of study? Winston Churchill painted pictures for his own gratification. As a humanist he stressed the worth and dignity of the individual. Mr. Smith asked the interviewee if she had experience. The monotony of the northern winter almost drove him crazy. Sid is contemptuous of people who say he can't sing. The man wanted to return to his fatherland to raise his family. The game of billiards requires much skill and thought. The mountaineering team started out for Mt. Everest 2 days ago. Cleanliness is a form of self-discipline. It takes a lot of soil enrichment to make a great garden. Most people were unprepared for the Kobe earthquake. The loyalists wanted their king to rule again. He was cold so he turned up the thermostat. His writing is clear and comprehensible even for difficult subject. Mercury was the main contaminant in the polluted water. When Ken broke his leg he was in agonizing pain. He demonstrated his cowardice by running from the enemy. Some people in Asia eat grasshoppers. Some of the first discoverers of North America were Asians. Her way of raising children was unconventional. Mike was the first to call his grandfather granddad. We were not able to tolerate his constant sarcasm. The organization has several small subcommittees. Karl Marx focused on the socio-economic problems of Europe. Bob and Mary lived together but their relationship was just platonic. This is one of his more popular orchestral compositions. Tom runs up and down the stairway to get exercise. The dealer dealt them 5 cards apiece. This turtle belongs to a subgroup of pond species. The adornment of his house with lights is a Christmas tradition. All the French words were written in italic. The benefits of the drug are immeasurable. Billy likes to play his banjo every chance he gets. That large pink dog was quite an oddity. When skin loses its elasticity it begins to wrinkle. He walked up the stairs with an armful of groceries. Queen Victoria was also the Empress of India. She rebelled against her materialistic parents in her teens. The artist painted a lifelike portrait of his wife. The sliding doors of Japanese homes are very functional. I'm sorry for any unintentional pain I may have caused you. The first time they met they felt instantaneous love. The face of a child is often described as angelic. His egoistic nature prevents him from making friends. Her favorite dessert is strawberry sherbet. Willie used purple shoelaces for his brown shoes. The results of the test were inconclusive. The lamppost was covered with notices and posters. Harry seems to be wanting in good manners. Ravel's music sometimes has a lyrical touch to it. The widower doesn't want to marry again. Jason worked overtime on a puzzling question. His suicidal behavior caused much worry for his parents. Shipbuilding is one of that country's main industries. They want a childless marriage because they hate kids. Death is an inescapable part of life. Joe's misguided feeling of loyalty got him in trouble. He often wrote about his pre-war experiences in China. I am desirous of a change in life. This unsold merchandise will have to go on sale. He makes infrequent use of his yacht. Nancy thinks she is still too young for motherhood. Gunpowder was first used in China for fireworks. Perth is a city in southwestern Australia. He has a distaste for violent action films. There are a lot of unloved children in the world. The writer had a book signing at Kinokuniya. Watch your children well since there are many perverts here. You must cease to pervert the right ways of the Lord. Some people fear that these new technologies will pervert their values they have struggled so long to achieve. The military forces might pervert their power to injure other fellow citizens. Some think terrorists avert the meaning of Islam. I am outgoing but not a flirt. The women like to flirt with young men on the street. Don't do that, that might backfire on you. The plan for peace backfired when fighting began again. He was ordained a Buddhist monk last week. She was interested in the occult and other spiritual practices. She didn't believe the young man's flattering comments. Her kind acts were construed as ambitious behavior. The screaming of the crowd drowned out the music. That song always gives me an elevated feeling. The soap makes a very nice lather. Geniuses have unusual personalities and are often neurotic. The noise in the apartment next door was making him neurotic. He had to snuff up a nasal spray to help his cold. If teachers don't take holidays, they will suffer from burnout. Your work is sloppy. He dressed in a sloppy way most of the time. The wet clothes were so heavy they broke the clothesline. Her new movie will premiere next Saturday. The president was an intermediary in the peace talks. There are plenty of caught off the east coast of Canada. Her voice range spans 3.5 octaves. The victim identified the thief in the lineup. Susie likes dogs with shaggy hair. The store undercut their competitors' prices by 10%. The recipe said to simmer over a low heat for an hour. The inventor liked to tinker in his studio in his spare time. The counters were reset to 0 before playing the tape. The locust population soars dramatically in summer. He hit the accelerator and the car sped forward. Jim's monotone voice put his guests to sleep. The booster rockets put the space shuttle into the pre-scheduled orbit. You are not very observant. Invariable conditions are needed for this experiment. Not many women wear petticoats these days. His particularity in taste made him difficult to live with. The hunters follow the trail of animal dropping. He drives like a maniac. That's absolutely groundless. The workmen poured asphalt on the ground for the new road. He earned his living as a land speculator. Saint Sebastian the martyr wailed for his belief. Saint Sebastian was martyred. The expectant mother could no longer fit into her old dress. They sent a volley of arrows into the enemy camp. His favorite drink is anything made of malt liquor. The couple took a walk on the promenade in the park. The turkey dinner was served with all the trimming. Mrs. Yamana always wears a smock when she paints. That picture is a phony. The crook used phony money to pay for his groceries. The letter pertains to his new position at the company. I want all the fixings on my hot dog. Ralph wrote a minutely detailed report about the accident. Everyone rushed for the last lifeboat in a disorderly fashion. Her fineness of speech showed her good breeding. On your report please put your name in parentheses. I need a chocolate bar for sustenance during this job. The doctor is well known for his research on retarded children. In the ring many flowering plants begin to bloom. Combining those elements produces a highly reactive chemical. He received laurels for his work in the community. We moved up the ladder one rung at a time. Her credit card was invalidated when she stopped paying the bill. Channel 4 will televise the debate. The company went bankrupt because of an unforeseen problem. Some countries practice protectionism against foreign companies. Openness is a better political policy than concealment. The wood varnish began to chip off after years of exposure. Some countries like Denmark have liberalized their drug laws. Pat made a casserole with all the old food in the refrigerator. You're so secretive. You could have just told me. That mountain is revered by the people. He had to recharge his voice battery before it ran out of power. The man started every day by eating oatmeal. Nancy puts all her concert ticket stubs in a notebook. George got a bad sunburn when he fell asleep on the beach. All his misconceptions were cleared away in a single day. The Romans crucified Jesus. A proportionate amount of aid was given to each country. She felt creepy after she saw a spider in her bed. They wanted to catch on because he talked so much. Good caddies always know which golf club they will be at for. Mrs. Jones tore up her carpets to reveal the wood flooring. The boy was punished for his misconduct during class. Those young people form a subculture of city life. The bony shell of the turtle protects it from many enemies. We all must accept the fact that living things eventually deceive. Even the camels were parched after 5 days in the sun. Michelle became a wretch after her family died in a car accident. The billboard above the street showed a famous movie star. He has a birthright to that land even though he lives abroad. People clambered onto the roof of the last bus from Bombay. It is utilitarian to buy things that look bad but work well. He looked ghostly after his long illness. After years apart the couple decided to reunite. He had to rethink his plans after he lost all his money. The artist hated to be categorized into the modernist role. The captain took the helm of the ship when the storm suddenly struck. The gambler lost his wager that his team would win. The brother and sister sang a duet at the birthday party. Be more tactful. The mountains turned a dusky gray color at sunset. The cat prowled around in the backyard looking for food. He was apologetic for not arriving on time for the meeting. It was beastly of Jack to push Jill down the hill. The Renaissance was an awakening of great creative energy. The athlete gingerly rubbed his sore knee after the accident. Turn the handle counterclockwise. Royalists were killed during the French Revolution. Egocentric people are only concerned with themselves. The crossed wires made it impossible to use a machine. The explanation given to the children was simplistic. The job will bring you an assured income. Ethel is homely looking. The house was filled with dusty old cobwebs. He seems hale and happy. He was possessed with the idea that he had special powers. That car uses a rotary engine. June hosted a bridal shower for Pam, who was about to be married. The secretary was very good at taking shorthand. The police went undercover to arrest the drug dealer. In the past, imperialist countries controlled Africa, among them. A nice spice to put into tomato sauce is basil. The boy sang the alto part in the performance. He is the most deserving player for that prize. The drippings from the meat were made into a sauce. Much of factory work is a repetitive process. Rodeo Drive in Los Angeles has many chic shops. Add some cream to the broth and simmer. Lilacs bloom in early spring. Carl enjoys it when his wife is motherly with him. The airship sailed through the sky. The lawmaking body of our government is in Washington. You can keep the freshwater fish at home. The bank agreed to underwrite the firm's expenses for a fee. Yoko put ice on her black eye to counteract the swelling. Drinking lots of water will necessitate a trip to the toilet. Mary looked at Jesus with adoration in her eyes. By eating out less I can economize and save more. Betty wants her company to equalize wages for women. The prize money was subdivided among the winners. The Catholic Church asks parents to baptize their children. His house was in such vile condition that no one ever visited. Demi tries to vex his parents by not doing what they want. During the flood the rain did not relent for 3 days. Greyhounds run faster than any other dog. Control your sensual desires and concentrate on spiritual things. The clerk had to categorize the new products before selling them. The Senate must deal with many weighty problems. Zen Buddhism leaves Sam in a state of perplexity. Miko had a stopover in Los Angeles on her way to New York. The pictures from the war showed the brutality of humankind. The selector of the furniture set wants it in blue. They had a party in midsummer to celebrate the hot weather. She has a wistful look in her eyes when she looks at you. Queen Anne made commoners fight for the coins she threw them. No one wants to suffer from the heartbreak of divorce. Bob cries when he sees the flag raised in a ceremonious manner. They hit the man with chairs during the interrogation. The crafty photo ends without Farmer Bob knowing. The children's playthings were neatly stored in a box. Koji puts bear glasses in the freezer to make them frosty. Mrs. Hat puts padding on the seat of her wooden chair. 100 years ago new ideas in art gave birth to modernism. Spilled wine left an indistinct stain on the red carpet. Those warlike people kill all those entering their territory. Use hand cream to moisten dry sensitive skin. The handiwork in the kitchen was done by a skilled craftsman. It is impossible for a baseball team to remain unbeaten for a season. Ned buys concert tickets and resells them for twice the price. Larry showed his ingratitude by never saying thing. Captain Bligh was shot by the treachery of his men. Miles bought a clarinet after going to the jazz festival. The national flag was raised with much solemnity. The man wanted to find tranquility, so he went camping. Peter wants to do zoological studies and work in a zoo. The boutique had a lot of beautiful flowers for sale. The reviewer of the book gave it a positive assessment. The uniforms were made with 2 different color facing. The signing of the treaty was a fateful event in world affairs. The starting salary the company offered was laughable. The young boy was reliant on his mother to help tie his shoe. The family went on a safari to Africa to see the lions. Cats are pitiless when they play with mice. The countdown for the new century has already begun. Some say the continuance of aid to Africa isn't a good idea. The 2 musicians formed a duo for the coming contest. Solomon was a man of proverbial wisdom. The houses were built on a subdivision of land in Miami. He was a fine archer who could hit the target from 30 meters. She suffered from heartache when her boyfriend left her. Her suitor was short and her friends were unimpressed. Everyone was surprised when a mermaid swam onto the beach. Many young people have a leaning toward radical politics. All creatures on this planet are interdependent for survival. It was disgraceful the way the man shouted at his wife. The exploitation of dead heroes is a common practice. Harry fell when he lost his foothold on the rock. Frank broke his leg doing exercises in gymnastics class. It is praiseworthy to give your seat to an old person on the train. George has the fastest record on the racecourse. The bus terminus is in the middle of town. North America has several transcontinental highways. The children sat in a semicircle to watch the clown. Some people believe our universe extends to infinity. Her jelly donut was too powdery and dry. It is painful for toothless men to bite into carrot. Anyone who tortures animals is heartless. The mantelpiece is above the fireplace. A water stoppage will be in effect all day today. He looked sheepish after he ripped his pants. The rain froze in the air to form snowflakes. The camper put up his tent beside the river. Bill has an unaccountable pain in his stomach. Mia learned how to make coffee at Secretarial College. The first baptism took place in a muddy river. Selling used books is an unprofitable business. His degree in biochemistry led to a laboratory job. He was inconspicuous among the huge crowd of fans. You need good eyesight to get a job as an airman. The short man I encountered in the jungle was a pygmy. His mother polished her favorite silver cutlery. Andy cries when he reads melodramatic stories. My borrowings from him are getting larger. The house was built on a small wooded lot. The magnificence of Rome passed years ago. The brothers were quarrelsome in the morning. Bad loans are injurious to the banking industry. The hilltop vista was spectacular at night. Her mother became more neglectful as she got older. That Fortunatler has no predictive powers at all. The doctor used an unorthodox treatment to cure her cancer. After a good sleep, Ellie returned to work afresh. Babies are guiltless when they enter the world. The camera took an unambiguous shot of the crime. The performing dog can walk on a tightrope. She was thin and had a boyish appearance. They cleaned the underside of the boat. The overgrown plants blocked the sign. The detective has an investigative nature. He lived in the Midland between the two lakes. Deep is the antonym of shallow. He wants to eat veal on his birthday. He went to India to study yoga. There's many a good tune played on an old fiddle. Near a fiddled while room burned. Hustle or you'll be late. He hustled me some money. He slipped and whacked his head on my coffee table. A mouse has been nibbling at the cheese. We cannot nibble at quantum theory. The play is an entertaining and accessible romp. We were romping with the kids in the snow. That ceiling fan is wobbling. She was arrested for selling dope. He is such a dope. I sat between the humps of the camel. We took a whiff of her new perfume and got sick. Matsui whiffed again on a slaughter. Noma whiffed 4 men in 2 innings. The company is on a strong footing now. It's only a fluke. His pockets are a jumble of money, keys and candy wrappers. As patriarch of the family, Grandpa liked to give advice. A ghastly wind blew through the broken windows of the old empty house. That's a ghastly TV show that I'd rather not watch. I've been in a funk ever since I failed that course. He uttered a racial slur. Don't slur or mumble. The team catapulted from last place to first after the game. Your ego will be deflated by this kind of boss, because if TL1 card stack side aligns against side wall, the mechanic aligned the wheels of the car. There were stints of boredom. He did a stunt as a factory worker before moving into the office. I saw a roach in the kitchen last night. The wind ripped shingles off the roof. Playing against the champion was a heady experience for him. The plans hit a snag when the government refused their visa. From the start, our overriding goal has been to produce a user-friendly GUI. He smote the other night in battle. She was smitten by both his looks and his kindness. While he worked for our company, he had a night job as a sideline. The child fell down on the cobblestone street. He looked as smug as in this picture. The scientist had many nutty ideas. He scoffed at the suggestion that he was unable to do the job. The froze in his brow spoke of his hard life. Pain was etched on his face. His attitude is typical of baby boomers. She jabbed me with her pencil. His ideas were seminal for political change. She gave him a fleeting goodnight kiss. The horrendous storm sank 50 boats. His horrendous behavior disgusted all the guests at the party. This is where expatriates gather to talk about their host country. Are you insinuating I'm lying? My salary quadrupled over a period of 10 years. What will happen by reducing the light level? You can quadruple the life of your bulb. A sliver of wood pierced my finger. He punctured his sister's balloon with the pin. The baby squealed with delight when he saw his mother. The only hotel with rooms available was a sleazy flea bag. His incompetence as a driver caused the accident. She was supple enough to touch her toes without bending her knees. I lobbed the ball over my opponent's head. The torpedo struck the ship. The river was teeming with salmon returning to spawn. The cooper's barrels were made using a traditional method. The car's plush seats were very comfortable. The lights of the city glimmered. She had a very poised manner despite her youth. How nice to be young and outspoken. The students groused about the extra homework. The bodybuilder flexed his muscle. The barber cut my scalp with his scissors. The motley crowd gathered downtown. Remember not to slouch. My house is in a seedy part of town. The pirates collected their booty and set sail. The mule packed a heavy load up the trail. The country is impoverished. The enemy soldier forced him to divulge his army's secret. There is nothing lost by civility. A father is blind to his son's misdemeanor. Free speech is the cornerstone of liberty. The doctor spliced the broken leg bones with special screws. There was a flurry of trading just before the market closed. Mother Teresa was the embodiment of kindness. He is such a panther everyone keeps away from him. That it finally took hold. The harbor was stretched to accommodate large vessel. There were several small skirmishes before the main battle. The newlyweds had sanguine thoughts about the future of their marriage. Led by the lieutenant, the platoon of soldiers moved out. The renegade priest was hated by the church elders. The pleading prisoner was executed in front of the town. The towering basketball player stuffed the ball in the hoop. She wore a garland of flowers around her neck. He made me so mad I wanted to throttle him. I cooled off in the shade of the arbor. Mounting costs led them to cancel the exhibition. She swooned when she met her favorite movie star. The hulk of the grounded ship dominated the shoreline. The champion horse has sired many prized offspring. That Turner's lathe work was detailed, smooth and elegant. Where did you buy that? He quipped. He wielded his sword with power and fury. His enthusiasm was leached out of his attitude after his wife died. The pimp controlled 12,660 prostitutes. He was a skinner, always cheating people out of their money. The case of the presidential scandal was sorted. I cut my hand on the jagged piece of metal. A jazz combo is playing there this evening. Oh goody, we get to go to the circus. I relaxed in the bar in the garden. The bar hostess acted coy with all her male customers. There are 2 tiers of management above me. We were giddy with excitement. He roved the country before settling down. He died from a blood clot in the brain. Much of the Old Testament consists of lore. Rio's carnival features the most flamboyant costumes in the world. The friends of the hostages kept a silent vigil inside their home. Seductive clothing should never be worn to school. I was asked to sign a waiver releasing the company from liability. The records stored in the registry were confidential. He went headlong into the cold winds despite the warnings. The bombardment of Belgrade was wreaking havoc in the city. The woman's whole life changed as she went through menopause. That city is the opposition's last stronghold. The aggrieved man decided to take his case to court. In many countries adultery is still against the law. He was arrested for being an informant to a foreign power. We should take concerted action in case of an emergency. The ranch is nestled into the interior of the valley. Wearing jeans, I felt out of place at the posh restaurant. I'm sorry I was curt to you. No harm done, sir. His reputation is overblown. He's just an average player. Racial discrimination was pronounced in this area in the past. As a middleman in this deal, you should get 10%. I was heartened to hear you are recovering from the accident. We tried our best to conjure up a solution. They are turning anew to the roots of their faith. Fair and fickle. He remained upbeat even though he had lost his job. The boy's mother quashed his plans to go to the party. He was so burly that we suggested he try sumo wrestling. The addict died from a drug overdose. He struggled with the tangled fishing line. They are a genteel family who have been here for years. The patient suffered a relapse and went back in the hospital. He kneeled down and prayed to express his contrition. The president focused on the containment of the scandal. The company sued a former employee accusing him of defamation. The beacon guided the ship into the harbor. By the enactment of this law, we will protect children of all ages. After a typhoon, a glowing sunset is especially beautiful. Measles is a common childhood disease. There is no known antidote for this mushroom's poison. The power devolved from the union to company management. He comes and goes like a phantom without anyone knowing. It's such an exacting task, I don't want to engage in it anymore. The men trudged through thick mud to get to the town. The lamas filed into the monastery to begin their prayers. This software is a flagship product of our company. The ailing horse started limping and couldn't finish the race. The politician got into a real quagmire over his remarks. He presents a different persona to me than he does to you. The Tribune spoke out against the policies of the government. The movie title on this marquee will be changed tomorrow. He walked with a confident swagger. Despite his patrician upbringing, he liked drinking and fighting. The young boy wormed in his seat. Booze and cigarettes have ruined his health. The pair considered the philanthropist their savior. I urged my daughter not to lead a wayward life. They built a rampart as a defense against attack. The patient died after the surgeon botched the operation. He guilt at the tabletop. Our city will celebrate its centennial next year. I don't believe in any of that pseudo-psychology. Children like to frolic around the pool. I heard you're peddling a rumor about me. Wipe that smirk off your face. Many mutant animals appeared near the nuclear accident. The congregation rose from the pews to sing the hymn. He was caught up in the whirlwind of romance. He grew up in the ghetto. The star and his entourage entered the hotel lobby. The conservationist recommended an end to deforestation. She asked the doctor to recommend a contraceptive method. She wanted her new decor to have a modern feel. Young people like to wear baggy pants these days. The circus troupe moved from city to city throughout the year. They're a strange couple because she's naive and he's a cynic. The master is proud of his dog's pedigree. 3 people were arrested at the drunken orgy. The cheap hotel room had tawdry furniture. I've had problems seeing since I damaged my optic nerve. The rabid football fans stormed the field after the game. The high-level meeting was held in the boardroom. He hated the fluorescent lighting in the office. The troops displayed their prowess during the battle. They were forthright with their criticism. Logging has declined because of a shortage of good trees. The doctor examined the man's genital. The raucous crowd hurled insults at the referee. Paranoia is a severe mental illness. The oil cartel raised prices again. The critic gave the film a scathing review. A horde of people invaded the king's palace. He demonstrated his masterly display of cooking technique. The cleric delivered an impressive sermon. She's a very perky person. He is known for his rectitude. He had a muscular torso. The star player was overshadowed by the play of the rookie. The girl couldn't stand the austerity of life as a nun anymore. Her flirtation with disaster caused her to change her lifestyle. He made an allusion to a poem by Robert Frost. She endeared herself to him through her caring letters. Millie looked at Pete with revulsion after he hit his grandmother. Ned strewed everything on the floor looking for his keys. The commandos raided the enemy barracks at midnight. His donation to the fund was in vindication for wrongs done. The losing player sat down with a glum look on his face. The court fought extradition of the criminal to his homeland. He required financial backers to get the project underway. He's always been a rover who travels the world. The chaplain consoled the grieving man. The old house had a forlorn and sad appearance. He's a veritable genius at playing computer games. Dad always gives a sardonic look when Mom says something silly. He was abetted by his old crony in the bank robbery. The evangelist cries and screams each Sunday morning. Though it was love at first sight, a courtship lasted a year. The president is bullish about the prospect of the market. The defendant walked out of the courthouse a free man. The controller audited the accounts of the company. Each member provided the same amount of ante to this project. People once thought saying the world was round was heresy. Research into the genealogy of my family is my hobby. Bigotry is not tolerated in enlightened societies. I tried to maintain respectability during the argument. The choreographer asked the dancers to freely express themselves. The cynicism of the students made Sandy cry after each class. He was arrested on obscenity charges for his nude website. The little girl fondled her doll. That president's autocratic approach is loathed by his people. The halo around the sun foretold of rain. Who is the financier of the project? The fireman got trapped in the inferno. The Catholic religion preaches the 10 Commandments. Mark, Luke and John are all Christ's apostles. The state trooper arrested the convict. My son entered the seminary after a life of crime. The rebels sent a communique to the government. The thug punched the old man and took his wallet. He liked to smoke opium even though it was illegal. Their strident protests were quelled by the police. They were amply supplied with information for the short mission. The gang members made lewd remarks to passing women. Many farmers have vinyl houses for forcing. The fire inspector concluded that the fire was an act of arson. She gave him an alluring glance. He looks like a real comer in baseball. She received her doctorate last year. Incest is a crime against children and the family. I gave him my grudging approval. The wax gave the car a brilliant sheen. She went shopping for lingerie. It was a rueful state of affairs. The children shouted with glee. Workmen had to plumb up the wall. I plumbed the mystery of death and resurrection on that day. I plumbed the bathroom myself. The bird ruffled feathers to clean them. A titration is used to assay this sample. To assay reading ability, I administered each subject a test of vocabulary. Assay the situation and tell me your solutions. They took the lunge and shot their opponent. The attacker lunged at his victim in the dark alley. Where there's muck there's press. Muck and money go together. The boat weltered in the high waves. The parents heard the patter of little feet as their children ran. The deer foraged through the woodlands for food. The dry cleaner put a nice brace on my trousers. He poured the dog food pellets into his dog's dish. One of the side effects of the medicine is an increased susceptibility to infections. I have a certain susceptibility to beautiful blondes. There was a small piece of fluff on his dark jacket. The government employee got a kickback from the company. I'd like to have the hand taken up 3 inches. The boxer sparred in the corner of the ring. He reserved a berth on the ship 2 days in advance. He removed the knife from the sheath. The police placed a cordon of yellow tape around the scene. The bird flitted from one branch to another. The fox got into the chicken coop and killed 5 chicken. He's a real manipulator. He was a notorious price manipulator in the financial world. The boy came home so late that he was thrashed by his father. The sound of the piano wafted out from the window. He adorned the door with rakes of holly. The crabman rasped off the rough edges of the wood. The sheep fleece was knitted into a beautiful sweater. He sold a junky car and fleeced that customer. He held up the fish bite skills to show it to the other fishermen. Don't try to fudge the issue by giving me excuses. The birds warbled incessantly. The boy down the street was a perfect chum for Peter. He was disgusted because of his servile attitude towards other members. No job is servile if you respect yourself. There's one truant for every 50 students in elementary school. He was truant from school. He moved from a small apartment into an upmarket home. I climbed down the steep trail to the bottom of the gully. Organized crime is like a leech on society. The ladder tottered and fell when the wind blew. They brought in some new sod to replace the withered grass. Raising thoroughbred horses can be profitable. My grandmother went to school by horse and buggy. Changes were afoot. The police went afoot to find a missing boy lost in the fort. 2 sodden figures came into the house from the rainstorm. The soldiers hurled their pikes at the invading army. She dabbed powder onto her nose. I put some balm on my hand. The net income for the company was nil after taxes. The boys got into a scuffle after school. The guard scuffled with the man who tried to cut in the line. An old bird is not caught with chaff. You cannot catch old birds with chaff. It was immaterial that the athlete didn't sleep much. He still did well. His downcast expression told her that he'd failed the test. The railway signals were interlocked to ensure they moved in proper sequence. He did not receive sufficient recompense for his services. The plasma cells secrete vast number of immunoglobulins into the blood. The case is forwarded to the federal court of the domicile of the defendant. The Guild Gate of her mansion became a tourist attraction. That actor manages to seem both virile and sensitive. The horse was fed a bale of hay. Inventors have not received a tithe of reward as compared with the benefits their devices have created. We pull the husk off the corn. Coconuts are husked and dried for their meat. If I were omnipotent for a day, I could answer all the questions on today's exam. The worker built a thick wall to muffle the sound. His pupils dilated when the doctor put eye drops in them. I've seen so many exhibits that I reached the saturation point. I put a muzzle on my dog to protect the children. It is hard to bridle a wild horse. I wrested control of the company from my brother. He got all roused up to meet his girlfriend's parents. The iris regulates the amount of light entering the eye. The children have radichi. Disappearing mosquitoes is a corollary of summer's end. He wheezed constantly from asthma. The child pouted after being scolded. He squirted water at his sister. The bereaved were ushered into a chapel at the funeral home. I saw an animal move in the stubble. He shaved the stubble off his chin. The teacher asked the students who their exemplar was. The ship sailed past the Tropic of Cancer. The magician waved his magic wand and the rabbit disappeared. The fox crept out of its lair to go hunting. He spoke to the principal in a tremulous voice. She had 3 earrings in her left lobe. The ship struck a shoal and sang. The itinerant fruit pickers traveled often looking for work. My daughter smudged the painting I had just finished. The wooden stairs creak when you walk on them. If I don't change my life, I'll stagnate. It doesn't look that great, but I'll vouch for the Tate. It's not polite to eavesdrop. He panhandled $30 a day by being aggressive. Business slackened in the second quarter due to the recession. I had no idea films were made piecemeal in this fashion. Joe went to New York to escape the humdrum of country life. It's a humdrum life with no stimulation. The Ford pounced on the ball and scored. He was chastised for failing to follow procedure. The boy sulked after being punished. My religious grandfather would not dance on the Sabbath. The blacksmith shaped the horseshoes on his ankle. He was criticized for his childish antics. His callous comments about our family hurt her deeply. The rise of a new leader leads to denunciation of the previous one. He rejected the voluble excuses of his students for their failure. The cook prepared a meal in the galley of the yacht. A billow of flame scorched the trees. The soil had a high concentration of nitrate. Gentiles and Jews lived together in harmony in that area. The vacuum cleaner could pick up all the filth off any carpet. After the hurricane, our house has been torn asunder. He throws a javelin. I flinched when I saw the blood oozing from the wound. How can you cure hiccup? He showed up at the party wearing grubby clothing. He had an airtight alibi for the night of the murder. He rejected the suggestion in a cavalier manner. The church bells peal could be heard for miles. As presidential aide, he is privy to many secrets. The waters occupied the condemned flats for weeks. Participants in equestrian events are from wealthy nations. The police did a roundup of all suspects. Many parents worry about filial disobedience. Her voice wavered as she spoke. Steel beams were gutted together. The basement floor is concave. I paddled my canoe up the inlet. He daubed some yellow paint on the wall. The boat's keel broke soon after it left port. The doctor removed the wart from the tip of his nose. He read a different psalm every day. He tore the ligaments in his knee. She was an extremely vivacious person until she got sick. He has a vested interest in making that company profitable. Impertinent comments have no place in a business meeting. Infatuation is not the glue that holds marriage together. Please vacate the premises immediately for your own safety. Better go to heaven in rags and to hell in embroidery. Which genus does this plant belong to? The teacher expounded on the ideas of many famous thinkers. He killed and mutilated 15 men. As he read the letter from her, he detected romantic overtones. She was quick to overrate his intuition. The public deserves a foolproof system of checking. The congregation gathered in the nave of the church. The air in the room was stuffy from all the cigarette smoke. A precipice in front, a wolf behind. Experienced the gusto of the 1800s American frontier. She impinged on his authority by making the decision herself. My son wrote to me from as far afield as India. The actor accused the director of slander and sued him. Sometimes real frugality is to buy the best that will last longest. They spend a holiday in a garish way. My baby is fussy now. The lusty magazine showed photographs of young women nude. Outwitting them is difficult. My claustrophobia caused me to panic in the elevator. An idea began to germinate in her mind. It seems an affectation. She coddles him too much, which is why he won't grow up. Singapore is a polyglot nation with many official languages. I enjoin my son to tell the truth. He was fired because of his many irredeemable mistakes. I searched through every nook in the room for my keys. He's such a mercenary he'd sell his own mother for money. The acrid smoke came pouring out of the factory. He seethed with anger while waiting for the late train. The foundry made some anchor cleats for my yacht. The vulture swooped out of the tree to devour the carcass. The sultry weather drained my energy. The ashes are placed in an urn. The teacher made the students stay late as penance. The old woman bought some wool to crochet a pair of socks. They created a concordance of words used in the Bible. The great player was enshrined in the Hall of Fame. The heads of the death camps were fiends in human form. The divers got caught in the eddy and had to be rescued. We put a padlock on the garage door. He chose which of the concomitant parties he would attend. The plan was the antithesis of what I acted. Her death was listed in the obituary section of the newspaper. He looked at his flabby stomach in the mirror. That hello stirred the hearts of the audience. The property assessor told me the value of my house. I put a thermometer under my armpit to take my temperature. The sprightly old man hiked up the trail. Looking at the pictures whetted my appetite for travel. The radical party was proscribed by law. The church spire could be seen from anywhere in the town. The alderman and the mayor engaged in a heated debate. They lead a prosaic life on the farm. The teacher scowled at the noisy student. Our outlay for food every month is about $600. She laid out all her finery for the social club party. He is an exponent of the new theory. The Air Force flew 15 sorties over enemy territory yesterday. That brown stallion was once a Kentucky Derby winner. The frock of the bear stuck to his beard. The attack on the citizens is an iniquity. The wicker chair collapsed when the fat man sat down. I got a tetanus shot after I stepped on a nail. The child spoke with a slight lisp. After he started yoga his sinews became more flexible. The professor took a year-long sabbatical. The British monarchy is the epitome of tradition. Water for the crops flowed through the sluice. The matron was one of the most respected women in town. You filthy little maggot. The octopus wrapped its tentacles around the lid. Put some antiseptic cream on that cut. His homemade projectile was made from an old bottle. She's ineligible to play because she's too young. The doctor checked the condition of the woman's ovaries. The death knell was heard throughout the town. The victorious soldiers pillaged the town. He had a glint in his eye as he recalled his youth. Society must protect the sick and infirm. His concern was entirely ignoble. He was imprisoned for his diabolic act. She wore a new frock to the party. Mortuary customs vary from culture to culture. The contagion spread easily. He killed his wife by lacing her food with arsenic. The cartons were stacked fore and aft of the main cabin. The canoe got caught in a whirlpool. The teenager was concerned about his ungainly appearance. Hearsay may not be allowed as testimony in criminal cases. The slapstick comedy act had the audience roaring with laughter. I snoozed for 15 minutes during my break. My legs felt leaden after the hike. The potter put his creation into the kiln. His chin jutted out from his face. He was wont to sleep early. The typhoid spread and killed hundreds. He threw the pork rind to his dog. I slapped the cow on the rump. My work was all for naught. I superimposed a picture of my face onto a picture of a model. Team A demoralized Team B by scoring 3 goals. I heard his stealthy footsteps as he went to get a secret snack. If you reverse the juxtaposition you get a very different effect. The baby gurgled contentedly. Much criminal behavior is extemporal. The ceiling moldings date back to the Victorian era. The university set up a new faculty of interdisciplinary studies. The woman accused him of dallying with a serious problem. She was so vindictive after the breakup she burned his clothes. The child begged his mother for a ride on a carousel. Male chauvinism has not been eradicated from the military. Teenagers often make flippant remarks to their parents. I opened the aperture of the lens to increase the exposure. He tried to impel his workers to make the deadline on time. My office is in front of a busy thoroughfare so it's pretty noisy. The stockbroker was fired because of his unscrupulous dealing. The issue was debated at the plenary session of the assembly. I beseech you to follow his advice. When writing he often consults his thesaurus for synonyms. The flag was unfurled for the first time at the White House. The opinionated young man offended many of his classmates. The children were immunized against polio every year. The clerk pilfered goods from the back room of the store. He suffers from severe epilepsy and does not drive. The aggregation opposing the vote was very vocal. He ruminated on the tragedy that had struck him. I enjoy recalling the hedonism of my younger days. The peddler sold a variety of goods from his humble stall. The drug addict slouched on the street corner in a stupor. He rummaged through his toolbox looking for his hammer. I studied the prospectus from the university before applying. The new upholstery on the furniture matched the room color. She went into a state of delirium after learning of his death. The poor child spoke disrespectfully to his teacher. I prefer homemade gifts to expensive ostentatious ones. The incongruity of his manners at work and at home was inexplicable. The golfer was in a surly mood after missing the shot. Hitler's annexation of that territory provoked the war. The angler caught a large trout for supper. The police questioned the shifty-looking man. The claimant in the lawsuit demanded $1 million in damages. The people held a plebiscite to decide the fate of the territory. The plaintive barks of the dog indicated it wanted to come in. His rejoinder to the verbal attack was pointed and effective. I'd like a house in the country with acreage. The water in the underground cistern was cool and refreshing. I don't believe you and I think your version is a lot of baloney. He did not get the job because of his scruffy appearance. The snake slithered across the grass. Potassium is a chemical element essential for all organisms. The man was under arrest and put to death by crucifixion. The armistice was signed and the fighting stopped immediately. I witnessed an altercation on the bus between two men. The crowd threw confetti on the newly married couple. You don't have to tell me the whole story, as synopsis will do. He agreed to the job with the proviso that he get a raise. The submarine captain scanned the shore through the periscope. He hoped his friend would provide corroboration of his story. The church parson attended tea with the women in the parish. She had a tempestuous personality that men found unattractive. The car went off the embankment and into a ditch. The sailor packed a talisman to bring him good luck. He used a cot when camping to keep himself off the icy ground. Let's go eat in the foyer because there are chairs there. Tokyo and its environs are subject to high humidity in June. He writhed in agony after being shot. The obstetrician helped the woman through 30-hour labor. The kindly nurse made his convalescence less stressful. The boy captured some tadpoles in the shallow pond. They accepted living in water because they hated cleaning. The educators discussed the latest theories in pedagogy. There was a mutiny on the ship. Summer solstice has the most daylight of any day of the year. The man became hoarse from talking too much. He was given a posthumous medal for bravery after the war. I attribute his peevish attitude to his lack of sleep. The man went into convulsions and died. The students made fun of the peppery old teacher. I reproached the young man for his childish escapade. There was devolution of power from federal to state government. They cut through the surface stratum of earth. My dear old uncle often uses hackneyed expressions. Her first traveling alone filled her with consternation. He lifted weights to increase the size of his biceps. The dingy room smelled of sweat. The best feature of this table is its inlaid top. The second-hand shop was filled with interesting curios. The number of known carcinogens is constantly on the rise. I will take your silence to mean acquiescence on your part. The North Atlantic is a good place to catch mackerel. He dreamed of evil goblins and woke up in a sweat. The driver stopped to pay the turnpike toll. She suffered from anorexia because she became afraid to eat. The sentry stood on guard throughout the night. Advocates of nuclear weapons cite the deterrence factor. The stenographer took notes while her spoke. Her sacrifice has been remembered from time immemorial. He had the stocky build of a boxer. His impetuous temperament gets him into trouble. The daffodil is in the genus Narcissa. He put his books in his satchel. I cannot sit comfortably because I hurt my buttock. He was awarded a medal for his valor in battle. Consummation of the contract was achieved by their signatures. The newscaster's remark caused an arousal of public opinion. The knights charged the citadel but were driven back. The sailor sighted the promontory from far offshore. The fuselage of the plane was torn apart in the crash. Because of the pain in his pelvis, he had trouble sitting. The demarcation of the demilitarized zone was carried out. The hermit lived in a secluded old house. The pilot parked the plane in the hangar. He delivered a powerful speech from the rostrum. There's a fair amount of vulgarity in modern life. He picked up the barbecue coal between the tongs to move it. The complainant alleges that his neighbor is noisy. He won the party presidency by acclamation. There was a conflict between the church clergy and laity. The boat sailed by the quay marking the shallow waters. The impoverished family lived in squalid conditions. Fluoride in toothpaste helps prevent cavities. The speaker is known for his unique diction. The feasibility of his economic plan was in question. The farm overlooked a beautiful green vale. The planting of a bomb in the office was an act of subversion. The practical joke resulted in much merriment. The clown brought mirth to the child's birthday party. After he lost his job, he fell into a state of destitution. My great-grandfather was a serviceman. I don't know how to make amends for my terrible behavior. The atmosphere at the luncheon was jovial and light-hearted. The lynx waded through the deep snow in search of prey. The eviction notice arrived yesterday. The omnivorous pig ate everything it was fed. He built a large aviary behind his house. Those specious statements cannot be believed. What's your zodiac sign? I burned the rubbish in the incinerator. Hark well to what I say. His foolhardy behavior almost killed him. The variegated hues of the garden form a rich tapestry. He expressed his elation with tears. The plumage of a peacock is spectacular. She presented a lovely visage. The unobtrusive house was actually the home of a millionaire. She's a delightful little sprite. The depraved man committed a hideous crime. The pottery had an earthen quality. There was pomp during the visit of the king. I pinched my nose with my fingers to avoid the stench. Churchill was a great orator. He expressed his exasperation by screaming. Stealing Bibles is sacrilegious. Don't get lost in introspection. The sorcerer cast a spell on the man. The students watched in rapt amazement. The dancer has a light body. A schism developed within the political party. I was told to get another waiter in my stead. I put ointment on the burn. He appeared lost in reverie. He got a piece of fruit stuck in his esophagus. The ewe gave birth to a very healthy lamb. I'm afraid chivalry is dead. It was an irksome task. The table legs were made on a lathe. His colon was swollen from colitis. My daughter has the mumps. Fancies shag? The kids might get cranky and cry. According to Mr. Brining, heavy metal is garbage. Ditto rock and roll. I love you. Ditto. Don't get grumpy. This rendering of an apple looks like the real thing. He likes to putter in the kitchen. I'm so edgy I just can't help it. I followed instructions and divested myself of all my clothing. I divested myself of all books that didn't interest me. You cannot touch pitch without being defiled. He who touches pitch shall be defiled therewith. The physician was sued for medical malpractice in the wake of the patient's death. Being a stay-at-home mom is a perquisite of the rich. Welfare programs are designed to help indigent people. The Marquis de Sade was famous for his perversion. You can see huge vortexes which reach up to 20 meters in diameter occur in the Narrow Strait. I was swept away into the vortex of power and money. My salary for this month is already earmarked for the purchase of a new computer. The crook bungled the robbery and was caught. He has won the prize twice, but his writing lacks verve and originality. I have never lost my verve for making music. His house is elaborately built. Differences in interests, personalities or habits become glaring. Someday there would be a reckoning. Scientists are working hard on decoding human DNA. If she didn't digress, the meetings would finish sooner. To be hungry throughout the day might cause lethargy and sluggish behavior. He is a garrulous man, always talking to his patients and delaying their treatments. I patiently listened to the old man's garrulous talk about the war. More than 10 male coaches formed a beautiful cavalcade yesterday. I don't like a film with a cavalcade of bitars. His staid expression revealed how nervous he was. DOS uses the ester for a string of characters. Don't get so uptight. They can cause serious injury if ingested. Want a burgie? Several gored at Pamplona Bull Run. The automakers blared $1,000 cashback incentives on television. Long hours and immersion in her work persuaded her to set up bed in her cubicle. Fish undulate their bodies to move. He careened around the parking lot and that's when he hit a little boy. The details are sketchy. Let bygones be bygones. Who was that unk you were with yesterday? There are thugs galore in the wilderness of our time. I need to go potty. Pretty feisty for your age. The fighting soldiers left the town in shambles. My heart whinges a bit. The eggs fell to the floor splat. Letters don't have the same immediacy as email. He was prattling on for hours about boring subjects. He believes that he can always win some money when he gambles. He's goofy. I decided to be a vegan. I just can't stand with killing animal. A strong earthquake with a magnitude of 7 on the Richter scale convulsed the whole city. A young physician fattens the churchyard. The driver was gawking at the first accident and did not see the car in front of him. New evidence prompted the judge to order the body exhumed. The water from the pond vaporized from the heat and lack of rain. The court ordered the enemy of the people incarcerated. The dog scampered across the lawn to the house. The sailors held onto the sides of the boat after it capsized. Actor B is fated in this 1-hour tribute. Fill out a requisition form. Those animations are choppy at times. Our tax rules penalize venture capital. Don't get too cocky. The magazine lampooned the Senate. You can multiplex a computer by running a virtual machine. I must be hallucinating. This is an aberrant thing. Tenacity is a property deal. My eczema is acting up. That repulses me. That's repulsive. HM's total profit was minuscule. I tried to wall her away from him. The ambience in the Italian restaurant was delightful. In a world full of hunger, it is a sacrilege to waste food. Her troubled son finally killed himself. At the World Court today, Serbia stands accused of genocide. The Oscar ceremonies are Hollywood's biggest extravaganza. Being pushed should not make you subservient to anyone. Decorous speech and appearance characterize a true gentleman. Those who are familiar with computers seem to be more gravitating to online news rather than to newspaper. Ebola is the worst communicable disease in the world. Don't be so picky or you won't grow up big and strong. He's in such good physical shape that he's indefatigable. He prophesied that an earthquake of a major magnitude would occur in Tokyo. She only gets amorous when she's been drinking. Apple maven John organized a star-studded concert that produced $2 million for the relief effort. A novelist should have a fecund imagination. Processes which are not within our in-house capabilities are contracted to subcontractors. The police photographer took a shot of the grisly murder scene. He will continue concurrently serving as Financial Services Minister and Economic and Fiscal Policy Minister. He had been in a coma and was kept on a respirator. Monograms and engraving are not available on all items. This money will go towards defraying the cost of their trip. There is a spooky tunnel here. Servers in that restaurant are personable and solicitous. There is a bit of extremism and fanaticism in the U.S. on tobacco issues. Per your concurrence on this approach, we'll proceed on this path. Skylights brighten the rooms with natural light. His vocation is an auto mechanic and his avocation is to play tennis. Fruits and vegetables abound in antioxidants. Immersion program remains divisive in California. After the fire we were aghast at the destruction to our house. Festive combines a youthful spirit with practicality. Paroxysm can mean quick and intermittent display. He says he holds no vendetta against them. Cordially yours equals yours cordially. Researchers agree that extant species are vanishing. He was released from jail on his own recognizance. The causation of the problem is still a mystery. It is a case of extreme opportunism. American culture today is awash in aristocratic images. All is grist that comes to his net. Some redactors might be described as causative. He has histrionic gift. The purse of the patient protracts the disease. Please make sure he gets this message pronto. I'm all sweaty. The setup of the movie is maudlin. He was perplexed by the directions to the zoo. What happens twice will happen thrice. The baby was badly malnourished. A little buffoonery sometimes is a welcome thing at a dull gathering. His gait became staggering. He fought valiantly but to no avail. Bring my beeper please. She assiduously read every book and pamphlet. Procrastination is the thief of time. It was difficult for someone as introverted as I. Faith only grows in a regenerate heart. The generate bone of the patient is found to be normal. A cleared forest may not regenerate in 4 years. As the economy regenerates, we have a less pessimistic view of life. Many plants can regenerate completely from differentiated cells. God regenerated Paul on the Damascus Road. The building today was regenerated in 2020. The ordeal of the low oil prices regenerated the company. This creature has an amazing capacity to regenerate any lost body part. These devices are used to regenerate an attenuated signal. May I have one of your flyers? We raffled off a pair of tickets to the movies for fundraising. Here's a quick rundown. I did a rundown of the things that I should do. The train derailed spewed gas. The force of the collision mangled the back of my car. I used to backpack all over in the United States when I was a college student. I'm petrified to talk to women. Cave's honeycomb clip. This Chen is full of weirdos. He's a weirdo guy. He foisted on his people the illusion he was doing God's will. It is awfully pushy of him to foist his interest on you. These days students are frustrated with all. The lighthouse is at the northern extremity of the island. Man's extremity is God's opportunity. At worst the American government may try to dismember the company. All my savings are gone. When the going gets tough, the tough get going. You can skip the social niceties. Today's movement seems like a false breakout because of the low volume. I can spend $300 max. We supply all the basic tools necessary to encapsulate your own herbs. You can use JavaScript tags to encapsulate common functionality. The elephant man took a job at a sideshow in a circus. The bombing of Afghanistan is only a sideshow in the war against terrorists. A special scanner will read information encoded on the tiny capsule. To live long is to outlive much. The demand outreaches the supply. The dismissed workers stated the moral and legal grounds for suing their former employer. The Bank of Japan has repeatedly intervened in the market to lift the greenback, but it hasn't succeeded. He pulverized the large stone into tiny pebble. Saying out that money is everything is putting it too bluntly. Was that a major character flaw or just a foible? His psychotic behavior began after his wife left him. I'm trying to domesticate myself slowly. We are required to submit an assignment document legalized up to the Libyan consulate. Any customs for the items are the responsibility of the customer. The American delegate was booed when she made an announcement. Tens of thousands of prospectors rushed in to strike it rich. Going to a cram school is understood if you're attending a good school. Do to others as you would be done by. Is there a good way to divert the human juggernaut? I thought I was just being paranoid. The president encouraged his shaken people. Scientists discovered the remains of a crocodile. I haven't seen anything of my folks this year. I'm getting tired. Oops, I did it again. He is a .300 hitter. I have one younger brother. He misrepresented himself at 45 when he was really 50. Politicians often obfuscate the truth by talking a lot. Although flawed, the peace plan was estimable. The plan was flawed, so the project was a failure. The amino acids obtained from food are recombined to form the kind of proteins that the body requires. An opportunist had dropped by my house just as dinner was being served. To trudge in this ROM chip requires appropriate code. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. The first job is inconsequential in long-term career goals. Substandard care is common at that hospital. Do not incinerate container. Jealousy in a group causes dissension. This is smelly enough to knock you over. Stop making a fuss over trivialities. Much anticipated movie got open yesterday. You have to be careful what you say on telly. She can speak French fluently. What an enviable life you lead. Time is a great healer. Seeing is believing. In traveling companionship, in my compassion. The lapels don't fall right. It influences the propagation of ultrasonic waves. Let's not have any infighting. He is an eyesore to me. Blueberries are helpful. Aesop's fables are perhaps the most archetypal allegorical works of world literature. A good boss should act decisively but fairly. The workstations outperform all current computers in their price range as well as many high-price systems. It has been more rewarding than I ever imagined. With more deregulation, the agribusiness in Japan will suffer an irrecoverable damage. Bad loans have grown exponentially due to the bankruptcies in the stagnant economy. It is said that urbanization has made people more individualistic than ever. Catering is available for office parties. These magazines are arranged alphabetically by title. I could kick myself for making a heedless mistake. We experienced vertigo rather than exhilaration. He was looking around restlessly. He was engrossed in his studies. Use all the time allowed. You can go there by yourself, can't you? Please send the package by airmail. He airmailed the ball when trying to throw a pick off to 1B. I'd like to send this book airmail to Japan. The businesswoman started her own all-female company. Beefsteak has become cheaper in the past few years. I dropped the coffee pot and broke it. John often gives us a knowing look. I'm relieved to hear that. Save the dishwater so we can use it later for the pans. Oh, I've overslept. Pajamas have become more popular than the nightdress. I ate too much so I have a stomachache. He always walks down the street with his headphones on. He burned himself with the boiling water. My blood was boiling with anger. Good medical service can be judged by its aftercare. His opinion was guarded because he feared the press. That recipe requires 1 teaspoonful of honey. The clearness of the water allows you to see the bottom. We have to consider merits and demerits of this project. Henry Ford is often credited with making the motor car widely available. The killer was noiseless as he crept up to kill his victim. Could I borrow a cup full of sugar? I took an immediate liking to my new boss. There are competing theories on the subject of natural science. They moved from downtown to the outskirts of the city. I was curious what lay behind the forbidding wall that enclosed the place. I knocked at the door, which was opened by a tall woman with a forbidding face. The island was a forbidding place inhabited by dinosaurs with many dangers for the unwary. The French repelled a disgusting mouse. The guests were asked to put their coats in the cloakroom. Punctuality is the politeness of kings. He is a wise, cultivated person. Brunch took place at 11 a.m. on Sunday morning. How many of you are householders? The washcloth is beside the sink. The diamond was faultless in every way. Some people believe UFOs are non-existent. She wore her jeans just below her belly button. The buttonhole was too small for the large button. The settled furniture was not damaged in the earthquake. I used an adapter to join together the different size pipes. It turned out that he was not a licensed doctor. His absorbing novel became a bestseller. Coeducation is where boys and girls study together. He got his deserved punishment after lying to his mother. The lodger paid his rent to the landlady, but lights illuminated the stage. No one should keep a loaded gun in a house where there are children. Bases are loaded. The blooming flowers in the garden mark the beginning of spring. The flashing of the police cars brought fear to the neighborhood. Naoko found it difficult to unbutton her coat with gloves on. The bellboy smiled when Hiroshi gave him a large tip. He wishes his mother were more yielding and wouldn't criticize his wife. They closed the watertight doors on the submarine as they prepared to dive. The distracted girl was nearly hit by a car. He was a cultivator of friendships wherever he went. Floating casinos are popular with the tourists. The lion slept while the lioness hunted for food. A jointed frame is stronger than a nailed one. Exceeding interest rates creates instability in the market. The midday sun made for a blinding day. International peacekeeping is a buzzword for those who were eager to justify military spending. The army was engaged in a peacekeeping operation. She is 35 and still in her childbearing years. You should be more sparing in your criticism of your son. People were very accommodating in that country. The clock struck 12 at noonday. Most company presidents are overpaid. The news agent offered a new price on the daily newspaper. The mortgage felt like a millstone around his neck. The manufacturer was uncompromising when it came to quality. One of the connectors on this computer cable is broken. Not even the best batsman can hit 10 home runs in a row. He uses suspenders to hold up his pants. Her book is a creditable piece of work which deserves an award. The young pianist became the accompanist for a famous singer. Hiro spent his bonus on furnishings for the kitchen. Johnny puts a clothespin over his nose when cutting onions. One presumable theory is that the killer is left-handed. She thought it was egotistic of him not to share his cake. The head teacher of the school is Mr. Jones. He had a calculating mind. I'm so hungry and that food looked tantalizing. He became withdrawn when he received the bad news. The alumni decided to start a university newspaper. I ripped my pantomime over the barbed wire fence. The steak was so charred that it was inedible. I entreat you to help me. The nuptials were celebrated at the largest church in town. Jesus Christ considered all people his brethren. The trees were infested by caterpillars. The police are in dogged pursuit of a criminal. There is an abiding passion for dancing inside her. The emotional aria moved the audience to tears. Water spilled over the dike. The pioneers diked the land to create farmland. We'd better batten down the hatches for the storm. We warned the children not to tarry on the way home. The store manager tried to conciliate the angry customers. His overbearing manner made him many enemies. He suggested they decentralize the government. On the path of love, women are more sagacious. The litigants in the case told two entirely different stories. He was so slovenly she couldn't take his messiness. This thick wall was used as a deafening. He wheedled a raise out of his boss. The eagle extended talons as it was about to catch its prey. You should not seclude yourself from society. After the meeting, participants gathered in the anteroom. The puzzled look on his face indicated his discomfiture. I went to the dispensary to pick up medicine. Through meditation he strived for oneness with nature. We threw the float astern to try and save the drowning man. The old city smells because of its collapsing sewage. The synod discussed reformation of the church's administration. The car tires were old and threadbare. I handed my passbook to the teller. The Russian city of Stalingrad was beleaguered by the German army for 5 months in World War II. The union official asked his staff not to beleaguer him with insignificant details. The CEO planned to cut down some labor force, but he was petrified by the labor union. For people who have a purpose of life, daily vicissitudes are seen in reference to longer-term goals. It behooves students to do their homework promptly and on time. The suit and tie syndrome is deeply ingrained. At first she was chary of eating Japanese dishes. Voters usually reject politicians who temporize too much. I'm going to take a little catnap. Can you wake me up when we get to the airport? The impact caused the car to fishtail and then rolled onto its side. He's a real show-off. It is clearly beyond my technical competency. Are you a part-time scaffolding man? Kate and D talk. We must decide whether we want to progress or retrogress. Every man for himself and the devil take the hindmost. You can controvert an opinion but not a fact. The server is configured with software to be used by the operator for job control management. Did you really eat that humongous piece of cake? Your success is very gratifying to me. I am very gratified by your success. Barring a further major atrocity, the subjects of war and terrorism can be addressed gingerly. The movie didn't get all soppy at the end. Charles was the most punctilious person. He is stinking rich. His followers gave him their unflagging support when he needed it most. Unsullied nature is becoming rarer and rarer. His book lambasted governors past and present. Incineration is a favorite method of waste disposal. He is a sucker for seafood. Get that sucker over here pronto. The jig is up. The jig's up. Minerals fixate to the tooth surface, providing bacteria with a place to adhere to. Greg kept fixating on his stepmother's palate and a majority of their time fixating on the instrument pane. These screws fixate the box to the panel. Fixate the red circle in the center of the diagram. I got fixated on one question and didn't have time to answer the others. Don't feed the troll. She trolled the bars of Hollywood looking for a companion. I am pooped, my son said. Matsui hit it out of the ballpark. Give me a ballpark. What's up, dude? Not much, dude. As a full thing, so the bell clings. You're always dragging me. A straggle of protesters was seen from the window. The tanker straggled far behind from the convoy. They straggled out in the park. We straggled along a path bordering the river in the darkness. This terminal just underwent a major facelift. The new president is the right person to give this company the facelift it needs. What the dickens? If you bother me anymore, I'll give you the dickens. You little dickens. It's a brain disorder that forces him to make sudden jerky movements. The cobbler should stick to his nut. Alice has been hospitalized eventually. A truck broadsided a sedan and sent it crashing into a store. He stonewalled the committee by refusing to answer questions. We are exes. He laid down a bunt. A donkey bunted me into the river. An understudy of the Broadway show is finally getting his big break. I served as the understudy of the current president of the company. I was willing to understudy even at a low cost to the theater. I arranged for Mary to understudy the troublesome star. I felt queasy after breakfast this morning. I am not a crazy person, but the smell of it almost made me throw up. The crazy smell was lingering in the air. I feel queasy and depressed about anything I can't control. We can view West Side Story as a riff on Romeo and Juliet. I nabbed the purse snatcher. He nabbed a silver medal in the 5,000 meter. Swipe your card through the card reader when you enter or leave the room. A war tends to create a blip in the stock market. A censor blip the swear words. Lack darn right. His movies were washouts both critically and at the box office. She's a washout as a speaker. I don't like women who chug their beer. I am not afraid. I am fain to face the difficulties. Give it a yang. Those scenes are spoofing other movies. You dropped this beer on the way. You dropped this beer on the way. He came to the party wearing a cheesy shirt. You're crummy, monsieur. A puppy wants to defecate soon after a meal. I can't walk anymore. I'm deadbeat. The market had waffled in early trading. Why you act so jumpy? The rope is anchored to a cleat. I have made over 50 postings of documents into this database. Contact Ichiro Tanaka at 4591 for bulk orders of. Hey Sanita, right? Don't be a jump. You've got a lot of spunk. What a spunk. I know who your stalker is. A temporary moment of lunacy often visited me after the death of my wife. The lunacy of his investment to such a risky project is beyond comprehension. Jim is a cutthroat. If you are going to do business with him, keep your guard up. This facts will fill you in on what has transpired to date. Moisture transpires through the skin. As I entered the room, she began her incantation. If you chant this incantation twice a day, you will be happy again. He was careful enough to do heist only with several months interval. I planned to heist the train carrying millions of dollars. You can be so corny sometimes. Just because he is a feat does not mean he is gay. She has a rangy athletic body. Cut the IV regularly back to the size you desire or it gets too rangy. I think this song is too rangy for me to sing. Can you be more Neanderthal? The car collided with an oncoming truck and concertinaed. Music is essentially an imitative art. Man is an imitative being. Zip is an imitative word first used in the 19th century. Don't be nosy. His powerful swing with its slight uppercut sent home runs soaring over high fences. It is not uncommon for people to fib on contact information. Silver was Marmpuni, but I loved him all the same. Jack's father affectionately called him Rund. Cheer up, it's no good being in the mopes. Why are you moping around? He is a kamikaze drivers. To open a bottle of wine you need a corkscrew. She wore a nifty necklace. Better be a fool than a knave. Beat me please. I would like to get an appointment for a showing. He placed the saddle on top of the horse and fastened the girth. The sweet tart flavors of the veal are so good. I'll be botched. What a slob. The tailor's wife is worst clad. Be careful not to blab the secret to anyone. What is the name of the long round thingy between the two front wheels? I'll give you his address by email. I'll email you his address. My skin reddened and dried under the searing heat of the sun. I won the award for the searing novel of corruption, murder and revenge. He always had brainstorms when he was shaving. Come in, get comfy. The cloth was impregnated with cleaning fluid. The road through the east side of the swamp was corduroyed. A disciple sometimes outshines his master. He outshone his father. Herds of cattle could be stampeded by lightning. That is bullshit. A line formed under the shade of a metal overhang. I tend to get testy. The boxer pummeled his opponent. I would not forswear myself for all the money in the world. Analysts say the advantages are twofold. He named the policeman full in the face with a broom. They are honest in examining their own failing. Tom treats his wife like a doormat. He has a bristly mustache. He is bristly and arrogant. Football players and race car drivers protect their hands from being whiplashed. They have ignited a one dodgy PC market. The owner of Silvermine bulldozed the top of a mountain. Quit yelping like a little kid. This merger sets up A to outrun B. We read some empowerment stories to the children. I guess this is payback. What a turnaround. Hippo infants will suckle in the water. I larded my site with graphic audio and once your mind is made up you never budge. The game got me hooked. Keep your gob shut in the presence of strangers. You can only have 5 chocolate tops. I guess I'm just a pussy girl. He is so manipulative. That professor's lectures are so difficult. He sounds like he is speaking gibberish. Richard is understating his accomplishments. That was rad. I know well whereof I speak when evaluating this kind of software. Hast thou eaten of the tree whereof I commanded thee that thou shouldest not eat? The president was bedeviled by domestic problem. Edgar Allan Poe is bedeviled by drink from childhood to death. For a video camera the fee skyrockets to the triple or quadruple the price. I was riled by what he said and how he said it. She had a porcine attitude about food, that is to say she would eat anything and everything. Things have been screwy for the Latipomon, starting to calm down a bit now. A film was formed by etching in 3 minutes. The unrestrained cheering of the fans lasted 4 minutes. You're oversimplifying things. I've never been so horny in my life. The electric rate increase will whittle the discount by the gas rate decrease. The stadium resounded with the fans cheering. She graciously showed me some priceless document. I couldn't attend the meeting. Would you give me the gen? An institute director made a visit to the place where the disgraced researcher led the excavations. The ship was dressed in a panoply of colorful flag. Bob and his ilk earn lots of money from this business. Hey, come on, we gonna go for a joyride. The responses of the survey will be tabulated by each grade level. The pre-election campaign has been highly charged. He is leaking wheel. They take the easiest class to shirk work. The porcupine uses its prehensile tail for balance when climbing a tree. I found a iffy program generating beautiful calendars. An American accent hamster myself. You won't have any trouble recognizing her. She's an Eiffel. See how puffy her eyes are? She must have been crying all night long. He was impaled by another skater skate in 1996. The party members boldly soapboxed on street corners at the weekend. To avoid spilling of ink, never attempt to disassemble the ink container. I ate a Whopper of a meal for supper. Why can you easily tell a Whopper? Every room gets a senior chaperone. How are elementary students chaperoned? 20 books decided to reissue his book in paperback. The liquor made my skin break out. Hey you too, it's getting steamy. I have a pasty mouth. I have pasty. He that does nothing does ever omit. Kind heart are more than cornet. Many doodle their way through state tests. The science behind them is less than clear-cut. Each ever walloped the ball out of the park. The earth will solidify after rain. No man is a hero to his valet. We hopscotched across the county during vacation. Every ass liked to hear himself bray. I'll check your compatibility with your boyfriend. Go snuggle up in bed. Oh, not again. This is a rerun. Ken, I've seen it. She crooned a tune. There were cockroaches aplenty in the kitchen. The horse is well collected under his rudder. I moosed my hair and combed it back. Women are great talkers. Billy Harrington Esquire. Don't give me that sass. Don't sass me. The war left a gaping wound in the heart of the innocent civilians who lost their family members. There were gaping differences between what each witness told the police. She was able to speak idiomatic English even though it was her fifth language. Well-made fake jewels are sometimes indistinguishable from the real thing. The principal said that the students' risque clothing was degrading to the school. The little girl tattled to her teacher about the fight. We couldn't finish building the desk because the instructions were garbled. I'm sorry, I can't read your message. Is it in Japanese? The characters are garbled. Members of my staff are answerable to me for their conduct. Studies have been made on points of divergence between British and American English. Uninformed opinions are not really opinions at all. The cleaner disinfected the hospital room with a strong chemical. Steven Spielberg bookended Saving Private Ryan with 5 pointless opening minutes and 5 even more pointless closing minutes. I misjudged the ball and dropped it. Decreasing populations of birds are the result of pollution. I've never been so humiliated in my entire life. As your boss, I would be remiss if I did not bring this data to your attention. How can I meekly agree to go to the branch factory? The land outlasts the king. That HMO would like to dissociate itself from Medicaid. He was bewitched by her beauty. So did you decide to work for the startup company? No, it's too iffy in this economy. Killer T-cells are sensitized to multiply when they come into contact with foreign proteins. It was a bummer. He must have a long spoon that's with the devil. I couldn't understand why she wanted to marry that man when anyone could tell he was shanty. How did you know that? I heard it through the grapevine. I hate to sound like a busybody, but take my advice and stay away from him. The horse cantered through the field. To reconstitute dried shite, soak in warm water 20 to 30 minutes. He had to concentrate on English, skimping study on history and geography. The possibility of further declines unnerves investors. Don't patronize me. I'm not one of your little bimbos. When things don't go your way, laugh and its stranglehold will soften. His taunting of the king in front of the ambassadors caused his tragic fate. Her taunting smile infuriated me. 6 is divisible by 2. Here are the countries where folks gobble the most chocolate. Aren't you overreacting a bit? The government-business relationship is cluppy. Mail-order houses are a treasured piece of Americana. Things go haywire. They used an optical instrument to measure the spectral shift. You're such a wimp. My mom wouldn't be snooping in my room. He has made totally unsupported accusations against me. She kilted her skirts and ran like a kid. Distance lends enchantment to the view. Is he certifiable? Please stencil our shipping marks. She needs to stop fidgeting. Investigators must circumnavigate an obstacle course of politicians and bureaucrats. Our little boy was a kisser, kissing everyone who was around him. Many misfortunes befell her. I don't really feel good about eavesdropping. She suffered cuts and abrasions to her left arm. Cuz sauntered across the street. When you eat soup you shouldn't make lerping sound. Don't make a mountain out of a molehill. It is a foolish sheep that makes the wolf his confessor. If no mom, it's hit harder than shotgun slugs. Did I ever tell you, Dad? There were screams, hollers and moans. He internalized his problem. My journal was full of pithy comments. A fundraising for the president attracted many famous people. Application must be postmarked not later than July 20th. You can see a lot of young noble bodies on the beach. A good name is better than a golden girdle. Will chubby kids stay fed? I gotta get new gloves. These ones are soaking. The bored young boy shambled down the street. I'm a grouch in the morning. Women is an afterthought of God. Airlines slashed the once untouchable business fare. They brought its bane whence it spread throughout Europe. Various memories came unbidden to me. Dewdrop spangled the valley. It was his androgynous look that appealed to me. He threw his own body atop the victim to protect from the ferocious dog. They were riding in a convertible in a motorcade. I'll break his kneecap. He is a determined crusader against cancer. He's just an egghead. Don't get mushy on me. Let's get a suntan. It only takes a minuscule crack in a dam to start a flood. You women are supposed to be gutsier than us men anyway. Don't talk such piffle. She is totally brainwashed. Not venture, not have. There's been a downturn in the economy. What a windbag you are nowadays. We vainly persuaded him to play tennis with us. Come on, stop that crying now. Nara is a quiet, restrained city. My advice is don't. This is just a tad chewy. Did you cook long enough? I rammed my steely fist into his jaw. Great talkers are little doers. The resultant particles are as small as 10 nanometers. Get the lint off of the dryer before you run, okay? Antacids neutralize excess stomach acid. Science is out of my bailiwick. The unit that we have needs rectification. This is so galling. Every why as a wherefore. I didn't mean to sound self-congratulatory. I got bageled in the first set. The consumables are described in Section 5. Who's this bozo? Some U.S. legislators are considering drafting laws that could punish those who systematically send spam mail. Interest rates are so low that homebuyers can easily get good financing from the bank. The family made an impassioned plea for their son to come home. He venerated his parents as though they were God. The unproductive meeting left everyone feeling frustrated. The police thought the killer must be a psychopath who targets women. He's a weak person because of his domineering father. The babbling baby seemed happy in her playpen. He is a genius in math but an ignoramus about people. My diminishing bank account means I have to save more. The son of a famous actor was arrested for drug trafficking. He looked debonair but in fact he was not. Nihilism is a philosophy that originated in 19th century Russia. Putting graffiti on the church was a blasphemous act. AIDS activists argue that employers' refusal to hire AIDS victims has stigmatized them. Her endearing letter made me love her even more. His elusive way of speaking was indirect and hard to follow. He is so irreligious that he even hates churches. Stop lolling around the house and get a job. She spoke in a reverential way about her beloved parents. She smiles knowingly at me. The professor impressed his class with his profundity. She pointedly left him out of the conversation. The presentation was an unqualified success. If I want any more shit out of you, I'll unscrew your head and whip it out. Last night you two really got wasted. Anyway, when we got here you both fell asleep. It is vitally important that we recycle garbage. Someone gave us those anonymously. Detective Clinton specializes in ballistic and is always called to a crime scene whenever firearms is involved. Disbelieving public schools has led to more homeschools. The territorial issue should be solved before bilateral relations can be normalized. Some suggest that Bill Gates is more a business innovator than a technology innovator. Her confidant was early chosen as her secret was in public knowledge. Would you like a pecker? Sorry to be so clueless, but what's this event all about? Some love stories are too contrived to believe. Why are heroes and heroines always good looking? Enclosed herewith please find the receipt for the products we bought from you last week. Her romance never worked out because she was the purser but he was the evader. Abraham's obedience and sacrifice prefigured the coming of the Messiah. He was the biggest star and the mainstay of the studio's financial structure. JFK has been described as the most charismatic man of his generation. Sorry to hear about the pain in your neck. I'm glad to see that acupuncture is working for you. The hospital plans to consolidate its current hodgepodge of information sources into one central location. Umpteen million retail vending machines play an important part in promoting the product. It is very comforting to see little puppies cavorting with each other. Would you like some cheese on your dish? Just a smidgen please. According to the prepared statement on the GAB they filed request in 2000. Working through the holidays gives you extra kudos with the boss. Philadelphia was a dazzling cornucopia of things to see and do. This certification is not valid if it has mark of erasure or alteration of any entry. You have a considerable talent making things unintelligible, minister. I don't begrudge my father a companion. They offer free lessons to whomever is willing to learn. The transformers are connected by service wires to your house. There are a few scratches on this second-hand desk but they're practically unnoticeable. Those foreigners trample and trivialize our border. Aeration, fertilizer and moisture reach the roots. I don't mind changing the airplanes but I do mind a long layover at the airport. He's a lazy, privileged, heartless, self-centered egomaniac. Today's Samaritans are living precariously between Israeli and Palestinian societies. As used herein, the following terms shall have the following meanings. Used cars are hella cheap in Japan. I never saw a guy unwind that fast. The DEA found their confidential informant in Cuban emigre John Doe. Failing that test was calamitous for him. You've really outdone yourself. This rack is for seconds and sales. Hey, you can't leave your books wet. Now they are kind of musty. Don't be a meanie to me. Just give me the half of your popsicle. I thought I could outsmart them. Rawlimers look for any cranny where they can get a secure foothold. If you skimp on non-essential you will have more money for the essential. The company is considering outsourcing its field service department. What an airhead. The nozzle produces a jet of ink which is broken into droplet. Alkali metals can be separated from their impurities by electrolysis. After the accident caused by his reckless driving he was rendered paraplegic. His dog looked very scrawny. It's inconsiderate of him saying such a thing. He published a potted book about Shakespeare's plays for children. We were awed by the size of the crowd at the Super Bowl. I bought a pair of mock drought imperils woodlands. Friendships were rekindled. What is the good of a sundial in the shade? He completed the mission honorably. She treated books like fetishes. There are no recorded sightings of albino gorillas in the wild. Improbably John Smith tops popularity lit. Lady Godiva entreated her hubby to reduce taxes. No side effects were reported. The Dow finished at 50 points. Pharaoh took her as a concubine. Then quote the Lord to Cain where is Abel. They are fearless daredevil. Let's not be too argumentative. One's own child is an irreplaceable blessing. Your blood pressure is 110/70. Accountability is the watchword. Ignorance is inexcusable. I just got back from the hall. We hoped there would be comeuppance for that man. The Chinese government is considering devaluing the yuan. Your histrionics are driving me crazy. The faint-hearted cannot become a policeman. Informality is the American spirit. Avoid a questioner or he is also a tattler. He'd be likable if he wanted one. Bob is getting along famously with his new boss. I'm tired of taking a backseat to you. What style of topiary would you like in your garden? The body goes to a crematorium. She's a psychopathic liar. Great barkers are no biters. I wish you had told me about it earlier. Bullying is violent and demeaning. The plane was sent into a tailspin. To me that would be insufferable. She's such a chatterback. Can I be serviceable to you? The cowl does not make the monk. Take not a musket to kill a butterfly. The leading agent is biodegradable. Look at the man in rimless cheaters. I have to wear tie for the wedding. Is your hairdo outdated? Troubles never come singly. Talk about retro. We timidly approached the bridge. I'm a brunette. Can I see your ID? He urged to return honoraria. They got uppity. It's fatalistic to say that. I guess I better walk the dog-grams. Noisy hag. She overtly called attention to the fact that she was single. Parenting is a lifelong commitment, often continuing after the children leave parents' home. If one is not careful, insensitivity can soon be taken for cruelty. Is he acting nice for some kind of Machiavellian reason? They merged their companies for the synergistic benefit. The speech was so inspirational that people cried. The reason he brags so much is that subconsciously he feels inferior. No one took him seriously because of his nonsensical ideas. Lawlessness prevailed after the Rodney King trial. His ballooning waistline forced him to buy a new belt. Her fidgety action with her pen made her teacher angry. The day is unfettered. There is much debate about giving antidepressants to unhappy children. Bob Hope's acting and comedy career lasted over 70 years. The government vowed there would be no appeasement of the rebel. One trait of a good leader is accessibility. She felt rapturous on her wedding day. James Joyce was a literary master of metaphorical imagery. She's talking freakishly because she's on drugs. She was cheated often because of her godless personality. Your brother is a phenomenally bad driver. Getting married doesn't suddenly give you telepathic powers. People don't become telepathic just because they're married. The workers hated the company's exploitative working conditions. Most of the international schools in Japan are not accredited here in this country. A 45-year-old woman was arrested in connection with the molestation of a 13-year-old boy. You look so pained. What happened? I just bumped into the door. I wasn't looking. He has undertaken to start the handover process with a day's briefing this week. They were beat handily near the end of the season by powerful teams. If you don't get it in writing, any promises he makes might not be enforceable. Reading is a private interpretive activity. Your awareness factor is 90% based on a comparison of your test result. His role was literally and figuratively head and shoulders above the rest in the movie. I tried to put my hair into a plate at the back and it was all lopsided. An internal model of ABC's hard-to-drive carries a suggestive retail price of $999. I was guarded when I bought those bottles of beer. If somebody called, I'm reachable at my cell phone. I asked her if it hurt. She said demurely, not a bit. You should have received it electronically wherever you are. You can compile the Pentium Pro optimized version with this tool. I hope to visit your esteemed institution during my stay. Tiger Woods is a golfer of matchless skill. Her flowers grew robustly because she gave them lots of fertilizers. In case of discontinuation at this product, gradual dose reduction should be made. If daffodils don't bloom, the problem could be overcrowding. She lives in a house with kitschy Corinthian columns in the front. Avoid using easily attainable information as your password. The right of belligerency of the state shall not be recognized. My sincerest apologies for the lateness of my money transfer. The college boosted its enrollments appreciably. He scored a resounding election win over communist rival. No mere desk plan will do, however ingeniously conceived. She's a bit judgmental. They were astounded when they calculated the donation. I want to have plastic surgery and be reborn. At the time I unequivocally thought of the country as the enemy. Hollywood movies often have menacing villains. The footloose traveler wandered around Europe for a year. Folks around there pay him no never mind. Laser burns leave such unsightly scars. I felt a light-headed sensation. He that hath wife and children hath given hostages to fortune. The horrifying car crash killed the 3 people. The questions are left unanswered. The amount of accidental overpayment can be refunded. It's suspicious you're all flustered. The story deftly mixes melancholy and sweetness. The fearsome storm destroyed many houses. He painstakingly painted by hand. The candidate virulently opposes immigration. A bencher never had a good sickle. His bow inevitably broke. The biosphere that gives us life is wondrously rich. Basically we're psyched that water company's record is unblemished. Please correct any misinterpretation here. Declines outpaced advances about 2 to 1. They are uncannily realistic. The project was the brainchild of him. That TV series became a syndication success. There is moderate sustained improvement. That can be counterproductive. She zealously attended her acrobatic class. The procedure was done as an outpatient. The company can't do any hiring right now. A man chronically sick will live to a great age. The child is a godsend. People customarily traveled for trade. Gluttony kills more than the sword. I have to go run. Trade is the city's lifeblood. We have an abnormally warm winter this year. She was arrayed in beautiful clothes. I'm not mechanically minded. It's bloody Baltic. Mr. Phillips is not in his office right now. Angela wants us to call her Miss Smith. Mrs. Tanaka is the head of the art department. Please send this to Messrs. Johnson and Sons. They re-elected the mayor for a 5th term. The dancer exhilarated the audience with her skill. They tranquilized the lion by shooting non-lethal darts at it. Congruity is the mother of love. It has been raining for 88 days without let up. I have terrible acrophobia. I want you to be upfront with me. This hotel requires a cash deposit upfront. Sick of babysitting, huh? Are you babysitting that weird kid? I can't afford to hire a full-time consultant to babysit the system. I removed all of the wall-to-wall in the basement. I replaced the old rug with a wall-to-wall carpet. A wall-to-wall warranty is offered for this product. I am tired of wall-to-wall people, traffic jams and noise in New York. The bar is carpeted wall-to-wall and has a pool table. His career was sidetracked for 10 years. You are Dag. It was an all-out effort by the Ashikaga Army. She is an all-out rationalist. That's a rip-off. Making people work for many hours under such stressful conditions for just 8 yen an hour is a rip-off. Wix can look not wiki. I have a friend who gets wiki every time someone mentions the policy of national defense. I left the country when things got wicked there. You thought is cool and wiki. The new CEO was showered with praises for the successful makeover of the company. Some employees have strong feelings against the management of the company, but they have yet to vocalize their opinion. He is a pixelated person wearing black sweaters in August. I was so pixelated that my mind wandered away from the task. I get self-conscious in front of people. A disengaged listener means a bored listener. AIDS isn't a threat if you're well informed. Are you saying that anyone can file a lawsuit willy-nilly against anyone they please anytime they please? I sculpted a statue of the Prime Minister. Erosion sculpted the stone into its present form. She tried to show her book on a TV talk show. They may show you by selling you stupid things. I don't give a dang. This theory is dang silly. Oh dang, I think I'm late for work. He tried to double-cross me. Are you nuts to you? Farmers now use machines to thresh wheat, rye and other grains. This vesture was an outer garment worn by high priest. God put on the vesture of humanity. She flashed her gorgeous gams. I got the we did it. This wasn't a date, remember. An unregenerate man cannot see or enter into the kingdom of God. They are unregenerate slobs who spill wine on the table. I am an unregenerate man who believes language, not technology, is the most powerful artifact of the human being. It may be problematic if we can't finish this by Friday. If I tell him this, you'll be shell-shocked. His simplicity is seen in his singleness of aim. No one can question the purity and singleness of his motive. That's a lot of hooey, and you know it. Sculpt the land to form berms and swales. They have to haul sandbags every summer. Her mother told me flat out that I was disposable. He is completely self-centered. Regular or decaf? Gamma rays are more penetrating than either the alpha or beta particle. Tokyo has a real cross-section of Japan's population. His crippled leg renders him unable to move quickly. Don't hello till you are out of the wood. What is all this pother about? Every chapter in this book begins with an apropos joke. Apropos, do you know his address? The carton was really broken. He came to the conclusion that he was being bilked by his brother-in-law. It's a scorcher today. Increased demand quintupled the price of the mineral. I'll just ad-lib. He was so smart that he could extemporize on a wide range of topics. This is neither signed nor dated and is therefore not a probative document. After probative running period and performance test, the product was formally accepted as one of the candidates. His approach is low profile. For reservations call toll-free 1-800-123-4567. You should show us physical evidence that doesn't rely on someone's say-so. This law allows police to search a house on the say-so of the police minister. Please send me the books by FedEx. Please FedEx me the book. I asked a design company to create a new logo for an up-and-coming project. He is up-and-coming and is willing to spend 18 hours a day in the company. I cannot bear his patronizing manner. He enjoyed his long-awaited day off. People like you were called good for nothing. Cold-blooded murderers kill without feeling any emotion. Those words like fried butter and cream are tip-offs for foods high in fat. Shut up please. I don't have time for your falderal today. She appeared dressed resplendently in lacy falderal. The movie was a-okay. Story was good but the casting was not that great. My stomach is knotted. I succeeded in educing interesting responses from the informant. It can be deduced that he was not insane. This kind of contract was unheard of at that time. Step outside motherfucker. His hearing became impaired after he had a stroke. I read the strategies to outmaneuver every incompetent boss in this book. That pitcher's got such a good screwball. He broke 5 bats in one game. Are you overdressed today? Yeah, I didn't expect this weather in January. Sometimes even I can't believe how wishy-washy I am. I started to feel punky around 2 p.m. I can do either or but hard to do both. The love between them is syrupy, lovey-dovey and almost sickening. They are not the hoity-toity types who look down their noses at us ordinary guys. I love her avant-garde clothes. I was up all night chatting for the next show. The driver on the right has a right-of-way. Give me a smooch. The vehicle sidewiped a construction truck before fleeing. Lane wide out shuts roads. I hope I'm not disturbing you at this ungodly hour. It is an ill bird that befouls his own net. We really got hammered in the last night's basketball game. We will be going to have a pool party. So bring your tops and towel. They rode the horses bareback. What a cop-out. I have a plug nose. My neighbor's house was burglarized yesterday. He is qualified to comment authoritatively on your work. The union leaders remonstrated against the company decision. The team suffered a humbling defeat by the champions. He works as an in-house counselor for a chemical company. The consumer electronics company used to produce semiconductors in-house but it now buys them from other companies. I was perplexed by the news that my mother was killed in the accident. The ceasefire is holding. When you make a mistake, poo-poo it and tell yourself everyone does it. He is still denying he ever did you know what with you know who in the you know where. He put his you know what in her you know where. There is a photo of a man whose brain was infested with maggots. Not for the easily squick. As a wolf is like a dog, so is a flatterer like a friend. The narrative interweaves stories about various band members. Stop harassing him with your deflating comments. Soldiers who run from battle are guilty of dereliction of duty. Paris is an inviting city. Let's stop wasting time and get down to the nitty-gritty. The aircraft yaw to the right due to the crosswind. The student acts like a hotshot whenever girls are around. I tried to explain this to her but she was airy-fairy. I inveigled her into my apartment. I don't have a zoo in my pocket. Do you want more chicken? No thanks. I'm stuffed. Discuss this offline. He was held incommunicado, denied access to a lawyer. Take this new product in a head-to-head comparison with. Sexual attraction began to fizzle. He has good grappling technique. He is really a stand-up guy. A woman is a weathercock. He is really grounded now that he has kids. Someone vandalized my car. Don't give me a half-hearted reply. The wallpaper is embossed with flowers. About 20 minutes ago we had a very strong aftershock. In matters of love he was tongue-tied. You can trust him. He's legit. We may be able to supply this item if reordered. Resubmit the printing job from the server. The weather has been schizo lately. Who'd buy it? I believe in heart-to-heart communication. I need a pick-me-up after work. He is a smiler, a talker and a laugher. She had a semblance to the famous movie star. My room is drafty. I was swallowed by the time food came. The nuclear plant was decommissioned. Does that mean that you are not miffed to anyone? I think I did good on my midterm. I'm an upstanding citizen. Blearing an issue is one of the basic ministerial skills. Everything seems to be shipshape. To your health. Cheers. The long light run through their piggy bank. What are your hours? I'm totally wrapped. I woke up in the morning with bedhead. I haven't got a zap. My lips are chapped. The ringgit was hit overnight in New York. Strychnine causes severe convulsions and respiratory failure. He has an irreproachable family background. That novel was so engrossing I couldn't put it down. The devout mother didn't approve of her son's impious lifestyle. Her unbecoming clothes make her look fatter than she really is. Whenever I use my cell phone I remember 17, more laid back good old days. Some of those fancy French restaurants serve undersized portions. Players spread out to run the ball delivered from the line out. Nothing is off limit or reform. The front wheels feature ventilated brake discs with a large effective cooling area. You can so long as you remain as pig-headed as you have been all your life. That computer is very user-friendly for children. Children find this computer to be very user-friendly. Something porous is said to have porosity. Porosity is an essential quality of Swiss cheese. A cock is built on his own dunghill. Despite the determined salesman who showed her almost everything the shop had to offer, she still left empty-handed. Every time I go to the mall I get the heebie-jeebies. After this kind of surgery, high-impact activities are discouraged. You cannot make an omelette without breaking egg. Omelettes are not made without breaking of egg. Someone placed a knife there in order to inculpate you. We're not self-sufficient. She looks a little young to be a student. Nah, she's a townie. Bob's hard-nosed business attitude sometimes brings anger from our customers. Federal immigration authorities want to deputize local and state police to enforce the immigration law. If you don't have gravediggers, you need vultures. The interview was intercut with the footage. For a well-earned vacation or just sitting in the sights between meetings. She made a mistake in the past, but she grew up to be a wonderful law-abiding mother. When I lived in the boondock, I got only 3 channels with poor reception. The burglar outfoxed the police by escaping up the chimney. Your terrible blundering will cost the company thousands of dollars. He was arrested Monday and booked for investigation of grand theft. Distributions of maps to show where sex offenders live could bring on the vigilantism. Diamonds encrust the band and the setting, culminating a single diamond centerpiece. Usually I wear flats when going to school or shopping and heels when I am clubbing. Your unsubstantiated argument is disputable. There are some medicines that cause you become more photosensitive. She had dated with so many boys, but almost all of her romances were short-lived. She's a go-getter who wants it all before she turns 30. If you're not busy tonight, drop by me house and we'll split a 6-pack. The relative newcomer is already considered a blue-chip corporation. Unramble these jumble. He does a severe fusking of an idiotic article in this new. Very few investment are free. We are really honored by your visit. Do not spin dry. Please hand dry. The mustiness hit me immediately. You may have dependents who would be financially devastated should you die. The police hope to entrap the robbers next time. I feel so run down that I'd like to take a break. Forewarned is forearmed. She prettified an old gray dress with some lace. They were pushing their stall truck. Hackers smurfed the FBI sign. First pterodactyl footprints were spotted in China. Check these files periodically to see whether any of them were compromised. The children learn to read words by using the phonic. Great set of knockers. Alright, I'll double check it to be sure. Families in which both parents work spend a lot of money on childcare. Elderly patients are not recommendable to undergo excessive antihypertensive. The aim of the operation is to ablate the diseased organ. The rabbit skedaddled back down the cliff after being discovered. He was a boy with endless half-finished projects strewn around his room. He apologized for the treatment of Japanese detainees in Siberia. A car rear-ended me. I was rear-ended by a car. I'm a CS major. Pain means that you have overstressed your joints. Not all teenagers are as cretinous as Hollywood portrays them. They gave her a ribbing about her new dress. I was stunned when I heard the tragic news. Ashley Wilkes and Gone with the Wind. Unless you are a sociopath, you know where the line between good and bad is. The mayor pledged the extirpation of organized crime. The sales of this store increased 7-fold in just 1 year. I'd like to see them crank to the gills on rage. This tape will self-destruct in 10 seconds. If he wants a nicely toned body, he has to work at it. A passerby was injured when the truck went off the road. There had been a large number of non-combatant casualties in this struggle. I am overcompensating for a lack of time with my son. My mother was a hand-wringing worrywart. She thought anything that does not conduce to health is evil. A dog eat dog. Human began to crossbreed animals with desirable traits. He was driving a 1995 Toyota truck southbound on Highway 25. If you don't save your work, you will lose all unsaved data. The job cuts were planned because of a hiring contract. A man without a smiling face must not open a shop. There will be a teleconference at 8 p.m. The company seeks to make inroads into the Tokyo market. The body has to be cremated. Each of the 2 main broadsheets supplies 1 lung. He placed third in 200-meter breaststroke. Cowboys had to guard cattle against Indians and wrestlers. Her manager is well seasoned. You can see the new mock-up workstations here. This condo is air-conditioned. It's stifling in here. The lawn may be treated with a fungicide. The patient was merely temporarily indisposed. It can be seen edgewise from an orbiting spaceship. Actually, I read his kiss and tell interview. Downshifting is always an option. I became homebound because of illness. The woman next door gave me some flowers. The tax fell mainly on the well-heeled on those days. This party is played. Let's go home. I can see a faint lightening of the sky in the east. I have dibs on that last piece of pizza. There is no need for you to further wordsmith. Well, I'll lend you the money interest-free. Wine bottles ching together like music. They trudged dispiritedly. 98 sales at 5 PCTE. Her father's grave was inconsolable. He's an all-round sportsman. You just want to satisfy your own ego trip. Death is the grand leveler. My boss is busy at fault-finding. The woman doing the proposing is the in thing. Over this fast stamina roll. That bites the head. Mrs. So-and-so came. Self-catering is a must in a campsite. Verdigris forms on copper. Don't be a twerp. Fortune is inconstant. He is totally bitching. The company is still family-run. Softening occurs during hating. The meeting is adjourned. I love you bunches. I need to go to the crapper. He is a good mouser. Peanut are fattening. The best calligrapher may slip. In American politics, fundraisers play a crucial role in helping candidates win elections. His personality is so mystifying that nobody can predict his actions. The unleashed power of modern weapons is terrifying. The disheartened players hung their heads at the loss. The dog submissively walked away with its tail between its legs after being scolded. The shackled animal looked underfed and unhealthy. Dealing with officialdom is often frustrating and time-consuming. Because of his stinginess, he wasn't popular with girls. After the war, some collaborationists were hanged. Even though Tom's parents are millionaires, they don't act snobbishly. They are really quite down to earth. She only talks animatedly when discussing men. Stimulated students like more. Her perceptiveness allows her to understand other people well. The unconfined pets were a nuisance to the neighbors. Because Mona Lisa smiles ambiguously, no one knows what she's thinking. If you dress eccentrically, people might think you're famous. Her fickleness is the reason she has no friends. Small dogs are usually more high-strung than big ones. The farm girl wanted to move to a more populated area. The weather was hot, humid and enervating. There are tons of web pages. Google it for yourself, you lamer. Karl Marx considered religion to be spiritual enslavement. She's so fleet-footed that nobody can catch her. Those who have been to prison are sometimes deemed to be unemployable. That movie is titillating, but it's not pornographic. Monks have traditionally led lives of self-denial. He took a rejuvenating cold shower. The spook-ridden and fog-infested land of Count Dracula's birth is actually a beautiful countryside. Incongruously, she spent several days a week at the library even though she doesn't like to read. As Asian gangs began to fade, Hispanic gangs moved from interracial violence to intraracial violence. What self-respecting telecommunicator would be without his laptop computer? We'll need approval from police on that. The crowd cheered when the illusionist made his assistant disappear. Elderly patients are tended to have lowered cardiac functions, being predisposed to excessive hypotension and bradycardia. He blabbered on those things that were off-putting. This bantamweight champion was a masterful infighter because he was legally blind in both eyes. You can safely see any wetting or soiling problem in a child as a potty training problem. I would prefer camping to staying in a flophouse. Damn, that was such a nerve-wracking exam, wasn't it? Yeah, I almost went nuts. The waning afternoon light means that night will soon arrive. Another problem with overconsumption is that the production of goods depletes our natural resources. How come she is so popular in the States? It's simply because she is well stacked. There are so many car accidents in this state that auto insurance premiums are skyrocketing. Engorgement of the breasts may cause discomfort. The approval is based on the criteria of creditworthiness and financial viability of the applicant. To avoid danger of suffocation, please keep this wrapper away from babies and children. Environment Summit closed with watered-down action plan. She said the Prime Minister should stop being the little lapdog of America. They hired 20 able-bodied men as security guards. Uncle Jed warned his nephew that his buffoonish behavior did not belong at the dinner table. The bank holds 2 trillion yen in bad debt, of which 50 yen is unrecoverable. The answers are hyperlinked from the questions. Paleontology is a scientific study of animals and plants that lived in prehistoric times. It will be near impossible to overtake other cars at a circuit as tight as Monaco. A child, regardless of how bratty it is, must be treated like a child. Let's wait and see for a while since the time is unripe. What is your major? No, my major is undeclared yet. Refer overly for precaution to be observed in using the service. She had an on-again off-again business relationship with him. His behavior at the award ceremony was ungracious and astonishingly rude. He is delectably slimy, the kind of character you love to hate. The entire plan is well organized. They set up a fund to help companies with debt-ridden units rebuild. Employees demanded an across-the-board pay increase. What time should I pick you up? Let's see, maybe around noonish? I smell the bitter fragrance of ablated chromium steel. This adapter provides a trouble-free connection to network. How can you trust her? Mary's two-faced if you ask me. I came here to do a deal, not play grab-ass with you. Alright. Mount the cover slips onto glass slide. What a cheapskate. He never buys any CD, he just borrows mine. Even innovative things become run-of-the-mill in time. Your priorities change, so you have to re-evaluate often. What is being pursued is open-ended. Good manners are cost-effective. Though no one is being prosecuted at this time, the law is in place. A widower is proverbially untidy. The week's initial good news dizzyingly turned to bad. The future of alcohol-fueled cars depends on government guidelines. The nimbleness of a deer running through the woods is quite impressive. The freshman daringly asked the boss for a pay rise. She drives staring straight ahead with her stern-looking spectacle. He was staring insolently at his opponent. He sniffed his glass of wine appreciatively. I want to face you and share your pain head-on. Propose we begin at 8:30 a.m. Can't guess at back end. I'm tired of my parents' little talking to every night at the dinner table. My first love was one-sided. They show concern for those less resourced than themselves. He thanks his parents who are divine and then he chokes up. He will show great resourcefulness at problem solving. Linda's ex-husband Brent has custody of their daughter Chelsea. The first step in problem solving is to admit that a problem exists. The body of long-dead climber was found. The blowfish is irresistible but our life is dear. The yellowness of bananas indicates their ripeness. We will do reenactment of Constitutional Convention of 1787 in class. In the event Air Force and Army pilots will provide flyovers. What did you learn in the city apart from the pompousness? You're such a straight-laced girl. The company will appeal the Nasdaq's delisting. A startled bear bit the man's head. The President of the United States endorsed a new Franco-German plan. I believe that our souls re-inhabit our bodies after death. He stood up and pointed an accusing finger at me. The concept is well formed. My feelings were all mixed up. Numbness and tingling begin in the thumb. That red car T-boned his truck. Turbocharger gives better engine performance. All of the paintings were whack. She collapsed on the floor calling hoarsely for help. I find him to be quite a piss-off. Hydropower is abundantly available in Japan. The city's mail service is snail-like. A sense of disconnectedness obsesses him. The invaders viewed them as undermention. Today's more like window shopping. The story has too many twists to be decipherable. He has been standoffish lately. Self-preservation is the first law of nature. All the problems in this branch were taped. It is recommendable he is seeing a therapist. Is it mannerly to send thank you note as emails? The machine employs a replaceable ink container. She gluttonously reads every book on baseball. I'm sorry about the incident. I was overeager. This option is available in the paid-for version only. Your team really took a pounding, didn't they? There appears to be no surviving passengers. Soundbite of a crowd at Sagamo Station. He was so coolly delivered as to be provoking. The whole market is due for a pullback. I'm having trouble finding a logical counterargument. Green tea is the most well-researched beverage. At times the book seems cliched. Henry has abounding love for his family. Precautions in the factory eliminate accidents. It is implicit on the subject. We walk on the rubble-strewn street. Paperclip his clippings to the letter. It is a heart-pounding, frightening movie. He should not treat his wife so shabbily. You know, life is tough if you don't have any will. Self-esteem is a byproduct of self-control. The small bird has travel-colored feathers. After the water is filtered, turbidity diminishes. This is gonna be my first date. I'm pulsated. There are other advantages that are non-monetary. There was no facetiousness in his voice. He is a by-the-numbers kind of guy. My putter isn't working right. I gazed at the scene from a concealed plate. Too clean a stream is not inhabitable for fish. What a matter? You look glassy-eyed. Vocationally, Mary works as a beautician. She is intimidatingly beautiful. The company's demise is a near certainty. It is not a recently thought-up religion. The storyline is very thought out. I was drained from working all the day. Your point is well taken. The water was terrifyingly cold. You are quite contradictorily confused. Maybe it was fated. The film is very action-oriented. What to wear when you want to be tied. I'm just an untalented old has-been. This meat is undercooked. There is no justification for overconfidence. His fangirls are all envious. 1,000 jobs go as speculative. Are men more accident-prone? Her home was austerely decorated. He sometimes acts indiscreetly. The obtuseness of some people is obvious. You will see denuded landscape. That's the best one I've ever seen. This car is fuel efficient. We're on flex time here. The knife has a nicked edge. She cried inconsolably. I got cheeky with it. She watched benevolently. I can't fight the advancing years. She smiled at him engagingly. We offer dependability. See accompanying table. Never heard of him. You moth-eaten maggot. He is half right.